In the 23rd century, the renowned physician and covert agent Yi Zi finds herself unexpectedly transported to a different realm. Upon awakening, she is thrust into an arrangement to marry the formidable war god, the remnant king Ning Hansha. On their wedding night, Yi Zi, with her extraordinary medical skills, inadvertently collapses the bed while attempting to save her husband. Despite the world's perception of her as unattractive and inept, her left hand wields silver needles with remarkable finesse, while her right hand brandishes a scalpel with precision and decisiveness. Her exceptional medical prowess transforms her once plain visage into one that captivates the continent. With a past of being a frail outcast, she now fiercely confronts adversaries, dismantles the schemes of deceitful individuals, and confronts her treacherous father. Armed with unparalleled medical knowledge and an arsenal of weaponry, she transforms from a sickly figure into a beloved and formidable princess. Amidst the chaos, the masses lament, "Is this truly what you call a waste? Then what does that make us?" As Ez establishes her shop, builds a medical hall, and gathers countless valiant warriors under her banner, she dons various identities and revels in her triumphs. Little does she know, the father of the foremost leader in the martial arts world seeks her out, exclaiming, "My dear, I have searched for you tirelessly." The elder brother, leader of the Medicine King Valley, affectionately remarks, "Sister, do not strain yourself, I shall bestow the Medicine King Valley upon you." The second in command of the premier assassination camp declares, "Who dares to bully my sister?" All troops advance. As Iz's circle expands, Ning Hansha finds himself unsettled. He, a man of immense power and strategic prowess, known for his lethal efficiency and disinterest in the fairer sex, displays a stark contrast in private. With a humble demeanor, he approaches his beloved wife, imploring, "My dear, I wish to present you with a gift. Would you accept it?" Ez gazes at him, filled with suspicion, and inquires, "What is it?" Ning Han, with a mischievous grin, embraced the person beside him, declaring, "I present to you the fruit of our ove." Little did he anticipate that this so-called fruit would arrive in pairs. Chapter 1. Awakening to a fortuitous turn of events. Pain, a wave of discomfort coursed through her entire being, compelling Yi Zi to awaken. The searing sensation forced her to confront her surroundings. What on earth was happening? This mission had not indicated such a dramatic turn of events. This was an entirely different scale of engagement. With great effort, she pried her eyes open, greeted by a swirling expanse of crimson. The autumn breeze carried an icy chill that penetrated her very bones, prompting an involuntary shiver. Gritting her teeth against the cold, she surveyed her surroundings, a disorienting, square space adorned with swaying red curtains. Clearly, she found herself seated within a red bridal sedan chair. Before she could ponder further, a sharp voice pierced through the air from outside, urging, "Hurry up. Make haste to the war prince's residence. Delay will turn a joyous occasion into a funeral." At the sound of this command, the sedan chair swayed violently. Inside, Yi Zi nearly lost her balance, clutching the edge of the chair to prevent herself from falling in a most knife-eyed manner. Momentarily stunned, she murmured, "War prince's residence? Marriage?" A sudden wave of memories flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. She had crossed over. The most promising agent and ghostly healer of the 23rd century had met her end while on a mission to sabotage the enemy's advanced weaponry. Now, she inhabited the body of a namesake, the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor's household in the Dashing dynasty. Timid in nature, gentle in disposition, she had never retaliated against insults, having been frail since childhood, often confined to her bed for half the year. Moreover, possessing an appearance as plain as dishwater, she was overlooked by the esteemed residents of the Grand Tutor, while her parents indulged her two younger sisters and bro. There, she was regarded as a mere servant, someone whom even the lowest of attendants could trample upon. Today, she was condemned to death by beating for the alleged poisoning of her mother, only to be unexpectedly summoned to fulfill the role of a bride for the war prince. In her critically injured state, she was unceremoniously thrust into a bridal sedan, where, amidst the swaying motion, she met her demise. Once her thoughts were sorted, Yi Zi promptly took her own pulse, discovering a troubling state within. Her expression darkened. Good heavens, she had been afflicted by numerous toxins, her vital energy and blood both severely depleted, with external injuries extending to her internal organs. This was no longer a living being, she was akin to a walking corpse. The bruises adorning her body could already be categorized as cadaveric spots. Yeezy scoffed. Starting the game with a hellish difficulty of 1 against 5? No matter. She would surely turn the tides and soar above all. Given her current predicament, she urgently needed to procure some medicinal herbs to sustain her life otherwise. He would be nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter upon arriving at the War Prince's residence, with a century-old ginseng being the most optimal choice. Yet, if she couldn't even snatch the meager food from the Grand Tutor's estate, how could she possibly acquire something as precious as ginseng? While she pondered her options, a sudden wave of searing pain surged through her chest. She tugged at the collar of her bridal gown, revealing a vibrant red birthmark emanating a dazzling light. It bore the shape of a hexagram, the scarlet glow blinding her vision. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself gazing at a stark white ceiling, warm medicinal liquid being poured into her mouth. With her keen sense of smell, she recognized it as a healing potion. She gulped down the concoction, and as her strength began to return, she cast a glance around her surroundings, her gaze landing upon a modern building that came into view. The familiar glass windows and towering buildings instantly triggered her realization this place was the very interior of the advanced weaponry she was tasked to dismantle. Despite her mission's failure leading to her demise in an explosion, she had unexpectedly come into possession of the enemy's weaponry. She called out, 857, provide me with a vial of healing salve. A vial of the salve promptly landed in her hand, emerging automatically from the pharmacy on the 3rd floor. This medicinal space contains myriad Chinese herbs, sterile silver needles, and countless prescriptions. Top-tier Western medical instruments, including electric scalpels, hemostatic clamps, and laparoscopic surgical cameras. High-tech firearms, such as long-range sniper rifles and demolition explosives, readily available for use. Once utilized, supplies are automatically replenished. 857 ensures your journey through dimensions is safeguarded, wishing you exhilarating adventures across the continent. Yeezy deftly manipulated the interface, summoning a plethora of vials and containers before her. She applied the external wound treatment to her body and ingested several remedies, feeling the pain within her diminish by more than half in an instant. Yet, her face still burned with a fiery ache. She retrieved a mirror to inspect her appearance, her hand trembling as she held it. Shift. This visage was so disfigured that it prompted her to question her very existence. Though her features were strikingly beautiful, fox-like eyes adorned with long lashes, a noble nose, and deep-set eyes, her blue irises bore an exotic allure, complemented by a charming beauty mark at the outer corner. Each feature could serve as a template for cosmetic enhancement, yet her face was marred by numerous scars. The scars of burns, the wounds from a blade, and the bruises from falls. Her face could be likened to a canvas illustrating the most severe tortures of the Qing dynasty. From the depths of her memory, she recalled that these marks were all inflicted during her excursions with her dear second sister, Yixinyo. In every perilous encounter, Yixinyo emerged unscathed, while she bore the brunt of all harm. She resembled a tragic martyr, enduring one injury after another. With a dismal record of 0 wins and 7 losses, she was a valiant warrior, while Yixinyo effortlessly thrived. In every circumstance, rejuvenating with each challenge. Yeezy could not fathom that this was mere coincidence, nor could she believe that her biological parents would treat their daughter with such cruelty. Armed with a medical space, she vowed to ensure that every individual who had wronged her would face dire consequences. She would not rest until she had exacted vengeance on them. Such a remarkable boon deserved nothing less. As she contemplated her intricate plans for revenge against the entire Fong family, the sound of a thud signaled the arrival of the flower palanquin. Chapter 2. The Bridal Chamber. Miss He, please disembark from the palanquin. The prince is unwell and cannot personally welcome the bride, declared the sharp voice of the eunuch from outside. Miss He, a derisive laugh escaped her lips. It seemed her beloved sister was the one to marry the war prince, while she was merely a substitute bride. The war prince, Ning Hansha, was the youngest general of the great Qing dynasty, yet had sustained grave injuries on the battlefield, leaving him with severely impaired legs and a frail constitution, suspended between life and death. He had suddenly been betrothed by imperial decree, with the bride being carried directly to the royal residence. It appeared that the marriage was merely a facade, with the true purpose being to rejuvenate his spirit. In such circumstances, to marry into this situation is to either live as a widow or accompany a corpse. Even if the war king survives, he is undeniably a harbinger of death, rumored to be merciless and bloodthirsty, finding no solace unless he spills blood each day. Yi's expression was one of cold disdain indeed. The Yi family had bestowed upon her a most favorable position. What value is there in her solitary plight? True well-being can only be achieved collectively. She lifted the curtains of the sedan chair and cast aside the scarlet veil, revealing her scarred visage to the world. This spectacle left both the old eunuch and the servants of the war king's residence utterly astounded. The war king, gravely ill, required a fortunate individual to bring him joy, and the emperor had chosen the deeply blessed second miss of the Yi family, Yi Xinu. But now this scarred figure, who else could it be but the eldest daughter of the Yi family? The eldest daughter, frail in constitution, marrying into such a household would not merely fail to uplift the spirits, but might very well bring about the prince's demise. Yi, how could it be you? The old eunuch exclaimed, his voice cracking in shock. Yi raised an eyebrow. Yes, it is I, indeed. The old eunuch, seething with indignation, stamped his foot in frustration. What a fine Yi Taifu, daring to play tricks on me. He had assumed that Yi Taifu merely wished to exchange heartfelt words with his daughter, hence he was bribed with silver. He waited outside the estate, having not bothered to inspect the occupant of the bridal chair. Never did he foresee that Yi Taifu had swapped in another person entirely. Yet now, the individual had already been brought to the gates, and the lord within was unlikely to wait or another replacement. Thus, they could only proceed with resolve. The elderly matron addressed the matchmaker of the royal residence, saying, "First, lead the bride inside to excha. NG vows, let us proceed with haste." The matchmaker, having no choice, stepped forward to guide Miss Yi towards the royal manor. If this marriage could rouse the prince from his slumber, it would be the finest outcome should he remain unresponsive. Then, this young lady of the Yi family would merely serve as a sacrificial pawn. Yi offered no resistance, following the matchmaker into the manor. The estate sprawled expansively, with two wide flagstone paths greeting visitors at the entrance. One path led to the rear courtyard, while the other meandered towards the pavilions and gardens adorned with flowers. Flanking the pathways were an array of exquisite potted plants, and the archways formed a continuous series, reminiscent of a grand botanical garden. The matchmaker ushered Yi into the main hall, which had been adorned with red silk for the occasion. Candles flickered with crimson flames on the table, yet the overall decor suggested a hurried arrangement for the wedding. Suddenly, a crowing rooster pierced the air. Yi turned to see a servant entering the wedding hall, cradling a rooster with a red ribbon tied around its neck. The matchmaker placed a red bridal veil atop Yi's head, stating, "Your Highness, the prince is unable to rise to participate in the ceremony. You shall wed in his stead with this rooster." Before Yi could voice her protest, the squawking rooster was thrust into her hands. "Bow to heaven and earth," the matchmaker called out from his side. Yi looked down at the rooster in her grasp and let out a derisive chuckle. With a swift motion, she twisted the creature's neck. With a sharp crack, the rooster succumbed, its neck broken. Yi disdainfully discarded the lifeless bird to the ground. She, a skilled agent and healer, capable of vanquishing all manner of demons and monsters. To marry with a rooster? Such humiliation is unbearable, not in this life, nor the next, nor in any past life. Look, your prince is dead. There's no need for a wedding ceremony. Hurry, prepare hot water, pluck its feathers, and wrap it up like a crispy fried delicacy to make the neighbor's child weep with envy. Everyone at the war king's residence stood frozen in disbelief. The joyous matron glanced at the lifeless rooster on the ground, and then at Yi. "How could you utter such a curse upon the prince? To disrupt the auspicious occasion in such a manner is simply ill-fated." Yi brushed the feathers off her hands. "Are you aware that your prince is still alive? The rooster was brought forth by you. Is it not you who wishes him dead? If you truly seek to bring good fortune, then you ought to bring forth your prince. Who knows, Perhaps my fiery temper might invigorate him, aiding in his recovery. Once again, all were left speechless. Is this truly the timid eldest daughter of the Yi family? As the crowd remained in a daze, the sound of rolling wheels echoed through the hall. A guard, bearing a long scar across his face, pushed a man clad in a black robe into the main chamber. The man sat in a wheelchair, cloaked in a heavy mantle, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet, from his withered legs and the black serpent robe he wore, his identity was unmistakable. This man was none other than the groom of the day, the war prince Ning Hansha. Yi narrowed her eyes, conducting a rudimentary visual examination. If she could preserve his life, she could leverage his power to obtain her desires more effortlessly, expediting her quest for the truth. Should he perish, she would either be buried alongside him or flee to the ends of the earth. However, with the presence of the 857 space, the worst outcome would be mutual destruction. She remained utterly unperturbed. The guards forcefully positioned a man beside Yi, casting a cold, disdainful glance in her direction. You may proceed with the wedding. I warn you, it would be wise to refrain from any nefarious intentions otherwise. I possess 100 means to extinguish your life. The scarred man surveyed Yi with a scrutinizing gaze. As the prince's personal bodyguard, it was his duty to eliminate any threats to the prince's well-being. Today, the prince was afflicted by a toxic ailment. With little time left, and even the renowned physician Jiang Huai was powerless to intervene. Thus, they had resorted to this somewhat absurd method of seeking joy in the face of despair. Should it succeed, it would be most fortuitous. If it were to fail, at least it would provide the prince with companionship in his final moments. Throughout his life, the prince had never allowed a woman to come near him. Yet, it was a pity that, as death approached, he would end up with an unattractive bride. As the scarred man's words lingered in the air, Yi stepped forward and grasped the handles of the wheelchair. The man I intend to marry is of my own choosing. You may stand aside. You. The scarred man stared in bewilderment at his empty hands. Disregarding him entirely, Yi focused on pushing Ning Hansha to the altar. Seizing the opportunity of the wedding ceremony, she discreetly examined his pulse. With that single touch, her heart quivered in response. His heart meridian severed, toxic blood coursing through his veins. The fact that this man still clung to life was a testament to the desperate measures taken by his ancestors in Tish. Underworld. YEZ promptly activated the medical space. 857. Prepare the operating room and necessary medical supplies, for I must save him. Chapter 3. The Wedding Night Rescue. Meanwhile, the final cry of joy from the matchmaker echoed. The ceremony concluded, and they were ushered into the bridal chamber. Yi, upon hearing these words, pushed Ning Hansha towards the joyous room, which was merely Ning Hansha's usual resting place adorned with a set of crimson bedding. The bed was strewn with a four-piece set symbolizing early progeny, and with a swift motion, Yi yanked the bedding, sending its contents tumbling to the floor. She then forcefully laid Ning Hansha upon the bed, and in that very act, the black cloth that shrouded his head fell away. She beheld his visage clearly. His features were extraordinarily handsome, and even with his eyes firmly shut, one could envision them as piercingly cold and crystalline, accentuated by his long lashes. Yet, the scene was marred. The outbreak of poison had marred his fair cheeks with dark, ghastly streaks. It was a rather unsettling sight. The only remnant of normalcy being the vibrant red of his lips. Yi wrinkled her nose. How ugly. Just like me. We are quite a match. The scarred man who followed was astounded by Yi's actions, his eyes wide with disbelief. The esteemed young lady of the Yi family had pinned the prince onto the bed. Before he could utter a word, Yi commanded, "Go outside and shut the door. I am about to get to work." The scarred man was utterly bewildered. Get to work? On whom? Surely not. His frustration grew. How could Yi think of such things when the prince was on the brink of death? Was this woman truly so lascivious? That face of the prince. How could she even contemplate such an act? Yi paid no heed to the scarred man's thoughts. Tugging at Ning Hansha's garments as she declared, "Leave, and when I am done, your prince shall live again." The scarred man was utterly bewildered. It was all over. Could the prince still consummate the union in this state? Although Ning Hansha had been injured and had withdrawn from the battlefield, his physique was remarkably robust, and the fullness of his chest left Yi feeling inadequate. She glanced at her own flat bosom and then cast another look at Ning Hansha's well-defined pectorals. Unable to suppress her disappointment, she shook her head. It was disheartening enough to be outdone by a woman, but now she found herself overshadowed by a man as well. At the Grand Tutor's residence, Yi subsisted on bland fare, her only redeeming features being her slender waist and relatively ample hips. Yet, in comparison to Ning Hansha, even her thighs appeared less substantial than his biceps. After much hesitation, the scarred man ultimately retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. He had no alternatives left. All his hopes now rested upon Yi. Once the door was shut, Yi retrieved the prepared anesthetic and injected it into Ning Hansha's body. With a flick of her wrist, she transported him into her spatial realm for treatment. She also took the opportunity to examine his severely impaired legs. The examination revealed fractured bones, misaligned and deformed from prolonged wheelchair use, which had led to muscular atrophy. Toxic blood lingered in his legs, obstructing the meridians and rendering him incapable of standing or walking. In 4 words, a prime example of disability. To restore him, the first step would be to expunge the toxins from his body, followed by realigning the misformed bones. Finally, she would need to clear the meridians and conduct rehabilitation. Yi surveyed the examination results and shook her head. The treatment was undoubtedly complex, and the medical expenses would be substantial. Fortunately, she possessed a medical space, ensuring that treatment would be feasible, though the duration remained uncertain. The potion gradually flowed into Ning Hansha's body, stabilizing his vital signs. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi finally let out a sigh of relief, but another life awaited her salvation. Webbing was still at the Grand Tutor's residence. Webbing, a large white dog, had been her companion for many years. The Grand Tutor's residence had not assigned her any maidservants, leaving her with only this dog for companionship. During the frigid winter, devoid of charcoal, she braved the heavy snowfall with Webbing in her arms, which also inspired the dog's name. Yi leapt out of the space and slipped through the back door of the bridal chamber, hastening towards the Grand Tutor's residence. At that moment, within the Grand Tutor's estate, a mournful wail echoed through the main courtyard. As autumn approached, a meal of dog meat was intended to nourish the master. The eldest young lady barely had enough to eat herself, yet she had managed to keep this dog so plump. 2 servants, grumbling and sharpening their knives, had bound the white dog's 4 legs and thrown it onto the ground, where it whimpered. Meanwhile, a middle-aged couple sat inside the house, observing the impending slaughter with smiles on their faces, devoid of any compassion. "It is just right to dispose of this dog," remarked a man in a white robe, feigning righteousness. "Killing it for dog meat soup is perfect." Fortunately, that wretched child Yi did not meet her end under the death sentence. Otherwise, we could not have arranged for her to marry into the War King's residence in place of Xinyo. The speakers were none other than Yi's biological parents, Yin and Zhang Minran. Zhang Minran chuckled. "This is a blessing for our Xinyo. Her fortune is extraordinary. She can dispel the misfortunes plaguing Xinyo." The master foretold that once Xinyo reaches the age of 16, this calamity will have passed. Originally, it was intended that upon reaching the age of 16, Xinyo would no longer serve a purpose, and Yi would simply bestow upon her a title before disposing of her. Little did she anticipate that this final tribulation awaited her here. By shielding Xinyo from this ultimate calamity, whether Yi met her demise at the hands of the War King or was buried alive as a companion in death, it was all destined to be her fate. However, regarding the Emperor, Yin offered her a reassuring glance. Simply assert that Yi harbored affections for the War King and, in a daze, willingly agreed to marry in Xinyo's stead. As the Grand Tutor, the Emperor would most likely only utter a few reproaches. Once the rice is cooked, it cannot be uncooked, and he would not resort to drastic measures. "Now, swiftly eliminate that dog." Yin gestured irritably towards the servant. The servant, obeying the command, lifted the gleaming dagger and approached the white dog, the cold blade inching closer, poised to pierce its neck. Bang! Chapter 4. We make quite the pair. The main gate of the courtyard was kicked open, revealing Yi in the courtyard, clad in a crimson bridal gown, her hair disheveled from her frantic dash. Her face bore the remnants of dried blood, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the underworld. "Release the snow cake," she uttered in a grim tone. The Yi couple within the room were taken aback by her appearance. Had she not gone to the War King's residence to bring good fortune? Yin, seated nonchalantly in the Grand Tutor's chair, waved his hand dismissively. "Pay her no mind. Today, I simply desire dog meat." Upon hearing his command, the servant continued to wield the knife. Yi glared at the 2 individuals across from her, her eyes filled with bitterness. Her parents had lived their lives as a devoted couple, lacking concubines or illegitimate children, yet they had always treated their eldest daughter poorly. "Eat this." Yi Zi unleashed a furious curse and then charged at the two servants with the speed of a 100-meter dash. The medicine she had taken had restored her strength, rendering her no longer feeble as she had been against the two men earlier. With a swift elbow strike, she sent the servant wielding a knife crashing to the ground, the blade clattering away. She rolled and seized the dagger, immediately plunging it into the servant's heart. A spray of blood splattered across her face, her eyes ablaze with fury as she tightened her grip on the dagger and lunged at the next servant, resembling a vengeful deity of death. Seeing this, Yin could no longer remain passive. He hurried to the side of the white dog. Yi Zi, if you do not cease this madness, I shall slay this beast, he declared, the blade of his sword pressed against the dog's throat. Its mouth was bound with cloth, rendering it voiceless, and its white fur stood on end in sheer terror. Yet, its gaze remained fixed on Yi Zi, tears welling in its eyes, as if pleading, "Do not worry about me, master, flee." Yi Zi gripped the dagger tightly, her eyes burning with rage as she glared at Yin. This so-called father was no better than a mere dog, but her resolve did not waver. She thrust the dagger into another servant's neck. Blood seeped from the wound, staining her crimson wedding gown even more vividly, droplets of blood falling rhythmically from her hands. Dare to touch it, and see what happens. Her voice was hoarse, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit demanding retribution. Taken aback by her actions, Yin faltered for a moment. In that instant of distraction, Yi Zi sprinted to his side, and with a powerful kick to his chest, she flipped the dagger in her hand, severing the ropes that bound the snow cake. The creature was liberated, letting out a triumphant howl. Without hesitation, it followed Yi Zi into battle, sinking its teeth into Yin's leg, tearing away a chunk of flesh with a ferocious bite. Aghast cries erupted from Yin as Shuebing spat out a bloodied piece of meat, the crimson fluid staining the fur around its mouth. Yi Zi stepped forward, using her sleeve to wipe its mouth and chided gently, "Shuebing, be a good boy, don't indulge in such filth again." Beep, beep, beep. Just as Yi Zi rescued Shuebing, a notification sounded from the space. The potion delivery was complete, and 857 issued a warning. Treatment completed. The patient is about to awaken. Hearing this, Yi Zi did not linger. She promptly departed from the Grand Tutor's residence, Shuebing in tow. Her fierce demeanor instilled fear throughout the main courtyard, and it was only after her figure vanished that the onlookers reacted. Zhang Min ran, belatedly aware. Stepped forward to support Yin, urging, "Quick, fetch a doctor." Amidst the chaos within the Grand Tutor's estate, Yi Zi stood outside, clutching a bomb, her laughter echoing in the somber autumn night. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurled the bomb into the estate, scattering several throughout its corners. The explosion that ensued was more beautiful than the estate itself. With delicate fingers, she pressed the detonation button without hesitation. Boom! A thunderous roar awakened the slumbering populace of the capital, engulfing the Grand Tutor's residence in flames. The air was filled with screams and cries of astonishment. Even though Yi Zi had distanced herself, she could still feel the tremendous tremor. Calmly, she tapped her ear, "TSK." What a delightful symphony of screams, akin to the popping of corn, crisp and resounding. Ning Hansha lay in bed, and after a brief moment, his eyelids fluttered before his cold, piercing gaze snapped wide open. Sensing the presence of the person beside him, he instinctively reached out to grasp Yi Zi's wrist. Yi Zi suddenly lunged at him, her face pressed against his taut chest. The soft, warm sensation caused Ning Hansha to tense up all over. He forcefully pulled her to his side, finally catching a clear glimpse of her face. Upon seeing Yi Zi's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a flash of disdain. What an unattractive woman! Yi Zi rolled her eyes and produced a small mirror from her sleeve, placing it before him. Take a look at your own reflection before you dare criticize me. Indeed. Ning Hansha's gaze was as cold and piercing as Yi Zi had surmised, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. He stared silently at his own image in the mirror. From the slight twitch of his brows, it was evident that he was quite irked. Before he could voice his questions, Yi Zi introduced herself. "I am Yi Zi, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, and the bride brought to the War King's residence to bring good fortune. I have secretly studied medicine, and it was I who treated you last night. I can heal the toxins within you and mend your injured legs." His condition had indeed been perilous the previous day. When Jiang Huai arrived to treat him, he was on the brink of losing consciousness. As for what transpired after this woman's arrival, he had no recollection. Yet now, his body had certainly regained some strength. His thirst for vengeance remained unquenched. He could not afford to die so easily. Releasing Yi Zi's hand, He regarded her with skepticism. The eldest daughter of the Yi family, frail and timid, you seem quite different from the rumors. Yi tidied her garments and leaped from the bed, reflecting on how her hidden brilliance had been forcibly bound to substitute for a marriage of fortuity. Were she to unleash her true nature and run wild, she feared she would have already become a millennia-old corpse. She attributed her sudden transformation to a deliberate concealment of her talents. Ning Hansha propped himself up on his arm, reclining against the bed as he scrutinized Yi from head to toe. "What are your terms?" he inquired, fully aware that Yi's display of prowess before him was driven by some ulterior motive. Hatred filled her eyes as she softly declared, "Revenge upon every member of the Taifu residence." In her gaze, Ning Hansha discerned a cruelty and animosity akin to his own. Through merely a few exchanged words, they reached a tacit understanding of collaboration, each seeking to fulfill their own objectives. Outside, Scar glanced at the sky, noting the brightness of day. The fate of the prince had been sealed. To avoid witnessing the undesirable, he knocked upon the door. He could already envision the prince lying rigidly upon the bed. With a sigh, he lamented the prince's impending humiliation, a truly tragic end. Upon the door's opening, Scar beheld Ning Hansha, who had been declared beyond salvation. Sitting upright on the bed, what astonished him most was their positioning. The prince, who typically despised the proximity of women, was leaning against the edge of the bed, while Yi stood imposingly at the head, her hands carelessly exploring the prince's form. "Your Highness?" Scar tentatively called out, hearing that familiar voice. He confirmed that the individual upon the bed was indeed Ning Hansha and had not been replaced. He clenched his fist in excitement, exclaiming, "What wonderful news! The prince is safe." As he spoke, he rushed outside to summon the individuals who Ning Hansha wished to see. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced repeatedly, unsure of what he was witnessing. After numerous attempts, he confirmed that Yi's hand was resting on Ning Hansha's chest, and astonishingly, Ning Hansha did not rebuff her. Rather, he appeared to be enjoying the moment. Scarface was taken aback, his faith in life shaken. He mused that while the prince's body had recovered, his mind seemed dubious. He resolved to have Jiang, the physician, thoroughly examine the prince's mental state, questioning whether it had become impaired. Once Scarface departed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Yi playfully poked Ning Hansha's chest a few times, stating, "I have already massaged your internal injuries. Refrain from engaging in combat for the next few days, or you shall face dire consequences." As she spoke, she twisted his chest lightly, proclaiming, "All done." However, as fate would have it, she inadvertently twisted it awkwardly. Ning Hansha's brow furrowed as he meticulously straightened his attire, his fists pressing against the bed frame. Was it necessary to manipulate that particular spot during treatment? This woman, was she doing it on purpose? With a crack, the sound of splintering would echoed. Ning Hansha's force was so great that he had inadvertently collapsed the bed frame. Yi, hearing the noise, couldn't suppress a mischievous smile. This was indeed intentional. She was known for holding grudges. After all, this man had just caused her considerable pain. She clapped her hands and called out, "Bring forth the breakfast." Responding to her summons, the servants cautiously approached the main courtyard. Their purpose was not to attend to Yi, but rather to ascertain whether Ning Hansha was still alive. If he had perished, there would be no need for Yi to partake in breakfast. She could set forth on her journey without delay. When they finally discerned the figure of Ning Hansha, they were initially taken aback, quickly followed by a wave of joy. The prince was alive. The act of marrying to bring good fortune truly bore fruit. The news of Ning Hansha's safe survival swiftly spread throughout the residence of the War King. The servants, who had previously held disdain for the unattractive Princess Yi, instantly transformed their sentiments. Of course, the incident of the wedding night resulting in a collapsed bed also circulated widely. He pushed his wheelchair outside, and before departing, uttered, "From now on, you shall reside in the main courtyard. As for other matters, manage them as you see fit." A smile graced Yi's face. Very well. The task was simple, and with no further ado, Ning Hansha's icy demeanor was indeed to her liking. Not long after Ning Hansha's departure, a middle-aged man arrived at the main courtyard bearing a table of breakfast. He bowed respectfully, stating, "This humble servant, Zhang Ming, greets the princess. I am responsible for the miscellaneous affairs of the estate. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure they are fulfilled." He presented the breakfast prepared by the kitchen, inquiring, "Does this suit your palate? If not, I shall promptly instruct the kitchen to prepare something anew." Yi cast a glance at the breakfast spread before her: red date and walnut porridge, red bean buns, crab meat congee, egg pancakes. a delightful array of over a dozen dishes. Her lips twitched. Such delectable offerings were unseen during her years at the Grand Tutor's residence. Life at the War King's estate was indeed far superior to that at the Grand Tutor's. Most importantly, there were no concubines here. Her daily endeavors consisted of indulging in food, drink, and merriment, while casually attending to Ning Hansha's ailments. Truly a joyous existence. This role of substituting for a bride to bring good fortune was rather delightful. She nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Thank you, Butler Zhang. I truly enjoy this breakfast." Butler Zhang beamed with delight, replying, "It is wonderful to hear that the princess is pleased. Since your marriage, you have not had a maidservant to accompany you. I shall send a few maidens for you to select suitable ones to take to the palace." Upon hearing this, Yi remembered that, according to royal customs, she was to enter the palace to express her gratitude the day following her marriage to Ning Hansha. Moreover, given Ning Hansha's peculiar circumstances, the emperor and empress would certainly summon them. Representing the war prince's residence, she realized that her attire must be changed. She could not appear as she had at the Grand Tutor's estate. Without at least one maidservant to assist her with the cumbersome garments, she would indeed struggle. Butler Zhang took his leave, and at that moment, in another part of the study, Ning Hansha sat in the main seat. Listening to the report from the man with the scar regarding the events of the previous day, he raised an eyebrow, remarking, "To wring the neck of a rooster. Such audacity. Jiang Huai, it seems your reputation as a divine physician may need reassessment." He glanced at the white-clad man beside him, who held a white fan and bore a gentle smile. "Is that so?" The man stepped forward to take Ning Hansha's pulse, but as he did so, the smile vanished from his face. How can this be? Yesterday, he had diagnosed Ning Hansha as beyond remedy, and he had immediately set out to seek his reclusive master in hopes of saving Ning Hansha's life. To his astonishment, he had heard halfway through his journey that Ning Hansha had miraculously survived. He had initially thought that some potent medicine had merely sustained Ning Hansha's life, and he possessed the formula for such a concoction. Upon examining the pulse, he discovered that not only had the poison within Ning Hansha ceased to spread, but it had also diminished. He gazed at Ning Hansha in astonishment, inquiring whether it was the comforting princess who had administered the treatment. Such medical prowess is rare in the realm. How could a timid young lady of a prominent family possess such remarkable skills? His master, who cherishes talent, would surely rush forth to claim such a prodigy upon learning of her existence. Xuebing, newly arrived in this environment, curiously sniffed around the courtyard. Yi observed the drooping tail of Xuebing, noting that it hardly resembled an ordinary dog. Instead, it bore a striking resemblance to a wolf. Yet, whether it was a wolf or a dog mattered little, for the servants of the Battle King's residence would not mistreat Xuebing as that scoundrel Yin had. As fate would have it, Steward Zhang arrived in the courtyard accompanied by several maidens. "My lady, the girls have been brought," he announced. Yi surveyed the row of maidens before her, all appearing to be around 15 or 16, timidly lowering their heads as they awaited her selection. Upon reaching the last two maidens, who bore a striking resemblance to one another, she scrutinized them for an extended period. "Twin sisters? I shall choose both of you. What are your names?" Yi declared her decision. While the others stood anxiously awaiting their fate, these two stepped forward, their eyes shining with anticipation as they regarded her. They dared to seize the opportunity to change their destinies. Having endured immense suffering at the Grand Tutor's residence, she was determined to fight back in the days to come. And thus, her attendants must be equally bold and assertive. The two maidens, though unremarkable in appearance, possessed remarkably resolute gazes. One of the coolly composed women, with her hair adorned with a wooden hairpin, spoke up, "I am Li, your servant, and this is my elder sister," with her hair bound by a crimson ribbon. A charming young woman spoke up, "I am Xiangli, your younger sister." Yi chuckled lightly. "How amusing that both your names are derived from fruits." Upon hearing this, the two sisters exchanged glances, their expression shifting to one of unspoken concern. Yi chose not to delve deeper but continued, "As long as your loyalty remains steadfast, I shall overlook everything else. Should you betray me, I will ensure you comprehend the true meaning of despair." The sisters immediately knelt, expressing their gratitude. "We understand. Thank you for your consideration, princess." Just as Yi finalized her selection of companions, a voice from outside announced, "Princess, Master Hua requests your presence in the palace." Chapter 6. The heartless big bad wolf. Yi promptly instructed the two maids, "Prepare a suitable outfit for me. As long as it is not inappropriate, I am satisfied." Steward Zhang had already anticipated her needs and had prepared several garments and feminine accessories. Li Ji and Xiang Li adeptly assisted Yi Zi in her adornment, the vibrant red gown accentuating her figure beautifully, concealing her modest bosom while emphasizing her slender waist. Yi Zi reached to touch her chest, inspecting it carefully before nodding in satisfaction. Merely a result of nutritional deficiency, not a pathological issue. There remains a chance for development. In her previous life, her ability to undertake multiple tasks was attributed to her versatile makeup skills and devilishly alluring figure. Now, having arrived in this realm, she found herself with an indistinct, flat silhouette, and she refused to remain passive. Her body was her own to shape. A well-developed physique was her prerogative. This motion caused Li Ji and Xiang Li, standing nearby, to blush with embarrassment. The two individuals mused to themselves about the formidable nature of the new princess, which explained the rumors circulating within the estate. Yi Zi paid little heed to their peculiar demeanor and proceeded to exit the main courtyard. To her astonishment, upon reaching the entrance, she found him already seated in the carriage, awaiting her arrival. The carriage he occupied was significantly larger than a standard one, accommodating his wheelchair while providing ample space for her and her companions. The curtain of the carriage was partially lifted, allowing a blurred glimpse of Ning Hansha's figure. The elderly eunuch who had escorted her to the Wang's residence the previous day wore a broad smile as he addressed her. "Princess, please step aboard. The Taifu's residence encountered unexpected turmoil yesterday, and everyone is now at the palace." Yi Zi nodded and entered the carriage, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Hua." She understood that Master Hua was subtly reminding her of the lurking dangers within the palace, urging her to exercise caution. With a cheerful demeanor, Master Hua followed her closely, remarking, "Your Highness is too kind." Master Hua reflected on the situation. Although this princess had come as a substitute bride to bring fortune, she had undeniably awakened the warlord from his stupor. The warlord was the backbone of the great Qing dynasty, the emperor's most cherished son, and the only prince to be conferred a title before marriage. As long as Yi Zi refrained from treason, a life of opulence and splendor was assured for her. More importantly, judging by the warlord's demeanor, he seemed quite pleased with this princess. Historically, his temper had been notorious. Any woman encroaching within a yard of him would be unceremoniously ejected. Any attempt to touch him would result in severe consequences. There was once a woman who dared to invade his bed in the dead of night. That very evening, the warlord summoned 7 wolves to the residence, each leaving with bloodied maws. In the capital, whispers abound regarding the Blood Prince, known for his insatiable thirst for bloodshed. Rumored to suffer from a peculiar ailment that leaves him unsatisfied unless he witnesses bloodshed. He is ominously referred to as the blood demon of the 7 wolves. This reputation explains the absence of any concubines in the prince's residence. Those who dare approach the blood demon meet their demise. However, Yi Zi shares a carriage with the Blood Prince, and the rumors surrounding their association suggest that she is indeed an exception in his life. Thus, it is imperative for her to grasp tightly onto this golden opportunity. As the carriage glided towards the palace, the esteemed eunuch Hua muttered under his breath. Within the opulent carriage of Ning Hansha, a lavishly soft woolen blanket lined the seats, and the steady movement of the vehicle allowed Yi Zi to doze off for a brief moment. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, causing her head to collide with the window frame. Rubbing her forehead, she glanced outside to find that they had traversed the bustling streets and reached a narrow path leading to the imperial palace. Yet, their passage was obstructed by another carriage, positioned in a rather domineering manner. The opposing vehicle was deliberately placed across the road, blocking the way for the Blood Prince's carriage. Curious, Yi Zi leaned out for a better view. Although the other carriage was not as spacious as the Blood Prince's, it was crafted from fine timber, indicating that its occupants were not of ordinary status. Given that this road primarily served those bound for the palace, it was likely that its users belonged to the royal lineage. As anticipated, the curtain of the opposing carriage was drawn back, revealing a familiar visage, Ning Shang, the second prince of the current dynasty, who had once captured Yi Zi's affections. In her attempts to win his favor, she had bestowed upon him fragrant sachets and delicacies, attended to him dutifully, and even polished his shoes in front of an audience. Ning Shang never outright rejected Yi Zi. Instead, he reveled in finding ways to humiliate her. After she polished his shoes, he would spit at her, relishing the admiration she harbored for him, even though he held her in utter disdain. He derived immense satisfaction from witnessing her kneel before him, begging in a pitiful manner, which greatly fed his vanity. For years, Yi Zi endured humiliation while secretly loving him. Now, having married into the War King's household to bring joy, upon seeing the royal carriage, Ning Shang seized the opportunity to belittle her. Yi scrutinized Ning Shang. Adorned in a regal purple robe, his handsome features accentuated by an air of flamboyance and defiance. He resembled a fiery spirit, exuding an intoxicating allure. This unruly man symbolized freedom and rebellion, ideals Yi yearned for while trapped in the suffocating confines of the Grand Tutor's residence. Strictly speaking, it was not Ning Shang the person that captivated her, but rather the audacity he embodied, as she longed to escape the bleak existence in the Grand Tutor's estate. Alas, Ning Shang cast Yi into a darker abyss. Those who trample upon the sincere hearts of others must face consequences. Now that Ning Shang had inadvertently placed himself within her reach, she would not hold back. With unabashed boldness, Yi retorted, "Good dogs don't block the way. What wild mutt dares to obstruct my path?" Ning Shang, seated in the carriage opposite her, momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by her words. He could hardly believe that Yi had the audacity to speak thus, staring incredulously at her carriage. He recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to the frail Yi of the Grand Tutor's residence, whose whispers had once been softer than a kitten's mew. Yet now, her voice resonated with strength and a remarkable defiance. Unlike the timorous and meek Yi, he was entirely unrelated. After a brief moment of astonishment, he spoke. "Yi, it has been some days since we last met. How have you been?" His voice possessed a magnetic allure, reminiscent of a beguiling enchantress. Ning Shang awaited Yi's capitulation with unwavering confidence. In the past, even a slight improvement in his tone would elicit profound gratitude from Yi, who would respond as though bestowed with a monumental gift, adopting a most humble demeanor to appease him. However, this time Ning Shang miscalculated. The current Yi was no longer the innocent little rabbit of yore, but had transformed into a formidable wolf, devoid of compassion. Chapter 7. A violent encounter with the second prince. Yi scoffed. Everything was perfectly well until the barking disrupted my peace. Across from her, Ning Shang fell silent in the carriage. Yi coldly instructed the scarred driver, "Proceed without delay. We must not squander the time for paying respects to the emperor and empress. If we encounter any filthy obstructions, simply trample them." The scarred driver immediately obeyed Yi's command, urging the horses forward with a strike to their flanks. Although he typically adhered solely to the commands of the prince, the incessant annoyance of the second prince, who paraded about like a gaudy peacock, spurred him to comply with Yi's orders. Yet, this did not signify his endorsement of her. He was a man of firm principles. The driver's actions propelled the warlord's carriage forward, while Ning Hansha's carriage was crafted by skilled artisans, spacious and remarkably resilient, designed to safeguard his well-being to the utmost. Thus, Ning Shang's carriage was no match for it. The carriage belonging to Ning Shang was struck twice, emitting a sharp cracking sound. In an instant, Ning Shang was filled with urgency. He leaped from his carriage and confronted Yi, rebuking her. "Yi, how dare you command your servant to damage my carriage?" Inside her carriage, Yi let out a derisive laugh. "You are mistaken. I did not merely collide with your carriage. I intend to take you down as well. Crush him," Yi commanded fiercely to Scarface. Scarface immediately felt exhilarated. Yes, he mused to himself. Yi's temperament was entirely different from the rumors. She was truly refreshing. He suddenly found himself admiring Yi. Such audacity was indeed rare. Moreover, she had miraculously revived the prince, leading Scarface to reconsider her worth. The rumors circulating outside were indeed unreliable. One must see to believe. Scarface, filled with excitement, urged the horses forward towards Ning Shang. A smile curled at the corners of Yi's mouth. Even in the face of the current prince, Scarface showed no fear, truly worthy of his name. As Ning Shang saw the majestic horse charging towards him, he swiftly evaded the oncoming beast. The sudden movement left his robes in disarray and his hair slightly tousled. His face flushed with anger, he began to curse vehemently. "Yi, I have granted you a modicum of respect, yet you truly overestimate your own significance? Have you forgotten how you once sought my favor? Do not presume that marrying my crippled brother will elevate your status. He will never inherit the throne. Both you and he shall one day kneel at my feet in submission. If you are wise, come forth and kneel before me, cleaning the soles of my shoes. Otherwise, when you come to plead for mercy in the future, I shall show you no leniency." Ning Shang exuded an overwhelming arrogance, for he was certain that only Yi occupied the carriage. His royal brother's temperament and health rendered him incapable of entering the palace. With Yi alone, He felt free to toy with her at will, kneeling to lick the soles of his shoes. Ah, what a splendid notion. Inside the carriage, Yi Zi's expression darkened, her silver needles and poison poised and ready. With a sudden leap, she burst forth from the carriage. Although she had never lost a verbal altercation, life was not a mere debate. Rather than engage in a war of words, she would rather strike her opponent down. Upon witnessing Yi Zi's emergence, Ning Shang's face lit up with a smug grin. This woman had just feigned power, but now her true self was laid bare. He raised himself on tiptoe, haughtily awaiting Yi Zi to grovel at his feet. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Zi's figure flickered and merely lingered beside him for a fleeting moment. Before he could even discern her features, she had already retreated to face him. You. Ning Shang began to hurl insults, but was abruptly seized by a piercing pain in his chest. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of black blood, his legs trembling and unsteady beneath him. Yi Zi, with a look of disdain, deftly avoided the blood he had spat, and then surged forward, delivering a kick to his calf. Bang! Ning Shang fell to the ground in a disheveled heap, attempting to summon his internal energy to rise. But the more he exerted himself, the greater his agony became. The pain coursed through him, making him tremble, leaving him utterly powerless. After feebly struggling for a moment, a sudden ache surged through his head. His face was pressed into the ground, causing him to grimace in pain. From his sideways glance, he could see Yi Zi, that wretched woman, triumphantly stepping on his head. Wretched girl, release this king. Upon hearing his furious roar, Yi Zi did not relent. Instead, she intensified the pressure of her foot. She forcefully ground his face into the ground, causing his handsome visage to be cruelly scraped against the earth, leaving numerous crimson marks upon his delicate skin. At merely 50 years of age, the emperor was still in his prime, yet the second prince incessantly spoke of seizing the throne. Was he, then, casting a curse upon the emperor's life? Or was it that the second prince not only wished ill upon the emperor but had indeed taken covert actions against him? Would he soon take matters into his own hands to claim the emperor's life for himself? Ning Shang, pinned beneath the weight of Yi Zi's foot, felt a surge of panic at her words. Yi Zi, do not slander me, he exclaimed. He was acutely aware that beside Yi Zi's carriage stood the ever-watchful eunuch Hua, who served his father. His prior remarks had merely been intended to humiliate Ning Hansha. This wretched woman, Yi Zi, had truly become a master of sowing discord. It seemed her recent marriage into the War King's residence had transformed her entirely. Before Ning Shang could find a suitable retort, Yi Zi pressed her foot down harder against his face, grinding it further into the ground. Slander you? The emperor has 7 sons and 3 daughters. Aside from my 5th brother, Ning Hansha, there remain 9 others. How can you be so certain of your claim to the throne? Unless, of course, you harbor ulterior motives. Ning Shang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Zi, not granting him the opportunity to respond, shifted her foot from his head to his mouth. His protests were rendered mute. All he could manage was a muffled whimper. I never anticipated your preferences would be so peculiar, revealing such tastes. Indeed, I neglected to mention that this morning I inadvertently stepped into dog excrement and have yet to change my shoes. Ugh! Ning Shang's mouth ached profusely, and upon hearing Yi Zi's words, he was instantly engulfed by a foul stench. He felt the urge to retch, yet found his mouth firmly restrained under Yi Zi's foot. His stomach convulsed, yearning to expel its contents but to no avail. In a moment of kindness, Yi Zi removed her foot, only to place it upon his abdomen. Can't expel it? Allow me to assist you. Ugh! With that forceful step from Yi Zi, Ning Shang was finally able to vomit. However, this resulted in his already regurgitated matter becoming lodged within him. Whimpering in discomfort, Ning Shang's eyes reddened from the strain. Gulp! With no other recourse, he was compelled to swallow the vomit whole, a motion that only served to further nauseate him. Once again, he felt the urge to vomit. Chapter 8. Extracting 3 teeth from him. Ning Hansha, even in his crippled state, is not someone you can disparage with impunity, nor am I someone you can foolishly command. Mind your tongue, or else it may cost you your life. Outside the carriage, the scarred man stood frozen in disbelief. Yi Zi had subdued the second prince, Ning Shang. The speed with which she had leapt from the carriage was astonishing, considering she was devoid of any internal power. Most importantly, he hadn't even witnessed how she had administered the poison. By the time he comprehended the scene, Ning Shang had already collapsed. He stared at Yi Zi in shock, repeating her name. Yi, princess. He had initially presumed that Yi Zi's ability to rouse the prince was merely a stroke of luck or some other trickery. However, given the current circumstances, She is undeniably a woman of true capability. Based on Yi Zi's prior reputation, he is, in fact, reluctant to acknowledge her as a princess. With the prince's status and physical condition, it is not just a matter of finding a formidable princess. She must at least not hinder the prince's progress. He envisions a future princess as a woman who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the prince. Naturally, this cannot be someone like Yi Zi, who is frail and timid. He not only believes that Yi Zi is suitable for the prince, but he even feels that the prince might not be worthy of her. Aside from a few flaws in her appearance, Yi Zi possesses exceptional qualities. The prince's visage, marred by the effects of poison, bears many scars. And he is also poisoned and disabled. In this regard, the prince is the one who aspires to reach her level. As the scarred man pondered this further, he became increasingly convinced of Yi Zi's prowess and quickly shook his head to dispel these errant thoughts. After all, he is a man loyal to the prince. How could he betray him? This prince requires 3 of your teeth, Ning Han commanded coldly. Ning Shang, who lay on the ground, trembled in terror upon hearing the low voice from the carriage. 5th brother, you. He could hardly believe that his fearsome 5th brother was in the carriage. This meant that everything he had said had been overheard by Ning Han. Struggling against his nausea, Ning Shang pleaded for mercy. 5th brother, allow me to explain as the 2nd brother. Before he could finish, bang, bang, bang. The scarred man's fist connected with his mouth, rendering Ning Shang utterly defenseless against Yi Zi's blows. Thus, the scarred man effortlessly delivered 3 punches. 1 punch, 1 tooth. Thud, thud, thud. 3 pristine teeth fell to the ground, and in an instant, Ning Shang's mouth was filled with blood. Awoo. The words of Ning Shang escaped him like the wind, rendering him incapable of uttering a complete sentence. Inside the carriage, Ning Hansha, upon hearing his pleas for mercy, suddenly flung 3 throwing darts from his sleeve. Though seated within the carriage, his aim remained unperturbed. With a soft thud, the darts embedded themselves into Ning Shang's legs. Following this commotion, Yi Zi found herself devoid of any inclination to sleep, and she exchanged glances with Ning Hansha, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She observed him with a smile at the corners of her eyes, recognizing the striking prowess he exhibited even in blind shooting. His formidable demeanor, protective of his wife, exuded an undeniable masculinity. Although they were not a couple bound by genuine affection, his charm was more than sufficient. Ning Hansha's expression bore a hint of discomfort. He was acutely aware of the tangled past between Yi Zi and Ning Shang. He was taken aback by her decisive severance from Ning Shang and her fierce retribution on his behalf. Most notably, the endearment she had used, my 5th, was a term he had only ever heard from his mother when she was alive, stirring an inexplicable warmth within him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he remarked, "Ahem, we've arrived." Yi Zi nodded briskly and leaped from the carriage, while Scar carefully maneuvered Ning Hansha's wheelchair beside the carriage, allowing him to transfer directly into it. He was the sole individual permitted to ride into the palace by carriage. All others were required to disembark and proceed on foot upon reaching the palace gates. As the carriage navigated the narrow pathways within the palace, it was necessary to switch to the wheelchair. Yi Zi, by association, benefited from his privilege, taking over from Scar to personally push him towards the palace. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous palace attendants. Even before laying eyes on Ning Hansha, the mere sound of his wheelchair rolling caused them to prostrate themselves in fear. Yi Zi's lips twitched. Was this man truly so terrifying? The attendants reacted as if they had encountered a specter. Yet, she found this cold, aloof man rather endearing, especially when he was irate yet powerless to act against her. As they approached the tranquil hall where the emperor resided, a cry pierced the air. Someone quickly summon the imperial physician. The 7th prince has fainted. Chapter 9. Artificial respiration. Scarface stepped forward to investigate, reporting, "Your Highness, Your Grace. The 7th prince has collapsed in the palace corridor." It was well known that the 2nd daughter of the Yi family, Yi Xinyo, was both beautiful and kind-hearted, regularly distributing porridge to the impoverished. In contrast, the eldest daughter was a feckless Thysic, timid and bothersome, draining the family's resources. She was infamous as the family's burden. A burden, indeed? Yi Zi scoffed. She was more akin to a formidable tractor. Not only did she intend to take revenge on the Yi Taifu's family, but she also aspired to redeem her reputation and expose the hypocritical facades of everyone in the Yi family. Yi, tractor. Zi would soar above all. Scarface stared at Yi Zi in astonishment, turning to Ning Hansha for clarification. "Your Highness, Your Grace, this." Ning Hansha raised an eyebrow. "Your Grace?" I recall, you were quite displeased with Yi Zi's intention to bring good fortune, were you not? Ning Hansha directly unveiled the changes in Scarface, who had been by his side for many years. No one can easily earn Scar's acknowledgement, yet, in just a single day, Scar's impression of Yi Zi transformed. This woman is indeed formidable. Scar felt somewhat embarrassed. He was aware that his change of heart was rather abrupt, but, one must admit, Yi Zi possesses considerable skill. Scar understood Ning Hansha well when the prince ordered him to knock out 3 of Ning Shang's teeth. It was not due to Ning Shang's insult towards the prince's disability. Rather, it stemmed from the foul words Ning Shang had directed at Yi Zi. Ning Hansha chose not to expose Scar further, instead fixing his intense gaze upon Yi Zi's retreating figure, tacitly approving her act of saving a life. Yi Zi rushed to the flustered old nurse and the collapsed 7th prince, inquiring, "How old is the patient? What were the symptoms that preceded the episode? Does he have any prior medical history?" The wailing old nurse, upon seeing Yi Zi's scarred face, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. "Speak," Yi Zi commanded sharply, while she checked the 7th prince's pulse and ensured there were no obstructions in his mouth or nose. The old nurse, startled by the outburst, quickly regained her senses and replied, "He is 8 years old, has had a heart condition since childhood, and suddenly collapsed in convulsions." The old nurse was unaware of Yi Zi's true identity, and with the royal physician yet to arrive, she felt compelled to gamble on this desperate situation. If the 7th prince were to perish, her own life would be at stake. Moreover, noticing Yi Zi's distinguished attire, she speculated that she might not be an ordinary person and perhaps could truly save the 7th prince. After hearing the old nurse's account and conducting her preliminary examination, Yi Zi deduced that it was a case of sudden cardiac arrest. The palace was never short of onlookers, and by now, a crowd had gathered around Yi Zi. The palace servants attending the 7th prince, along with passing concubines, formed a dense crowd, effectively surrounding him. Yi Zi looked up at Scar and commanded, "Mimi, disperse the crowd and create some space." Without allowing Scar a moment to refuse or inquire, she began tugging at the 7th prince's collar and belt, swiftly initiating chest compressions. Scar, bewildered, thought Mimi? My name is Scar. The fearsome Scar with a long scar across my face. Yet Yi Zi had audaciously called him Mimi. Before Scar could erupt in fury, Ning Hansha shot him a glance, urging him to comply with Yi Zi's instructions. Silently, Scar began to clear the crowd. "Step aside. Delaying the rescue will incur our Lord's wrath." The mention of Lord, combined with the nearby wheelchair, quickly revealed Ning Hansha's identity to the onlookers. They retreated in unison, their movements swift and coordinated. Were it anyone else, they might have dawdled, but this was none other than the blood demon, the 7 wolves. Simultaneously, the crowd recognized Yi Zi's identity as well. The scar on her face, along with her entrance into the palace alongside the War King, indicated that she was none other than the one sent by the Yi family for the purpose of marriage to bring joy. The news of Yi Zi being a substitute bride had spread throughout the palace earlier that morning. The elderly matron attending the 7th prince panicked upon realizing who Yi Zi was. How could a frail girl like her possibly save the 7th prince? She had never heard of Yi Zi possessing any medical skills. What if she inadvertently caused his demise? However, Yi Zi had already taken action, and it was too late for the matron to intervene. Once the crowd dispersed, Yi Zi beckoned to Scar again. "Mimi, come here," and blow into his mouth. With a face marked by scars, he was filled with perplexity. He had indeed heard of the method of reviving someone who had drowned by breathing into their mouth. But why was it necessary for the 7th prince to faint and require such resuscitation? Moreover, why should he be the one to perform such an intimate act? Was his mouth merely an object for casual kissing? This task was evidently assigned to Yi Zi, and even more troubling was the fact that she had called him Mimi. His previously favorable impression of her had deteriorated in an instant. How could a grown man be addressed in such a childish manner? Yi Zi furrowed her brow, contemplating whether she should take over the task. It was not out of the question. As she leaned closer to the 7th prince's lips, she reminded herself that as a healer, she could set aside her reservations. Yet, considering that this body was still recuperating, and after dealing with Ning Shang, she had already exhausted considerable energy with the external chest compressions. The thought of performing artificial respiration made her wary of fainting herself. With a stern expression, the scarred man reluctantly stepped forward. "I shall do it then." Did he dare to refuse? Had he not noticed the murderous intent flickering in the prince's gaze? Following Yi Zi's instructions, he took a deep breath and blew several gusts of air into the 7th prince's mouth. That should suffice. Yi Zi pushed him aside and swiftly plunged a silver needle from her sleeve into the seventh prince's body. The scarred man grimaced as he rose, feeling discarded. Realizing that Yi Zi was just as indifferent as the prince. Before Yi Zi could utter another word, a startled voice rang out. "Sister, what are you doing?" The voice belonged to a girl whose delicate face appeared as pure as jade. Her finely featured countenance, adorned with a flowing white dress, made her resemble the mythical figure of radiant beauty. The person who arrived was Yi Zi's second sister, Yi Xinu. Originally intended to be the bride who would bring fortune to Ning Hansha. Yi Xinu was also well-versed in the healing arts and had previously accompanied Yi Zi to procure medicinal herbs. It was she who had purchased the toxic medicine, yet it was Yi Zi who fell victim to its effects. Now, Yi Xinu was casting all aspersions upon her, ostensibly to inform everyone that Yi Zi was utterly incompetent in medicine and might very well be the cause of the seventh prince's demise. As anticipated, the crowd immediately regarded Yi Zi with expressions of horror upon hearing these words. Good heavens! Having purchased poisonous medicine, yet daring to practice healing. What a quack indeed! The most agitated was the old matron attending to the seventh prince. With tears streaming down her face, she lamented, "Oh, Miss Yi, what business do you have meddling in medicine if you lack knowledge? If anything were to happen to the seventh prince, how could I possibly explain it to Lady Qi?" Yu Xinu seized the moment to play the role of the benevolent savior. "Do not fret, matron, allow me to take a look." She approached the seventh prince with dainty steps. However, to her astonishment, before she could draw near, the seventh prince suddenly opened his eyes. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? Ah, a ghost. The seventh prince let out a sudden scream. Yi Xinu, taken aback by his awakening, was astonished that Yi Zi had indeed managed to revive him. But so what? Yi Zi's face bore scars and various injuries, resembling a malevolent spirit. Just look at how terrified the seventh prince had become. Yi Xinu spoke in the gentlest tone to reassure him. "Do not be afraid, Your Highness. My sister merely has an unfortunate appearance. She is not a ghost." She reached out her hand, intending to grasp the small hand of the seventh prince, but to her astonishment, he kicked her fiercely, sending her sprawling to the ground. "You ghost, stay away from me," he exclaimed. "The ghost I refer to is you. Dressed in white during the day, with hair disheveled, what else could you be but a specter?" Stunned by the force of the kick, Yi Xinyo momentarily forgot the pain of her fall. Today, she had deliberately adorned herself in a white gown, her hair merely tied back with a white ribbon, aiming to project an image of delicate vulnerability to elicit sympathy from the emperor. She hoped this would prevent him from punishing her for the arranged marriage. Yet, to her dismay, the seventh prince had likened her to a ghost. Her face, so exquisitely refined, was in stark contrast to Yi Zi's scarred visage. It was evident that Yi Zi was the true specter. Had the seventh prince lost his senses? Yi Zi, with a beaming smile, glanced at the seventh prince, a small child with eyes as bright as black grapes. Dressed in a blue robe, he appeared adorably like a miniature figurine. This little rascal had truly won Yi Zi's heart. What a splendid move. She gently assisted the seventh prince to his feet, then cast a sidelong glance at the fallen Yi Xinyo. "Sister, have you forgotten? It was you who chose that apothecary, and you who brewed the potion. You merely asked me to test its efficacy. Who would have thought that it was laced with poison, rendering me unconscious for several days? Now, you bring it up as if to clear my name? My dear sister, you truly are a benevolent soul." Yi Zi deliberately emphasized the words benevolent soul. Did Yi Xinyo wish to tarnish her reputation? Then let her suffer the consequences of her own machinations. The onlookers, like fickle-minded spectators, immediately began to cast aspersions upon Yi Xinyo upon hearing those words. It turned out that she was the true quack, having previously attempted to diagnose the seventh prince. How audacious she was, almost leading us to misjudge the young lady of the Yi family. Yi Xinyo quickly shot a glance at Yi Xiaoxiao, who, clad in a delicate yellow skirt and petite in stature, sprang forth to point an accusatory finger at Yi Zi. "Isn't it true that my second sister went to procure medicine solely to aid you in your ailment? Who would have thought she would fall victim to the unscrupulous shopkeeper? You truly are like a dog biting El Dombin, unable to recognize a kind heart." Yu Xiaoxiao, the third daughter of the Yi family and an ally of Yi Xinyo, had just come of age but was not only diminutive in height but also limited in intellect, lacking the cunning of her elder sister. Often used as a pawn in conflicts, Yi Xinyo maintained an image of a virtuous flower in public, leaving the tasks of verbal sparring, quarrels, and brawls to her younger sister. In essence, Yi Xiaoxiao was merely the frontline cannon fodder. Yi Zi stepped forward, Closing the distance to Yi Xiaoxiao. Have you ever encountered a case where the more one treats, the worse it becomes? I was nearly bedridden. Tell me, is it the shopkeeper's villainy or the quackess? With that remark, she laid the blame for her own frail health, plagued by chronic illness, squarely upon Yi Xinyo. Yi Xiaoxiao, indignant, pointed at Yi Zi. You speak nonsense. My second sister is no quack. She has studied medical texts. Yi Zi scoffed. Oh? So you were self-taught. If merely flipping through a medical book qualifies one as a physician, then everyone would be a doctor. You. Yi Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless with rage, extending her hand to push Yi Zi. You ugly creature. Do not speak nonsense. Yi Zi deftly sidestepped Yi Xiaoxiao's shove, then calmly extended a leg, causing the moving Yi Xiaoxiao to trip and fall unceremoniously. Yi Xiaoxiao landed on the ground, her delicate palms scraped and wounded, her frail little face contorting in agony. Yi Zi, you hit me, she wailed. Yi Zi chuckled lightly. Ha ha, are you flustered? Did I hit the nail on the head? The gazes of the crowd flitted back and forth between Yi Zi and Yi Xinyo. It was said that the eldest daughter of the Yi family had been ailing, consuming a considerable fortune on medical treatments. Yet, what ailment could persist for so many years? In my opinion, the issue might lie with the physician. The murmurs of the onlookers rendered Yi Xinyo's complexion increasingly grim. She fixed a venomous glare upon Yi Zi. In the past, Yi Zi would typically lower her head and remain silent in such situations. No matter what was said, Yi Zi would not retort. But now, this wretched girl was skillfully shifting all blame onto her. The reputation she had painstakingly cultivated was beginning to crumble. Yi Xiaoxiao, with her lack of wits, was no match for Yi Zi and could only exacerbate the situation. She could not allow this to continue. Yi Xinyo stepped forward and spoke softly. Elder sister, I truly regret the matter of the wrong medicine. Yet, your ability to stand here suggests that my treatment still holds some merit, does it not? Yi Zi rolled her eyes in response. You certainly have a talent for self-aggrandizement. I have become adept in medicine through prolonged illness. Yesterday, I entered the residence of the War King and acquired a considerable quantity of fine medicinal herbs, which allows me to stand here alive. Am I not correct, Your Highness? As Yi Zi spoke, she cast a glance towards Ning Hansha, who awaited not far away. Her words served to inform all present of her sudden understanding of medical arts and the reasons for her physical recovery. Yi Xinyo, following Yi Zi's gaze, looked towards Ning Hansha. Today, he had not obscured his countenance, revealing a face marred with dark crimson scars. Coupled with his shadowed gaze, Yi Xinyo shuddered. This man is terrifying. He resembles a demon. Thankfully, she had not married him. Otherwise, the sight of his visage would be torment enough. Moreover, Yi Zi had fortuitously awakened the War King last night, enabling her entrance into the palace today. Noticing Yi Xinyo's stare, Ning Hansha irritably maneuvered his wheelchair. Click, click, click. With a cacophony, 2 stones, each the size of a fist, struck Yi Xinyo squarely in the eyes, leaving her with dark bruises. I'm not blind. This is truly filthy. Ning Hansha's wheelchair was specially crafted, containing multiple mechanisms and concealed weapons. Upon uttering these words, everyone comprehended that the War King affirmed Yi Zi's claims, having witnessed them firsthand. Meanwhile, Yi Xinyo feigned innocence, thus soiling his vision. Why must the War King humiliate a frail woman such as myself? She wept, covering her eyes. She lamented her fate, questioning why she was the target when even an eyesore like Yi Zi had not faced punishment. Elated, Yi Zi approached Ning Hansha, pushing his wheelchair towards the tranquil heart palace. In my household, the prince typically refrains from personally striking women, unless the target is not human. Do you comprehend, second sister? With that, she urged Ning Hansha to pay respects to the emperor and empress. Chapter 11. Reporting the grievance, Yi Xinyo trembled with rage upon hearing Yi Zi's words. That wretched girl dared to insult her humanity. Yet the pain in her eyes was so excruciating that tears streamed down her face, leaving her unable to engage in a war of words with Yi Zi. With Yi Xiaoxiao's assistance, she could only withdraw. Meanwhile, within the tranquil hall, the emperor and empress sat in anticipation, having received news of Ning Hansha's safe return. However, until they beheld him with their own eyes, their anxious hearts could not find solace. With the sound of wheels rolling, Yi Zi and Ning Hansha entered the hall, prompting the emperor to rise in excitement. Hansha, though the emperor was only 50, his figure was average, yet the burdens of governance had aged him significantly. Resembling a man in his 60s, clad in a golden dragon robe, he exuded an imposing presence even without raising his voice. The empress, adorned with a pure gold headpiece and exuding an air of opulence, also stood, her eyes filled with astonishment as she gazed at the pair, though a subtle hint of disappointment lingered at the corners of her eyes. With his legs incapacitated, Ning Hansha was not required to kneel before the emperor and empress, merely offering a cold acknowledgement of their inquiries. In contrast, Yi Zi, with her fully functional limbs, lacked such privilege and was obliged to perform her respectful greetings. I pay my respects to Father Emperor and Mother Empress. As she spoke, she prepared to kneel, yet unexpectedly, Ning Hansha grasped her wrist and lifted her up. Given Ye's exhaustion from last night, let us forego this act of kneeling, Ning Hansha stated with an air of authority, as if he were the one issuing commands like an emperor. The empress furrowed her brow slightly, yet without the emperor's consent, she dared not intervene. The emperor gazed at Ning Hansha for several moments, eventually relenting. Very well, this courtesy shall be waived. His eyes sparkled with excitement and joy, unmistakably genuine in their delight, though a somewhat lewd smile lingered upon his lips. Your lives stretch ahead of you. Let the events of last night remain a lesson. Do not repeat them. It is perilous. The empress echoed his sentiment. Indeed, should such rumors circulate, it would tarnish Yi Zi's reputation. Relieved to be spared from the kneeling, Yi Zi felt a wave of ease wash over her, yet she could not help but twitch at the emperor and empress's remarks. Restraint? Did they misunderstand something? Last night, Ning Hansha had indeed been in a precarious situation, nearly lifeless. Had she arrived even a moment later, his body would have grown cold. However, his vital essence had remained intact. They had done nothing untoward. What rumors had circulated within the estate? A sudden recollection struck her regarding the scarred man and the peculiar glances from the household. A foreboding sensation stirred within her. Yet her purpose for entering the palace today was not to dwell on such matters. She sought to make the old wretch Yin pay dearly. Therefore, she adhered to the customs and presented a cup of tea to the emperor and empress. Father, please enjoy this tea. In doing so, Yi Zi deliberately revealed the scar upon her wrist. The scar on her wrist was a result of an accident with a charcoal stove, where the searing embers had burned her delicate skin. It was, of course, also inflicted in conjunction with Yi Xinyo, leaving her tender flesh wrinkled and marred. The palm-sized scar extended from her wrist to her forearm, immediately catching the emperor's attention. He took the tea from her hands and inquired, "What happened to your hand?" Yi Zi, flustered, attempted to conceal it, stammering, "It's nothing." Ironically, her efforts to hide the injury only caused her sleeve to rise, revealing even more scars, those inflicted by blades, marks from whips, and festering wounds left by venomous bites. There was not a single unblemished spot on her entire arm. The emperor furrowed his brow, demanding, "Speak. How is it that the esteemed daughter of the Grand Tutor's residence bears such horrific injuries?" Yesterday, when Yi Zi had seen her own wounds while bathing in the secluded space, she was equally appalled. She had convinced herself that these injuries were merely accidental. Yet, the frequency of such accidents suggested a deliberate design behind them. Every individual within the Grand Tutor's residence was complicit in the creation of these scars. With tears brimming in her eyes, she knelt before him, pleading, "Father Emperor, please do not concern yourself. I still wish to live." Upon hearing this, the emperor slammed his hand on the table, reprimanding, "Who possesses such audacity? Who dares to commit murder beneath my very nose? Speak truthfully, and I shall ensure justice is served." The more hesitant Yi Zi became, the more the emperor's curiosity was piqued. She skillfully manipulated the emperor's authoritarian demeanor and lofty position. Everything was unfolding according to her design, and she wiped her tears away, confessing, "It is my father. If I do not meet his expectations, he resorts to torture. Within the confines of the household, when my younger siblings err, it is invariably I, the eldest daughter, who bears the brunt of punishment. Simply because I am the firstborn, all blame, regardless of its origin, is ascribed to my failure in guiding my siblings. As for the matter of the recent marriage to bring joy to the Battle Lord, did he not assure you that I willingly accepted this union? Yet, I must utter a most audacious statement. The condition and temperament of the Battle Lord is well known throughout the capital. Furthermore, the desire is for a woman of fortune to bring joy. Alas, I am but a frail being, and the likelihood is that I would merely join the Battle Lord in eternal rest. My father even remarked, he even mentioned." Yi Zi appeared frightened, hesitant to elaborate. The emperor, sensing her trepidation, gently urged, "Do not fear. Speak freely to me. I wish to discern how Yi Taifu has threatened you." Due to Yi Zi's act of reviving the emperor's most cherished son, the emperor's demeanor towards her was notably benevolent. After all, Ning Hansha was the guardian of the great Qing dynasty, having once fought valiantly in its defense. Though now rendered a cripple, his renown remains formidable. As long as he lives, foreign nations dare not invade. Should he perish, Great Qing would undoubtedly be engulfed in warfare. Of course, the paramount concern lies in the grievous scars upon Yi, which speak louder than any falsehood. The emperor is no fool. Is he not aware of his son's temperament? With Ning Hansha's infamous temper and his visage marred by wounds, it is no wonder that the women of the capital shun him like a venomous serpent, who would willingly seek to marry him to bring joy. In the sole matter of substituting for the joyous bride, the accusations against Yi Taifu indeed pale in comparison. However, from what Yi implied, there seems to be a deeper secret. Yi, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed, "Thank you, father. My father has stated this. I am the grand tutor of the current dynasty, and my children are all capable individuals who can play significant roles. Ning Hansha is merely a dying wastrel, utterly devoid of any value to the throne or the court. How could I allow my most precious second daughter to marry him merely to accompany his demise? Let the ugly waste that is Yi marry him instead. A useless individual paired with a crippled one. What a perfect match. My second and third daughters ought to wed those of stature within the court. Once they align with powerful figures, I shall become the national father-in-law. That is a position that stands above all others, incomparable to that of a mere grand tutor." Yi vividly imitated Yi's mannerisms while speaking. Afterward, she reverted to her timid and fearful demeanor, pleading, "Your Majesty, please do not divulge this to my father-in-law, for he would surely beat me to death." Impudent. Yin. The emperor, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table, causing the tea in the cups to spill. "Wretched daughter, you slander me." Yin, who was preparing to enter the hall, shouted in exasperation. Chapter 12. A splendid performance. Yin limped into the inner hall and collapsed to the ground in a kneeling position. "Your Majesty, I have never uttered such words. This is nothing but pure slander." Yin thought to himself that those thoughts had only crossed his mind. He indeed wished to leverage his capable daughters to secure the position of national father-in-law. Yet he had never voiced such intentions. How did that little wretch, Yi, come to know? Yi cast a glance at Yian, who knelt beside her, his head wrapped in thick bandages. Her right hand was severed and suspended by a bandage around her neck, while her face bore numerous abrasions caused by stones. She let out a cold laugh. The previous day, she had unleashed a multitude of bombs and explosives within the residence of the Grand Tutor. A substantial portion of the estate had been reduced to rubble. Yet regrettably, Yin had only sustained injuries and lost one hand. He had not been killed outright. Outside, Yi Xianyu and Yi Xiao bore no apparent injuries. This could only imply that the Yi residents must possess secret passages or concealed chambers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to emerge unscathed. Upon hearing the Grand Tutor's rebuttal, Yi remained unfazed, nodding earnestly. "Your Majesty, I was merely speaking nonsense just now. Please, do not believe me." This was in light of her earlier fear of the Grand Tutor, yielding to his oppressive authority and refraining from uttering the truth. The emperor decisively proclaimed, "I am aware that Yi speaks only the truth." Yin was utterly bewildered. Had the emperor lost his mind? However, he dared not contradict him and could only bow repeatedly. "Your Majesty, my second daughter Xianyu shares a close bond with Yi." Upon hearing of the auspicious event yesterday, Yi voluntarily offered to substitute for Xianyu in marriage, claiming her affection for the war prince, even threatening to take her own life. Thus, I was compelled to commit such an act of treason, yet I never contemplated matters concerning the Grand Duke or the struggle for the throne. Upon hearing Yin's words, Yi could not help but chuckle. Did he truly believe they were close? How audacious of him to fabricate such lies. Nevertheless, it mattered not. She would ensure he revealed the truth. She had come prepared today. Silently, she propelled a silver needle into Yin's body, while the concoction she had prepared began to waft around him. The two individuals were situated closely together, making her actions exceedingly effortless. "I have endured your presence for 16 years. Today, under the benevolent grace of the emperor, I shall no longer harbor fear of you. You have covertly communicated with the second and third princes, even enlisting the household steward to deliver funds to them. By chance, I caught a glimpse of your treachery, and you resorted to orchestrating an accident to render me mute. Yet, to your astonishment, I possess a resilient fate. I was merely silenced for half a month. I must inform you that the weight of one's misdeeds inevitably invites retribution." Yin was incensed, his eyes aflame with fury. Yi Zi's recent conduct was entirely beyond his expectations. The typically submissive Yi Zi had gone mad over a mere dog last night, and now feigned a pitiful demeanor. Had Yi Zi raised her voice in accusation, the emperor might not have believed her, yet she chose to employ the tactic of a tragic plight to secure her survival. This left him at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to offer an explanation. Otherwise, the emperor would undoubtedly impose severe punishment upon him. With a defiant posture, he declared, "What of it if I conspired with the second and third princes?" Yi Yan's words tumbled forth chaotically, and upon finishing, he found himself stunned. He had intended to clarify the situation. Why then did his tongue betray his innermost thoughts? He panicked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "No, your majesty. I merely sought to vie for power. After all, you cannot reign forever. You cannot possibly be emperor for a lifetime. I must identify a suitable successor." Having uttered this, Yi Yan hastily covered his mouth, realizing he could speak no further, lest he jeopardize his own life. The emperor's countenance darkened with fury. "Very well, Yi Yan. You indeed possess considerable audacity. Guards, drag Yi Yan out and give him 100 lashes. From this moment forth, there shall be no more grand tutor in the court." With a mere utterance from the emperor, Yi Yan's esteemed position was stripped away, and to receive 50 lashes could very well claim half of his life. 100 lashes. Whether Yi Yan could endure such a fate remained uncertain. The act of seizing the throne is the gravest taboo for any emperor. The fact that Yi Yan was not executed outright was a testament to the emperor's mercy. Upon hearing of his punishment, Yi Yan wished to plead for mercy. Yet he feared that speaking might lead him to utter even more treasonous words. Thus, he could only cover his mouth and submit to his impending punishment. At that moment, Yu Xinu and Yi Xiao entered the hall. Yu Xinu's eyes were blurred, rendering her unable to discern her surroundings, and she could only kneel and pay her respects with Yi Xiao's assistance. Observing this scene, Yi Zi callously extended her foot to trip Yi Xinu, causing both her and Yi Xiao to tumble to the ground. In the ensuing chaos, the two became entangled in a most disheveled manner. How amusing it was, as Yi Zi cruelly mocked, a smirk lingering in her eyes. Both Yi Xinu and Yi Xiao found themselves coated in a powder from the ground, a substance that induced hallucinations, compounded by the stimulation of silver needles. They would inevitably voice their innermost thoughts, following Yi Yan's lead. Since they had entered the palace together, they might as well depart in a unified state. Tears streamed down Yi Xnu's face as she sobbed, "Elder sister, why did you bring me down to the ground? Is it merely because I purposefully marred your face with a knife and scorched you with a branding iron?" Yi Zi silently gave a thumbs up, thinking to herself, Yi Xinu truly is remarkable, boldly proclaiming her misdeeds with such audacity. Yi Xinyo continued to assert, "You are so strikingly beautiful. How could I possibly triumph over you without marring your visage? You will wed that crippled warlord, and I dare say he shall not endure beyond 3 days. Fortunate indeed that I am not the one to suffer such a fate. A pitiful invalid, I shan't marry him." Beside her, Yi Xiao gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide. She rushed forward to cover Yi Xinyo's mouth, exclaiming, "Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? You must maintain your pristine image. The aura of a celestial maiden cannot be tarnished. Otherwise, I shall miss the opportunity to bask in your glory and reap the benefits. Just wait until I am 2 years older. I too shall join you in charming men. At that time, our earnings will be split evenly, and your tactics to ensnare the third prince will be exhilarating." Yi Xiao rambled on, while Yi Xinyo hastily attempted to silence her. In her confusion, she inadvertently tugged at Yi Xiao's hair. With a cry of pain, Yi Xiao protested, and in an instant, the two sisters were entangled in a scuffle. Yi Zi observed with a smirk, relishing the spectacle. What a thrilling performance. The Yi family, prepare for the impending storm, stripping away their aides. This was merely the first step of her retribution. Chapter 13. The gossiping paparazzi. The emperor and empress, seated in the main hall, had witnessed countless grand spectacles and bizarre occurrences within the palace. Yet, the antics of the Yi family were unprecedented. Vulgarities disrupting the tranquility of the court warranted immediate action. They were to be taken outside and silenced with a sound reprimand. Master Hua promptly summoned several eunuchs to separate the two sisters and escort them from the tranquil hall. As the cries of the Yi family members faded into the distance, serenity reclaimed the chamber. The emperor gazed at Yi Zi with a heart full of compassion. "You have endured much suffering within the residence of the Grand Tutor." After a moment, he turned to Ning Hansha and remarked, I have heard that Yi recently saved the seventh prince. Her medical skills must be commendable. Although the original betrothal was not intended for her, fate has serendipitously woven a bond. Treat her well in the days to come. The emperor's implication was clear. Having finally favored a woman, one ought not to bring about her demise, even if one harbors indifference. For the sake of Yi's ability to alleviate your afflictions, spare her life. At 22, Ning Hansha had yet to take a concubine, and Yi could be considered his first. The emperor had previously sought numerous suitable women for him, yet all had faltered beneath the ominous reputation of the blood demon and his seven wolves. At times, the emperor questioned whether his son's extensive experience in battle had led to a peculiar malady, one that incited madness in the absence of bloodshed. Indeed, there are accounts of individuals who, after enduring extensive violence, find it exceedingly challenging to adapt to tranquility. A few days without bloodshed can render them restless and uneasy. Ning Hansha's current state aligns perfectly with such afflictions, while others revel in the fragrant scents of flowers and delicacies. His residence is permeated solely by the stench of blood. This woman, however, is unlike the spies and courtesans of yore. She is decisive in her actions and possesses a steely resolve. Should she truly wish to harm him, he might not be able to withstand her assault. Unlike those women of the past, she would not resort to poison or conceal a dagger beneath the sheets with murderous intent. Yi, is there anything you desire? The emperor inquired. I shall present it to you as a wedding gift. Though my parents may show favoritism, it remains the place where my subjects' wives have grown up. Upon hearing this, the emperor sighed. Alas, my child, you possess an extraordinary kindness. It is unfortunate that the residence of the Grand Tutor encountered a calamity yesterday, suffering considerable damage. Since Yin is no longer in his esteemed position, should you desire, I shall reward you with it. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you some gold and silver ornaments. Yi gracefully expressed her gratitude. Thank you, father. Soon, Yi received a bountiful reward. She prepared to leave the palace to claim the Grand Tutor's residence, and, in passing, to search for the hidden chamber within. Unexpectedly, the elderly matron summoned her, stating, "This old servant has come to see the princess consort of the War King. His Highness the Qi Empress is exceedingly grateful for your rescue of the seventh prince. She has specifically sent me to invite you to luncheon at the Huanyan Palace." Before Yi could respond, Ning Hansha interjected, "I await you in the Imperial Garden." Yi nodded in agreement. Having an additional friend in the palace was preferable to acquiring another enemy. With the opportunity to have saved the seventh prince, she was keen to cultivate a good relationship with the Qi Empress, for one never knows when such connections might prove beneficial. Following the old matron to Huanyan Palace, she encountered the two sisters, Yi Xianyu and her companion, just as they were concluding their reprimand. "Oh, whose sausage is hanging in the middle of the path?" Yi mockingly taunted. Hearing that familiar derisive laughter, Yu Xianyu gritted her teeth in fury. Having entered the palace today, not only had her eyes suffered, but now even her speech was hindered. Only her ears and nose remained unaffected. With a bright smile, Yi replied, "Thank you for the compliment, but I am now the lawfully wedded wife of the renowned war god of this realm. Why do you not pay your respects upon seeing me?" Yi smirked. Wasn't Yi Xianyu disdainful of Ning Hansha? Now she intended to use Ning Hansha's title as the legitimate wife to firmly suppress Yi Xianyu. Yi Xianyu felt a lump in her throat, nearly spitting blood from rage. She had always been the cherished pearl of her family, accustomed to having only Yi. This wretched girl bowing before her. Yet now, she was expected to kneel at Yi's feet. How could she possibly accept this? She refused to submit. Seeing Yi Xianyu's lack of response, Yi strode towards her. "Isn't my dear second sister suffering from an eye injury? How come your ears seem to be faulty as well? Come, allow this princess to check if your ears are clogged with wax." As she spoke, she seized Yi Xianyu's ear. "Goodness, these ears are remarkably tough. No wonder you cannot comprehend my words." Yi Xianyu, whose vision was already impaired, could not evade. "Ah, let go of me." She flailed her arms, but Yi's deft hands twisted her ear, pulling it up and down, ensuring that each of Yi Xianyu's desperate slaps landed squarely on her own face. How familiar this scene was. Yi twisted Yi Xianyu's ear until it was red and almost bleeding before finally releasing her grip. Disgusted, she wiped her hands with a handkerchief. "Tsk, indeed. These pig ears are quite resilient." Yi Xianyu, cradling her ear in pain, sobbed. "Wah." Upon hearing her cries, Yi tossed the now soiled handkerchief onto her face. "Kneel." The current EZ was no longer the pitiful girl before the emperor, but a fierce and formidable presence. Ning Hansha, who stood behind her, couldn't help but smile at the unfolding spectacle. The woman is remarkably quick to change her demeanor, and she appears utterly unconcerned about the emperor discovering her dual facades. Although Yishinyo feels a deep sense of injustice, she ultimately kneels before her, secretly clenching her fists. She decides to endure this humiliation for now, vowing that one day, she will ensure that the despicable Yi pays dearly for her actions. Upon witnessing Yishinyo kneel, Yi continues, "Show proper respect to this princess. Have you lost your voice?" Yishinyo's lips are swollen like sausages. She can hardly speak, let alone move her face without sharp pain. She forces a grimace through her discomfort and greets, "This humble servant has seen the Princess of War. May the princess enjoy eternal peace." Upon uttering this phrase, crimson blood trickles from the corner of Yishinyo's mouth. Satisfied with this display, Yi nods approvingly. "Yes, I heard you. Remain kneeling." She decrees that Yishinyo must kneel for an entire hour as punishment for her perceived disrespect. Though Yi has never participated in palace intrigues, she has watched various dramas depicting such conflicts, and she adeptly assumes an authoritative posture. Yishinyo dares not retort and remains prostrated on the ground. Meanwhile, Yi accompanies the elderly matron to Huanyan Palace. At this moment, the seventh prince reclines within the hall, resting, while the imperial physician has arrived to diagnose him and prescribe medicine. However, concubine Shi has not sent anyone to prepare the medicine. Instead, she quietly keeps vigil over the seventh prince. Hearing footsteps outside, she hastens to greet them. "Princess of War, please come in." Concubine Shi is a young woman, not yet 30, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, a living embodiment of the phrase "more beautiful than flowers." With a beaming smile, she affectionately takes Yi's hand. "Come, let me tell you about the entanglement between Yishinyo and the third prince." Chapter 14. Naturally noble, the Qi consort, exuding an air of familiarity, resembled a close friend eager to gossip. It was evident that she had already inquired thoroughly about the events that transpired in the Jingxin Hall. Yi felt a twitch in her eyelid. News within the palace traveled with astonishing swiftness. Despite residing in the depths of the palace, the Qi consort was privy to the gossip surrounding Yishinyo and the third prince. Yishinyo, delicate and pretentious, was known for her ability to attract the attention of other men. However, the third prince, Ning Hansha, was notorious in the capital for his reckless ways. Having encountered countless beauties and toyed with no fewer than 50 women, it was hard to fathom how he could maintain his interest in Yishinyo, who perpetually played hard to get. Yi found it implausible that a seasoned man like Ning Hansha could be oblivious to Yishinyo's duplicitous nature. After pulling Yi into the inner chamber, the Qi consort took it upon herself to serve her a meal. Confused, Yi wondered why they had strayed from gossip to dining. She picked up her chopsticks, glancing quizzically at the Qi consort, who, with a beaming smile, urged her to eat. "War consort, do indulge in the vegetables." Although bewildered, Yi complied, thinking that the Qi consort had a knack for teasing one's appetite. After savoring several bites, the Qi consort presented her with a bowl of soup. "War consort, one must use their mouth for both vegetables and soup. My, how busy this mouth is." Yi paused momentarily while drinking the soup, as an epiphany dawned upon her. She gazed at the Qi consort in astonishment. "Your Highness, do you mean to imply that Yishinyo and the third prince have gone as far as to kiss?" Startled, the spoon in her hand clattered against the side of the bowl. The Empress Dowager, with a beaming smile, remarked, "I have said nothing at all. The understanding of the Princess of War is truly remarkable." Yi swallowed the soup in her mouth, acknowledging that she was indeed formidable, having given birth to a prince. While others had already sped ahead, she found herself still entangled in trivial matters. Yishinyo's cleverness surpassed that of courtesans, which explained why the third prince willingly allowed himself to be led by her. It was utterly astonishing. The Empress Dowager calmly continued, "There are indeed many absurdities both within and beyond the palace. My awareness of these matters stems from the lack of conversation partners. I cannot possibly confide in the seventh prince." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the seventh prince, who lay on the bed. Her eyes brimmed with affection. And after a moment's pause, she continued, "The most significant aspect of my life has been the well-being of the seventh prince. Yet, from the moment he was born, he has borne a hard ailment, and every episode is perilously severe. Even if he manages to survive, he requires a month of rest before he can walk again. But today, he is full of vitality. This time, Yi grasped the implication of the Empress Dowager's words. If she could save the seventh prince, the Empress Dowager would divulge all the information she possessed, including insights into future events. After some contemplation, Yi recognized that information from outside the palace was relatively easy to obtain, while that from within was more challenging. With the Empress Dowager as her foremost informant, she could receive crucial news ahead of time. Moreover, as a favored consort with a prince by her side, the Empress Dowager wielded considerable influence. Treating the seventh prince was well within her expertise. Thus, she nodded and assured, "Your Highness, rest assured, the seventh prince will grow up safely. I do not often enter the palace and am unfamiliar with many customs. I will need to rely on your guidance in the future." Upon hearing this, Consort Chi excitedly grasped her hand, exclaiming that they were all family and there was no need for pleasantries. After this exchange, their bond grew even closer. Following their midday meal, Yi attentively prepared medicine for the seventh prince while listening to Consort Chi share a plethora of shocking gossip. For instance, the third prince had sought entertainment in a brothel, only to encounter a disturbing individual with a penchant for cross-dressing, which rendered him impotent for an extended period in need of a physician's assistance. Moreover, to vie for favor, a consort had employed excessively stimulating aphrodisiac fragrances, resulting tragically in her demise. There were also whispered secrets between the elder and younger eunuchs, and reports of the empress's clandestine schemes against a pregnant consort. The palace was rife with scandal and dark tidings, leaving Yi utterly bewildered by the sheer volume of information. Had it not been for Ning Hansha awaiting her in the imperial garden, it seemed that Consort Chi could have continued her tales until dusk. After spending an hour in Huanyan Palace, Yi finally prepared to depart. Consort Chi regarded her with gratitude, while the seventh prince clung to her hand, playfully beseeching, "Sister Yi, when will you come to play with me again?" Given the seventh prince's frail health, akin to a precious gem in her care, Consort Chi was understandably cautious about allowing him to venture far from Huanyan Palace. Thus, apart from the maids and eunuchs, Yi was his first true companion. Yi retrieved a wooden mechanical puppet from her medicinal space and presented it to him. "In 3 days, it will be the emperor's birthday, and I shall return to the palace then. For now, you may play with this." The seventh prince accepted the puppet, beaming with delight, revealing his teeth as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Sister Yi. You are so beautiful." Yi paused, taken aback. Beauty was hardly a term one would associate with her appearance. Her face bore numerous scars, some of which had long since damaged the dermis. Therefore, even with medication, immediate recovery was unattainable. Utilizing various instruments from the medical space would require 10 days to half a month for any restoration. However, the treatment had smoothed her scars somewhat, rendering them less gory and uneven than before. Hence, Yi assumed that the seventh prince was merely attempting to cheer her up with flattering words. She chuckled and gently ruffled his hair, remarking, "At such a young age, you already know how to charm others. I can only imagine how many girls you'll enchant when you grow up." The seventh prince shook his head, insisting, "Little Chi is not lying. Sister Yi is very beautiful." His gaze was intense, as if he could see beyond her ghastly scars to her true self. "Sister Yi possesses an air of nobility. She is the most beautiful and formidable person," the seventh prince added earnestly. Yi smiled helplessly, replying, all right, thank you for your compliments. So, when you saw Yi Xin today, did you find her unattractive?" The seventh prince nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes. That woman has a dark aura around her. It's quite repulsive, like a malevolent spirit." Upon hearing this, Yi's expression shifted. If it were merely a casual remark, she would not have paid it much heed. Yet, the seventh prince spoke with conviction. Suddenly, she recalled that some children born with innate ailments possessed extraordinary abilities. Could it be that the seventh prince truly had the gift of discernment? Noticing Yi's change in demeanor, Chi Fei hastily interjected, "Do not take it to heart. Little Chi has always been fascinated by those ghostly tales. He has been rather eccentric since childhood, claiming he can read faces and tell fortunes. Such fanciful talk is typical of children." Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, not dismissing the seventh prince's words as mere nonsense. Instead, she gazed at him intently and inquired, "Then, how do you perceive my fate?" In Chapter 15, the seventh prince regarded Yi with utmost seriousness for a while. As I mentioned earlier, my sister possesses a noble aura, which naturally signifies the fate of a prosperous golden phoenix. However, her destiny exhibits a fracture, indicating that her life in the first half starkly contrasts with the latter. Uxin shares a similar fractured fate, albeit lacking the blessings bestowed upon her sister. I find it challenging to decipher the fates of both of you, as it is uncommon. Perhaps after I read more, I might gain clarity. Chi Fei affectionately tousled the seventh prince's hair, saying, "You are truly enchanted, my child. Your sister Yi and Yi Xin are siblings, so there will be some resemblance. Yet each individual possesses their own destiny. How could they be identical?" Upon hearing the seventh prince's words, Yi Zi smiled faintly. "Very well, continue your studies. And do share your findings with me next time." With that, she departed from the Huanyan palace. Her expression remained tranquil, concealing the tumultuous thoughts within. Although she and Uxin were biological sisters, they bore no resemblance to one another. Moreover, she was not the original Yi Zi. A fragmented fate? A conjecture began to form in her mind. Perhaps she was not the biological daughter of Yin, and thus had no blood ties to Uxin. The garden flourished with vibrant blooms, and a refreshing autumn breeze swept through, lifting her hair and inexplicably imbuing her with a sense of desolation. He gazed vacantly at the flowers and plants in the imperial garden, as if peering through them to another person. Yi Zi chose not to disturb him, for she was uncertain whether Ning Hansha was reminiscing about a former lover. There was no need for her to intrude upon his melancholy at that moment. Meanwhile, Yi Xin, having knelt for an entire hour, concealed herself in the shadows of the garden. The pain in her eyes had diminished significantly, allowing her to see the scene before her with a blurred clarity. She clenched her fists in silent fury. That wretched Yi Zi, emboldened by her title as the Princess of War, was targeting her unjustly. She would soon strip Yi Zi of this sole distinction she took pride in. The ancient pine tree in the garden had been planted by the late noble consort Inai many years prior. Since her passing, the Prince of War had frequently lingered in the garden, merely to gaze upon the tree she had nurtured. Thus, he was not waiting for Yi Zi to depart the palace alongside him. How naive of that wretched girl to think her unattractive visage could captivate him. Uxin's eyes glimmered with malice. Should Yi Zi obliterate the prince's soul-cherished memory, he would undoubtedly take her life with his own hands. From her sleeve, Yi Xin withdrew a purse brimming with silver notes and an opaque porcelain vial. She thrust these items into the hands of a palace maid responsible for tending to the garden's flora. "Place the contents of this vial upon Yi Zi," she commanded, "and this 1,000 taels of silver shall be yours." As she uttered these words, her lips were stained crimson. Yet the pain was inconsequential compared to the vision of Yi Zi being slain by the prince in the palace, blood spilling forth in that very moment. The thought made her want to laugh. Once Yi Zi was dead, the sting upon her lips would be but a triviality. The palace maid hesitated. The notorious reputation of the blood demon and his 7 wolves loomed large, instilling fear that exposure might lead to a gruesome demise. Yushinyo continued to persuade her, assuring, "Do not worry. Yi Zi's dull intellect is incapable of discerning the truth. Moreover, it was Yi Zi who destroyed the Buddhist pine, bearing no relation to you. The War King cannot hold you accountable." Ultimately, driven by self-interest, the palace maid acquiesced to Yushinyo's request. She grasped the pruning shears and proceeded towards Yi Zi's direction. "I have seen the War King's consort," the maid said, bowing respectfully before Yi Zi. As Yi Zi observed the maid kneeling at her feet, a flicker of suspicion ignited within her. The original owner had rarely ventured into the palace due to prolonged illness, rendering her an invisible presence. Hence, the old matron had failed to recognize her identity during the treatment of the 7th prince. However, this maid, responsible for the trivial matters of the imperial garden, promptly identified her. More importantly, her current location was quite secluded, and such pruning rarely occurred there. If one were to suggest that the maid was not approaching her intentionally, it would be a notion utterly absurd. Nevertheless, she maintained an expression of feigned ignorance. "Rise," she commanded. The maid nodded timidly. "Yes, thank you, consort. I wish to prune the monstera beside you. I kindly request your movement." Yi Zi glanced at the potted plant by her feet, noting the yellowing leaves in need of attention. Without further ado, she stepped aside, allowing the maid to take her place. The maid dutifully crouched to prune, displaying no unusual behavior. Upon completing her task, she collected the leaves and placed them into a cloth bag she carried with her. Everything appeared utterly normal until a sudden turn of events unfolded in an instant. As she stood up after gathering her belongings, her legs momentarily betrayed her, causing her to lose her balance and lurch directly towards Yi Zi. The leaves from her bag scattered all over Yi Zi. With a resounding thud, she fell to her knees, pleading for mercy. "Your Highness, please spare me. I crouched for too long and felt a wave of dizziness." causing me to accidentally spill the leaves upon you." While she implored for forgiveness, she hastily wiped Yeezy's skirt and shoes with her sleeve. "Allow me to clean it for you." Yeezy narrowed her eyes. This maid must have spent a considerable amount of time in the palace. Being assigned to tend to the flowers and plants undoubtedly indicated a meticulous nature. A careless individual would have likely perished countless times by now. This maid surely harbored ulterior motives. In the shadows, Exinu clenched her fists in excitement. It had worked. The contents of the porcelain vial were colorless and odorless. Harmless to humans yet lethally toxic to plants. The poison contained numerous minuscule insects that thrived on vegetation, particularly flourishing specimens. For instance, the meticulously nurtured pine tree tended by the warlord. Coincidentally, Yeezy's path out of the palace led directly to the location of the pine tree. If something were to go awry with the tree, the warlord would undoubtedly punish Yeezy on the spot. The commotion created by Yeezy and the maid attracted the attention of Ning Hansha, who had been momentarily lost in thought. Scarface nudged him closer to Yeezy, then instinctively stepped aside. "Leave the palace," Ning Hansha commanded. Yeezy complied, guiding him away from the imperial residence. Their route took them along the cobblestone path adjacent to the flourishing pine tree, its dense foliage casting shadows that obscured much of the narrow walkway. Yeezy guided Ning Hansha through the dappled shadows of the trees, their passage along the path lasting no more than half a minute. However, as they reached the end of the trail, the branches and leaves of the podocarpus began to darken at a visibly alarming rate. In mere moments, the foliage began to cascade to the ground. Yet, she remained unperturbed. If she could heal such a complex being as a human, this podocarpus was no exception. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the sudden transformation of the tree, Ning Hansha's expression darkened ominously. A tempest of murderous intent flickered in his piercing gaze. "Scarface, find out the truth for me." Chapter 16. The Green Line Worm Exinu, upon hearing the wrathful voice of the warlord, understood that their scheme had succeeded. A smile graced her features, for the warlord was soon to unleash a torrent of vengeance. The palace maid, hastily arranged beforehand, rushed to Ning Hansha's side. The podocarpus was perfectly fine just moments ago. How could this happen? She feigned innocence with remarkable skill. Scarface approached the podocarpus to investigate, quickly discovering the minuscule insects. They had feasted on the tree's nutrients, growing to the size of ants, their green forms crawling along the trunk. Scarface promptly reported, "My lord, it is the green line worm, specifically targeting plants." Scarface's expression soured, for the green line worm typically thrived in dark, damp marshlands. He had not anticipated its presence in the imperial garden, particularly as autumn approached, when such pests should have been less agitated. It was likely a deliberate act by someone. But these details were of little consequence. All that remained was for the branches and leaves to decay, ultimately rotting away upon the ground. The ancient pine holds extraordinary significance for the prince. Just as Scar finished his report, a palace maid, trembling with fear, pointed at Yeezy's shoe. "Your Highness, your foot." Upon glancing down, Yeezy noticed a number of green caterpillars emerging from the vegetation by her feet, devouring the foliage and gradually revealing their bodies. Ning Hansha cast a cold glance at Yeezy's shoe, his expression darkening further. The maid lowered her head, hesitant to speak, as she could feel the murderous aura emanating from the warlord. The blood demon and his 7 wolves were on the verge of violence. However, to the maid's astonishment, Ning Hansha's first words were not a reprimand directed at Yeezy, but rather a question. "Are you injured?" The maid was taken aback. In the past, mischievous and thoughtless children of court officials had climbed the tree and tugged at the branches of the ancient pine, only to face severe punishment from the warlord. Their backsides bloodied. Now, with the ancient pine seemingly on the brink of demise, the warlord calmly inquired if Yeezy had sustained any injuries. Scar, standing nearby, was equally astonished, scratching his ear. First, he witnessed Yeezy touching the prince indiscriminately, and then he heard the prince expressing concern. Were it not for Ning Hansha's consistent demeanor, he would have doubted whether his lord had been replaced. Scar furtively observed Ning Hansha and Yeezy, pondering whether their mutual misfortune stemmed from their unappealing appearances and ailments. Could it be that his cold-hearted lord had finally blossomed like a millennium-old iron tree? Was this some scheme to entrap the princess? His audacity was quite remarkable. Should he unveil the mastermind behind this, he would ensure the princess remained unscathed. Though Yeezy remained unaware of the profound significance the ancient pine held for Ning Hansha. However, observing the expressions of the scarred man and the palace maid, it was evident that something of great significance was at stake. Ning Hansha's reaction surprised her, though he was reputed to be ruthless and unfeeling. He did not appear as terrifying as she had anticipated. Perhaps it was because she had the ability to heal him. Yizi's voice was calm and devoid of emotion, yet it instilled a cold sweat in the palace maid. The maid, flustered, shook her head. "Your Highness, I do not comprehend what you are implying. If I were to conspire against you, I too would bear the green silkworms. Yet, I possess none of these creatures. And moreover, I hold no enmity towards you. Why would I engage in such a thankless endeavor?" The palace maid had taken measures to expel the insects early on, thus she bore no traces of the green silkworms. As long as she denied it, the accusations could not befall her. Nevertheless, she underestimated Yizi's ruthlessness. Yizi refrained from further dialogue and seized her face with a firm grip. Denial? That was of no consequence. The green silkworms would reveal who the true culprit was. The maid, compelled to gaze upward at Yizi, trembled involuntarily at the sight of her cold, piercing eyes and scarred visage. Why did she find Yizi more daunting than the warlord at this moment? Confusion enveloped her. The green silkworms could not speak, so how could Yizi make them identify the perpetrator? Yet, clarity soon dawned upon her regarding Yizi's intentions. Yizi, still gripping her face, pulled her towards the ancient pine tree. Then, she forcefully pressed the maid's head against the trunk, inevitably forcing her mouth open. With a swift motion of her other hand, the green silkworms, previously feasting on the bark, began to stir restlessly. A multitude of verdant insects crawled towards the palace maid, each worm as slender as a hair. They formed a dense, elongated line resembling a green ribbon. Once these green creatures gathered, they would not depart until they had devoured their target, which is the origin of their name. However, their current prey was no longer the ancient pine, but rather the maid pinned against the tree. Strangely, they did not feast upon her flesh. Instead, they burrowed into her mouth. The maid trembled, her eyes wide with terror. "No, don't." Yizi forcefully held her head, preventing her from closing her lips, allowing the worms to invade her mouth. Worm after worm crawled past Yizi's hand, yet she remained impassive, as if oblivious to their presence. Whimpering, the maid could withstand the horrific torment no longer and confessed. In the shadows, New York realized her plan had failed upon hearing those words. She clenched her jaw in frustration. Why hadn't the war prince eliminated Yizi? Could it be that Yizi held a higher status in his heart than noble consort In? How could that be? Yizi was merely a homely substitute bride, although the war prince was fearsome. Witnessing his affection for Yizi ignited a surge of jealousy within New York. Women in the capital feared Ning Hansha, anxious about meeting their demise at his hands. Yet all women harbored a dream to conquer Ning Hansha and become the one cherished in his heart. The charm of easily seducible men lacked challenge. It was the affection of a man like the war prince that drove New York into a frenzy of jealousy. She had often fantasized about the war prince falling at her feet, eager to please her. After all, she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Yet the reality of her situation was entirely different from her expectations. However, she realized that she could not linger any longer. The maid would soon identify her. Staying here would render her explanations futile. Thus, Yushinyo hastily departed from the palace. At that moment, the maid had already divulged the truth, weeping uncontrollably. "I was wrong. It was the second young lady of the Yi family who gave me 1,000 taels of silver, instructing me to apply the powder containing the green line worm onto you. In my moment of folly, I beg for the princess's mercy." The maid's pleas for forgiveness were abruptly cut short as Ning Hansha swiftly drew the long sword beside his wheelchair, ending her life with a single, precise stroke. Blood erupted into the air, forming a crimson arc. Yizi paused momentarily, comprehending the chilling, bloodthirsty aura that Ning Hansha emanated. At that moment, she grasped the reason behind the palace's collective dread of him. Such a ruthless individual. Did Yushinyo truly believe she could escape simply by leaving the palace? Chapter 17. Returning to the Taifu's residence to settle scores. Ning Hansha tossed the long sword to Scarface. "Clean it up." Scarface complied, tending to the blood on the sword, as well as the lifeless body of the maid lying in a pool of blood. Observing her actions, Ning Hansha spoke in a low voice. "This is not your concern. Do not take it to heart." Yizi was taken aback, despite the destruction of something so significant. Ning Hansha could still offer her consolation. Who claimed he was unpredictable? His demeanor appeared rather stable at this moment. As she retrieved a glass vial containing insecticide from her sleeve, she declared, "She is not dead yet. I can save her." Ning Hansha's body stiffened. His gaze fixated on her with intensity. She scattered an unknown powder at the base of the tree, and white foam erupted from the trunk, previously ensnared by the green worms. One by one, the green worms fell away, and she subsequently poured a green liquid onto the trunk. The once blackened trunk, ravaged by the worms, ceased its decay. The branches and leaves that had been falling with a crackling sound came to a halt. Although the foliage of the pine had diminished by more than half and the trunk appeared somewhat darkened, it remained alive. After completing her treatment, Yizi spoke. My medicine does not possess the miraculous effect of reviving withered wood, but it can gradually restore vitality. In 3 days, during the emperor's birthday banquet, the pine should regain most of its former glory, and in half a month, it will return to its original state. Ning Hansha, upon hearing her words, stared at her in astonishment for a long while. His body was impervious to remedies, yet she claimed she could heal him, the pine, on the brink of decaying into mud. She also asserted she could save. This woman seemed to wield an extraordinary power to transform decay into wonder. Let us proceed. It is time to reclaim my rightful position at the Grand Preceptor's residence. Yizi approached his wheelchair and pushed him away. A smile adorned her face. Having been mistreated at the Grand Preceptor's residence, she intended to sweep them all out. After leaving the palace, they quickly arrived at the Grand Preceptor's residence, which was in chaos. Furthermore, half of the residence had been destroyed. Only a few rooms remained habitable, while others had collapsed or were filled with rubble and smoke. The guards at the gate were taken aback upon seeing the two of them. Moreover, the blood demon of the War King had accompanied Yizi. Wasn't it said that the War King suffered from a bloodthirsty affliction, compelled to kill any woman he touched? Though the guards were utterly perplexed. The arrival of the War King rendered them hesitant to obstruct his path. They could only usher the two into the main hall of the Grand Tutor's residence. Upon entering, Yizi boldly took her place in the primary seat, which rightfully belonged to Yin. However, no one came forth to serve them tea, prompting her to scan the vicinity of the hall. She was aware that numerous servants lurked nearby, yet they intentionally refrained from attending to them. This was likely a scheme devised by Yi En and Zhang Minran. Attempting to intimidate her? They have certainly miscalculated. She slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Are all of you dead? Why is there no tea being served to this princess and the prince?" Upon hearing her furious outburst, the steward hurried into the hall. "I apologize for the oversight. Please bear with us for a moment." The steward, a man in his 30s named Zhang Chong, was the brother of Zhang Minran, and by rights, Yizi ought to address him as uncle. Stealing a discreet glance at Ning Hansha, who remained unresponsive, Zhang Chang felt emboldened. This sickly Yizi, who once cowered before him like a mouse before a cat, now exuded confidence after marrying into the War Prince's household. However, observing the War Prince's demeanor suggested that he was not particularly invested in her. Furthermore, if the War Prince sought to vie for power, he would undoubtedly need to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Grand Tutor's residence, thus tempering his audacity and granting some respect to his uncle. Yet, Zhang Chang's calculations were profoundly misguided, as Yizi shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you certain there is no tea?" The bomb was planted by Yizi herself. She was acutely aware of where the explosion had occurred, deliberately targeting Yin and Zhang Min and S main courtyard, as well as the area belonging to the three siblings, Exinu included, while intentionally leaving the kitchen untouched. Once upon a time, Zhang Chang, emboldened by his uncle's status, displayed a level of arrogance that surpassed that of Yizi, the legitimate daughter of the household. All her monthly allowances were surreptitiously withheld by Zhang Chang, and the provisions from the kitchen were diminished time and again, leaving her to suffer hunger pangs that stunted her development. The thought of her underdeveloped physique ignited a fury within Yizi, her 36D. Yet, Zhang Chang seemed utterly indifferent to her wrath, continuing to smile as he said, "Yizi, there is none available at the moment. Just wait." Yizi's expression shifted dramatically as she seized a wooden mat from the table, intended to protect its surface, and hurled it towards his head. Her movements were swift, fierce, and precise. Caught off guard, Zhang Chang was struck squarely on the forehead. "Ah!" he cried out, a large bump instantly swelling upon his brow. Before he could utter another word, Yizi launched a second mat at him. Good fortune comes in pairs. Bang! It struck once more, leaving him with two bulbous lumps resembling light bulbs on his forehead. Yizi clapped her hands together and remarked, "Not bad at all, 2 turn signals. This princess now requires not only tea but also your brain juice." As she spoke, she swiftly maneuvered beside Zhang Chang, who, dazed from the blows to his head, could only perceive a shadow whizzing past. Suddenly, he felt a heavy impact on his lower back, causing him to collapse to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Yi placed her foot upon his lumbar spine, eliciting a series of ominous sounds. Having grown weary of tea, shall we try brewing it with your brain juice instead? With a mere fracture of your lumbar vertebrae, you would be rendered paralyzed and immobile, at which point I could crack open your skull and extract your cerebral fluid. Do you dare? Zhang Chang cried out in desperation. Despite his threatening words, the tremor in his voice betrayed his profound fear. Yi increased the pressure of her foot. Oh, let us see you try. But fret not. The tea brewed from your foolish brain is something I would not dare to taste. Instead, I shall pour it into your mouth, allowing you to savor the flavor of your own cerebral fluid. Ah! The pain in his waist elicited anguished wails from Zhang Chang, as cold sweat drenched him. Had it not been for Ning Hansha seated nearby, he might have thought that the one inflicting punishment upon him was the War King himself. Crack! Crack! The sound of Zhang Chang's lumbar vertebrae fracturing echoed with each inch. Yi showed no intention of relenting, her foot pressing down with increasing force. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Yi, halt. Chapter 18. A Family Assault. Yi turned her head to see Zhang Min and hurriedly approaching the main hall. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and her face was ashen, clearly having rushed over upon receiving alarming news. Yi casually picked at her ear. What did you say? Zhang Min quickened her pace, insisting, remove your foot. That is your uncle. Hitting even your uncle. Are you still human? Yi obediently nodded. Very well. To Zhang Minren's surprise, instead of withdrawing her foot, Yi exerted all her strength and pressed down harder. Crack! Zhang Chang's lumbar vertebra was successfully shattered beneath her foot. Ah, the agony! Tears streamed down Zhang Chang's face as he cried out in sheer torment. Yi relentlessly trampled upon his fractured bones. You cannot blame me. It was my beloved mother who instructed me to do so. Zhang Minren's eyes blazed with fury, her voice sharp and close to cracking. Yi, unworthy spawn. I command you to cease this. Yi, her scarred visage illuminating with a smile, replied with a mocking tone, Oh, truly. I Haven T laid a hand on him. All I've done is use my foot. How obedient of me, wouldn't you agree? You. Zhang Min, infuriated, felt her vision redden as she rushed to Zhang Chang's side, extending her hand to strike Yi's foot. Remove your foot this instant. Yi smirked. What was that? You want me to step again? As she spoke, she forcefully brought her foot down for a second time, this time fracturing Zhang Chang's lower spine. There was no chance of him rising again. Zhang Min, fully aware that Yi acted with malicious intent, charged forth in a fit of rage, tearing at her. You vile wretch. I will end you. In that moment, Zhang Min had shed the dignity and grace of a noblewoman, resembling nothing more than a foul-mouthed harpy. The agility of an agent was far beyond what a sheltered woman like Zhang Min could withstand. Like a kite severed from its string, her body was propelled a meter away. Yi advanced step by step toward her, declaring, You wish for me to stop? Then I shall halt. But who do you think you are? Since you are so intent on preventing me from harming Zhang Chang, it appears you shall have to bear the brunt of it instead. With that, she had already reached Zhang Minren's side. She extended her hand and viciously grasped Zhang Minren's neck. Oh, my dear mother, how could you refer to your own daughter as a little wretch? All the while watching her suffer an illness? Is this truly an act that a biological mother could commit? A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Minren's eyes upon hearing her words. Could it be that Yi had uncovered her true lineage? Impossible. This secret was known only to her and Yin, never revealed to anyone else. Yi had endured countless hardships in the manor, yet she bore them with resignation. Moreover, Yi was still tasked with shielding Xinu from calamity. The emotions reflected in Zhang Minren's gaze did not escape Yi's keen observation. As an operative, one must not only possess agility but also an acute ability to read the subtleties of expression and delve into the depths of another's heart. The look Zhang Min had just exhibited confirmed Yi's suspicions. She was indeed not their biological daughter. As for her origins, perhaps the secret chamber of the Grand Tutor's residence held the answers. She tightened her grip, leaving Zhang Min gasping for breath. Suddenly, a dart shot in from outside, aimed directly at Yi. A shadow flickered in Yi's azure eyes. Ah, it seemed like the scenario of the magical boy rescuing his grandfather, one after another. Before she could react, Ning Hansha, seated nearby, sprang into action. He too launched a dart, which collided with the incoming one. The two projectiles clashed midair, with the adversary's dart plummeting to the ground, while Ning Hansha's dart continued its flight, embedding itself deeply into the outer wall before finally coming to rest. This singular dart revealed the exceptional martial prowess of Ning Hansha. Even with only a portion of the poison within him neutralized, he wielded such formidable strength. Had the toxins within him been entirely purged and his legs restored, he would undoubtedly have wielded power tenfold greater than this. As his dart descended, his adversary materialized. It was none other than Yi Mai, the son of Yin, a mere 14 years of age, yet possessing a stature of considerable magnitude. Resembling that of a grown man, brandishing a long sword, he charged towards Yi Zi, exclaiming, "Release my mother, you vile cur." Such epithets as vile cur, bastard, and abomination were not unfamiliar to Yi Zi's ears. The original occupant of this body had always assumed that her perpetual ailment rendered her a burden upon the household. Hence the family's disregard for her. Consequently, she had silently endured these malicious words. However, the present Yi Zi was cognizant of the fact that the Yi family's deplorable treatment of her stemmed from her not being their biological offspring. Since she was not of their blood, she perceived no obligation to spare them any semblance of dignity. She released Zhang Min and advanced to confront Yi Mai. Two maids, Li Qi and Xiangli, who had been silently trailing her, promptly sprang into action. One restrained Zhang Min, while the other pinned down Zhang Chong, preventing them from summoning reinforcements. Their faces were contorted with indignation, for they had endured years of displacement and hardship since losing their parents. Yi Zi was the sole individual who had taken them in and refrained from inflicting physical harm upon them. Witnessing her mistreatment at the hands of the Yi family filled their hearts with resentment. Such kin were better off deceased. Yi Zi, observing this spectacle, smiled, for she had indeed made a judicious choice. These two sisters were bold and resolute. She proclaimed, "Strike them with vigor. For each additional slap you deliver, this princess shall bestow upon you a greater reward." "Yes, your highness," they responded in unison. Originally, they were united in their animosity towards Yi Zi, but now, an additional bounty had emerged, fueling the sisters' fervor in their confrontation. Zhang Chong, rendered powerless, succumbed to the blows and lost consciousness. Zhang Min ran. Having received a kick that left her feeble, struggled ineffectually, her efforts akin to a mere tickling sensation, failing to hinder the prowess of the sisters, Li Qi and Xiangli. The cacophony of their altercation resonated throughout the main hall, quickly drawing the attention of everyone in the Grand Tutor's residence. The guards hastened towards the commotion, among them Yi Xinyo and Yi Xiaoxiao. Upon spotting Ning Hansha seated imperiously in his wheelchair, Yi Xinyo felt a chill of trepidation wash over her. She mused to herself, "The War King wouldn't dare act against me without evidence, would he?" Conversely, Yi Xiaoxiao, previously aligned with her, was now incensed by the altercation. With a disdainful huff, she retorted, "Does the War King require evidence to act? Look at how many women he has slain in the capital. Has the Emperor ever punished him?" Among the deceased were even noble women. This statement sent a wave of dread coursing through Yi Xinyo. In the midst of their exchange, the scarred man had already pinpointed their location within the crowd. Raising an eyebrow, he proclaimed, "Merely for casting a glance in my direction, I shall seize you." With that, he propelled himself towards the sisters with remarkable agility. Chapter 19. A Reckless Hand. Hence the severed limb. As Yi Xinyo witnessed the scarred man closing in, fear overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. "No, it cannot be." Her cries fell on deaf ears. The scarred man reached her side and, as if lifting a mere chick, seized her and flung her before Ning Hansha. "Your Highness, the person has been brought here." Yi Xinyo lay at Ning Hansha's feet like a puddle of mud, her entire body trembling like chaff. "Your Highness, may you live a long and prosperous life. I am unaware of what matter you seek me for." Although fear gripped her, Yi Xinyo managed to maintain her composure, feigning ignorance. From time to time, she cast a pitiful glance at Ning Hansha. In the past, such a gaze would have rendered her a tearful and delicate sister, evoking sympathy from men who would long to embrace her tenderly. Yet now, her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and her lips bore the resemblance of two sausages, making her appear even more terrifying than a wilted flower. Moreover, Ning Hansha was entirely unmoved by her act. Over the years, he had encountered numerous beautiful women with deep-seated cunning, rendering him immune to such charms. His mother had often remarked that the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she could be. Thus, he remained steadfast, never swayed by physical allure. His choice to trust Yi Zi stemmed not merely from her forthrightness and fiery temperament, which set her apart from those he had known before, but also from her lack of enchanting beauty or beguiling figure. If Yi Zi were aware of the reasons behind Ning Hansha's trust, she would undoubtedly protest vehemently, for it would imply that she was deemed unattractive and lacking in form. What will you use to compensate for the ancient pine that nearly brought about this prince's demise? Ning Hansha queried coldly. Yi Xinyo continued to play the fool, responding, What is your highness speaking of? I do not comprehend your meaning. Ning Hansha disregarded her, as if engaged in a soliloquy, a hand or a leg. Yi Xinyo's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Your highness, I am wronged. After enduring an hour of kneeling punishment from her elder sister in the palace, the young lady departed without ever visiting the imperial garden. How could she have had the opportunity to tamper with the beloved pine tree? Scarred brother, I truly did not commit this act. Could you kindly explain this to Lord Jean for me? Yi Xinyo attempted to cast flirtatious glances at the scarred man, fully aware that pleading on her behalf before Ning Hansha would be futile, for he was notoriously known as the cold-blooded leader of the Seven Wolves. However, the guards accompanying him might be somewhat more lenient. One of them exclaimed, It was her. It was her. Yi Xinyo fell silent. A torrent of invectives poised on her lips. This guard was truly adept at fabricating lies. What nonsense had he witnessed? Shaking her head, she uttered, No, my lord. Yet, Ning Hansha offered her no opportunity for explanation, coldly commanding, If you have a penchant for mischief, then let it cost you an arm. The scarred man promptly acknowledged the order. Yes, my lord. A bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Although Yi Zi was somewhat unattractive, she was direct in her actions, including the way she referred to him. In stark contrast, Yi Xinyo's every deed was shrouded in deceit, akin to a rat lurking in a filthy gutter. This irked him immensely. Upon receiving Ning Hansha's command, his excitement surged. Time to sever a hand. He. As he approached Yi Xinyo, he unsheathed his long sword. Miss Yi, would you prefer to lose your right hand or your left? While the Lord has yet to give further instructions, you still possess the right to choose. Yi Xinyo retreated in terror, exclaiming, No. No. She certainly did not wish to lose an arm or a leg, be it her left or right. The princess asked, Which hand do you think is better to chop off, the left or the right? Yi Zi raised an eyebrow, saying, Only a child would make such a choice. I will have both. Since her hands were deemed useless, they might as well be given to someone who could utilize them. Scarface nodded earnestly. Very well. The princess makes a valid point. Let us proceed with both. With a wicked grin, Scarface advanced toward Yi Xinyo, while Yi Mai, entangled with Yi Zi, darkened at the sight. His gaze burned intensely upon Yi Zi, for he understood that the command of the War King was not to be trifled with. If he wished to rescue his second sister, he could only threaten the War King through Yi Zi. Thus, he hastened his movements, unleashing a flurry of strikes imbued with internal energy toward Yi Zi. Given the severe injuries of her current body, it required not just medicinal recovery but also practical combat training to enhance her physical prowess. Yi Mai, standing before her, was a most suitable opponent, as his internal energy was merely average and not particularly formidable, incapable of inflicting mortal harm upon her. As she contemplated this, Yi Zi charged forth to meet him. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a collision of fist and feet. With her lack of internal energy, Yi Zi was momentarily overwhelmed. Yet her agile movements allowed her to evade Yi Mai's strikes. As the skirmish extended, Yi Zi felt a warmth blossoming in her lower abdomen. An inexplicable force began to swirl within her, and most crucially, she instinctively opened her Ren and Du meridians, initiating the flow of this newfound power. Suddenly, a series of inner strength training techniques emerged in her mind. She was momentarily taken aback. This was the essence of internal cultivation. This knowledge had long resided within the original host's body, yet remained dormant due to her prolonged illness. Now that she was in motion, the principles of internal cultivation manifested themselves. After all, it was entirely normal for someone like the original host, who frequently battled illness, to experience some cognitive disarray. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this revelation was immensely beneficial to her. Although her medicinal space contained an array of weapons, possessing inner strength was paramount in this era dominated by ancient martial arts. Without hesitation, she began to channel the inner energy within her body using the methods etched in her deeper memory. Despite the subtlety of the energy coursing through her, Yi Zi was able to incorporate this small reservoir of power into her combat. Yi Mai, noticing the energy radiating from Yi Zi, widened his eyes in astonishment. How do you possess inner strength? The enormity of Yi Zi's transformation struck him. Not only had her demeanor shifted dramatically, but she had also acquired a wealth of knowledge previously unknown to her. Medical skills, martial arts, And now, the addition of inner strength. Could it be that Yi Zi's true parents had discovered her identity and clandestinely imparted their wisdom to her? No, that couldn't be right. If they were indeed her biological parents, they would have taken her away long ago. He stared at Yi Zi in disbelief. You are not Yi Zi. Chapter 20, 800,000. The only possibility that crossed Yu Mai's mind was this. The person before him was not the Yi Zi he once knew. She may have been replaced by someone else. Otherwise, how could she have suddenly become so formidable? I am your father. Bang. Lost in thought, Yu Mai was struck by her sweeping kick, leaving him grimacing in pain. He dared not relax further, mustering all his energy to contend with Yi Zi. At that moment, the scarred man had already positioned his long blade against Yi Xinyo's left shoulder. The reason he hesitated to strike was due to the surprise of witnessing Yi Zi's sudden comprehension of internal power. Without a master, she had achieved self-mastery, and astonishingly, in the midst of combat, this transcended mere talent. It was an ability that defied human limits. Thus, she was not intentionally concealing her strength. And given Yi Zi's fiery temperament, she would never stoop to subterfuge. The scarred man silently gave a thumbs up to Yi Zi. Impressive. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he had chosen to acknowledge Yi Zi as the princess consort in advance. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. A talent like her would not only be coveted as a princess consort in the War King's mansion, but would also be a sought-after figure in the martial world. Mimi, what are you still standing there for? Act. The scarred man quickly nodded. Yes, princess consort. This time, he bore no resentment toward the name Mimi. Rather, he accepted it with delight. To be affectionately called Mimi by a genius princess consort was an immense honor. Yu Xinyo was astonished to the point of nearly losing her senses, blood streaming from her injured eyes. No. Crack. Her scream had not fully escaped her lips before the scarred man swiftly severed her left hand. The agonized cries reverberated through the Grand Tutor's residence, blood spilling across the ground. This time, the scarred man was resolute, raising his long sword to prepare for her right hand. Just at that critical moment, a powerful surge of internal energy struck toward the scarred man. With a clang, the scarred man's sword trembled violently. The newcomer possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of the scarred man. A figure gracefully entered the main hall, cradling the bloodied Yu Xinyo in his arms. Your Highness, for the sake of my third brother, please spare her. The speaker was none other than the third prince, Ning Hansha, the male protagonist of the scandalous rumors that Yi Zi had heard from Consort Qi. Dressed in a flamboyant crimson robe and adorned with 2 red ear studs, he perfectly embodied the persona of a wayward young nobleman. Ning Hansha cast a cold glance at him. Do you have the audacity? Why should I show you any favor? Ning Hansha fell silent. Though he ranked 5th among the royal siblings, his actions were far from those of a subordinate. His commanding demeanor suggested he believed himself to be the eldest. While conversing with Ning Hansha, he used a handkerchief to staunch the bleeding from Yi Xinyo's wounds. The tenderness in his gaze revealed a genuine affection for her. What if I were to say that she is the future consort I intend to marry? Would my royal brother consider showing her some leniency? Ning Hansha scoffed. Her? Is she worthy? Ning Hansha fell silent once more, having never encountered anyone as difficult to deal with as Ning Hansha, more challenging than even the most obstinate of women. He pressed his lips together. Hasn't Ti Lehansong been revived? Would it suffice for me to compensate you for your losses? Yi Xinyo has already lost an arm. That should serve as her atonement. Hearing this, Ning Hansha pondered for a moment. He lacked for nothing in terms of wealth. Yet he could not dismiss the memory of Yi Zi requesting medical expenses from him, nor could he forget her excitement upon receiving the emperor's favor in the palace. He turned to Yi Zi, seemingly deliberating on the amount he should demand as compensation. Amidst the fray, Yi Zi observed the scene involving Ning Hansha, whose unexpected arrival struck her with surprise. His declaration of intent to marry Yu Xinyo left her utterly astonished. Was it possible that the Sea King and the Green Tea Princess were to ascend? However, when she learned of Ning Yuankang's willingness to compensate Yu Xinyo, the truth became clear. Yu Xinyo had kept Ning Yuankang in suspense, withholding her virginity. That which remains unattainable is eternally restless. Now, through this maneuver, Ning Yuankang was effectively purchasing Yu Xinyo's first night with money. To preserve her life and repay his kindness, she would have no choice but to obey him. As for his proposal of marriage, the allure of fortunes from outside always eclipses the meager offerings of home. A scoundrel like Ning Yuankang could hardly be expected to settle down. Having taken her blood, bestowing upon her the title of a concubine would already be an awakening of conscience. Realizing this, The smile on Yi Zi's face grew more pronounced. Yi Xinyo, proud and ambitious, sought to ensnare the scion of power within the capital, aspiring to be the favored one among many. Should she fall into Ning Yuankang's grasp, she would experience the sensation of being trampled into the ground. The thought of such punishment was thrilling, and most importantly, the prospect of extorting money was too enticing to ignore. With Ning Yuankang practically delivering himself to her doorstep, how could she resist the opportunity? She promptly declared, "The treatment of the rowan pine has consumed a considerable amount of medicinal supplies. My lord's condition, being a consequence of excessive internal heat, also necessitates medication. Will you cover all the medical expenses?" Ning Yuankang turned to the speaker, Yi Zi, and upon seeing her face, his eyes brimmed with disdain. Inwardly, he reveled in secret delight. Despite Ning Hansha's immense power and the deep affection of the emperor, he had still married an unattractive woman. Although Yi Xinyo had lost an arm, her beauty was undeniably flawless. Presenting such a woman in public would undoubtedly bring him greater prestige than Yi Zi. The thought that he finally possessed something to overshadow Ning Hansha filled Ning Yuankang with a sense of glee. Thus, he readily acquiesced to Yi Zi's request. Indeed, as long as you spare Xinyo, the monetary issue is of no concern. Excellent. Yi Zi responded eagerly. However, she realized that she had nearly exhausted the benefits of Yi Mai's training. Any further effort would be too much for her body to bear. Ning Hansha cast a glance at her, remaining silent, tacitly acknowledging her intention to request funds. Ning Yuankang presented himself with an air of audacity, as if to say, "What do I have to fear? Speak, sister-in-law, how much do you require for medical expenses?" Yi Zi pondered carefully before gesturing with her fingers to indicate the number 8. "This number is particularly auspicious. I am fond of it." Ning Yuankang snorted in response, "Very well, 8,000 taels of silver it is. This prince shall provide it." He mused that his occasional indulgences in brothels often involved extravagant spending. Although 8,000 taels was somewhat substantial, it remained within the realm of his financial capability. Yet, to his surprise, Yi Zi shook her head. "No, no, no. Are you implying that our fifth brother is worth merely 8,000 taels? Such a statement may pass in the Grand Tutor's residence, but uttering it outside could lead to a public beating." Though Ning Hansha was notorious for his bloodthirstiness and physical frailty, he still held a significant position in the hearts of the common folk. The people were acutely aware that his legs and body bore the scars of battles fought for the glory of the Daxing dynasty. His peculiar temperament was largely a result of the countless skirmishes he had endured on the battlefield. Thus, while they harbored a sense of fear towards him, they also held him in profound respect. Should Ning Yuankang's words reach the public, there was a genuine possibility that the masses would unite against him. Ning Yuankang awkwardly touched his nose and inquired, "So, you desire 800,000? Yi Zi retorted with a cold smirk, 8 million. A fair price for your precious life. Wouldn't you agree? Mimi, prepare yourself. Should he refuse, we may have to resort to violence." Chapter 21. Biological Parents. As Yi Zi spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at the scarred man. A plump target had presented itself. It would be a shame not to seize the opportunity. She momentarily savored the sensation reminiscent of the domineering narratives found in romance literature, where one offers a substantial sum to part ways with a beloved son. However, in her case, it was the promise of 8 million to secure Yi Xinyo's freedom. The scarred man, obeying her unspoken command, advanced towards Ning Yuankang, brandishing his sword with an intent that suggested he would not hesitate to draw blood should the latter utter a word of dissent. "Have you lost your mind?" Ning Yuankang exclaimed, his visage twisted in fury as he directed a disbelieving glance at Ning Hansha, silently pleading, "Fifth brother, will you allow this hideous creature to act with impunity? Can you not intervene?" To his astonishment, Ning Hansha solemnly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, 8 million is quite auspicious. I am most satisfied." Ning Yuankang was left utterly speechless. The world had changed. His fifth brother, who was solely skilled in the art of killing, was now adept at extorting money as well, ultimately under the threat posed by the scarred man. Ning Yuankang had no choice but to acquiesce to the demand for 8 million taels of silver. This sum could be described as the entirety of the liquid assets within the grand residence of the three kings. Those shops and mansions were naturally beyond his reach, leaving him with no choice but to deplete the royal treasury. Ning Yuankang, infuriated, carried Yi Xinyo out, although he harbored desires for this woman for quite some time. 800,000 was simply exorbitant. It was far too dear. Yi Zi observed Ning Yuankang's retreating figure, her face adorned with the triumphant smile of a victor. For a man like Ning Yuankang, known for his debauchery, No matter how beautiful a woman might be, she could never hold a candle to his own importance. Once the novelty wore off, any disappointment would surely be unleashed upon Yixinyo, deemed unworthy of such ire. Thus, she could only imagine how arduous Yixinyo's days at the Three Kings' residence would be. After tidying up the matters concerning Yixinyo, she clapped her hands and commanded, "Throw Zhang Minran and Zhang Chong out, ensuring they take nothing from the estate. Everything that Zhang Chong had previously withheld must be returned. Not a single coin could be missing." Zhang Minran, upon hearing this, erupted in furious protest. On what grounds? Even if the master has been demoted, you have no authority over the Grand Tutor's residence. Yi Zi, arms crossed, chuckled lightly. How fortuitous. The emperor has just bestowed the Grand Tutor's residence upon me. Everything within this estate belongs to me, including the garments on your back. Cast them out. She reiterated her command, adding, strip them bare. Without needing Ning Hansha's directive, Scarface promptly complied with Yi Zi's orders. Zhang Minran and Zhang Chong were left battered and bruised, and Scarface effortlessly expelled them from the Grand Tutor's residence. Yi Zi strode towards the room where Yian lay gravely injured. This woman was remarkably decisive. His anticipation for the days to come in her company only grew stronger. At that moment, Yi Zi had already entered Yian's chamber, oblivious to Ning Han's chaotic thoughts. Inside, two maids and a physician were tending to the bruises on Yian's backside. Yian was conscious, albeit grimacing in pain. Upon catching sight of Yi Zi, his eyes brimmed with hatred, nearly oozing blood. His leg had been bitten by Yi Zi's despicable dog, causing him excruciating pain with every move, and now, after receiving a beating, he could hardly stand. Bastard, what brings you here? Depart from the Grand Tutor's residence. I have no daughter like you. Yian gazed at her in disbelief. Your estate? After a moment's contemplation, realization dawned upon him. Despicable wretch, you have sought the Grand Tutor's residence from the emperor. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi glanced at the basin of water used to cleanse the wounds at her feet. With a swift kick, she sent the basin crashing into Yian's face. With such a foul mouth, you ought to wash it out. Splash! A basin of bloodied water drenched Yian's visage. The physician and maids were momentarily stunned by her audacity, yet dared not intervene. Not only was Yi Zi the princess consort of the War King, but her previous act of violence to protect Xue Bing had instilled fear in all. They had no desire to become victims of Yi Zi's wrath. Yi Zi commanded the two maids, throw Yian out. After a brief hesitation, the maids complied and approached to move Yian's body. You have all betrayed me. Yian screamed in madness. He shouted for a long time, but seeing that Yi Zi showed no intention of stopping, he was compelled to resort to his final desperate measure. Yi Zi, you are not my biological daughter. Yi Zi nodded slightly. Yes, I know, and thankfully, I am not. Yian fell into silence, taken aback by the realization that Yi Zi had already known in advance. He was even more astonished by her calm demeanor. Shouldn't she be urgently inquiring about the truth? Don't you wish to know who your real parents are? Yian pressed on. If you go and explain to the emperor and restore my official position, I will reveal the whereabouts of your biological parents. Yi Zi scoffed. Ha, dreaming in broad daylight. Are we? As she spoke, she kicked him, causing the two maidservants who were carrying him to stumble and drop him to the ground, landing painfully on his rear, eliciting cries of agony from him. Ah, you little wretch. Only I know the whereabouts of your biological parents. If you kill me, then you shall never see them again. Yi Zi deliberately placed her foot on the wound on his lower back. What if I never see them? I find myself quite at ease alone. Just honestly reveal the location of your secret chamber, and I may spare your life. She added, oh, and by the way, your only remaining descendant, Yimai, is in my possession. If you refuse to divulge, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate him. Yian, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, could not utter a word. Ultimately, he could not withstand the pressure any longer and reluctantly conceded, fine. I will tell you the location of the secret chamber. Yanqing pondered that his secret chamber was not easily accessible. It was fraught with countless mechanisms and hidden weapons. Even if Yi Zi transformed from her former timidity, what difference would it make? She remained but a liability. Should she venture inside, those concealed traps and devices would undoubtedly shatter her into oblivion. Moreover, entering the secret chamber could buy him precious time, allowing the reinforcements he summoned to arrive. Thus, he promptly divulged the location of the secret chamber to Yi Zi. Beneath the third stone tile in the back garden lay the entrance to the chamber. Yi Zi narrowed her eyes slightly. Very well, let us proceed together. With that, she delivered a forceful kick to Yian's waist, sending him tumbling out of the room in a chaotic roll. under normal circumstances. Such a tumble would result in mere superficial injuries, but Yian was grievously wounded. The Taifu Manor had been devastated by Yi Zi's explosive actions, leaving behind a plethora of stones and debris. As Yian rolled upon the ground, he collided with various obstacles, his head bloodied and body marred with wounds. Occasionally, he struck a wooden pillar, writhing in agony like a battered eel. His body could no longer continue the tumultuous roll, at which point Yi Zi seized the moment to act. With a surge of strength, she sent Yian sprawling over the wooden pillar, crashing down heavily. Amidst the chaos of their tumultuous journey, they ultimately arrived at the entrance of the secret chamber. In Chapter 22, Yian was indeed truthful. Upon lifting the third green brick in the back garden, an entrance revealed itself. Yi Zi peered into the illuminated passageway, observing a descending dark tunnel. Its length rendered it impossible to discern what lay at its terminus, and the nature of the secret chamber within remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, Yi Zi forcefully kicked Yian into the secret passage, urging him to venture forth and scout the way. Yian tumbled into the dark corridor with a cacophony of sounds. However, this particular passage bore no traps, for the true mechanisms lay concealed within the inner chamber. Consequently, he emerged unscathed. Noticing nothing amiss, Yi Zi followed closely behind. After traversing the lengthy passage, a room reminiscent of a study came into view. Illuminated by flickering candles, the outlines of a desk and bookshelves became discernible. Immediately upon hitting the ground, Yian spoke up. "You were found by us, in your swaddling." There was a red jade pendant. I placed that pendant in a box on the third shelf of the bookcase. Yi Zi cast a glance at Yian, then turned her attention to the nearby bookcase. Indeed, a wooden box rested upon the third shelf, though it was securely locked, rendering its contents inaccessible. She refrained from approaching, for she knew Yian all too well. Given his nature, he would never readily divulge the truth. Thus, she retrieved a gnawed bone from her 857 space, and with a flick of her finger, she struck it against the wooden box. The sound echoed as the box was hit, followed by a series of clicks. Suddenly, numerous hollow openings appeared in the once smooth walls of the chamber. Arrows sprang forth from these apertures, the majority aimed directly at the area in front of the bookcase. It was easy to imagine that had Yi Zi stepped forward to unlock the box, she would have been pierced by a deluge of arrows. Yet, Yi Zi was not at all surprised. Instead, she gazed at Yian with a beaming smile. "You scoundrel, there must be quite a few mechanisms in this chamber, no? Tell me, would it not be exhilarating if they all struck you instead?" Upon witnessing her smile, a foreboding sensation flickered within Yian's heart. You lunatic. What on earth do you intend to do?" he stammered. I am not deceiving you. The item truly lies within that box, albeit with a mechanism." As he spoke, Yian anxiously cast his gaze towards the wall at the opposite end of the secret chamber. There existed another exit leading directly to his study. Yet where were his reinforcements? If they did not arrive soon, he would surely falter. Just as Yian's tension escalated, Yi Zi unexpectedly swung her arms in a dramatic flourish. She twirled and leaped, making contact with various objects within the chamber. Everything that could be smashed on the table was sent crashing to the floor, while items from the bookshelf were sent scattering in all directions due to her kicks. A cacophony of sounds ensued, and in tandem, an array of mechanisms began to activate. Toxic smoke billowed forth, poison darts whistled through the air, venomous insects scuttled, and toxic liquid dripped ominously. Every trap and concealed weapon within the secret chamber was set off by her reckless actions. Yian shouted in exasperation, "Yi Zi, have you lost your mind?" These mechanisms had been meticulously designed by skilled artisans he had recruited, triggering even one could spell disaster. Yet this madwoman had set off every single one, and the speed at which the hidden weapons were discharged was relentless. She too would not escape the consequences. Did she truly wish for them both to perish together? Before Yian could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, a torrent of mechanisms was unleashed upon him. At that critical moment, a loud clang resonated as the door to the secret chamber swung open. His anticipated savior had finally arrived. Overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistened with tears as he called out, "Help me, brother." The newcomer raced towards Yian with utmost urgency, determined to rescue him. However, Yi Zi did not grant them this opportunity. The secret chamber was now enveloped in toxic smoke. Consequently, they could not discern Yi Zi's figure. She retrieved a bomb from space 857 and cast it down, subsequently taking the wooden box into her possession. Having accomplished this, she gracefully entered the space. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated within the chamber, instantly obliterating Yian. A mist of blood lingered in the air, while the would-be saviors could do nothing but flee for their lives. Yi Zi, witnessing Yi and shattered remains, smiled with satisfaction. Such a despicable father meeting his demise in such a manner was the most fitting conclusion. Within this underground chamber, no one was aware of how Yi and had perished. She was but a kind-hearted and timid little rabbit, entirely unconnected to these gruesome affairs. Yet, did Yian just refer to that individual as older brother? Yian had 3 siblings, being the youngest, remaining in the capital to serve in an official capacity. The eldest, Yi Guo, was engaged in business abroad, reportedly in Hu country for several years. One brother thrived in Hu country while the other served as grand tutor in Daxing. She detected a whiff of conspiracy. As for the second brother, Yi Yong, he had succumbed to a plague long ago. Yi Zi remained concealed in the space, refraining from revealing herself. She extracted the wooden box she had casually brought in earlier. Crafted from golden silk Nanmu, the lock was fashioned from gold, exuding an air of nobility. Yi Zi even pondered if this box might have been left by her biological parents. Otherwise, how could Yian have chosen such an exquisite container to store her belongings? Moreover, the lock bore signs of tampering, and the box displayed cuts from a blade. However, she was unable to open it smoothly, leaving Yian completely unaware of its contents. Her previous ramblings had merely served to deceive her, undoubtedly indicating the box's extraordinary nature. Thus, Yi Zi promptly resolved to retrieve a pair of pliers from the 857 space and decisively snapped the golden lock. As the lock fractured, a peculiar aroma wafted into the air. Yi Zi had already donned a gas mask, remaining utterly unperturbed. Yet, the 857 space issued a warning, deadly gas attack. Please take precautions. Yi Zi raised an eyebrow and smiled. It was no wonder Yi and had been unable to unlock this box. Few things could provoke such a warning from the 857 space. It was likely that as soon as Yian had pried open the box, a mere hint of its essence nearly cost her life, thus rendering her too fearful to proceed. The thought exhilarated her even more. What could possibly lie within this box? And who were her biological parents, truly? Chapter 23. The Golden Dragon token. Only after the toxic fumes had completely dissipated did Yi Zi dare to open the golden sandalwood box. A radiant golden light flooded her vision, prompting her to squint. Once her eyes adjusted to the brilliance, she discerned the object within. To her astonishment, it was a dragon model crafted entirely of gold. A palm-sized golden dragon rested quietly in her hand, its scales exquisitely engraved, and its whiskers remarkably detailed. Akin to a modern, finely crafted figurine, yet imbued with a lustrous sheen that no mere figurine could possess. She had indeed been correct. Yian had never seen the contents of the box, merely speculating that something typically representative of identity would be a jade pendant. Little did she expect that it was, in fact, a magnificent piece of gold. This also indicates that she possesses first-hand items, untouched by any alterations. As she weighed the golden dragon in her hands, its substantial mass suggested it must weigh at least a couple of pounds. Such an artifact is not something an ordinary person could acquire. Coupled with the intricate mechanisms adorning the box, it becomes evident that her parents' lineage is far from ordinary. Without delving into the extraordinary royal heritage, the sheer size of this gold piece implies that her biological parents must be affluent individuals. Contemplating this, Yi Zi's anticipation of discovering her true parents intensified. If she were indeed a child of privilege, born into wealth or power, she could simply relax and enjoy life. However, before she could indulge in such leisure, she needed to address the current chaos surrounding her. She waited until the smoke and dust outside the secret chamber had nearly settled before she leaped out from the 857 space. At that moment, the man who had come to rescue Yi and had vanished without a trace. Yet, outside the Grand Tutor's residence, the sounds of combat reverberated, leading Yi Zi to deduce that the man had certainly gone to aid Zhang Minran and the others. She swiftly made her way towards the main hall of the Grand Tutor's residence. Upon her arrival, she was taken aback by the scene before her. A group of masked assailants had encroached upon the courtyard. Armed with long knives, they clashed with Ning Hansha's subordinates. Meanwhile, Yima had already been captured by them, and they were desperately attempting to seize Zhang Minran, whose clothing had been half torn away. Only the nearly lifeless Zhang Chang remained on the ground, clearly not a target for rescue. Observing this, Ning Hansha narrowed his eyes, signaling for reinforcements, indicating a determination to fight to the bitter end. Yi Zi scanned the battlefield before ascending to the rooftop of the main hall. The The opponent's strength was formidable, and the ability to conceal such a multitude within the capital suggested that their influence ran deep. Thus, she had no intention of allowing Ning Hansha to be ensnared in an unending cycle of conflict. Ascending to the rooftop, she retrieved a crossbow from the 857 space. This crossbow had been enhanced tenfold, capable of delivering a deadly blow with a single shot, yet devoid of the thunderous noise characteristic of a firearm. She aimed the crossbow at Zhang Minren's head, recognizing that the most despicable figures were the Yi couple. The torment inflicted upon her by the three siblings of the Yi family was a direct consequence of the couple's indulgence and misguided teachings. With her target in sight, she resolutely pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt was released, hurtling towards Zhang Minren's skull, the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, startling several highly skilled individuals present. The man who had previously appeared in the secret chamber to rescue Yi and re-emerged. He hurled the incapacitated Zhang Chong towards the direction of Yi Zi's shot. Thud! The arrow struck Zhang Chong's body, instantly transforming flesh into a gruesome spectacle, with one half of his body severed from the rest. A spray of blood erupted, splattering the nearest Zhang Minren, who was left drenched in crimson, trembling in terror, her eyes filled with bloodshot desperation, her mind in disarray. "Oh, Yi Zi, you have slain my brother," Zhang Minren screamed, frantically charging towards Yi Zi. "You ungrateful wretch! I have nurtured you for 16 years, and this is how you repay me. Ah, give me back my brother. You shall face retribution. What if you were born into wealth and privilege? Your fate has long been entwined with XINUS. In the future, XINU will soar like a phoenix, while you shall remain but a pool of mire. Alas, you shall not succeed. Your parents will all meet untimely fates, relentlessly pursued by countless foes. They cannot possibly survive." Zhang Minren wailed as she ran, only to be seized by the man beside her. With a swift move, he rendered her unconscious and then dragged her towards the gate of the Taifu's residence. Meanwhile, several individuals formed a human wall behind them, shielding their escape. Yi Zi's gaze darkened, and she swiftly released her crossbow. With a series of sharp twangs, arrows flew forth, each finding its mark in the bodies of the assailants clad in black below. If that man in black intended to sacrifice his subordinates for his escape, then let none remain. Her arrows continued to rain down, while Scarface weaved through the crowd, dispatching enemies with precision. It was only when all the assailants lay defeated that they ceased their onslaught. Yi Zi gazed pensively in the direction Zhang Minren had departed. Had the fates been exchanged? So, was this the reason the original host suffered alongside Yi Xnu, bearing the brunt of the injuries? Were her parents truly under pursuit? Thus, she had been taken in by the Yi family, becoming their adopted daughter to ward off calamity. Ah, this operation was not entirely fruitless. At least it had revealed this critical information. No wonder the seventh prince remarked upon the peculiar intertwining of her fate with Yi Xinu's. The man she had just encountered must have been Yi Gua, the elder brother of Yin, who had witnessed her slay Yin and would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yet, Yi Zi felt no fear. The weapons in her 857 space could replenish at any moment. Should an enemy approach, she would strike them down. Should a pair come, she would vanquish them both. Ning Hansha cast a glance at the scarred man, silently instructing him to seek out information regarding the whereabouts of Zhang Minren and his companions. He examined his own legs, and then surveyed his own body. Had he not been poisoned at this moment? Had he not been rendered a cripple? Zhang Minren and that man would undoubtedly have been unable to escape. After years of disability, though he felt some frustration, he had never before experienced such a profound sense of uselessness as he did now. He fixed a deep gaze upon Yi Zi, whose plight was even more tragic than his own. Having had her fate altered by another, all the happiness that was rightfully hers had been relinquished. Yet she faced everything with unwavering calm. Perhaps it was merely a facade of strength. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within him. However, unbeknownst to Ning Hansha, Yi Zi at that moment was not grieving. Rather, she was zealously rummaging through the Tai Fu's residence, gathering the ledgers, silver, and property deeds from various shops. She issued her commands with authority. Although the steward of the estate was Zhang Chong, several clerks assisted in managing the affairs of the household. For it was clear that Zhang Minren alone could not handle everything. The clerks efficiently presented the ledgers and contracts before her. If Yi Zi's previous actions had been a display of intimidation, then today's execution of Zhang Chong served as a bloody warning. Those who dared to defy her orders would meet the same fate as Zhang Chong. They certainly did not wish to end up sprawled on the ground, so they had no choice but to comply. Yeezy glanced over the accounts, a smirk playing on her lips. Ah, there were still 30 million taels of silver, along with 5 shops. Quite impressive. She meticulously gathered all the items into her possession and then addressed the assembled servants in the courtyard. You may leave now. With the absence of the Grand Tutor's residence, there is no longer a need for such a multitude of servants. The household servants had previously treated Yeezy with either disdain or harsh words, and some even resorted to physical violence. The servants exchanged startled glances, incredulous that Yeezy intended to expel them. They dared not confront her and could only grovel. Miss, should we settle our monthly wages? Yeezy cast a light glance in their direction. Oh? How much do you require? Chapter 24, The Lavish Gifts of the War King. As she spoke, she surveyed their bodies, as if calculating the price for which she might sever a part of them. The servants fled in terror. And no, it's fine. Yeezy raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Not even a single coin? Upon hearing this, the servants scrambled away from the Grand Tutor's residence. No, truly. We don't want it. Initially, they had merely hoped for a small sum of monthly wages, thinking that perhaps Yeezy would retain a semblance of her former kindness. Yet, upon hearing her tone, they felt as if they were beset by a vengeful spirit. Forget about money. Preserving their lives was more than enough. Yeezy watched the departing servants with a sneer. Cowards, with such timidity, you dare to seek money? Do not rejoice too soon. While no one witnessed Yian's demise, Zhang Chang's death, it is likely that inquiries will soon arise from the palace. Ning Hansha interjected from the side. Yeezy shrugged, her expression indifferent, and if they do inquire, Zhang Chang was not a court official. Moreover, the ruthless and bloodthirsty nature of the warlord is mirrored in me. The warlord's consort, is it not entirely natural? After all, one cannot expect to yield 2 distinct types of individuals from a single bed. Upon hearing these words, Ning Hansha couldn't help but smile slightly. Scarface pursed his lips, remaining quietly in the Grand Tutor's residence. Watching Yeezy and Ning Hansha depart, he sighed. Alas, with the consort around, Scarface has been forgotten. How pitiful. Beside him, Xiangli hopped forward, cheerfully stating, but we are still here, so there's no need for pity. Scarface turned to find that Li Qi and Xiangli, who attended to Yeezy, had also stayed behind. Typically, he maintained a serious demeanor in public. He hadn't anticipated that they would witness his earlier actions. Feeling a tad embarrassed, he scratched his head and chuckled. Heh, you were quite right. Boxes filled with silver and stacks of banknotes were neatly delivered to the courtyard of the warlord's residence. The steward, Zhang Ming, appeared astonished at the sight of the wealth. My lord, my lady, this. Yeezy, with a gleeful smile, responded, Hee, of course. It all belongs to me. She playfully added, my lord, this silver was procured with your assistance. Perhaps I could share a portion with you? Despite her words suggesting a willingness to share, she had already begun to tally the banknotes in her bag, showing no intention of parting with any of it. Ning Hansha shook his head helplessly, saying, since it has been designated as medical expenses, this prince shall, of course, not take any. Zhang Ming, please provide the keys to the residence to the consort. Zhang Ming, upon hearing the command, promptly presented a jingling set of keys to Yeezy. Your Highness, these are the keys to all the storerooms within the palace. The first key is for the silver treasury, the second for the gold treasury, the third for the jade storage, and the fourth for the fabric repository. The steward rattled off the corresponding storerooms for each key. Yeezy stared at the keys in her hand, momentarily dazed. Why did she suddenly feel like a landlord collecting rent? In astonishment, she inquired, how many storerooms does the War King's residence actually possess? She was aware that other families typically had only one storeroom, and those with considerable wealth might have a modest private vault. Here, gold, silver, and jewels were all jumbled together, yet at Ning Hansha's estate, each item appeared to have its own distinct storeroom, which seemed excessively extravagant. I've never counted, but there should be around 10. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. They can serve as your medical expenses. Ning Hansha's voice resonated. A notion surfaced within him, a desire to compensate for his inability to assist Yeezy decisively that day. Seeing her keen interest in wealth, he unreservedly offered her the entirety of the palace's treasures for her selection. In that moment, he was bewildered by his own thoughts and chose to depart hastily. Yeezy swallowed hard. 10. All of them are mine. Ning Hansha must be out of his mind. Zhang Ming, upon hearing Yeezy address Ning Hansha by name, quickly gestured for her to be silent, his excitement palpable. In the past, any woman who had spoken a word that displeased the prince had met a grim fate. Was the princess now dancing on the precipice of danger? Yet this time, Zhang Ming miscalculated. Upon hearing Yi Zi call his name, Ning Hansha did not exhibit anger. Instead, he vanished without a trace. Zhang Ming stood in a state of bewilderment for a while, a smile gradually brightening his eyes. It seemed that this occasion was unlike the previous ones, and the Wangfu was destined to become lively once more. He eagerly began to introduce the items in the storeroom to Yi Zi, who accepted the keys with a beaming smile. She had not forgotten how she often overheard others discussing the events of her wedding night with Ning Hansha within the palace. Thus, she promptly inquired, "Are there any rumors regarding me and Ning Hansha in this residence?" Well, the previously loquacious Zhang Ming suddenly stuttered. Observing Zhang Ming's demeanor, Yi Zi felt that the rumors were indeed dubious, prompting her to press further. "Speak, Your Highness, please do not put me in a difficult position." "I dare not say," the steward stammered, scratching his head anxiously, his face reddening to the point of resembling a ripe fruit. Yi Zi flexed her wrist. "Zhang Guanjia, I have matters to attend to shortly, and I would prefer not to inquire with others in the residence." The cracking sound as she moved her wrist conveyed an unmistakable sense of threat. Seeing this, Zhang Ming could only bitterly concede, "Your Highness, I shall tell you. But please do not take offense." Yi Zi nodded. "Go on. I have encountered many situations. I will not be angered." Zhang Ming replied, "Your Highness, the rumors circulating in the residence suggest that on your wedding night, you overpowered the Wangye and, in a forceful manner, the Wangye even fainted. And you took matters into your own hands. Subsequently, you were so vigorous that the bed collapsed. Furthermore, you have once again pressed the prince during the day, nearly to the point of exhaustion." Yi Zi fell silent. Had she become an insatiable femme fatale? However, aside from their lack of consummation, it seemed that nothing else was significantly different between them. For someone like her, who had witnessed various cinematic escapades, such rumors were merely child's play. Moreover, the more one attempts to dispel such rumors, the murkier the situation becomes. The truth holds little significance as people merely indulge in gossip. Thus, she waved her hand dismissively, stating that the matter was trivial and urged him to leave. Zhang Ming departed, feeling a sense of relief. Yet Yi Zi's demeanor only solidified his belief that the rumors were indeed true. Their prince was undoubtedly the one beneath her. Consequently, Yi Zi's reputation as a voracious predator was irrevocably established. As night deepened, Ning Hansha sat in his study, poring over the documents in his hands. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard, Yi Zi donned a suit of night attire, preparing for significant undertakings. Chapter 25. The Alliance of Tasks. Once she had changed into her stealthy garb, Yi Zi instructed the sisters Lychee and Fragrant Pear, "You two guard the entrance well and ensure my departure remains undisclosed." The sisters, brought in by the steward of the War King's residence, were chosen by her personally, making them exclusively hers and not subject to dual commands. Assigning them this task was also a test of their loyalty. Her principle was clear: once disloyal, forever untrusted. Yi Zi nodded and departed. While she now had the War King's forces at her disposal, they were still not entirely hers. She aimed to leverage their strength rather than rely completely on a man. Once the toxins within Ning Hansha were eradicated, their collaboration would come to an end. Should she find herself empty-handed at that time, it would indeed signify a lack of intellect. Relying on the mountains is futile, and depending on men is akin to being afflicted with madness or folly. Thus, she must venture forth to strategize for her future, diligently assembling a force to secure her own power. The place teeming with rogue warriors is the Task Alliance, which solely assigns buyer tasks, allowing capable individuals to undertake them. Successful completion of these tasks yields rewards, akin to the life of a bounty hunter. The assignments posted within the Task Alliance are no trifling matters. Therefore, those brave enough to accept them are anything but ordinary. They are either individuals who have departed from various sects or fierce lone wolves. Being solitary herself, she must first recruit a few formidable allies to lay a solid foundation for her burgeoning influence, thus enabling her to expand her ranks thereafter. However, this time, Yi Zi did not embark on this journey alone. She brought along Xue Bing, whom she had stowed away in her space. For Xue Bing is a wolf, and she must not be allowed to languish like a domesticated dog. Yi Zi aims to awaken its primal instincts, transforming it into her most trusted companion. As she pondered, Yi Zi arrived at the Task Alliance located in a villa on the outskirts of the capital, having followed the lead she gathered. Before her stood a vast estate, approximately the size of a football field, with its blue bricks, green tiles, and red walls embraced by lush foliage. The courtyard adorned with evergreens appeared far from the anticipated ominous and bloody atmosphere. Instead, it resembled a retreat belonging to an affluent family. Yeezy retrieved a human mask from her space, donning it over her face, complemented by a pair of black contact lenses to obscure her blue eyes. This was not only to conceal the ghastly scars upon her visage, but also to prevent any premature revelation of her identity, which could invite unnecessary complications. As the Yi family now regarded her as a thorn in their side, coupled with Zhang Minren's words about those who pursued her parents, she entered the Task Alliance. The guard at the entrance cast a scrutinizing glance her way before brandishing his sword to block her path. "Is this your first visit?" he inquired, implying that she need not conceal her identity as a woman. The guard continued, "First-timers must engage in a contest with us. Only after assessing your abilities may you gain entry. This is the rule of the Task Alliance, one that everyone must abide by." Yeezy readily nodded in agreement, acknowledging that one must adhere to the regulations when on another's territory. Such adherence lent an air of seriousness to the Task Alliance. If anyone could simply stroll in, it would be far too lax. She was wary of admitting just anyone into her ranks. The guard escorted her into the spacious courtyard. "Please, young lady," he gestured respectfully, treating her not with disdain due to her gender. She unleashed half of her prowess, understanding that the guard merely sought to gauge her capabilities rather than engage in a life-and-death struggle. As she employed her internal martial arts techniques, still somewhat unfamiliar, she reveled in the exhilarating sensation of being suspended effortlessly in the air, akin to suddenly acquiring superhuman abilities overnight. While gracefully maneuvering with lightness, she incorporated the mixed martial arts skills honed during her training as a covert operative. Although her internal energy attacks were not particularly strong, her mixed martial arts techniques targeted vital points with precision. It was evident that she was a formidable opponent aiming for critical strikes. After exchanging only a few moves, the guard halted the match. "Your abilities are satisfactory. Please proceed," he stated with utmost respect. He could discern that Yeezy's internal strength resembled that of a novice. However, she was gradually honing her skills and improving amidst the fray. Such an individual, once empowered, would undoubtedly rise as a formidable figure in the martial world, which compelled him to extend the respect she deserved. Yeezy nodded and proceeded towards the task hall of the guild. The guard, observing her retreating silhouette, cautioned, "Miss, your potential is boundless. It would be wise to select some simpler tasks to hone your skills before tackling more challenging ones." The guard, whose role was merely to keep watch, had never before offered unsolicited advice. Yet, witnessing the innate talent of Yeezy, he could not bear the thought of a prodigy fading away. The guard, in his 30s, possessed a countenance that exuded steadfastness and integrity. Yeezy flashed a smile. "Thank you, elder brother, but I am curious, what conditions would allow you to accompany me?" The guard was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. "Accompany you?" As she continued towards the main hall, Yeezy remarked, "I am but a solitary wanderer, lacking a few brothers by my side. If you are willing, please inform me of your conditions once I have completed my tasks." The guard's kind-hearted admonitions and actions had left a favorable impression on Yeezy. Moreover, having sparred with him earlier, she recognized his martial prowess was commendable. This young lady dared to recruit from the guild? Did she not fear the perils of departing from such a place? It is well known that the guild is often referred to as the foremost assassination alliance, tasked primarily with eliminating significant figures. With a mere word from the guild's leader, her demise would be inevitable. Amidst the guard's astonishment, Yeezy had officially entered the task hall. In the spacious hall, numerous tables and chairs were arranged, with many individuals engaged in discussions. The surrounding walls were adorned with various missions, each clearly detailing the intended targets, the level of difficulty, and the corresponding rewards. Yeezy was no stranger to this scene. In fact, it felt somewhat familiar. Her experience as a modern-day operative mirrored this environment, the only distinction being that assignments were disseminated through contemporary electronic devices. Her entrance did not attract significant attention, as everyone was engrossed in the tasks displayed on the walls. Yeezy blended into the crowd, contemplating which mission to undertake. She surveyed her surroundings and ultimately focused on the most conspicuous assignment directly ahead of her. Target: General Ding Yang of the Cavalry. Difficulty: Grade A1. Reward: 10 million taels of silver. Chapter 26. Undertaking a high-difficulty mission. The Mission Alliance categorized tasks by levels of difficulty, designated as A, B, C, and D, with each category further divided into 3 tiers. Grade A1 represented the highest level of challenge, while Grade D3 denoted the least. Given Yizi's novice status, she ought to select the simplest task. However, her gaze was drawn to this most formidable assignment. It was not out of arrogance, rather. Her intent was to gather a capable team. Naturally, one must possess strength to attract followers, who would willingly align with a novice to fulfill missions. Moreover, she had encountered the cavalry general before, as he frequently visited the Grand Tutor's residence, whispering with Yian. The two were undoubtedly conspiring in secret. Initially, Yian had even considered offering her to the cavalry general for his amusement, but that plan was abandoned due to her lack of beauty. Thus, such a pest should indeed be eliminated. The challenge of assassinating the general of the cavalry is formidable, not solely due to the general's formidable prowess as a seasoned warrior, but also because of the elite guard that accompanies him, each member a fierce combatant forged in the crucible of battle. Thus, penetrating through layers of defenses to reach him is indeed a daunting task. However, this is merely the perspective of outsiders. For Yizi, with the plethora of potions and weapons at her disposal in the 857 space, it would be a grave error to let such resources go to waste. Consequently, she resolutely stepped forward to undertake the most arduous mission. This bold move instantly rendered her the center of attention. The crowd gazed at her with fervent curiosity. Who is this person? How audacious to accept such a high-difficulty task. It appears to be her first time at the Mission Alliance, embarking on an assassination mission. Remarkable, to attempt something so grand on one's inaugural visit. Truly, ignorance breeds courage. The murmurs of the crowd faded into the background as Yizi disregarded their chatter and approached the registration counter with the task in hand. The registrar, an elderly man, squinted in disbelief upon seeing the task sheet Yizi held, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. "Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" he inquired. The assassination of the general of the cavalry had lingered in the mission hall for quite some time, with no one daring to accept it. To his astonishment, it was a remarkably youthful girl who stood before him. Yizi nodded emphatically, "No mistake." The old man, taken aback, reluctantly took up his pen to record her details. "What is your name? Are you part of a team?" The Mission Alliance offers a plethora of tasks with varying difficulties, prompting many to opt for teamwork to ensure both mission completion and personal safety. There was no one to form a team with. She was utterly alone. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the other individuals in the hall, each of whom averted their eyes, unwilling to meet her stare. Clearly, no one was inclined to partner with her, as they perceived this mission as tantamount to courting death. The old man paused momentarily. The name Luali strikingly resonated with her persona. Yet, the notion that she intended to undertake this task solo was utterly absurd. As he recorded her details, he cautioned her, "This mission has been attempted before, but the outcome was tragically grim. Should you fail, the Task Alliance will not intervene to avenge your demise. Your kin shall receive no compensation whatsoever." Yizi understood that the Task Alliance was concerned about the possibility of her dying within the General's estate, with her relatives seeking to extort money thereafter. She chuckled softly, "Fear not. I am utterly solitary. Even in death, there will be no one to cause trouble." The old man shook his head in resignation, silently documenting all the information. He could already envision the grim fate that awaited this young girl. Once the registration was complete, Yizi promptly turned to leave the Task Alliance. Under the shroud of a moonless night, when murder and pillaging were rife, she hastened towards the General's estate. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she departed, the entire Task Alliance erupted in chaos. The most agitated among them was the guard who had just attended to Yizi. According to the rules of the Task Alliance, accepting the most challenging mission entitled one to make a request of the Alliance. He had never anticipated that Luali would pay such a hefty price just to take him along. A wave of determination surged within him as he made a silent resolution. Furthermore, she ought to bring along several of her brothers. Such a young girl is truly endearing. Meanwhile, the leader of the Task Alliance received this news. He reclined languidly on a soft couch, delicately savoring a cup of black tea. "Oh, a girl of 17 or 18 has undertaken the most arduous task. How peculiar." The leader of the Task Alliance, with his cerulean eyes, cast a sidelong glance at the old man. "Each has their own fate. She made her own choice, so why should you lament, Uncle Dog? What you ought to lament is that the young lady has yet to be found. The assassins have inquired for so long within the great Qing dynasty, yet there is not a whisper of news." Upon hearing this, the man addressed as Uncle Dog let out a deeper sigh. Alas, it has been over a decade. Finding a single person is akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. The leader should exercise patience. At this moment, on the other side, Yi Zi had hastened her steed to the entrance of the general's residence. While other households might have no more than 4 guards at their gates, the general's residence boasted 8. Yi Zi could not help but click her tongue in disbelief. No wonder the task was so formidable, as even entering was fraught with difficulty, let alone assassination. However, this also suggested that the general was no stranger to nefarious deeds. Otherwise, why would he be so fearful of death? He was likely of the same ilk as Yan. Just as she was quietly devising her plan to infiltrate the general's residence for the assassination, a muffled cry accompanied by 2 low curses echoed forth. Quickly, stuff her mouth, lest we disturb anyone else. You little wretch, serving the general is a tremendous fortune. Do not raise your voice, or I shall have your tongue removed. Yi Zi peered out and observed 2 men carrying a burlap sack towards the rear entrance of the general's residence. From within the sack, muffled sounds of a woman's weeping could be heard intermittently. In an instant, Yi Zi comprehended the grim reality. The general's residence was engaging in the abduction and exploitation of innocent women. An idea swiftly formed in her mind. This was not only an opportunity to infiltrate the general's estate, but also a chance to confront the general himself. Fortune had indeed smiled upon her. Without hesitation, she approached the 2 men, stealthily retrieving a tranquilizer dart. With 2 swift shots, she incapacitated them, and soon they collapsed limply to the ground. Rushing forward, she unfastened the burlap sack to reveal a delicate young face. The girl's wide, innocent eyes sparkled, framed by a fluffy white headband, lending her an irresistibly adorable appearance, reminiscent of a gentle little rabbit. Moreover, her youthful visage indicated that she had only just come of age. Yi Zi inwardly cursed the general 100 times. How could he prey upon such tender blossoms? With a swift motion, she removed the cloth gag from the girl's mouth and urged, "Hurry." Without delay, Yi Zi herself slipped into the sack. The girl pouted, seemingly on the verge of protest, but ultimately yielded to Yi Zi's commanding gaze and chose to obey her directive to escape first. Once ensconced within the sack, Yi Zi deftly tugged at the exterior ropes, crafting a ruse of imminent escape. Simultaneously, she deliberately created a cacophony of sound to attract the attention of the guards stationed at the general's rear entrance. As anticipated, her commotion drew the guards closer from their posts nearby. The guards were evidently accustomed to such matters. Upon seeing the situation, they immediately grew tense and hoisted the sack towards the general's residence. Curse it, they almost let the person escape. The general cannot enjoy the company of women, and we cannot afford to let such opportunities slip through our fingers, a bunch of useless fools. As they grumbled, the 2 men carried Yi Zi into the general's mansion. Chapter 27. 66 stabs. Once the delivery was made, we should hastily depart. Soon the general will come to untie the sack. He relishes this air of mystery. We must not disrupt it. After a brief exchange, the 2 guards closed the door behind them and vacated the room. Inside the sack, Yi Zi overheard their conversation and spat at the thought of the general. High emotional intelligence, mystery, low emotional intelligence, perversion. Before she could hurl further insults, the door creaked open once more. Yi Zi knew that the main figure had arrived as footsteps approached the bedside with a deliberate cadence. A somewhat familiar voice echoed, "Hee hee. My little beauty, if you perform well tonight, this general shall grant you a fine title." Yi Zi recognized that voice all too well. Yan had once delivered her to Ding Yang's bed in a similar manner. Back then, she had thought the sack was merely a means of restraint, only to discover Ding Yang was a despicable man with peculiar tastes. Confirming her suspicions, Yi Zi retrieved a dagger and a syringe filled with anesthetic from her hidden space. She intended to strike with both precision and stealth, aiming to sever Ding Yang's head and fulfill her mission. Above her, she heard the rustling sound of Ding Yang untying the ropes of the sack. Soon, the rope fell to the ground, and the sack was opened, revealing Yi Zi's head. She did not act immediately, for upon the sack's opening, Ding Yang's wariness was undoubtedly heightened. Yi Zi's intuition proved correct. After opening the sack, Ding Yang stood ready, employing his strongest defenses. Although he had engaged in such actions numerous times, caution is the mother of safety. Should someone employ such a method to assassinate him, he would meet an untimely fate. As the sack descended, Yi Zi's figure emerged, and upon seeing a petite woman, Ding Yang sighed in relief. Yi Zi, at first glance, did not possess formidable internal strength. However, this time, the quality of the merchandise was not as good as before. He scrutinized Yi Zi with the discerning gaze of one evaluating goods. The human skin mask she had procured from the 857 space could not be deemed a great beauty. Yet it was undoubtedly an improvement over her usual scarred visage. Coupled with her decent features, she appeared akin to a well-mannered girl from the neighborhood. Ding Yang chuckled softly. Do you know that I am the most formidable cavalry general of the Dashing dynasty? It is your fortune to serve me. Ding Yang was not surprised by the scene. Every woman entering the estate initially reacted with panic or even tears. However, it would not be long before they succumbed to his authority. He stepped closer to Yi Zi, who recoiled like a frightened deer into the corner of the bed. No, I do not wish to serve you. Such fortune is yours. Do you desire it? Ding Yang, noticing her terror, did not relent. Rather, he lunged toward the bed. No? I revel in watching your struggles. Ha ha ha, come now, I shall cherish you dearly. Ding Yang, akin in age to Yin, possesses a robust physique befitting a martial general, his skin slightly tanned. With a sudden movement, he stirs the air around him. Yi Zi, feigning tears and flushed cheeks, secretly readies a tranquilizer needle poised for action. Bang! Ding Yang lunges onto the bed, extending his hand to seize Yi Zi's wrists. In response, she swiftly raises the tranquilizer needle, aiming for his neck. Yet, Ding Yang's reflexes are astoundingly swift. As the needle approaches, he rolls aside with agility. Without hesitation, he unleashes his inner strength. Crash! The bed's railing shatters under the force of his energy, splinters raining down. Wretch! Who sent you? He bellows, intending to summon the guards of the general's residence, but a sudden pain in his backside stifles his call. His body weakens unexpectedly, and the world around him blurs. He reaches to remove the needle, but before he can, he collapses limply to the ground. You. He attempts to confront Yi Zi, yet finds himself unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Yi Zi rises slowly from the bed, collecting the tranquilizer needles one by one. The valiant general, accustomed to the battlefield, surely understands the principle that all is fair in war. The tranquilizer in her hand serves as her primary weapon, yet she has cunningly concealed numerous needles within the bedding. She deliberately feigned a grand attack, leading him to evade into the trap she had meticulously prepared in advance. The anesthetic in the bed was merely insufficient compared to the syringe in her hand, rendering Ding Yang weak and collapsed on the floor, yet his consciousness remained alert. At this moment, Yi Zi was devoid of the previous terror. She approached Ding Yang, brandishing a dagger with a wicked smile. General Ding, how many innocent girls have you toyed with? Ding Yang tilted his head to glance at the mechanism on the wall. To ensure his safety, he had instructed his personal guards to be alerted 15 minutes after he entered the room. Triggering the mechanism would signal them that he had successfully verified his merchandise and was ready to indulge. For the next hour, there would be no need for them to intrude or even remain outside to guard. Should he fail to activate the mechanism within that quarter of an hour, it would indicate a problem with the delivery, prompting the guards to enter immediately for his rescue. Thus, he merely had to bide his time. The guards would come to his aid upon sensing something amiss. Intentionally diverting Yi Zi's attention, he weakly inquired, "Who are you?" His voice trembled, weakened further by the dagger's tip pressed against his body. Yi Zi lightly twisted the blade, refusing to speak. "Then I shall count to 66 for you, and stab you 66 times. With that, she plunged the dagger into Ding Yang's arm. "Oh," he cried out in pain. Yet his voice was stifled as Yi Zi tore a strip from the bed's curtain and stuffed it into his mouth. His muffled whimpers resembled a kitten's whine. Though faint, the sound could still be heard by those outside, yet they did not enter the room. Such sounds are utterly commonplace. Whenever the general indulges in a woman, those ladies invariably wail in despair. Presently, this noise is rather mild. Some cries are so harrowing that they instill fear. Thus, Ding Yang's pleas for help proved futile as Yi Zi relentlessly approached him with the blade. 1 stab, 2 stabs. After delivering 10 stabs in quick succession, the room was thick with the scent of blood. Curiously, Ding Yang's spirit remained remarkably intact. Aside from the pain rendering his eyes bloodshot, his vital signs were surprisingly stable. Yi Zi gently tapped his cheek with the dagger, wiping away the bloodstains from the blade. "Do not fret, General Ding. My medical skills are exceptional, capable of allowing one to survive 66 stabs." Ding Yang, taken aback by Yi Zi's smiling visage, was drenched in cold sweat. Never had he encountered such a terrifying woman. However, time was drawing near. Once the guards entered the room, he vowed to have this woman subjected to 1,000 tortures. Chapter 28. The final revelry. Despite his cautious gaze, he could not escape Yi Zi's perceptive eyes. for this was the second time Ding Yang had glanced in that direction. Following his gaze, she turned her attention to the wall. Are you waiting for someone to rescue you, General Ding? A jolt of anxiety surged through Ding Yang. How could this woman know everything? He instinctively denied. No, I am not. Yi scoffed. Ha. Denial only confirms it. You are just as ungrateful as Yian. The mention of that familiar name deepened the terror in Ding Yang's eyes. The Yi family had crumbled within a matter of days, and all of it was due to Yi Zi. He gazed into Yi Zi's eyes for an extended period, finally noticing a subtle hint of blue, only then realizing, you are Yi Zi. Yi Zi flashed a toothy grin, remarking, as expected of the valiant general. It took you this long to figure it out. Yian possesses secret chambers and mechanisms. Do you not have the same? Before Ding Yang could deny it, Yi Zi yanked off the crown atop his head and struck it against the wall. With two resounding thuds, the mechanism was triggered, and a series of beeping sounds echoed from outside. The royal guards received the signal and promptly withdrew, allowing Ding Yang to indulge in his desires. Yi Zi clicked her tongue, exclaiming, TSK, TSK, Tisk, truly a band of swine and dogs. The methods of setting traps are quite similar. What schemes do you frequently conjure with Yian in the study? If you tell me, I might consider alleviating your suffering. As she spoke, she produced a vial and injected it into Ding Yang's neck. As the potion coursed through him, he felt his body regain some strength, his speech becoming more assertive. Fear surged within him. Yi Zi's medical skills surpassed his expectations. Trembling, he pleaded, I'll tell you everything. Will you spare my life? I have never harmed you. Yi Zi toyed with the dagger in her hand, saying, First, you speak, then I shall gauge my mood. She reflected that her earlier escape had been primarily due to her unremarkable appearance, not Ding Yang's merciful nature. He had unceremoniously tossed her out, bag and all, preserving his innocence, but leaving her battered and bruised. Ding Yang could only slowly utter, Your father has contacted the people of Hu Kingdom, seeking to allow their troops to enter Dashing. That is why he has reached out to me, as I am responsible for the border defenses. Your father has bestowed upon me considerable gold and silver, hence, I agreed to let a few individuals in. Yi Zi regarded him with a face full of skepticism. A few individuals? You collude with that old scoundrel Yian and betray the nation. And you only let a handful into the city? Do you take me for a fool? With a swift motion, she stabbed Ding Yang again. Ouch. It's an army of 1,000 men. Ding Yang could only scream in agony as he revealed the truth. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi comprehended how the people of Yi Kingdom had infiltrated Dashing to rescue Zhang Min and others. With just one communication, 1,000 men had been allowed entry. And it was certain that Ding Yang had conferred with Yian more than once. This implied that Dashing was already teeming with soldiers and spies from Hu Kingdom, all awaiting an opportunity to conspire against the state. Treason is a capital offense. And Yi Zi found it hard to believe that a mere sum of gold and silver could sway Ding Yang's loyalty. She continued to regard him with a frigid gaze. Ding Yang, sensing the urgency, dared not conceal further truths, especially since those outside had vacated due to the activation of the mechanism. Any sign of dissent from him would result in her relentless assaults. Thus, he hastened to speak. Your father not only promised me riches, but also allowed me to choose freely from the young maidens of the capital, those who have just come of age. Any that I fancy, he would find a way to procure. If they serve well and are obedient, they may remain in the manor. If they defy orders, then they shall be executed and their bodies discarded in a mass grave. Since a year ago until now, there should be around 50 or 60 individuals. The figure mentioned by Ding Yang is indeed conservative. In reality, it is likely to be doubled. However, he dares not speak the truth, for this madwoman before him might very well slay him with a flurry of blades. Yi Zi raised an eyebrow, her dagger glinting ominously. Oh, precisely 50 or 60? Her voice was low and laced with menace. The two wretches, Yian and Ding Yang, had audaciously harmed so many blossoming young maidens. Had she known earlier, she would not have merely reduced Yi into a mere pile of bones. Yian was detestable, yet the true villain who had sullied these innocent girls was even more abominable. Ding Yang looked at her with hopeful eyes. I have already told you everything. You should fulfill your promise and spare me. A slight smirk graced Yi Zi's lips. I previously mentioned it depends on my mood, but alas, your revelations have only soured it further. Ding Yang stared at her in terror. This time, Yi Zi refrained from further banter. She plunged the dagger into his body again and again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 each thrust a reminder of his misdeeds. Yi Zi lost count of the number of stabs as the thought of countless innocent girls, like that lovely young lady before, being ravaged and slain by this beast consumed her. Her rage could no longer be contained. Only blood could quell her fury. The reckless onslaught sent blood spraying everywhere, staining Yi Zi's face, garments, and shoes. Ding Yang was riddled with gaping wounds, yet he clung desperately to life, refusing to succumb. It was only when his blood had nearly run dry that Yi Zi finally ceased her relentless assault. She retrieved a stimulant from the 857 space and proclaimed, "Come, witness the ultimate revelry." As she spoke, she injected the substance into Ding Yang's body. The blood within him surged forth, and Yi Zi brandished the dagger in her hand, plunging it fiercely into his neck. In a state of exhilaration, Ding Yang did not flinch. Rather, he lunged toward her blade. With a sickening sound, his head tumbled to the ground. Yi Zi scoured the room, seizing every valuable item within reach. Subsequently, she placed Ding Yang's severed head into a rosewood box from the wardrobe. Clutching the weighty container, she leapt from the window and navigated along the corner towards the eastern side of the general's residence. Although she had initially entered the estate confined within a sack, her keen sense of direction allowed her to vividly map out the route in her mind. She deftly maneuvered through the general's estate, encountering numerous guards and Ding Yang's personal soldiers. Yet, she skillfully evaded them. When escape was impossible, she would retreat into the space. Thus, she arrived at the treasure vault of the general's residence with remarkable ease. When asked how she located the storeroom, she would credit Yan. The layout of the house and the design of the hidden chambers revealed that Yan and Ding Yang were remarkably similar in their scheming. Hence, she sought the location based on the Taifu residence, which indeed led her to discover that Yan had transferred a substantial sum of silver to Ding Yang. Now, the Taifu residence belonged to her. She could not afford to let even a single coin slip away. Chapter 29. Emptying the vault. Silently eliminating 8 individuals simultaneously proved to be a daunting task. Striking one would inevitably provoke the others to converge. Thus, Yi Zi unhesitatingly opted for the strategy of feigned misdirection. At this moment, it was time for her most reliable partner, Xuebing, to make an appearance. Yi Zi glanced at the wolf in the 857 space. Its fur dyed with spinach juice, transformed into a spinach pancake, and flashed a mischievous grin. Hee hee. In order to execute this heist, she needed to don a disguise, and naturally, her companion Xuebing also had to adopt a new guise. With a wave of her hand, she summoned Xuebing from the space. "Go, Xuebing, unleash your combat prowess. I will deploy the smoke to cover you." Xuebing, in a state of bewilderment, tilted its head, the tuft of green fur atop its head appearing rather comical. The wolf could not comprehend why its master was laughing at its head, but as long as the master smiled, it was a sign of affection. So it was determined to exert itself even more. Oh well. After a few enthusiastic leaps, Xuebing dashed toward the storeroom door. Yi Zi seized the opportunity to release a cloud of bewildering smoke, which gently billowed and obscured the vision of several guards. The guards assigned to watch over the storeroom were certainly no fools. Upon seeing the thin mist, they immediately covered their mouths and noses with vigilance. The captain at the forefront shouted, "Enemies are approaching. Stay alert and prepare to notify the general's personal guard." Oh well. Just as they had arranged their defensive formation, a vibrant green wolf came charging toward them. The guards, upon recognizing the figure of Xuebing, gasped in astonishment. "It's a wolf. A green wolf." The guards widened their eyes. The general's residence was situated on the bustling streets of the capital, so why had a lone wolf appeared so suddenly? Moreover, it was green. They had encountered gray, black, and white wolves, but never had they seen one of such a hue. Yet, to claim it was a dog, there were no green dogs either. However, Snowcake did not grant them a moment's respite for contemplation, launching itself fiercely at the enemy's throat with a savage bite. Its attacks were lethal in a single strike. The wolf's size and speed were unmatched by mere humans. With a chilling sound, a guard's throat was torn apart, resulting in instant death. The remaining guards immediately surrounded Snowcake with their weapons, fully aware of the ferocity of this wolf, which left them no room for complacency. Meanwhile, Yi Zi concealed herself in the shadows, and upon witnessing Snowcake struggling, she released a tranquilizer dart to incapacitate a guard. The synergy between the girl and the wolf was remarkable, swiftly reducing their foes to merely 4 remaining guards. Yi Zi refrained from further action, knowing that the general's elite troops would soon arrive. If they did, gaining access to the storeroom would become a far more arduous task. Seizing the cover of night, she traversed the narrow path to the side wall of the storeroom, tilting her head to take a furtive glance. At that moment, no guards were stationed at the storeroom entrance, yet a formidable iron lock hung from the door. It would require at least a quarter of an hour of brute force to unfasten the lock. Thus, she promptly inquired, 857, do you possess a master key? Please procure one for me. The 857 space responded immediately. You said, 857, please provide me with a master key. The silence that followed from Yi Zi was deafening. The title of princess proved invaluable. Scarcely had she uttered it when a versatile long key materialized in her hand. A smile crept across her face as she regarded the key, far more efficient than any bolt cutters or pliers. Crouching low, she approached the storeroom, inserted the key into the lock cylinder, and with a decisive click, the door unlocked. She cautiously entered the storeroom, mindful of the concealed traps within Yi and secret chamber. Uncertain if similar dangers lurked here, her movements did not escape the watchful eyes of the guards, who excitedly exclaimed, someone has entered the storeroom. Quick! Stop her! Just as they attempted to intercept Yi Zi, Shui Bing's actions became even more swift. The erect green tail appeared menacing, as if to declare, you worthless lot. Do not hinder my master. The guards ensnared by Shui Bing were utterly incapable of halting Yi Zi, yet they remained surprisingly composed. After all, the elite guard would arrive within mere moments, and the thief would have to navigate a myriad of traps, making it impossible to abscond with anything in such a brief span. Thus, they reasoned, it would suffice to capture her effortlessly. However, contrary to their expectations, Yi Zi had already commenced her urgent operations within the storeroom. Illuminated by the dim moonlight, she immediately spotted crates filled with silver. The wooden boxes on the floor were insufficient to contain all the gleaming coins, which lay scattered about. She surveyed her surroundings, noting that this was a spacious warehouse. The precious metals were stored nearest to the entrance, while less valuable paintings and artworks were relegated to the farthest corners, even deliberately hung on the walls. Pondering this arrangement, she wondered why it would be more convenient for others to pilfer the gold and silver. Such a layout defied logic. Something was amiss. Unless the area surrounding the precious metals was fraught with traps, and Ding Yang had intentionally devised this setup to lure thieves. Yi Zi smirked. Ding Yang possessed a modicum of intelligence, but regrettably, it was in short supply. With a swift wave of her hand, she commanded the 857 space to tidy up and depart. In an instant, everything within the room seamlessly vanished into her realm, meticulously organized without her intervention. Satisfied, she clapped her hands. This was the epitome of advanced technology, true intelligence that required no manual effort. If she had to move each item by hand, it would not be artificial intelligence, but rather artificial incompetence. Without delay, she slipped out through the door crack, kindly locking it behind her. Yi Zi's lips twitched at the sight. Red paired with green, quite the combination. Yet, only two adversaries remained, but a throng of figures was rapidly approaching from a distance. Yi Zi shouted, Green Dog, retreat. Upon hearing their master, the green dog ceased its attack and followed Yi Zi towards the back door. The personal guard, relentless, pursued them as Yi Zi sprinted, the night wind lifting her hair, the air infused with the fragrance of evening dew. As she and the wolf reached the corner, they swiftly entered the 857 space, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, Yi Zi tossed the snow cake into the water for a thorough cleansing, secretly enjoying the unfolding drama. The personal guard scoured the general's residence but found no sign of the thief, noting that the lock on the storeroom door still hung intact. They mused that the thief must have left empty-handed, perhaps snatching only a few pieces of silver, resulting in minimal loss for the estate. However, when the storeroom door was finally opened, they stood frozen in disbelief. It was empty. Most astonishingly, the mechanisms within the room remained untouched, pristine as if the storeroom had always appeared thus. The royal guards, undeterred by superstition, even hurled a stone, only for it to strike the ground and trigger the mechanisms with a series of swift clicks. Panic engulfed them. The situation was undeniably bizarre, compelling them to report to the general. However, upon arriving at Ding Yang's chamber, the scent of blood wafted through the air, and they realized the gravity of the situation. Upon pushing the door open, they were met with the sight of a headless corpse, the floor soaked in blood, and the body riddled with gaping wounds. The scene was grotesque beyond description, and judging by his attire, the guards could ascertain that the lifeless form belonged to their master, Ding Yang. With his demise, the royal guards found themselves leaderless, their minds plagued by doubts. Had Ding Yang's misdeeds summoned such malevolent occurrences? The ability to silently assassinate Ding Yang without triggering any mechanisms or absconding with valuables seemed beyond human capability. An atmosphere of dread, as if haunted by specters, descended upon the general's residence. Meanwhile, Yi Zi, having indulged in a brief slumber, scaled a wall with lax defenses at dawn. Before her stood a familiar figure. Chapter 30. A heartfelt gratitude. The newcomer was the young girl Yi Zi had rescued the previous night, her nose flushed from the wind, her fluffy headpiece rendering her reminiscent of a forlorn little rabbit. Upon seeing Yi Zi emerge safely from the general's residence, she excitedly embraced her waist, exclaiming, "Oh, I'm so relieved you're unharmed. I waited for you all night." Startled, Yi Zi was abruptly embraced around the waist by a petite girl, catching her off guard. Yi Zi mused that this young girl was truly naive yet audacious. The girl nodded emphatically. "Thank you, sister. What's your name?" Yi Zi chuckled softly. "Yi Luoli." The girl revealed adorable little fangs. "Sister, I'm Yin Yin. You must wait for me in Kyoto. I will certainly bring you many, many wonderful things." As Yin Yin spoke, she gestured a large circle with her hands. Finishing her piece, she skipped away. Yi Zi watched her departing figure, smiling wryly. Little did Yi Zi know, the young girl she casually saved would bring her an immense surprise. However, after completing their assignment, they did not depart but lingered in the Task Alliance. It's already dawn. I suspect it's hopeless. Moreover, so much time has passed, yet not a word has emerged from the general's manor. Most likely, they perished inside. The crowd chattered amongst themselves. The elderly man in charge of registration and the guard whom Yi Zi valued both fixed their eyes intently on the doorway, just as they were at their wits' end. A figure materialized at the entrance of the Task Alliance. It was none other than Yi Luoli. Everyone gazed at her with fervent eyes. Today, she was clad in a white robe, carrying a bundle in her hand. The crowd continued to speculate with disbelief. Yi Zi entered the room and handed the bundle to the elderly man responsible for registration. "Examine it. By the way, considering your advanced age, I worry you might be easily frightened. Find someone with a stout heart to inspect it. I cannot be held responsible if you are scared to death." The old man, hands on his hips and with an air of pride, retorted, "In the Task Alliance, I am known as Old Dog, and in my youth, I was dubbed Mad Dog. What scene have I not witnessed? Can anything truly frighten me? Young lady, you underestimate me far too much." As he spoke, he proceeded to unveil a bundle before the onlookers. When the outer cloth was torn away, a wooden box emerged, and though it remained unopened, a considerable amount of blood had already seeped out, releasing a pungent scent that filled the air. The expressions of the crowd shifted instantly, for they realized that the contents of this box were likely extraordinary. With a deliberate motion, Old Dog slowly opened the wooden box, and upon glimpsing its contents, his steps faltered momentarily. Despite his mental preparation, he was still taken aback. The onlookers craned their necks in curiosity, wondering what could possibly terrify a man like Old Dog, who had weathered countless storms. When they finally beheld the items within the box, they instinctively recoiled a few paces. Blood, eyes wide open in death. An unsettling sensation gripped their necks, and a chill ran down the back of their heads, as if they themselves had been decapitated. Noticing their reactions, Yi Zi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So, how about it? Is the task complete?" Old Dog, his face pale, nodded in acknowledgement. "It is complete." With the task accomplished, his demeanor towards Yi Zi softened somewhat. He pondered to himself whether the title of Mad Dog should be bestowed upon Yi Luoli instead, for this girl was even more unhinged than he. The Old Dog's lips twitched as he remarked that the Task Alliance could indeed investigate. Yi Zi responded with a soft acknowledgement. "Very well, then please settle my payment." She then turned her gaze towards the guard, inquiring, "By the way, sir, would you care to accompany me?" The guard remained entranced by the recent astonishment. Even before she accomplished her task, he had held admiration for this young girl. Now, having completed the assignment, her prowess rendered him the one in awe. It would be foolish of him to decline. Yi Zi flashed a radiant smile, asking, "What conditions must be met? Do you require silver or something else for them to permit you to join me?" The guard hastily replied, No. According to the regulations of the Task Alliance, as long as you have completed the most challenging task, you are entitled to make a reasonable request of the leader. It is entirely permissible for you to take me with you." The Old Dog, overseeing the situation, could not help but roll his eyes at the guard's flustered explanation. "Look at you, so lacking in composure. Does the Task Alliance suffer from your absence? Why the urgency to leave?" The Old Dog feigned righteousness, yet inwardly sighed. "Oh, such a remarkable girl. It would be wonderful if she could remain in the Task Alliance." Hearing the guard's explanation, Yi Zi beamed with excitement. "So that's how it is. Then I shall request you from the leader." The guard nodded vigorously. "I have several trusted comrades among the guards. Little Luoli, would you like?" The guard's insinuation was quite evident, suggesting that they could unconditionally fulfill her request. Hasten to escort your comrades away, dear brothers. Yi Zi, perceptive to his insinuation, continued. To bring along the companions of the elder. No problem, we shall depart immediately. Chapter 31. The disappearance of the Alliance leader's sister as Yi Zi spoke. She glanced at the sky, now bright with daylight. She wondered how the two girls, Lychee and Fragrant Pear, were faring in their watch. Should Ning Hansha venture into her quarters and find her absent, it would be difficult to provide an explanation. Moreover, having slain Zhang Chang the previous day, it was inevitable that the palace would dispatch personnel to inquire about the matter today, particularly the queen. Yi Zi perceived that the queen held little genuine affection for Ning Hansha. The old steward, with a stern expression, nodded in agreement. The leader would not be reluctant to part with a few individuals. You may proceed, and I shall report to the leader shortly. The old steward settled the task's reward for Yi Zi, who then departed with the guards and several brothers. Along the way, Yi Zi learned that the guard's name was Chu Hanfei, and she affectionately called him Uncle Fei. Uncle Fei, I intend to establish my own faction. Please lead the men to this residence. It would be ideal to gather some followers, yet I prefer quality over quantity. As she spoke, she arranged for them to take up residence at a manor belonging to the Grand Tutor on the outskirts of the capital. Chu Hanfei nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, I frequently recruit newcomers within the Task Alliance. I can manage this matter well. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi produced several purses and handed them to him. Take this silver. Should it prove insufficient, I shall send more. Chu Hanfei accepted the silver without hesitation, recognizing that recruiting and equipping allies required financial resources. However, he had already prepared to supplement his finances, despite the fact that Yi Luoli had just completed a mission and received 10 million taels of silver. She would undoubtedly retain a portion of the money for other endeavors, and offering him 2 million taels in banknotes would be considered generous. Yet, this sum would be merely a drop in the bucket for the long-term expansion of personnel, prompting him to discreetly retrieve his savings. Having resolved to follow Yi Luoli, he was determined to commit wholeheartedly. However, upon Yi Zi's departure, he found himself utterly stunned as he opened the 2 pouches in his possession. They were filled with banknotes, each worth 1 million taels. Within those bulging pouches lay no fewer than 700 or 800 notes, equating to a staggering 7 or 8 million taels. His hands trembled slightly. Having just met her, Yi Luoli had entrusted him with a significant portion of her wealth. What immense trust this was! He could not afford to betray such confidence and was resolute in his commitment to help Yi Luoli establish her power. Furthermore, if he were to embark on this venture, he aimed to be the best, to grow strong and renowned throughout the martial world. Unbeknownst to Yi Zi, the banknotes she casually handed him had completely won over Chu Hanfei's heart. For someone who had extorted 80 million from Ning Yuankong and wielded control over the entire financial power of the War King's residence, this amount was but a trifle. Meanwhile, at the Task Alliance, the old dog in charge informed the leader of Yi Zi's completion of the mission and her departure with several individuals. Upon hearing this, the leader raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, what a formidable young lady. I must find the time to meet her. It has always been the Task Alliance that gathers individuals. This is the first time someone has taken our people away. By the way, dog uncle, what color are her eyes?" He inadvertently posed a question, for if his younger sister were still alive, she would be of a similar age to Yi Luoli. Having been lost to the world for many years, what if fate were to allow their paths to cross? He would not overlook any possibility. Even the slightest hint of resemblance would compel him to inquire further, for who knows what might unfold. Uncle Dog sighed. She wore black, and upon witnessing her demeanor and abilities, I immediately thought of the young lady. It was for this reason that I lamented her undertaking such a perilous task. The leader, upon hearing this, felt a pang of disappointment. Black. My sister's eyes were as pure as blue sapphires, a rarity in this world, so clean and clear. Indeed. How could just anyone be his sister? Alas, they would continue their search. The leader and Uncle Dog exchanged glances, both letting out a long sigh. The princess certainly possessed audacity. Hearing this, Yi Zi was taken aback. Had her departure from the manor been exposed? She pondered how to explain herself. But then she heard Xiang Li's voice. Ning Han shot a cold glance at Xiang Li. What if I insist on seeing her? Xiang Li felt a surge of panic within, yet maintained an air of calm as she continued the charade. The princess said that if you disturb her peaceful slumber, she may have to administer a few needles to make you feel a tingling sensation. Ning Han fell silent. Such words could indeed only have been uttered by that madwoman. Yi Zi. Meanwhile, Yi Zi, standing by the window, silently gave Xiangli a thumbs up, relieved that she had arrived just in time. It is hard to discern that this girl, Xiangli, possesses exceptional acting skills, lying with a face unflinched and a heart untroubled. Upon hearing her words, Yizi gently patted the back of her hand, reassuring her, "Fear not, all the keys to the Wangfu are in my possession. Should he dare to act, we, as master and servant, shall abscond with our fortune." After this exchange, Yizi's trust in the two deepened. She playfully bantered with Li Ji as she approached the door and opened it. "Good morning, Your Highness," she greeted Ning Hansha with an air of nonchalance. Ning Hansha cast her a sidelong glance, inquiring, "Have you had enough sleep?" Yizi nodded. "Yes, it is about time. It would have been even better if I had not been disturbed." Ning Hansha was at a loss for words. Had he truly been the one to awaken her? The sun was already high in the sky, while other wives rose at the break of dawn to attend to their husbands. Yet she, if she were to serve him timidly, she would not be easy. He spoke in a deep tone. "My father requests your presence in the palace, regarding the death of Zhang Chong and General Ding Yang of the cavalry." Feigning surprise, Yizi asked, "What? Ding Yang is dead? Surely the emperor cannot suspect that I am the one responsible?" Ning Hansha pressed his lips together. "We shall discuss it further in the palace." Chapter 32. A most terrifying couple. Yizi nodded and followed Ning Hansha toward the imperial palace. This time, they were headed to the Jingxin Hall, where the emperor routinely conducted his affairs and took respite. However, this time, the hall was filled with numerous court officials. As Yizi pushed Ning Hansha into the chamber, they instantly became the center of attention. An elderly man immediately spoke up, lamenting, "Your Majesty, the War King and his spouse have brazenly committed murder in broad daylight. The chaos at the Grand Tutor's residence has been witnessed by numerous citizens. If this matter remains unaddressed, others will surely follow suit, and the capital will descend into turmoil." The commotion at the Grand Tutor's estate yesterday indeed startled many, and the death of Zhang Chong, along with the appearance of a group of men in black, caused unrest throughout the city for an entire night. The emperor, maintaining his composure despite his fury, cast a serious glance at Yizi and inquired, "Yizi, I have heard. Did you kill Zhang Chong?" Before Yizi could respond, Ning Hansha interjected, "I commanded her to do so. Is there a problem with that?" The emperor's expression turned grave, and he fell silent, reflecting on his son's audaciousness. For Ning Hansha, taking a life was merely a trifling matter. Yet the emperor wished he would at least offer a pretext to avoid lengthy discussions with these antiquated officials. Truly, his son showed him no respect as a father. What a troublesome child. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor pressed on. "Why did you instruct Yizi to kill Zhang Chong?" The elderly official who had spoken earlier quickly chimed in, "Even if Zhang Chong was in the wrong, such matters should be handed over to the authorities. If everyone takes it upon themselves to slay the guilty, what remains of the law?" Ning Hansha shot a cold glance at the old official, retorting, "This is not the first time I have disregarded the law. Are you, a scholar from the Eastern Pavilion, instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" The Eastern Pavilion scholar is aligned with the third prince, Ning Yuankong. The pretense of seeking justice is merely a fade to aid Ning Yuankong in his quest for revenge. The Eastern Pavilion scholar found himself rendered speechless by Ning Hansha's brazen dismissal. Beside her, Yizi had devised a strategy long before vanquishing Zhang Chong. Yet she did not anticipate that Ning Hansha would boldly step forward to defend her. Indeed, a commendable ally. Although ruthless, he possesses formidable combat prowess. Following Ning Hansha's words, she continued, "The esteemed scholar of the Eastern Pavilion may not be aware that Zhang Chong has committed numerous offenses within the residence of the Grand Tutor. He has unjustly withheld my funds and has disgracefully mistreated the maidservants of the household. Most alarmingly, he frequently indulges in debauchery, and I fear he may have contracted a vile disease, the contagious nature of which remains uncertain. For the safety of the capital, it was the prince's command that I eliminate Zhang Chong." The scholar of the Eastern Pavilion wore an expression of skepticism, his face betraying disbelief. He scoffed. Who would have thought that the consort of the War King, a daughter of a civil official, would resort to using such weaponry as a crossbow? And yet, she managed to strike true. His mocking tone aimed to cast doubt on Yizi's intentions. Yizi chuckled disdainfully, "Ha! I would never have guessed that a distinguished scholar of the Eastern Pavilion would slander others with the baseness of a ruffian. That crossbow is merely a device that can be operated by anyone with hands. At such close range, one could shoot with their eyes shut. To be candid, I could even pull the trigger with my foot." The scholar pressed on with his inquiries. "And what of the former Grand Tutor Yian, who has mysteriously vanished?" Could it also be the handiwork of the War King's consort? Yi Zi covered her mouth in feigned surprise. Oh, Yin is missing? When did this occur? Your news is remarkably well informed. Perhaps the Emperor should bestow upon you the title of Little Informant. She contemplated that Yin was obliterated, and the secret chamber was nearly collapsed, rendering any evidence impossible to uncover. She resolutely refused to acknowledge such baseless accusations. After her denial, she continued, the Grand Scholar of the East wouldn't dare imply that the recently deceased General of Cavalry has any ties to our Wang Fu, would he? So, according to him, all the deaths in the capital are attributed to me and the prince? If my esteemed husband and I possessed such capabilities, we would have swiftly dealt with that loquacious old fool and silenced his incessant babbling. The Grand Scholar of the East trembled as he spoke. Wang Fei of the War Prince. You insult me. Yi Zi feigned innocence. Oh, I was referring to the rambling old fool. Is the Grand Scholar of the East an old fool? Oh, wait, are you an object then? How strange. You surely are not an object. Alas, it's all rather confusing. What exactly is the Grand Scholar of the East? Yi Zi's barrage of words left the Grand Scholar's face contorted with anger. You, Wang Fei of the War Prince, why do you explain yourself so fervently? Are you flustered? The Grand Scholar of the East deliberately provoked her. Yi Zi chuckled lightly. Why would I be flustered by a dog's bark? What if it carries rabies? In a verbal spar with Yi Zi, the Grand Scholar was no match. Observing his defeat, the Empress interjected with a sarcastic tone. Though Honor has a somewhat irritable temperament, he had no reason to kill Ding Yang. Surely it cannot be for military power, as his frail constitution could scarcely support such an endeavor. The Queen, aware of the Emperor's regard for military power and his aversion to those who might overshadow him, deliberately steered the conversation towards the subject of military authority. Moreover, she harbored a desire to ascertain the extent of Ning Hansha's recovery. Should she wish to confront him anew? It would not be an easy endeavor. As soon as the Queen's words fell from her lips, Ning Hansha activated a mechanism on his wheelchair, launching several darts. The projectiles grazed the Queen's hair, leaving her unscathed yet severing a few strands. If I desired military command, Ning Hansha declared, a mere command would suffice. Why go to such lengths? The Queen would do well to contemplate her words carefully, for should my temper flare, I cannot guarantee your safety. The Queen, struck by fear, found herself at a loss for words, stammering incoherently, for she recognized the madness of Ning Hansha was matched only by his audacity. Yi Zi swiftly interjected. My lord has fought valiantly for the nation. How could your majesty so misjudge him? Is this the conduct of a rational being? You dare imply that I am not human? The Queen, though intimidated by Ning Hansha, felt more at ease when dealing with Yi Zi. If I am not human, it would be wise for you to remain silent. Scarred One, bring forth the documents. Ning Hansha interrupted the Queen's reproach. The Scarred One promptly presented a stack of letters before the Emperor. After perusing the contents, the Emperor, incensed, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, impudent. They deserve their fate. They all must die. The Eastern Pavilion's Grand Scholar, who had just lodged his complaint, shrank into the corner like a quail, too frightened to utter another word. The other courtiers cast curious glances at the items in the Emperor's hands. They were eager to uncover what the War King had offered to the Emperor. After a fit of rage, the Emperor addressed Yi Zi, stating, your assassination of Zhang Chong is commendable, and your seizure of the Grand Tutor's residence is equally praiseworthy. If you desire anything, simply inform your father, and he shall bestow it upon you. The Emperor's sudden display of affection left Yi Zi somewhat bewildered, prompting her to exchange a subtle glance with Ning Hansha. He conveyed a reassuring look, encouraging her to voice her desires, and Yi Zi began to conjecture. Surely, he had presented the Emperor with irrefutable evidence of Ding Yang's collusion with Yin, all under the pretense of her tumultuous search for proof at the Grand Tutor's estate. Father, I humbly request financial assistance. Is it permissible? She inquired. The prince's ailment necessitates numerous precious medicinal herbs, and with sufficient funds, they can be procured. I do not seek much, merely 500,000 taels of silver. As soon as her words fell, Ning Hansha interjected, you underestimate the Emperor. 1,000,000 taels would be more than sufficient. Yi Zi stared at the Emperor in astonishment. Really? Is that possible? The Emperor, unable to resist the momentum, nodded in agreement. It is indeed possible. Ning Hansha continued. Rest assured, the Empress and the Grand Scholar of the Eastern Pavilion will not be remiss in their contributions to you. A faint smile graced Ning Hansha's eyes as he added, they were so adamant in their accusations against me. Now that it is time to gather funds, Not merely 500,000, but 1 million taels will undoubtedly be secured. Yi Zi, still in a state of confusion, played along with his charade. But what if they are unable to produce the funds? Ning Hansha cast a fleeting glance at the two. If they cannot procure it, then they shall meet their demise. His cold gaze sent chills down their spines. They have come to an understanding. Today, the Duke of War and his consort entered the palace, one wreaking havoc and the other feigning madness to extort money. Such a wicked couple indeed. Chapter 33. Assisting in extortion, the Minister of the East could only obediently declare, "I shall find a way to gather the funds." The Empress, with a stern expression, reluctantly replied, "I will have someone send the money to the Duke of War's residence shortly." Her eyes glimmered with scheming intent. She had not previously recognized that Yi Zi, this frail wretch, possessed such a sharp tongue. Since the Duke and his wife had shown her disrespect today, she would not hold back. She had her means to stir chaos within the Duke of War's household. She was eager to see how long their marriage, founded on a substitute bride's auspiciousness, could endure. The Empress unceremoniously exposed Yi Zi. "I never realized that you was also a clever person. I have heard that you ordered your mother to be stripped and cast out of the residence, and that you had Uxin's arms severed." Upon hearing this, Yi Zi let out a scoff. The Empress was insinuating her duplicity before the Emperor. She aimed to sow doubt in the Emperor's mind about her intentions, hoping he would come to disdain her, leaving her vulnerable to attack. Truly, she was deserving of her title as champion of palace intrigue in her past life. Her ability to cast blame without resorting to tearing hair or fierce confrontations was remarkable. Yi Zi touched the corner of her eye, allowing the tear-inducing powder to take effect, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was no wonder she resorted to such means. In her former life, she was the one who made her enemies wail in despair. Who would have thought that now she must feign tears? Yet, a few drops could procure several million taels of silver. She could weep like a fountain. Indeed, the minister's daughter was merely acting. Yi Xinyo and Zhang Minran regarded their daughters-in-law as lesser than the dogs on the street. The daughters-in-law were not saviors, so they had every right to be ruthless. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of temper. After enduring so many years, the daughter-in-law finally awaited the opportunity to marry the prince and assert herself. What was wrong with dealing with them? They deserved it. The emperor cherished the daughter-in-law, and she was no fool. Why should she act like a feral beast? Yi Zi spoke her mind, having meticulously planned her words while dealing with Yi Xinyo. Acting. For one who infiltrated the enemy as an undercover agent, it was hardly a challenge. The empress exposing her duplicity? That suited her perfectly. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Zi's words, the emperor not only refrained from reproaching her, but looked at her with concern. "Alas, you have suffered in the past. As a future daughter-in-law of the royal family, I shall protect you." He then turned to admonish, "Empress, you are being excessively harsh on Yi." Upon hearing the emperor's rebuke, the empress quickly knelt. "Your Majesty, I was unaware of Yi Zi's past. It was an unintentional slip of the tongue." Ning Hansha, standing nearby, snorted coldly, "Humph. The empress has had far too many verbal missteps. Just recently, her slip of the tongue cost me 500,000 taels. What shall we say of this one?" Yi Zi secretly chuckled, surprised that the usually taciturn Ning Hansha would resort to extorting money in the palace. However, only a fool would complain about an abundance of wealth. "Money flows from all directions," the emperor promptly declared. "Then let us compensate Yi Zi with additional silver." The empress clenched her fists. She had already given 500,000. Yet they expected more. Does the emperor truly regard her as the treasury? Why does the emperor not bestow the treasury upon Yi Zi? It is one thing for the emperor to indulge Ning Hansha, but now he even showers affection upon Yi Zi. Yet, she dared not voice her objections too boldly. Merely acquiescing with a sense of reluctance, agreeing to provide Yi Zi with an additional 1 million taels as compensation. With her desires met, Yi Zi beamed as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Father Emperor. Had it not been for your discerning judgment, both I and the prince would have borne the brunt of blame. There is, however, one matter I am uncertain whether to disclose." As she spoke, Yi Zi cautiously glanced at the empress, feigning a demeanor of trepidation under the empress's formidable presence. Yi Zi nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, Father Emperor. When at home, Yi infrequently meets with Ding Yang. They are often seen conspiring in the study. I have also occasionally witnessed the second and third princes entering the study together. In this investigation of the remnants of Hugua's forces, they ought to be included as well. Only then can we ensure the prosperity and flourishing of Dexing." It would be a tremendous loss if a wise ruler such as you were to be influenced by a mere rat's droppings. Upon finishing her statement, Yizi gazed earnestly at the emperor. The grand scholar of the Eastern Pavilion is aligned with Ning Yuankong, having just dealt them a blow. Do they believe they can extricate themselves unscathed? Such a notion is laughable, even if they did not conspire with Yi in regarding Hu Guo. She would ensure they were implicated. As for the second prince, Ning Shang, he is the offspring of the empress. It is likely that he has been waiting here for her since she recently dealt with him. Having faced the empress, Ning Shang cannot hope to evade repercussions either. Yizi's principle is simple. Those who provoke her shall not be spared. All shall be dealt with systematically. True to form, upon hearing her words, the emperor slammed his palm upon the table. Investigate. Ensure that everything is thoroughly investigated. Yizi continued to flatter, Father Emperor, your brilliance guarantees that Dexing will undoubtedly flourish. With satisfaction, Yizi departed from the palace, and Ning Hansha, upon seeing her smiling face, could not help but curve his lips into a smile as well. It appeared she had a fondness for wealth, and in the future, he would procure more for her from the palace. Once his leg healed, he would amass all the riches in the world for her. As long as she was happy, he felt a sense of peace within. Unbeknownst to Ning Hansha, his concern for Yizi was growing increasingly profound. As both left the palace in good spirits, their carriage traversed the bustling streets. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing both occupants to lurch forward slightly. Yizi had not brought her maids, Xiang Li and Li Ji, with her this time, leaving the carriage rather empty with only the two of them. She had been seated opposite Ning Hansha, but this sudden jolt sent her tumbling into his embrace. With a thud, her head made intimate contact with his solid chest. Ouch, she grimaced in pain. Ning Hansha, who lacked understanding of how to express concern, was momentarily taken aback by the softness that had collided with him, leaving him feeling strangely unsettled. He awkwardly shifted his shoulder and commanded, Scarface, summon Jiang Huai. Yizi had certainly heard of the renowned physician Jiang Huai, known to be a disciple of the Medicine King Valley and currently the young lord of that esteemed place. It was said that even a fortune would not guarantee his presence for a consultation. Ning Hansha had become acquainted with him on the battlefield, and their bond was one of life and death, which was why Jiang Huai would assist him in seeking treatment. Outside the carriage, the scarred man responded with a grunt, and then explained, Your Highness, Your Grace, there has been a death at the renowned Zui Xianju Tavern in the capital, and a multitude of citizens has gathered in the streets. To evade their presence, I had no choice but to rein in the horses, which is why the carriage swayed. Zui Xianju is celebrated throughout the capital for its exquisite culinary offerings. Yizi harbored a long-held aspiration to dine there during her time at the Grand Tutor's residence. Yet now, before she could even savor a meal, the establishment faced the grim prospect of closure due to this tragic incident. Ning Hansha discerned her thoughts and spoke. Let us go and take a look. Upon hearing this, Yizi leaped from the carriage, and the throng of onlookers had completely surrounded Zui Xianju. The tavern had suffered a most calamitous event, with 10 individuals having succumbed simultaneously, a matter of great concern. It remained uncertain whether the establishment could continue its operations in the future. Chapter 34, Cemented Hearts. Whomever is struck shall perish. Yizi's heart sank at the thought of 10 lives lost, a grave safety incident indeed. The situation suggested a collective poisoning, prompting her to navigate through the crowd until she reached the entrance of Zui Xianju. Inside the dining hall, 10 individuals lay in a neat row, while physicians from distant corners of the city had been summoned to attend to them. However, the doctors shook their heads gravely, their expressions heavy with concern. The tavern's manager was in a state of panic, drenched in sweat. Should all the patrons perish on the premises, their business would be irrevocably doomed. Yizi scrutinized the fallen diners, noting that each of their lips bore a bluish hue and their fingers curled as if claw-like, indicative of acute poisoning due to toxic blood. Yet their mouths were slightly ajar, and their heartbeats and pulses had not ceased. They lingered on the precipice of death. With the medical capabilities of this era, their survival seemed an impossibility. However, by utilizing the medicines and rapid detoxifiers found within the 857 space, one could preserve their lives. She stepped forward, her heart, as a physician dedicated to saving lives, could no longer remain still amidst the countless lives at stake. Moreover, she had yet to savor the culinary delights of Zui Xianju. She could not allow it to close down. Most importantly, there was her reputation to uphold. Her successful treatment of the 7th prince had garnered her some recognition within the palace, yet the common folk remained oblivious, continuously comparing her to Yixinyo, the ethereal fairy. She felt like the mud trampled underfoot. As a former elite agent and miraculous healer, mud? If she were to be mud, let it be hardened cement, unyielding and formidable. Cement seals the heart and crushes whoever dares to challenge her. Entering the inner chamber, she declared, "Stand aside, I shall save them." Her voice commanded the attention of all present. Yeezy was not often seen in public, but the recent turmoil at the Grand Tutor's residence and the incident where she had shot Zhang Chang's body had already spread like wildfire. Thus, the crowd immediately recognized her. "Miss Yi. Oh no, wait, it's the Princess of War. Could the Princess of War truly heal? I have only heard that she herself is ailing." Rumors circulated within the palace that the Princess of War had become adept at medicine through her long illness, and had even saved the seventh prince. The survival of the prince was not merely due to fortuitous circumstances, but rather a testament to the princess's extraordinary skills. It was said that her prolonged illness was a result of the maltreatment she endured at the Grand Tutor's residence. The crowd murmured among themselves, most expressing skepticism regarding Yi Zi's medical prowess. Although the apothecary's physician harbored doubts about her capabilities, his professional ethics compelled him to promptly inform Yi Zi of the situation. In the present circumstances, there is no room for even the slightest delay. Your Highness, this person is suffering from toxic affliction. I have already utilized silver needles to seal the heart meridians. However, by obstructing the flow, the toxic blood remains stagnant, and should the needles be removed, the poisonous blood will surge directly into the heart. Thus, we find ourselves in a predicament. Yeezy nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite challenging to both contain the toxic blood from entering the heart and to expel the poison simultaneously. As she spoke, she unfastened a small cloth pouch from her waist. For the sake of discretion, she carried this medicine bag, which appeared to be filled with various items. Though most were extracted from the 857 space, she retrieved a vial of antidote and administered it to the patient, followed by the insertion of silver needles into his body. The physician, witnessing her deft technique, recognized her expertise. Furthermore, her needle placements diverged significantly from his own, targeting perilous acupoints he would never dare to approach. Once she completed the needlework, she took out a sharp knife and made a deliberate incision on the patient's chest. This action left the onlookers in shock. Heavens! To cut at the heart, can he possibly survive? Is the princess consort saving him or taking his life? Yeezy paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding her. After making the incision, she promptly extracted the silver needles from the patient's body. With the obstruction removed, the toxic blood gushed forth from the wound. Yeezy instinctively leaned aside to avoid the spray, while the stunned physician found himself drenched. She shook her head in mild exasperation. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Attend to the wound." The physician, hearing her words, nodded vigorously. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Impressive. After successfully treating one patient, Yeezy swiftly proceeded to the next. With her newfound experience, her pace quickened. The other doctors could only assist in minor tasks, not due to a lack of desire to help, but rather because her movements were so seamless that they found themselves unable to contribute. Most significantly, her unique techniques were something they could not master despite watching her perform multiple times. Thus, they were relegated to the less skilled tasks of bandaging wounds and applying medicine. For the first time, they felt as clumsy as swine. Yet, simultaneously, they silently resolved to be the first to apprentice under Yeezy. Before long, the toxins within the bodies of about 10 individuals were expelled. Yeezy slowly rose and approached the table for inspection. At this moment, the head constable of Yingtianfu, accompanied by several constables, awaited outside the establishment. They were ready to enter and investigate once Yeezy had completed her medical duties. Upon seeing Yeezy rise, the head constable promptly entered the drunken immortal pavilion, having previously noticed the royal carriage of the war prince outside. Aware that the war prince was observing, they proceeded with utmost caution. The head constable inquired of Yeezy, "Your Highness, have you discerned the issue regarding this poisoning matter?" Upon speaking, she gestured to the steward. "These 2 tables of dishes, have they been untouched?" After the poisoning incident, the servants had been instructed to safeguard these 2 tables, ensuring no one had tampered with them. The steward looked at Yeezy with gleaming eyes. Although the investigation was still underway, at least the lives of these patrons had been preserved. The reputation of the drunken immortal pavilion might suffer, but it would not face total closure. Had it not been for Yeezy, had these patrons perished within the establishment, the drunken immortal pavilion would have faced immediate closure. Yeezy pointed to a plate of sauce stuck on the table, inquiring, "Who prepared this dish?" Having spoken, he summoned the kitchen hand to fetch Chef Li. Before long, A plump middle-aged man stood before Yi Zi. Before Yi Zi could utter a word, he suddenly knelt down with a thud. Your Highness, it is indeed I who prepared the soy sauce duck, but I have labored at Drunken Immortal for decades. This is my lifeline, the sole means through which my family survives. How could I possibly poison the establishment? Although the steward was aware of the poison in the duck, he found it difficult to believe. Drunken Immortal was a family legacy, and Chef Li had been working there since the tender age of 7. Ultimately rising to the position of head chef, it seemed implausible that he would betray the establishment. Yi Zi shook her head, saying, You did not administer the poison, but the poison resides within you. Her words left everyone bewildered. According to Yi Zi, was Chef Li the true culprit? Chapter 35. Rise, my dear. It is time for your medicine. Upon hearing Yi Zi's statement, Chef Li frantically searched his sleeves, his belt, and the pouch at his chest. I have no poison on me, Your Highness. Woe is me, he lamented, his face contorted in distress, on the verge of tears. Yi Zi stepped forward, commanding, Extend your hands. Chef Li promptly complied, extending his hands like a well-behaved child. His palms bore numerous scars and calluses, predominantly from oil burns, clearly marking him as a devoted cook. Yi Zi produced a vial of powder, sprinkling it upon his hands, which transformed from their natural hue to a ghastly gray. Your hands are poisoned, and to prepare the dish of marinated duck, one must knead and apply the sauce with their hands. Consequently, the poison on your hands may contaminate the dish, leading to potential poisoning for the guests. Fortunately, only 2 tables ordered this marinated duck today. Otherwise, more individuals would face the risk of toxicity. This poison seeps into your skin, and over time, you too shall succumb to its effects. Albeit not as violently as direct ingestion would. It is estimated that within a month or 2, you will meet your demise due to this affliction. Chef Li stared in disbelief at his discolored hands, bewildered. How could this happen? Yi Zi candidly remarked, This poison must have been administered by someone close to you. Summon your family. Chef Li stood frozen in disbelief, trembling as he instructed someone to fetch his wife and child. Soon, a middle-aged woman accompanied by a boy of around 10 entered the establishment, both displaying signs of trepidation as they cautiously approached Chef Li. My husband, what? What has happened? His wife, Madame Li, inquired with a quivering voice. Chef Li extended his hands. These past few days, you mentioned that I had exhausted myself at the restaurant, treating my hands with ointment and massage. Yet, why have they changed color? Madame Li instinctively stepped back. My husband, I do not know. Could it be that you came into contact with something at the restaurant that caused this? Chef Li, feeling a surge of frustration, grasped her hand. You still dare to deny it. In panic, Madame Li screamed and hurriedly pushed his hand away. Let go of me. I do not comprehend your words. Chef Li's strength was beyond her capacity to escape. He firmly grasped her wrist, rendering her unable to flee. If you are unaware, why then do you seek to hide? Is it not because you have poisoned me, fearing that the venom might also taint your own hands? Yi Zi interjected, stating plainly. If she has indeed poisoned you, traces of the toxin will be present on her. I can ascertain this with a simple examination. However, I must caution you. Should you confess now, it may be regarded as a forthright admission, potentially mitigating your punishment. But if I uncover the truth myself, it could very well lead to a death sentence. Li Lu, a mere ordinary woman, was utterly unprepared for the terror invoked by the words death sentence, causing her to break into a cold sweat. My lady, Before Li Lu could utter the truth, the little boy beside her excitedly exclaimed, Mother, is it that uncle? You conspired with him to harm father. As he spoke, the boy wriggled free from Li Lu's grasp and retreated to a safe distance. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Suddenly enlightened, Li Lu had long been involved with an illicit lover outside, which explained her motive to poison Chef Li, seeking to eliminate her husband and unite with her paramour. Hearing her son's accusations, Li Lu became utterly flustered. No, my husband, allow me to explain. I never intended to cause your demise. I merely sought an excuse to part ways with you. I did not anticipate such dire consequences. It was Wang Dequan who deceived me, sobbed the woman, lamenting her betrayal to her husband. After weeping with Chef Li, she turned to Yi Zi, saying, Princess. Wang Dequan claimed that this poison would merely cause diarrhea. I thought it would only confine him to the prison for a few days, but I never anticipated it would lead to a fatality. Upon finishing her words, her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, as if all her vitality had been drained. Yi Zi understood everything. Li Lu was involved with another man and sought to avoid the stigma of infidelity, thus concocting a scheme to divorce Chef Li. Wang Dequan had suggested that she poison Chef Li, causing the patrons at the restaurant to fall ill, which would result in Chef Li's imprisonment. Consequently, Li Lu had a plausible reason for divorce, but she had not realized that the substance was not merely a harmless laxative. Yizi shook her head, recognizing this as a real-life rendition of the tale of the ungrateful husband. Li Lu had committed a grave sin, all in the name of her paramour, only to be ensnared in a web of betrayal. Chef Li had never fathomed that his wife would betray him, nor that she would conspire with her lover to undermine him. Once the truth was laid bare, the chief of police apprehended Li Lu, swiftly followed by the arrest of her fleeing accomplice, Wang Dequan, outside the city. The incident at the Drunken Immortal Inn had finally unraveled, and it was evident why the establishment was the most prosperous tavern in the capital. Its operational efficiency was unparalleled. In no time, the chaos in the main hall was resolved, and the poisoned patrons were safely escorted to the medical clinic and apothecary. Compensation was offered, and the onlookers outside were dispersed, allowing the Drunken Immortal Inn to gradually regain its tranquility. The turmoil of the day had catapulted Yizi's medical skills into the limelight throughout the capital. Her clever and courageous encounters with Yi Xinyo within the palace became widely known, thanks to the deliberate promotion by the War King's residents. Consequently, the timid consumptive was transformed into a miraculous healer, while the benevolent Yi Xinyo, who dispensed porridge as a charitable act, was rebranded as a self-taught quack. The reputations of Yizi and Yi Xinyo experienced a dramatic reversal. The steward of Zui Xianju, displaying great discernment, addressed Yizi, "Your Highness, the restoration of tranquility to Zui Xianju is indeed owing to your efforts. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast. The time for lunch is upon us. Might you consider remaining here to dine?" After pondering for a few moments, Yizi acquiesced. "Very well, I shall fetch the prince." She mused that this was a fortuitous opportunity to fulfill her long-held desire to enjoy a meal at Zui Xianju. Had she not chanced upon the establishment today, its ability to operate normally would have been uncertain. The steward held Yizi in high esteem, directly ushering her to the third-floor VIP room reserved for esteemed guests. By virtue of Yizi's presence, Ning Hansha also gained entry to the third floor to partake in the meal. Soon, an abundant array of dishes graced the table. 8 immortals crossing the sea. Buddha jumps over the wall. 3 treasures duck. Each dish was a signature offering of Zui Xianju, complemented by aged red wine. Once the dishes were served, the steward refrained from uttering another word and quietly withdrew. Although he yearned to convey his gratitude to the war princess, no one relishes superfluous chatter while their stomachs growl. After the steward departed, he promptly entered an adjacent room, where a young man was seated. Clad in a deep purple robe, the slight upward tilt of his eyes suggested he was an astute individual. His disheveled appearance indicated he had just arrived in haste. The steward respectfully announced, "I have met with the owner, and the troubles at Drunken Immortal Inn have been resolved. All thanks to the princess consort of war. Wang Dequan and the Li family have been imprisoned, while the fate of Chef Li remains uncertain. Although this matter was not orchestrated by him, he is undeniably entangled in it." He continued, "Wang Dequan's situation is intricate, as there are those who deliberately target him. I advise the princess consort to exercise caution." A sudden realization struck the steward. "My lord, do you imply that the second prince is involved?" The man nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he covets the wealth of Drunken Immortal Inn. However, I will never capitulate, even if it leads to our mutual destruction." His eyes brimmed with determination. The second prince, Ning Shang, had previously approached him with a proposal to collaborate on the inn's business, but he had resolutely declined. Being a businessman, he wished to remain unentangled with the court's affairs. Yet, he had not anticipated Ning Shang's underhanded tactics. The steward was tasked with cautioning Yizi to prioritize her safety. Upon receiving this news, Yizi was not surprised. It was said that the owner of Drunken Immortal Inn was the only one completely unconnected to the political sphere. He possessed his own influence and connections, rendering him independent of the nobility. Such individuals are rare and often attract unwanted attention. She held a certain admiration for the elusive proprietor, as few dared to challenge the powerful. "If anyone foolishly crosses my path, I shall handle it myself." The steward departed, filled with admiration. Although the princess consort's tone was somewhat audacious, there was an inexplicable allure about her demeanor. He unconsciously drew parallels between Yizi and his own master. If these two individuals were to collaborate, it is likely that the business landscape of Kyoto would be dominated by them. The steward, unaware of the implications of his musings, would soon witness their fruition. As Yizi dined with Ning Hansha, a knock at the door interrupted them. Your Highness, Dr. Jiang has arrived. Chapter 36. Dr. Jiang. Why curiosity piqued. Yi lifted her gaze towards the entrance. She had often heard Ning Hansha and the scarred man speak of the young master of Yawang Valley, Jiang Huai, yet she had never encountered him in person. When she finally beheld Jiang Huai, she was momentarily taken aback. She had expected the esteemed doctor to be a middle-aged man. Given that the old master was already in his 60s, and the young master would presumably be of his son's age. To her surprise, however, he appeared to be a remarkably youthful lad, seemingly just in his early 20s. Clad in flowing white robes, his countenance radiated a gentle smile. He approached Yi directly. I have heard you were injured. Where? Jiang Huai's voice, imbued with the vigor of youth, was melodious to the ears. Embarrassed? Yi pointed to her forehead. I bumped it, but it's nothing. Ning Hansha interjected. She struck her head on the carriage earlier. Please examine her. Jiang Huai extended his hand to take her pulse, followed by a thorough examination of her head. Fortunately, I arrived in time, he remarked, his brow furrowed. This statement caused Ning Hansha's expression to shift. Is it serious? Jiang Huai replied, had I not arrived promptly, the swelling on her head would have dissipated entirely. A heavy silence enveloped Ning Hansha. Yi's face was flushed with embarrassment. She had merely nudged him lightly, yet Ning Hansha had summoned a renowned physician. One might think she was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, you are aware that the toxins within your body have not been entirely eradicated. You cannot afford to delay beyond a month, lest you face life-threatening consequences. This is something you should comprehend, is it not? Jiang Huai continued. Yi nodded, acknowledging, yes. I am aware. I am gradually eliminating the toxins. My constitution is rather weak. A sudden and vigorous administration of medication would be overwhelming, hence I am proceeding with caution. As the toxins within her body were slowly purged, her blue irises began to reveal themselves more prominently. The original owner had possessed black eyes. Had they been blue, it would have been evident that she was not the biological daughter of Yin. The entire Yi family bore black eyes. None possessed such exotic blue pupils. Since her arrival and the commencement of treatment with the medicinal substances from the 857 space, a faint blue hue had begun to emanate from her eyes. However, it remained undetectable unless viewed closely. Yi had initially believed that the toxins afflicting the original owner were the result of the Yi family's maltreatment. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed possible that these toxins were a means to conceal her true identity. Regardless, until her identity was uncovered, it was prudent to keep her blue eyes hidden. Thus, before stepping out, she had deliberately donned black contact lenses to mask them. My health is stable. There is no need for concern, Physician Jiang. The toxins within the prince's body are of a similar nature. Do you possess alternative treatment methods? Yi inquired. Engaging Jiang Huai in a professional discourse, Jiang Huai gazed deeply at her, as if seeking a familiar reflection in her countenance. My medical skills pale in comparison to yours. I am unable to cure the poison afflicting His Highness. I wonder, from whom did you inherit your medical expertise? Although Yi's proficiency in medicine surpassed that of Jiang Huai, even casting doubt upon his esteemed title as a divine physician, he did not respond with indignation. Instead, he regarded Yi with an eager thirst for knowledge. Yi shook her head, stating, I have no master. I have relied solely on my own exploration. Jiang Huai's eyes widened in surprise, as he was well aware of Yi's public claim of having acquired her skills through prolonged illness. He had assumed it was merely a ruse, but to his astonishment, she had indeed taught herself. Enraptured, Jiang Huai exclaimed, You truly are self-taught? He mused that Yi's lack of a master was fortuitous. This meant that his own master could directly implore her to become a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, sparing them the need to compete with others. Should they compete, a fierce battle would be inevitable. However, with his master's talents at persuasion, there was every reason to believe that such a formidable individual would willingly join the Medicine King Valley. Indeed, it was a matter of seeking her out. Though Yi's medical approach might diverge from traditional methods, her abilities had already surpassed theirs. Such a talent was not one to be treated with arrogance. The Medicine King Valley would need to present favorable conditions to earn her favor. Unbeknownst to her, Yi misinterpreted Jiang Huai's inner thoughts and believed he suspected her of having hidden support, fearing it might jeopardize Ning Hansha. She replied, I have perused numerous texts that differ from conventional medicine, which is why my methods may seem unconventional. However, rest assured, I will not harm Ning Hansha. Jiang Huai, filled with excitement, inquired, Do you have any thoughts of taking on a master? My master is expected to arrive in Kyoto in the next couple of days. Although you possess a unique approach to detoxification, My master's extensive knowledge in pharmacology and medical practice will undoubtedly be of assistance to you. Yizi furrowed her brow in contemplation. Her studies in modern espionage had primarily focused on Western medicine, though she had certainly acquired some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine as well. She adeptly merged the two disciplines, which earned her the moniker of the ghostly medical agent. It was not that she was unwilling to learn traditional Chinese medicine, but rather that some formidable techniques had been lost to time and secrecy, often passed down through male lineage only. The ancient anesthetic, Ma Fei San, was no less effective than Western medical practices. She held a keen interest in the remarkable medical arts of antiquity, and upon hearing Jiang Huai's remarks, her curiosity was piqued. Moreover, Jiang Huai's master was the head of the Valley of Medicine, a significant ally indeed. Such a connection should not be overlooked. However, much depended on the character of Jiang Huai's master. If he were merely a pedantic practitioner, she would not be inclined to pursue that path. Jiang Huai did not press the matter, merely nodding in agreement, pondering whether a talent of such caliber would truly be dismissed by his master. Surely, her master would find it amusing. Yizi was contemplating a visit to Chu Hanfei to take a look, as the Yi family's residence, situated too close to the outskirts of the capital, had been neglected for quite some time. She wondered what kind of establishment Jiang Huai and his companions could create there. Chapter 37. The Green Tea Princess. Before seeing her, Yizi heard several delicate voices wafting through the air. She lifted her gaze to behold a young woman clad in a pink skirt, adorned with pink peach blossoms, accompanied by two maidservants, standing in the main courtyard of the War King's residence. The manner in which they welcomed Yizi suggested that they were the true masters of the estate. While Yizi was merely a guest, Lychee and Fragrant Pear immediately approached Yizi, whispering softly, "Your Highness, this is Princess Lu Xian, the daughter of the Prince of Yong." It is said that when the prince's countenance had not yet taken on its current form, she harbored affections for him, declaring that she would marry no one but him. It seems she has come to assert her authority over you. Upon hearing this, Yizi narrowed her eyes slightly. A princess? She had dealt with the empress. Why would she fear a daughter of a prince? However, before she could respond, Ning Hansha coldly interjected, "Zhang Ming." The steward Zhang Ming hurriedly arrived. "Your Highness, I am here. How are you handling this?" "Throw her out." Zhang Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. "Your Highness, It is the Empress Dowager who arranged for Princess Lu Xian's visit." He thought to himself that had it been any other uninvited guests, he would have cast them out without hesitation. But this was a matter decreed by the Empress Dowager, and how could he dare to refuse? Upon hearing this, Princess Lu Xian cheerfully bounced forward, saying, "Brother Han, please do not be angry. It is the Empress Dowager who knows that both you and Sister Yizi are in poor health, and she has specifically sent me to care for you." With no way to sway Ning Hansha, she then turned her gaze toward Yizi. "Sister Yizi, this is the Empress Dowager's edict. Surely, you would not refuse, would you? Moreover, if I wish to marry Brother Han, it would mean you would not be entering the household." Yizi curled her lips in a mocking smile. "Ah, what a rich brew of Bai Luo Chun tea." She blinked her eyes at Princess Lu Xian. "Oh, then why do you not marry? The Empress Dowager's decree is one I would never dare to defy. However, I am concerned that you may not last 3 days within the royal residence." Yizi inwardly scoffed, thinking to herself that they would use the Empress Dowager's edict to pressure her. Just as well. She had recently been experimenting with poisons and lacked subjects for her trials. Now, she had the perfect specimens, 3 of them, no less. She cast a glance at Princess Lu Xian and her 2 handmaidens. Princess Lu Xian beamed. "How wonderful. Sister Yizi has agreed to let me stay. I do not wish to marry, for I regard Brother Han merely as a sibling. Besides, I am still quite young. How could I possibly marry? I have grown up alongside Brother Han, and our bond is incredibly close. Sister Yizi, you surely do not mind, do you?" Yizi shook her head. "Not at all." Little Lulu, from the corner of the wall, also grew up with the prince. Princess Lu Xian appeared bewildered. "Little Lulu? Who is that? Why does their name sound so similar to mine?" This inquiry left those in the royal residence equally perplexed, as they were unaware of another little Lulu who had grown up with the prince. Yizi smiled and explained. "Little Lulu is a dead rat from the corner, which often seeks its demise. The prince has had someone keep watch, and whenever it appears, they strike it on the head. Its carcass has been buried in the corner for many years. Has it not grown up alongside the prince?" "You." Princess Lu Xian's face flushed with anger at her words. Was Yizi not mocking her by likening her to a dead rat, destined to meet a similar fate within the royal residence? Yizi raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Is the princess feeling sympathy for that dead rat?" How about the princess squatting in the corner for a while? Zhang Ming. Let the princess squat in the corner. After all, she has grown up alongside the prince. How could one neglect her? Do they wish to play the game of green tea and childhood sweethearts? She has encountered all manner of women in modern times, so such tactics are rather naive. Princess Lixin, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot. I refuse to go. Yi Zi's expression darkened. If the princess refuses, then why emphasize the phrase grew up together? Is it an attempt to assert dominance over this princess? Or has the Empress Dowager commanded you to behave in this manner? I shall certainly inquire with the Empress Dowager. I did not. Princess Lixin nervously explained, for she had come under the Empress's orders to discipline Yi Zi. The excuse she provided to the Empress Dowager was a desire to meet the new princess consort of Ning Hansha and foster a bond with the new imperial sister-in-law. Should Yi Zi report her to the palace, the Empress Dowager would discover her deceit and scold her, consequently barring her from the war prince's residence. Leaving the Empress without recourse, Zhang Ming escorted her out. Yi Zi reiterated firmly. Princess Lixin, with a shift in her gaze, obediently followed Zhang Ming to the corner of the courtyard. She thought to herself that she would merely take a glance at the corner, putting on a show for Han Gij. Soon enough, she would find a way to deal with that ugly Yi Zi. After Princess Lixin departed, Ning Hansha observed Yi Zi with a penetrating gaze for quite some time. The situation with the Empress Dowager is one I can handle. I assure you. The princess will not remain in this residence for more than 3 days. However, I wonder if the prince will feel any sorrow for experimenting with her using various medicines? It would serve as a warning to others. Previously, individuals were sent from the palace to deal with you, but now, it is to contend with me. If we do not instill a lasting lesson in them all at once, there will be an influx of diverse women entering the residence in the future. I certainly do not have the time to deal with these flirtatious ladies daily. Or perhaps, the prince desires an abundance of women in the manor. If that is the case, I shall not hinder him further. I grant the prince both joy and freedom. Ning Hansha furrowed his brow tightly, her sarcastic remarks eliciting waves of displeasure within him. Could it be that she truly struck a nerve earlier? With a laugh, Yi Zi could not contain herself, finding it rare and delightful to witness Ning Hansha's adorable banter. After her laughter subsided, she beckoned Xiangli. Come, take this to the backyard. She handed a pouch of medicinal powder to Xiangli, thinking to herself, the green tea little princess? I shall not let her mispronounce my name in a fit of hysteria. Xiangli excitedly accepted the package from Yi Zi and hurried off to the backyard. At that moment, the little princess Lixin had already arrived in the backyard, casting a glance at the mouse hole in the corner. Is this the place? Having inspected it, she demanded, quickly arrange for me a superior guest room. As she spoke, she commanded Zhang Ming with an air of superiority. Zhang Ming, upon hearing her tone, could not help but scoff internally. How arrogant this little princess is. The princess's demeanor had never been so intolerable. Even the princess of the manor had not treated him with such disdain. He replied in a deep voice, the princess has instructed you to crouch down and observe closely. You should comply. Princess Lixin fell into a moment of silence, yet she crouched down nonetheless. To her astonishment, as soon as she settled, a rustling sound emanated from the cave. Chapter 38, A Complete Capture. What is it? She inquired in a state of panic. Before she could discern the source, a dark shadow darted out from the cave's entrance. Its glistening little eyes met hers for a fleeting moment before it surged towards her with astonishing speed. Ah, it's a rat. Princess Lixin shrieked in terror. She hastily retreated, only to stumble and fall onto the ground, her garments now stained with dust and an unknown medicinal liquid. In that moment, there was no time for her to assess her soiled attire. She hurriedly fled with the assistance of her 2 maidservants. Zhang Ming, observing this scene, stifled a laugh. Is this all? A person who fears a mere rat dares to provoke the princess? He could already envision Princess Lixin's wretched state after being dealt with by the princess consort. She scanned the room, her face contorted with dissatisfaction. The decor was exceedingly simple. While the bed, table, and other furnishings were adequate, they lacked the refinement and opulence she was accustomed to in the residence of the Prince of Yong. She pouted. Can anyone live in this shabby abode? That ugly Yi Zi has no idea how to provide this noble princess with a better room. She resolved that she would make Yi Zi pay for her audacity in frightening her with the rat. The 2 maidservants beside her spoke up. Princess, judging by the demeanor of the war king, he seems quite fond of Yi Zi. As we proceeded in that manner, Princess Lixin let out a disdainful snort, declaring, Humph, it is precisely because Brother Han treats her differently from other women that I feel compelled to teach her a lesson. If I cannot secure his favor, Why should that ugly creature have the audacity to expect it? Although Princess Lasheen had grown up alongside Ning Hansha, the majority of the time she found herself trailing after him, while he typically regarded her with indifference. No matter her efforts to win his affection, his demeanor remained aloof. It was only after Ning Hansha sustained injuries on the battlefield that his character underwent a radical transformation, leading to the demise of any woman sent to his residence. The sight of his fearsome visage left Princess Lasheen thoroughly frightened, extinguishing any thoughts of marrying him. Now, having heard that Ning Hansha treated a rather unsightly royal consort, brought in to bring him joy, with particular kindness, jealousy began to sprout within her heart. Why should Yi Zi receive the preferential treatment that she had endeavored for so many years to achieve? If Brother Han could show favor to Yi Zi, then surely, with sufficient effort, she too could earn his affection and concern. Fetch me some attire to change into, Princess Lasheen commanded. 2 maidservants promptly complied, searching for clean garments to dress her. However, they failed to notice that an unidentifiable medicinal liquid had already seeped through her clothing, staining Princess Lasheen's attire. As twilight descended, the early autumn breeze swept through the courtyard, stirring the fallen leaves, while lanterns flickered to life in anticipation of the approaching mealtime. Princess Lasheen strode confidently towards the main courtyard where Yi Zi resided, inquiring of her maidservant as she walked. Have all the arrangements been made? 2 maids nodded, saying, Everything is arranged, but, Your Highness, this matter is prone to exposure. If it reaches the ears of the war prince. Luxian arrogantly lifted her chin and replied, And what if he knows? Is it possible that Brother Han would kill this princess over a mere Yi Zi? I am the daughter of the young prince, while she is but the daughter of a former grand tutor. Oh, no, she is merely the former Grand Tutor's daughter. Now, the Yi family has fallen, and Yushinyo relies solely on the third prince to survive. As for Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Mai, they have long been taken away by those in the martial world. There is not a soul in the Yi family who would come to Yi Zi's aid. What can she possibly use to contend with this princess? If one were to speak candidly, Yi Zi is a fool, even if she were mistreated. Remaining in the Grand Tutor's residence would at least provide her some support. Now, she has made a name for herself in the capital, but without a noble lineage, she is nothing. The haughty declarations of Princess Luxian were clearly overheard by the scarred man assigned to monitor her. He shook his head. This princess had been raised in the palm of the young prince's hand and could hardly comprehend the suffering Yi Zi endured within the Yi family. What use is such a noble background? Moreover, Yi Zi and Luxian are entirely different. Luxian constantly seeks to rely on her family and others, whereas Yi Zi considers everyone merely a stepping stone for her ascent. Her ultimate goal is to wield power herself. The disparity in ambition and purpose is evident. The scarred man silently departed, relaying Luxian's intentions towards Yi Zi to Ning Hansha. Upon hearing this, Ning Hansha furrowed his brow, yet chose to remain silent. On the other end, Yi Zi was concocting potions in the 857 space. This noxious brew, which induced both vomiting and diarrhea, had yet to be tested, along with another concoction that caused severe cramping, and a potion that rendered one completely bald. Let us experiment with them all. Yi Zi, with a sinister grin, held various vials, reminiscent of the wicked witch from fairy tales brewing her malevolent brews. Friendly reminder from the 857 space. An excess of poisons may inflict irreversible harm on the samples. The corners of Yi Zi's mouth curled with malice. That is precisely the outcome I desire. The incessant prattling of that little green tea must be met with a stern lesson. Prepare several more poisons for me. 857, and let us not forget her 2 handmaidens. We cannot waste this opportunity. Let us ensnare them all. He. Understood. However, the 857 space feels a twinge of fear. Please temper your smile. Yi Zi fell into a contemplative silence. Once permitted, Xiang Li reported with a beaming smile, Your Highness, Princess Luxian has taken the bait. That foolish girl hasn't the slightest inkling, and she has even brought others to our abode. Your poisons will soon be put to use without the need to seek her out. Yi Zi was not surprised. She understood Princess Luxian's character and modus operandi thoroughly. After a moment, the sound of footsteps heralded the haughty entrance of Princess Luxian into Yi Zi's main chamber. Sister Yi Zi, I have come to dine with you. Yi Zi glanced at the sky, noting that it was indeed time for dinner, and she signaled for the kitchen to prepare a meal. Before long, Zhang Ming arrived with a sumptuous array of dishes. Zhang Ming fixed his gaze intently upon Princess Lasheen, wary of the possibility that she might poison the meal aimed at Yi Zi. The princess was notoriously capricious in the capital, known for her unpredictable actions. Lachine was acutely aware of their suspicion towards her. Thus, she took the initiative to serve herself some dishes. Eat, Sister Yeezy. Yeezy glanced over the spread of delicacies before her eyes fell upon the fragrant pouch she wore. Was that the scent of an aphrodisiac? Was she attempting to ensnare her in a scandal within the royal residence? Using fragrance as a means to poison. Quite clever, albeit limited in ingenuity. As she served herself, Yeezy discreetly infused the dishes with poison. If Princess Lachine refrained from poisoning the food, then it was her responsibility to do so. Just as she completed her task, a notification from the 857 space chimed in. Attention! A more potent aphrodisiac is approaching and has arrived at the entrance. Chapter 39. The Little Minx is overcome by poison. A more powerful aphrodisiac? Yeezy felt momentarily bewildered. Could it be that Princess Lachine had further schemes in store? Friendly reminder from the 857 space. If you wish to indulge, breathe deeply. If you wish to preserve your maidenhood, consume the antidote swiftly. Yeezy was taken aback by this rather brazen suggestion. What kind of absurdity was this? The 857 space was indeed quite intelligent, though sometimes its intelligence veered into the realm of nonsense. Internally, she critiqued the 857 space, yet her hands moved with deft precision. She retrieved the antidote from the space and consumed it, ensuring that no matter what aphrodisiac was presented to her, it would have no effect. The familiar sound of wheels echoed, and Yeezy lifted her gaze to see Ning Hansha entering the main courtyard, pushing a wheelchair. She immediately realized that the potent aphrodisiac was emanating from Ning Hansha. Princess Lachine, seeing Ning Hansha's figure, excitedly rose to her feet. Brother Han, you have arrived. Come, let us dine together. As she spoke, she stood and made room beside her. Brother Han, come sit with Sister Yeezy. Yeezy cast a glance at Princess Lachine. The spoiled princess showcased commendable acting skills, yet her fatal flaw lay in her lack of intellect. Given Lachine's attitude towards her, how could she possibly relinquish her seat? Surely, she would engage in sweet talk, yearning to cling to Ning Hansha, perhaps even sitting in his lap while dining. Nevertheless, Yeezy chose not to expose her, for she had yet to savor the poison in these dishes. Once it took effect, she would confront her adversary. The three shared a meal at the same table, presenting a harmonious tableau. Princess Lachine discreetly chuckled as she consumed her food. That foolish Yeezy could not possibly suspect that not only had she infused the sachet with an aphrodisiac, but she had also applied it to Brother Han's wheelchair. The amalgamation of these two potions would yield an irrevocable and potent aphrodisiac. Moreover, she had already arranged for several servants from the Prince Yong's residence to be on standby. As soon as the aphrodisiac within Yeezy manifested, they would violate her. How could the esteemed warlord's wife endure such indignities? Even if Brother Han did not resort to extreme measures against Yeezy, he would surely cast her aside, subjecting her to disgrace. As for the aphrodisiac affecting Brother Han, she would personally ensure its removal. Although his current visage was somewhat terrifying, it mattered little. As long as she could bask in Brother Han's affection, she would simply close her eyes and relish the moment. As the cold and unfeeling Ning Hansha was about to embrace her with tenderness, the smile on Princess Lachine's face was utterly unstoppable. Yeezy observed this scene with a quiet shake of her head, thinking that the princess was truly a fool sent by the Empress. She had already begun to smile before even succeeding. It was blind not to see the underlying issues. Ecstatic, Princess Lachine indulged in the dishes on the table, nearly sampling every plate. After finishing, she wiped the corners of her mouth and exclaimed, "Indeed, the food at Brother Han's residence is delightful. I shall stay here every day to dine henceforth. Sister, you shouldn't mind, right? My feelings for Brother Han are merely those of sibling affection." The smile on her lips was more difficult to suppress than the notorious AK. If Princess Lachine could genuinely manage such a feat, she would earn Yeezy's respect as a formidable woman. Having achieved her objective, Yeezy felt no need to waste more time with Princess Lachine. She rose and gently urged Ning Hansha towards the exit. "My lord, let us finish our meal and take a stroll." Instantly, Princess Lachine sprang to her feet and followed suit. "I shall join as well. Sister, you would not refuse me, would she?" Yeezy inwardly scoffed, finding the princess's repetitive chatter tiresome compared to the more interesting Lin Yuyu. Moreover, she was quite eager to witness the effects of the poison on Princess Lachine. How could she possibly refuse? As the princess trailed behind them, she wandered through the royal residence, completely oblivious to any anomalies. She busied herself with ensuring her attendants were adequately arranged. Since both Yeezy and Ning Hansha had consumed a fair amount of food during the meal, she harbored no concerns regarding the dishes. for Yi Zi would never poison herself. As for the aphrodisiac affecting her, she had naturally consumed the antidote long ago. However, unbeknownst to her, Yi Zi had already administered the antidote to Ning Hansha during the recent meal. Thus, among these few individuals, only she was under the influence of the poison. The three wandered through the dimly lit Wang residence for a quarter of an hour, the sound of cicadas filling the air as the autumn breeze brushed against them. Ning Hansha and Yi Zi appeared utterly at ease, while Princess Lixin felt an incessant itch under the chill of the wind. She tugged at her collar, scratching vigorously, her nails leaving angry red marks on her skin. In her discomfort, she glanced towards Yi Zi and Ning Hansha, questioning why they remained unaffected. Yi Zi, having consumed a larger dose of the aphrodisiac, should have shown signs of its effects by now. Your Highness, please refrain from scratching. If you continue, it will surely leave scars, cautioned the two maidservants beside Princess Lixin as they observed the increasing redness on her skin, their concern palpable. With reddened eyes, Princess Lixin scratched furiously. She too wished to stop, yet the itch was unbearable. Who could endure such torment? Yi Zi, wearing a smile, remarked, Your Highness, although autumn has arrived, there are still many mosquitoes about. Perhaps you have been bitten by some venomous insect? If it truly is a poisonous bite, you must wash it immediately lest it lead to more severe consequences. I have heard that bites from certain poisonous insects can cause hair loss, leaving one completely bald. She had yet to witness Yi Zi succumb to the effects of the aphrodisiac and be subjected to humiliation. How could she leave? If she departed, the subsequent plans would be jeopardized. Yi Zi's smile grew even wider. It is good to know you are well. She had thoroughly discarded the pot. And now it was time to witness the consequences of Princess Lixin's own folly. Their conversation lasted merely a few breaths, yet the crimson marks on Princess Lixin's body multiplied, and she began to feel a peculiar numbness at the crown of her head. Suddenly, she recalled the venomous creature that Yi Zi had mentioned, causing a surge of panic as she reached up to touch her head. To her dismay, this simple gesture dislodged the peach blossom ornament adorning her hair, sending it tumbling to the ground along with a few strands of hair. Her palm, now marked with remnants of her hair, reflected her growing distress. Ah, my hair, she cried out in a flustered manner. The maid beside her rushed forward to investigate, cautiously adjusting the hairpieces atop her head. However, this only exacerbated the situation, as more of her hair cascaded down like falling snowflakes. In no time, a patch of bare scalp emerged, and upon feeling the smoothness of her exposed head, Princess Lixin's cries reverberated through the War King's residence. Ah, why is this happening? I refuse to become bald. But before her lament could settle, a wave of sharp pain surged through her abdomen. This was no ordinary stomachache. It felt as if a dagger had pierced her, twisting mercilessly within. The excruciating sensation rendered her unable to stand, and she gradually crouched down, curling into a ball. Ah, it hurts. Brother Han, I am in so much pain, she moaned, casting a resentful glare at Yi Zi. It must be you. You have set this trap for me. I shall inform the Empress. Yi Zi smirked derisively, taunting, Is it too much for you to bear? And we have only just begun? There are several other poisons, but the most crucial is the aphrodisiac arranged by Princess Lixin. Since she has made the arrangements, how could she not fulfill them? The Empress? Ning Hansha, sitting there. Does Princess Lixin truly believe he is merely a decorative figure? Although Ning Hansha has spoken no more than 3 sentences since entering the main courtyard, she understands that he is there to convey a singular message. I, the prince, will protect you, so feel free to act as you wish. Yi Zi's intuition was not mistaken. Ning Hansha indeed harbored such thoughts. He had learned early on of Princess Lixin's intentions towards Yi Zi. Despite her considerable abilities, he instinctively followed her. Observing the discontented Princess Lixin rolling on the ground, he frowned in irritation. How noisy. Scarface, dispose of her. Before Scarface could respond, Yi Zi pointed to a large pit at the junction of the corridor and the artificial rockery in the royal residence. After all, Princess Lixin is a person sent by the Empress. If she is driven away, it would only imply that this princess lacks the grace to accommodate others. Mimi, since the prince finds it bothersome, let us place her in the corner to enjoy some peace. Scarface complied with alacrity. Yes, princess. His obedience was swift, as he had previously only heeded Ning Hansha, yet now he seemed to have become Yi Zi's personal guard, eagerly responding with a clear Mimi. Following Yi Zi's instructions, he unceremoniously deposited Princess Lixin into the corner. Thud! She landed successfully in the pit, not with a heavy thump, but rather a muffled sound, indicating that someone was present there. Chapter 40. Encounter with bandits. Yi Zi and Ning Hansha exchanged a knowing glance, both adeptly feigning ignorance of the peculiar situation. The two maidservants attending to Princess Lachine were in a state of panic, their foreheads slick with sweat. After all, they were harboring individuals brought in by the princess herself. Should the war prince discover any irregularities, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, the matter of the aphrodisiac could not remain concealed, given the prince's temper. It was entirely possible that he might, in a fit of rage, take the princess's life, thereby endangering their own as well. Consequently, while the two maidens were deeply concerned for Princess Lachine's plight, they refrained from rushing to her aid. Moreover, they began to exhibit symptoms themselves. Unlike the princess, who writhed in agony on the ground, they felt a wave of nausea wash over them. A relentless urge to vomit surged forth, their stomachs twisting incessantly. Yet, as maidservants, to vomit in the presence of their mistress would be a grievous disrespect, punishable by beheading. Thus, they were forced to stifle their discomfort, their faces reddening with the effort. Witnessing this, Yi Zi hastily urged Ning Hansha to depart. They had just dined, and could not bear to witness such a revolting scene. As they walked away, Yi Zi commanded, "You brought the princess into the palace, thus you must take responsibility for her rescue. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves suspected of foul play against her by this princess." The sound of Ning Hansha's wheelchair gradually faded into the distance, while Princess Lachine, abandoned in the corner, let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, so many rats, begone, you vile pests. Father, save me. Woo-woo. Brother Han. Hiki." In the shadowy crevice between the rockery and the corridor lay a dark pit, a favored haunt of rats and cockroaches. Of course, the palace was regularly cleaned by servants, and such filth should not have been present in such abundance. However, Yi Zi meticulously devised a scheme to have Xiang Li apply a potion that lured mice and insects onto Princess Lachine. Consequently, filth from every corner of the palace began to crawl upon her. It was only when Princess Lachine's two maidservants saw Yi Zi and Ning Hansha depart that they dared to rush forward to her aid. Little did they anticipate that as they leaped into the dark pit, they would be confronted by a swarm of black mice and insects crawling over the princess's body. The vile rodents gnawed mercilessly at her arms, leaving her flesh mangled and bloody. The overwhelming urge to vomit could no longer be suppressed, and in a moment of revulsion, the maidservants expelled their stomach contents all over Princess Lachine. "Ah, you wretched maids, I shall have you executed." The princess's wails crescendoed in despair. Once they had retched, the two maidservants hastily retrieved their handkerchiefs to cleanse the princess. "We are to blame. We did not intend for this to happen. Please spare us, your highness," they pleaded as they wiped, their frantic actions rendering their garments loose and disheveled. The belt around Princess Lachine's waist was likewise loosened, exposing her skin that had been scratched and reddened. Meanwhile, the men who had been hiding in the pit were stirred by the scene, their eyes glinting with a lecherous delight as they gazed upon the princess and her maidservants, akin to wolves eyeing their prey. "It is so hot." The princess, who had been shrieking in response to the foul creatures, lost all semblance of reason as she tugged at her collar. The two maidservants realized at once that she had fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. Yet, according to their plan, the potion was supposed to have been administered to Yi Zi. However, Yi Zi departed as if nothing had happened, while it was the princess who had succumbed to the aphrodisiac. The two maidservants were acutely aware that this entire situation was likely orchestrated by Yi Zi. Yet, at this moment, they had no time to ponder this predicament. They must urgently rescue the princess, for it was imperative that these vile individuals did not tarnish her honor. But the irrationality of the men under the influence of the drug was far beyond what the two maidservants could contend with. The men closed in on them step by step. "Get away, wretched men. Do not lay a finger on the princess." The cries of the two maidservants echoed in desperation, followed by the abrupt sound of tearing fabric piercing through the dim night. The exalted princess was being humiliated by a group of ruffians. Scarface witnessed the entire scene unfold, yet he chose not to intervene. What fault lay with the princess? She merely repaid their actions in kind. If Princess Lachine had not crossed paths with the princess, would she have reaped such bitter consequences? She deserved it. Continuing her preparations, she retrieved a human skin mask from her belongings, donned a night cloak, and hastened towards the location she had provided to Chu Hanfei. She mounted a swift steed and galloped towards the outskirts of the capital, but before she could reach the suburban estate, she was intercepted on a narrow path by a group of assailants. The band of interceptors numbered in the dozens, each one appearing as fierce as a demon, broad-shouldered and robust. Before they could utter a word, Yi Zi had already discerned their identity. She preemptively declared, "This mountain is mine to traverse. This tree is mine to plant. If you wish to pass, leave behind tolls for the way." The bandit leader, taken aback, stammered, "You? How dare you steal my words? You spoke first. What more is there for me to say?" Yeezy scoffed, "Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? Step aside quickly. I have no time to engage in your frivolous banter." Though she had successfully dealt with Princess Lu Xin and Ning Hansha, the bandit leader was incensed by her words. "Wretched woman, hand over your money, and I shall allow you to pass. In truth, I would not even deign to rob you, but leave your coin and be gone." As he spoke, he scrutinized her from head to toe, his gaze lingering momentarily on her face before settling on her chest, his disdain palpable. Yeezy maintained a stony silence, while she could tolerate his contempt for her appearance. His scorn for her figure was utterly unforgivable. Moreover, judging by the looks of these bandits, they would not let her leave without a fight. Thus, a confrontation was inevitable. Without a moment's hesitation, Yeezy leaped from her horse, her agility propelling her forward as she thrust her dagger towards several bandits. The money she had acquired was hard-earned. They sought to gain it without effort. They all deserved to perish, seeing her reluctance to part with her silver. The bandit leader spat and rallied his men to encircle her. "Seize this vile woman. Sell her off for menial labor." Despite their numbers, Yeezy moved with grace and unpredictability, striking one of the bandits squarely in the heart. A gushing spray of blood erupted forth. The bandit leader, witnessing his comrade's demise, was consumed by rage and summoned his remaining forces to close in. "You wretched harlot, return my brother's life." Chapter 41. The water and wood gang. Two fists are no match for four hands, especially when the opposing leader possesses formidable ancient martial prowess. Yeezy had no intention of recklessly engaging in direct combat with her recently acquired inner strength. Instead, she had discreetly prepared the firearms from her 857 space. It would be foolish to forego such weapons when victory seemed unattainable, just as she was about to utilize explosives. A forceful surge of inner strength struck the chest of the bandit leader with tremendous impact. Bang! The bandit leader fell heavily to the ground, his body crashing down and stirring up clouds of dust. He looked up in terror at the newcomer, wondering who it was. Such immense inner strength. Although his martial skills were not considered top tier in the martial world, he was at least of moderate capability. Yet the skills of this newcomer must belong to a master of the highest order. Such individuals are often the reclusive old masters. But why would these old-timers suddenly appear to rescue a woman who is neither beautiful nor well-endowed? Could this woman have some hidden background? Yeezy, equally astonished, glanced back to see who this formidable expert was that had come to her aid. Having just arrived in this place, she had made numerous enemies but very few friends. Before her stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a long robe that exuded an air of nonchalance. His plump face bore the marks of time, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. A group of men, taking advantage of their numbers, confronted him, but he simply spat disdainfully at them. "Bah!" The old man approached the band of brigands, casting them a contemptuous glance that shattered any illusion of divinity. The bandit leader clumsily rose to his feet, then cautiously regarded the old man before him. Who are you?" The old man, with a hint of arrogance, stroked his white beard thoughtfully and exclaimed, "You old fool." The leader of the bandits, visibly irritated, shouted back, "I don't care who you are. This is a matter for our Shui Mu gang, so you'd best not meddle." Upon hearing this, the old man let out a cold snort, declaring, "In my lifetime, I cannot abide men who bully women." "Shui Mu gang? I have dealt with the Axe gang before. Why should I fear you?" As he spoke, he unleashed his inner strength, engaging in combat with the members of Shui Mu gang. Although he appeared to be in his 60s, his physique was remarkably robust, easily handling 10 adversaries at once. One by one, the members of Shui Mu gang fell before him. Realizing they could not best him, they resorted to underhanded tactics, discreetly releasing smoke and poison. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of Yeezy, who dashed toward the man responsible for the poison. The man, noticing her approach, smirked wickedly and taunted. "You filthy wench, do you dare come closer? I'll poison you." As he cursed, he hurled the poison in her direction, white powder cascading over her, enveloping her in a cloud of toxic fumes. "Ha ha ha, you foolish woman. One breath of this poison is catastrophic. Having inhaled so much, you're doomed." He jeered mercilessly. Yet, Yeezy remained unfazed by the surrounding toxins. With a swift motion, she seized the man by the throat. Drawing her dagger with precision and swiftness, she sliced his neck. "Whether I live or die is uncertain, but you are already dead." The man's mocking grin remained frozen on his face, yet his life had slipped away. Playing with poison? In her domain, there were splendid treasures to welcome them. She swiftly retrieved a potent poison from her space and hurled it towards the members of the Waterwood gang. This was no ordinary smoke. It was a lethal explosive toxin. With the old man's assistance, the members of the Waterwood gang collapsed in disarray. The gang's second-in-command lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, yet he remained unfazed, continuing to threaten Easy. "You vile woman, let me inform you. The poisons of the Waterwood gang originate from the Valley of Poison Kings. You have been poisoned, and if you do not obtain the antidote within 15 minutes, you shall perish. I am the second-in-command of the Waterwood gang, so I advise you to release us and humbly beg for mercy, and I shall grant you the antidote." Easy let out a derisive laugh. "Begging? TSK. Splendid idea. If you grovel to my satisfaction, I might just bestow the antidote upon you." As she spoke, she clapped her hands and scattered the remaining powder over the second-in-command's body. Shortly after, he experienced an unbearable itch akin to the bites of mosquitoes. He writhed incessantly, resembling a large caterpillar squirming on the ground. Before long, his discomfort escalated into cries of agony as the sensation transformed from mere irritation to excruciating pain. What had once been a slight sting now felt as if his flesh were being methodically sliced away. The previously arrogant second-in-command could no longer withstand the torment and pleaded for mercy. "Ah, please, give me the antidote. You little wretch. The Waterwood gang will not let you escape." Easy calmly tapped her ear and replied, "What did you say?" The second-in-command rolled on the ground in agony, tears streaming down his face, prompting an immediate shift in his demeanor. "Oh, dear aunt, I beseech you, grant me the antidote." Observing Yeezy's calm demeanor, he realized she was not poisoned at all. Moreover, the fact that she could produce such a formidable poison indicated her profound understanding of medicinal principles. Their meager toxins were merely trifles in her presence. The elderly man, having concluded his earlier confrontation, gazed at Easy with palpable astonishment. The poison presented by the Shui Mu gang was no trifling matter, and yet she had been entirely unaffected, despite being coated in it. He had yet to witness her method of detoxification, which was utterly peculiar. The poisons she now revealed were of the highest caliber in the martial world. Should these toxins be her own concoction, her medical expertise would at least rival that of his 3 disciples, or perhaps even surpass them. As this realization dawned upon him, excitement coursed through his veins, and he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. A disciple, a heavenly bestowed disciple. He had longed for a dutiful female apprentice throughout his life. He had neither married nor had a daughter, possessing only 3 male disciples, while his arch-rival, the master of the Poison King Valley, boasted several female apprentices. The rival often flaunted how considerate his female disciples were, akin to obedient daughters, stirring a deep-seated jealousy within him. However, finding a girl endowed with the right talent, age, and character suitable for entry into the Medicine King Valley was no simple task. After years of searching, he had yet to encounter a suitable candidate, which became an obsession within his heart. Thus, whenever he encountered a girl being bullied, he could not resist stepping in to assist. He held on to the hope that perhaps he might rescue his future obedient disciple. Unexpectedly, this time he truly encountered it, which imparted to him a profound truth. Good deeds indeed yield good rewards. The old man approached Easy with a beaming, ingratiating smile. "My dear girl, leave the task of punishing them to me. These repugnant creatures are utterly filthy, and it would be unwise to soil your garments." As he spoke, he placed a foot firmly upon the second-in-command of the Waterwood gang. "Kneel and pay respects until my daughter is satisfied." Yi and the second-in-command were both taken aback. The latter banged his head against the ground repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. How could he have known that this unattractive woman possessed such a formidable father? Had he foreseen this, he would have consulted the almanac before venturing out today. Yi, too, was somewhat bewildered. This old man seemed rather familiar, calling her daughter with such ease. However, he had intervened to save her, and he appeared to be a harmless, eccentric old fool, his eyes bright yet foolish, devoid of any ill intent. Thus, Yi did not display much aversion towards him. As the old man continued to press down on the second-in-command, who was now bleeding from his forehead due to the relentless banging, he spoke again. "Your Waterwood gang has frequently engaged in robberies in the outskirts of the capital. You must have amassed quite a fortune. Hand it over as compensation for my daughter, for you have sullied her hands and wasted her time. If you refuse to compensate, I shall topple your Waterwood gang." Chapter 42. Taking a Master. The second-in-command tormented by poison to the brink of madness. Barely registered the old man's words and hastily agreed. Very well, just give me the antidote. The old man paused, turning to Yi, my dear daughter. The Waterwood gang has reaped substantial gains over the past 2 years. Since fate has brought us together, we must seize this opportunity. It is a bounty of gleaming silver coins. I observe your attire. Alas, it is quite inadequate. We must procure more funds to secure you proper garments. As for the members of the Waterwood gang, you need not worry. I shall handle that matter myself. Yi pressed her lips together, glancing at her own night attire, which was hastily fashioned from ordinary fabric, still bearing remnants of loose threads. It did indeed appear quite shabby. She surmised that this old man presumed she was too impoverished to afford decent clothing, hence his proposition to rob the Waterwood gang. After a brief contemplation, she recognized the gang's considerable wealth. Should she overlook this opportunity, it might be challenging to encounter another. However, she also needed to coordinate matters with Uncle Fei, and by the time she concluded her dealings here, she would be pressed for time. Therefore, summoning Uncle Fei and his associates to this location would be a pragmatic solution, allowing them to confront the Waterwood gang collectively. Yi was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Though the old man referred to her as my daughter, she remained cautious, understanding that his intentions were not entirely selfless. Upon hearing her words, the old man chuckled softly. I see your medical skills are quite remarkable. How about becoming my apprentice? Apprentice? The mention of this title reminded Yi of her promise to Jianghua to join the Medicine King Valley. The age of the valley's master and the timing of his entry into the city aligned perfectly with this old man. She quickly realized, you are the master of the Medicine King Valley? The old man let out a hearty laugh. My daughter is truly perceptive, the old man declared. I shall not change my name nor my surname. Jiang Fengyang, would you be willing to join the Apothecary Valley? If you agree, you may freely utilize the medicinal resources of the valley, and the people of the Apothecary Valley will heed your commands. The sole condition is that you must engage with me in discussions of medical arts, and also enlighten me on how you managed to neutralize the poison inflicted upon you by the Shui Mu gang. A smile played upon Yi's lips. She had unexpectedly encountered the intriguing elder that Jianghua intended to introduce to her. With her certainty of his identity, her reservations vanished. Disciple Yi Luoli pays her respects to the master. She immediately knelt on one knee, clasping her fists in salute, choosing to adopt the name she roamed the world with. Jiang Fengyang, filled with excitement, helped her to her feet, saying, No need to kneel, dear Luoli, your knees will ache. He then presented her with a red iron token, proclaiming, This is a token of our first meeting. This token signifies my status as the valley's leader. Wherever there are members of the Apothecary Valley, you can command them to assist you with it. Furthermore, it is rumored that there exist 5 such tokens in this world, and gathering all 5 would lead one to treasures beyond compare. However, up to now, I have only seen this one. The whereabouts of the others remain unknown. Yi accepted the token and examined it closely. The vibrant red iron bore intricate patterns that seemed to point towards a specific direction. Yet the lines were abruptly interrupted midway, and the token itself was irregularly shaped. Like a missing piece from an entire puzzle, perhaps the rumors hold a grain of truth. 5 such tokens could indeed reconstruct a complete map. She clutched the token tightly, recalling how Jiang Fengyang had bestowed such a precious gift upon her during their first encounter. His sincerity was palpable, and Yi began to comprehend why Jianghua had asserted that his master would undoubtedly take her as a disciple. A man of such stature would certainly treat someone with a natural aptitude for medicine with the utmost care. Jiang Fengyang patted her shoulder, remarking, Whether the map is worth a kingdom, we cannot say. However, it is true that the Waterwood gang possesses wealth. Come, I shall lead you in a noble endeavor to redistribute riches. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed poison, vanquishing all but the second-in-command. Subsequently, he hoisted the second-in-command and made his way to the Waterwood gang's stronghold. Yi observed this spectacle in awe. Truly, he was the master of the Medicine King Valley, and his prowess was evident with his every action. As she followed Jiang Fengyang, she signaled for Chu Hanfei to bring reinforcements to their location. Jiang Fengyang was exceedingly familiar with the route to the Waterwood gang, requiring no guidance from the second-in-command. The latter wept profusely, lamenting his misfortune at encountering the master of the Medicine King Valley. Their gang had ties with the Poison King Valley, which explained the presence of those toxins. The Poison King Valley and the Medicine King Valley were, by nature, sworn adversaries. Just moments ago, he had boasted about his connections to the Poison King Valley. It was no wonder the old man was relentless in his pursuit. He now regretted his hubris, wishing he could turn back time. Most crucially, the Medicine King Valley frequently sent individuals to gather intelligence on their activities, which elucidated Jiang Fingyang's remarkable knowledge of the terrain. Moreover, observing Jiang Fingyang's resolute demeanor, it is evident that he possesses an intimate understanding of the internal dynamics of the Shuimu gang. He could already foresee the dire fate that awaited his elder brother if captured by these two lunatics. Anxiously raking his hair, he realized he must devise a method to alert his brother and the other capable members of the Shuimu gang. However, just as this thought crystallized in his mind, Yeezy stepped forward and thrust a vial of medicine into his mouth. To his astonishment, could it be the antidote? Had this woman finally deemed it appropriate to provide the promised cure? It appeared she was somewhat kinder than Jiang Fengyang. Yet, unexpectedly, shortly after the potion settled in his stomach, he transformed from a man clinging to life into a mere puddle of despair. His limbs lay immobile, speech became a struggle, let alone signaling for help. The second-in-command's heart bled with anguish as he cast a venomous glare at Yeezy. The heart of a woman can be incredibly cruel. This wretched woman was even more unhinged than Jiang Fengyang. The silvery moon illuminated the hazy night as Yeezy, under Jiang Fengyang's guidance, ventured into the wooded path obscured by trees. The leaves crunched beneath their feet, and the autumn breeze lifted Yeezy's robes, bringing a chill that signaled the steepening terrain ahead. Clearly, they were ascending an arduous incline. His own ease was attributed to his formidable internal strength, while her ability to accompany him stemmed from sheer determination. Furthermore, the path grew increasingly secluded and perilous. She uttered not a single word of complaint nor expressed doubt in him, showcasing remarkable mental fortitude. Jiang Fengyang's satisfaction deepened with each passing moment, his smile widening uncontrollably. Yeezy, diligently tending to her wounds, found that such exertion fostered her physical recovery, thus she naturally refrained from lamenting her fatigue. Moreover, she has chosen Jiang Fengyang as her master, which signifies her unwavering trust in him. Naturally, she would harbor no further doubts. In the worst-case scenario, should any unforeseen events occur, she still possesses the 857 space as her ultimate trump card. Jiang Fengyang spoke, "I will take the second deputy to draw attention, while you head to the western storeroom to collect the items. If there are no issues, we shall proceed immediately." Yeezy nodded, affirming, "None at all. Let us commence our actions." Chapter 43. The three defensive lines having devised their plan. Jiang Fengyang promptly charged into the front entrance of the Wadawood gang alongside the second deputy, resolute in his intention to attract fire. He made no effort to conceal his presence, and within mere moments of entering, they were discovered. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Remain vigilant!" cried the guards stationed at the entrance in a state of agitation. The entire Wadawood gang was roused, and all members rushed towards Jiang Fengyang's location with utmost urgency. Torches illuminated the entire stronghold, as Jiang Fengyang, carrying the second deputy, maneuvered through the encampment, occasionally dispersing a cloud of medicinal powder to incapacitate the pursuing foes. The powder he released, coupled with his distinctive attire, quickly revealed his identity. The members of the Wadawood gang shouted excitedly, "It is the people from Yawang Valley. They have captured the second deputy. Quickly report to the chief." Jiang Fengyang observed the increasing number of adversaries surrounding him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Come forth. All of you, come to me." This way, his obedient disciple would be able to retrieve the items from the storeroom. This marked their first collaboration, and success was the only acceptable outcome. Intentionally, he called out to the approaching crowd, "The Waterwood gang colludes with the Poison King Valley to harm the disciples of my Yawang Valley, a truly heinous crime. Today, the Valley of the Medicine King shall rid the world of its scourge. The second in command, Li Daling, is in my grasp. Hasten to summon that fool Li Dajiang." The name of the Waterwood gang is derived from the names of the two brothers of the Li family. Jiang Fengyang's arrogant words have incited the ire of the Waterwood gang, who armed themselves and unleashed a barrage of arrows and poison in pursuit of him. The audacity of the minions of the Valley of the Medicine King to openly utter the names of our two leaders is astounding. A lone individual dares to stir trouble within the Waterwood gang. One cannot help but ponder whether to commend his courage or bemoan his folly. Jiang Fengyang refrained from engaging in verbal sparring, opting instead to release medicinal powder. Provided he could secure adequate time, his disciple would face no obstacles. His stratagem of diversion proved effective, for at this moment, Yeezy had successfully infiltrated the Waterwood gang from the west. Although there remained guards in that direction, the majority had been lured away by Jiang Fengyang. allowing her to slip past the remaining few with relative ease. She navigated through the winding paths to reach the storehouse at the far west. This storehouse differed from Ding Yang's main repository. It directly connected to a cave in the rear mountains, a lengthy tunnel leading to an underground vault. Drawing upon her experience of entering Yi and secret chamber, Yi swiftly assessed the layout of entrances and exits. Additionally, by observing the contours of the mountain, she could surmise the mechanisms governing this underground repository. At this moment, only 4 guards stood watch at the cave's entrance. With the means at her disposal, it would be a simple task to dispatch them. Yet, this was the most critical location of the entire Wadawood gang. It was implausible that only 4 guards were stationed here. Thus, Yi understood that there must certainly be others concealed within the hidden passage leading into the cave. As soon as she made a move, the individuals hidden within the secret passage would undoubtedly sense something amiss. They would swiftly converge, effectively trapping her within the cave. However, in the absence of any extraordinary means, her possession of the 857 space rendered this concern irrelevant. Moreover, Jiang Fengnong had already delayed for an extended period. Time was of the essence. Having fortuitously acquired a formidable master, she could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Thus, she charged forward with a tranquilizer needle in hand, her figure darting like a wraith. The sedative diffused with her movements, yet the guards stationed at the storeroom had undergone rigorous training. Furthermore, they had preemptively ingested the concoction provided by the Poison King Valley, rendering Yi's sleep-inducing smoke ineffective against them. Nevertheless, this was merely a ruse devised by Yi. The smoke attack was a decoy, while the tranquilizer needle constituted her genuine offensive. With her 5 fingers deftly concealing 4 tranquilizer needles, she propelled herself through the air. The needle tips swiftly penetrating the bodies of 4 guards. Within 3 breaths, the guards collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Yi then pushed open the storeroom door and entered the cave, but the instant the cave entrance creaked open, she leaped into the 857 space. Her intuition had not betrayed her. Indeed, the passage concealed a considerable number of individuals. As soon as the storeroom door revealed a crack, those inside exerted all their strength to thrust their long spears forward. The spears whistled through the air, and had Yi remained at the threshold, she would have undoubtedly been impaled. Yet, only the sound of the wind from the spears was heard, devoid of any flesh being pierced. The bewildered guards, having missed their mark, glanced toward the narrow opening of the storeroom, where, apart from the faint glow of moonlight casting shadows from outside, nothing else could be discerned. Several guards exchanged glances, dividing into 2 teams. 2 ventured out to investigate while the remaining few maintained their watch. However, the pair sent a scout returned empty-handed after a thorough search. Apart from the comrade fallen at the entrance, there was not a single shadow, not even a ghostly figure. Meanwhile, Yi, within the confines of the 857 space, wore a mischievous smile. Observing the dispersal of the guards, she leapt forth from her sanctuary, this time wielding a dagger. With a swift motion, she sprang into action, her body flickering as she swiftly severed a man's throat. The thud of the lifeless body hitting the ground startled the other guards, but before they could comprehend the situation, a chilling sensation coursed through their necks, followed by a spray of warm blood. After eliminating the threat lurking in the dark passage of the cave, Yi promptly delved deeper into the cavern. This time, no guards emerged to obstruct her path. Based on her earlier observations, she surmised that there existed 3 lines of defense within. Having already neutralized 2, only the final barrier, where treasures lay, remained. Naturally, a lengthy cave such as this would not be devoid of traps. Yet, her strategy was one of swift resolution. She had no time to meticulously search for the mechanisms or devise solutions to disarm them. With determined strides, she charged into the dark passage, prepared to retreat into her space should any traps be triggered. The sounds of clattering echoed around her. Flying arrows, poison darts, and falling stones all came her way. Yet, every mechanism struck the walls, some embedded deeply, others scattered across the ground. The journey ahead unfolded smoothly, until she soon caught the sound of 2 men conversing. The external traps had been activated, heralding the arrival of a formidable adversary. Indeed, ordinary individuals typically perish at the second line of defense, never afforded the opportunity to encounter the intricate traps beyond. However, these mechanisms can only be described as an impenetrable web. Even the most exalted celestial beings would find themselves doomed within. Thus, we may rest assured that no one can breach this sanctuary. The 2 conversed in hushed tones, entirely oblivious to the watchful gaze of Yi, whose eyes sparkled with mischief. The guards at the first two lines of defense were alert and somewhat formidable. Yet the final pair were undoubtedly the most skilled. Nevertheless, their prolonged seclusion had dulled their vigilance, rendering them complacent and unprepared for any threat. This complacency presented her with a splendid opportunity to act. Chapter 44. A fortuitous discovery. Easy swiftly retrieved a revolver from her spatial pocket. An ambush with a firearm was most fitting in this unguarded moment. Moreover, in this secluded chamber, she had no cause for concern regarding the revelation of her weapon. Gripping the pistol tightly, she squinted one eye and deftly squeezed the trigger. Bang! A bullet sped toward one of the guards, piercing through flesh and leaving a smoldering wound in his forehead. He immediately drew his longsword, poised to defend himself, but Yeezy denied him that chance. She aimed once more and pulled the trigger. Bang! Another bullet found its mark in his brow. Simultaneously, she charged into the storeroom, eyes gleaming at the sight of silver and rice. The expansive cavern was filled solely with these mundane provisions, lacking the exquisite artworks and treasures one might find in the abodes of nobility. Nevertheless, nothing is of paramount importance. The task is simply to relocate. Yeezy swiftly gathered all her belongings into her spatial storage. After emptying the storeroom, she hastily departed. However, as she traversed the lengthy dark passage and reached the entrance, a series of thundering footsteps resonated. Judging by the sound, there were no fewer than 20 individuals surrounding the storeroom. That old fool Jiang Fengyang truly believes he can ensnare me with his schemes. Today, it shall be a case of catching fish in a barrel. Peering through the crack of the door, Yeezy caught sight of a portly man with a round face and dark skin, leading a contingent that effectively sealed off the cave. She recognized him as the leader of the Waterwood gang. He possessed a modicum of intelligence, having evaded Jiang Fengyang's trickery. However, his arrival here would only lead to greater misfortune. A cunning smile danced in Yeezy's eyes as she weighed a bomb in her hand. Surround me? Then let us all be entombed together. Just as she prepared to unleash the explosive, the thundering footsteps approached once more. Yeezy paused, intrigued. More arrivals? Yet, regardless of their numbers, they would meet the same explosive fate. As the footsteps drew nearer and their figures became clearer, Yeezy was rendered speechless. The person at the forefront, leading the charge, was none other than her long-awaited QHNFI. The few individuals trailing closely behind him were also familiar. They were her comrades from the Task Alliance. But the 20 or so figures behind them were all strangers, none she had ever encountered. A suspicion formed in her mind. Could it be that the newcomers were all assembled by QHNFI? In just 2 days, Chu Hanfei's ability to gather his forces exceeded her expectations. Brothers, charge forth and rescue Luoli. Chu Hanfei shouted with fervor. Yeezy had endowed him with considerable silver and affectionately referred to him as Uncle Fei. In his heart, Yeezy was not merely a leader, but a cherished young one in need of care and protection. The men behind Chu Hanfei surged forward, following his command, targeting the leader of the Shui Mu gang. The once arrogant gang leader swiftly found himself at a disadvantage. As he confronted the oncoming assailants, he fixed his gaze upon Chu Hanfei, questioning, "Brother, which faction do you belong to? I have never encountered you before." The Shui Mu gang has the Toxic King Valley as its backing. Have you truly considered your position? Chu Hanfei paid him no mind, relentlessly engaging in combat with his longsword. Toxic King Valley? Shui Mu gang? His thoughts were solely occupied with Luoli. The affairs of others held no significance for him. The men Chu Hanfei commanded were resolute in their actions, and their blades were swift to draw blood. The forces of the Shui Mu gang were too scattered to pose any real threat. In less than 15 minutes, the gang leader, Li Dajiang's men, were almost entirely decimated. The explosives in Yeezy's possession proved futile, and on the other side, Jiang Fengyang, having not seen Li Dajiang for an extended period, sensed trouble. He promptly brought Li Daling to the storeroom, and upon witnessing the bloodthirsty Chu Hanfei and his men, he was taken aback, quickly bracing himself for battle. He pondered whether they were preparing for a black-on-black conflict. To prevent a disastrous internal strife, Yeezy hastily emerged from the cave, exclaiming, "Master, Uncle Fei, it's us. Stand down." Originally, the two individuals, poised for confrontation at the slightest misalignment of glances, halted their intentions upon hearing Yeezy's voice. Chu Hanfei, upon spotting Yeezy, proudly declared, "Lori, these brothers are all new recruits from the past few days. They have previously worked alongside me. You need not worry about their character." With a cheerful smile, Yeezy nodded in agreement. "I naturally trust Uncle Fei's judgment. Do we have sufficient funds?" I recently acquired a considerable amount from the Shuemu gang. You should use it to continue recruiting. The brothers deserve to be well supported. No one should suffer, especially not them." As she spoke, Yizi produced a substantial sum of silver notes, handing them to Chu Hanfei. She contemplated how fortunate she was. Chu Hanfei's capabilities and connections were truly remarkable. His previous role as a guard in the Task Alliance seemed a waste of his talents, yet perhaps there were underlying reasons for it. Chu Hanfei, momentarily taken aback by the bulging purse in his hands, mused to himself. More money. Although he had witnessed numerous high-value tasks within the Task Alliance, he had never encountered someone as generous as Yizi. It felt as though he had aligned himself with a golden opportunity. Furthermore, her genuine concern for the brothers was deeply touching, reminiscent of the martial arts leader, albeit with the distinction of her dark eyes and dissimilar appearance. Otherwise, he might have suspected her to be the individual the martial arts leader had long sought. Shaking off his scattered thoughts, Chu Hanfei inquired, "Lori, we have the two leaders of the Shuemu gang under our control. How do you propose we proceed?" Before Yizi could respond, Li Dajiang knelt on the ground, lamenting. "Sister Luo, please, do not kill me. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." Yizi fell into a moment of silence. Just moments ago, Li Dajiang had displayed such fortitude, yet now, his demeanor changed in an instant, pleading for mercy with the same rapidity as his brother, Li Dalan. She mused to herself, no wonder they are siblings. Jiang Fengyang cast a sidelong glance at the two brothers. "Hand over all the poison that the Poison King Valley provided you." Upon hearing this, Li Dajiang hastily retrieved items from the pouch at his chest. Jiang Fengyang collected all the vials, inhaling their contents. "My dear girl, the Poison King Valley is an old adversary of ours. After we dealt with the Wadawood gang, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. This area is ideal for cultivating poisonous herbs, which is why they have allied with the Li brothers." Yizi quickly grasped Jiang Fengyang's implication. "So, regardless of our actions, the Poison King Valley will continue its reckless pursuits. We might as well seize the territory of the Li brothers and the Wadawood gang, luring them into a trap and catching them off guard." Jiang Fengyang nodded in agreement. "Precisely. The Poison King Valley is certainly concocting sinister schemes by utilizing the Wadawood gang's domain for cultivating such a plethora of poisonous herbs. We must devise a thorough plan." Yizi snapped her fingers, addressing Chu Hanfei. "Uncle Fei, this residence is more secure than that of the Wadawood gang. Take your men here for training while keeping a watchful eye on the Li brothers." As she spoke, she placed a poisonous pellet into Li Dajiang's mouth. "If you wish to survive, you must prove your worth." Li Dajiang nodded fervently. "Sister Luo, I understand. From now on, I will follow your lead without question." "Indeed. Sister Luo, there exists a treacherous land behind Shuemu gang. The toxins there are exceedingly potent, to the extent that even the denizens of Poison King Valley find them insurmountable. Perhaps we should consider its destruction." Upon hearing this, Yizi's interest was instantly piqued. For the medicinal remedies within her space were proving to be excruciatingly slow in their efficacy, particularly concerning the scars upon her face and her underdeveloped bosom. Specific toxins, employed against their own kind, could expedite the healing of her facial scars and significantly enhance her breast development. This was akin to a rebirth through destruction. The approach mirrored the treatment of Ning Hansha's legs. Whether for her own sake or for the benefit of Ning Hansha's limbs, she felt compelled to venture to the rear mountain. Thus, Yizi seized Li Dajiang by the collar. "Lead the way." Chapter 45, The Blue Demon Flower. As Li Dajiang led the way, he inquired, "Sister Luo, are we not bringing torches and oil?" He nodded in agreement. "Indeed. A fire that consumes everything is essential to eradicate the roots of the problem. But, oh wise one, do you think it's possible that the smoke from burning those toxins could also be poisonous? We might all perish on the mountain, rendering burial unnecessary, with corpses strewn all around." Li Dajiang chuckled sheepishly. My mind tends not to wander. It's no wonder Sister Luo is so astute." As the two conversed, they soon arrived at the location of the toxic herb garden as described by Li Dajiang. Before even entering the garden, Yizi was met with an overwhelming scent of poison. The potency of this poison is such that merely lingering outside for a moment could induce fainting. Thus, it is no wonder that Li Dajiang remarked that even those from the Poison King Valley dare not venture within. She instructed Li Dajiang to maintain a safe distance as she boldly stepped into the herb garden alone. Jiang Fengyang observed her actions from a short distance away. Despite the inherent dangers of this toxic garden, he was confident in his apprentice's capabilities, knowing she would not act recklessly. Should any peril arise, he would be the first to rush in to rescue her. After all, is not a master meant to cherish their disciple? Whatever she wished to pursue, he would permit her, for even in the worst scenarios, he would be there to catch her fall. At this moment, Yeezy donned a gas mask and officially entered the Garden of Poison. The herbs within were bizarrely shaped and varied in color, featuring black specimens reminiscent of banana leaves and purple mushrooms that resembled umbrellas. Each herb appeared as if it could cause one to meet their demise upon consumption. Her intent was not to destroy this land. Rather, she aimed to utilize it as a natural defense. The Waterwood Gang would undoubtedly secure a strategic advantage in this location, being easy to defend yet challenging to attack, even against a formidable army. As she meticulously observed and searched for the desired herbs, she soon discovered a blue specimen named the Blue Enchantress. Its vibrant hue was captivating, yet it concealed deadly toxins that could cause skin to rot. The scars on her face required a process that would allow the outer layer of damaged skin to decay and shed, facilitating the rapid growth of new flesh beneath. She donned gloves, preparing to harvest the Blue Enchantress into her space, when suddenly, a fierce gust of wind struck her wrist. A fleeting brown figure darted past with remarkable speed, leaving Yeezy only a glimpse of the billowing robes, obscuring his visage. An unsettling thought crossed her mind. Was he here to seize the medicinal herbs? Such a perilous substance, who besides her could wield it? With a steely gaze, she hastened toward the blue demon flower, swiftly twirling her dagger before deftly plucking several blossoms and tossing them into her spatial pouch. Are you courting death? A haughty voice echoed, just as the brown figure materialized behind Yeezy. She pivoted, casting a wary glance at the man opposite her, her weapon poised and ready for confrontation. He was tall and appeared to be in his late teens, with a fair complexion reminiscent of peach blossoms and a captivating vermilion beauty mark at the corner of his eye. He possessed an androgynous allure, and were it not for his distinctly masculine voice, one might easily mistake him for a woman. Presently, he regarded Yeezy's hands with a disapproving glare. The blue demon flower is highly toxic, with only a 30% chance of survival upon poisoning, he intoned in a low voice. Yeezy maintained her vigilance. This man navigated the toxic garden with an unsettling ease, undoubtedly possessing profound knowledge of both medicine and poison. He bore no mask for protection, exposing his mouth and nose to the perilous environment. Without further ado, Yeezy began to exit, unwilling to engage in conversation. However, the man, undeterred, followed her closely until she emerged from the poisonous garden unscathed. He halted, staring at her retreating figure with a look of disbelief. What on earth? He murmured softly. The woman adorned with an unusual mask boldly grasped the Blue Enchantress with her bare hands, yet she remained utterly unaffected. Who could she possibly be? In all his years spent in the Valley of Poisons, he had never encountered anyone, apart from himself, possessing such an immunity to toxins. Intriguing. A smile curled upon the man's lips as he swiftly employed his lightness skills to depart. After hastily exiting the poison garden, Yeezy instructed Li Dajiang, ensure the poison garden is sealed and guarded. From now on, this will serve as the defensive line for the Shuemu gang's rear mountain. Li Dajiang nodded eagerly. Absolutely, Sister Luo, rest assured I will manage it well. By the way, Sister Luo, as the leader of the Shuemu gang now, shouldn't we change the name of this stronghold? How about calling it the Rakshasa Camp? It sounds much cooler and far more formidable than our previous name. Li Dajiang demonstrated his loyalty with actions befitting a devoted subordinate. The Rakshasa Camp. Not bad. Your naming skills are quite impressive, Yeezy praised without reservation. Li Dajiang chuckled softly. Thank you for your kind words, Sister Luo. However, regarding the poison within me, fear not, as long as I take the antidote regularly. It will not manifest, but, should I betray you, the toxin would instantly activate, rendering me unable to escape or find solace in death. Yeezy spoke the most ruthless words with a smile gracing her face. Upon hearing this, Li Dajiang immediately raised his hand and swore an oath. Sister Luo, rest assured, I shall never betray you. His willingness to submit to Yeezy was not solely due to the control of the poison, but also stemmed from her capabilities and her alliance with the master of the Valley of Herbs. Most importantly, her ability to navigate the poison garden with ease surpassed even those of the Valley of Poisons. Given the comparison of strengths between both parties, he naturally understood how to make his choice. I recently encountered a man in the poison garden who appeared unaffected by the toxins. I suspect he must be from the Poison King Valley. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fengong furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The leader of the Poison King Valley is of a similar age to myself, and most of his disciples are women. A formidable man, impervious to poison. Could it be him? Jiang Fingyang's expression suddenly grew grave. The leader of the Poison King Valley has a son, slightly older than you, named Li Shiqing, who has been exposed to toxins from a young age and spends most of his time in a state of slumber, seldom appearing in public. His constitution indeed allows him to remain unscathed by the toxins of the poison garden. However, that man possesses a peculiar temperament. Even the elderly head of the Poison King Valley struggles to rein him in. It would be wise for you to keep your distance. Otherwise, one cannot predict what madness he may unleash. Yizi nodded, having no desire to engage with that eccentric individual, yet, if he were to insist on accompanying her, she would have no choice but to face him. Upon entering the War King's manor, she received delightful news. Xiang Li and Li Ji excitedly reported, "Your Highness, the Princess Lixin has departed. You predicted she wouldn't last 3 days, yet she couldn't endure even a single day. It seems we overestimated her capabilities. After this incident, no other women will dare to provoke you." A smile graced Yizi's face. She has suffered grievances in the War King's manor. I fear she may return seeking trouble. However, I need to rest and treat my facial wounds, so I shall leave the task of intercepting her to you. Yizi glanced at the dimly lit sky, understanding that she needed ample rest to muster the energy to confront these formidable foes. Moreover, tomorrow marked the Emperor's birthday celebration. It was high time for her face, marred for so long, to regain its former brilliance. Lychee and Fragrant Pear stood at the door like sentinels, ready to heed her command. As she suspected, the aggrieved Princess Lu Xin, who had suffered indignities at the hands of the War Prince, sent her people to cause a commotion early in the morning. With a resounding crash, the grand gates of the War Prince's residence were flung open, accompanied by a cacophony of curses. "Ning Hansha, how dare you wound my beloved?" Chapter 46. Confrontation with the Prince of Yong. The ruckus before the War Prince's estate drew the attention of the surrounding populace. They exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the furious outcry. "Hurt my beloved? Is the War Prince causing a scene outside?" However, the voice unmistakably belonged to a man, prompting whispers of speculation. Could it be that the War Prince was a lover of men? But as the crowd beheld the instigator of the ruckus, their expressions morphed into sheer terror. Heaven forbid, the Prince of Yong himself had arrived. It seemed this time, matters were about to escalate. The audacity of the Prince of Yong to breach the doors of the War Prince's residence was sure to provoke a fierce response. Blood would likely stain the entrance before the day concluded. Amidst the clamor of the curious onlookers, Ning Hansha, seated in his wheelchair, approached the entrance. Upon witnessing the battered state of the grand doors, his brow furrowed, and he cast a frosty glare at the Prince of Yong. "Did you do this?" The Prince of Yong, the Emperor's brother, had earned renown in earlier years for his valiant exploits alongside the Emperor in numerous campaigns. It was only with the emergence of Ning Hansha, whose brilliance had eclipsed all, that he had withdrawn from the battlefield. He was around 40 years of age. Having spent many years away from the battlefield, his once taut muscles now transformed into layers of fatty tissue, standing there like a towering mountain. By virtue of their familial hierarchy, Ning Hansha ought to address him as Uncle Emperor. However, Ning Hansha, who showed no deference even to his biological father, the Emperor, had little regard for an uncle who wielded scant power. He cast a cold glance at Prince Yong. "You have disturbed my princess's slumber. How do you intend to make amends?" Prince Yong was momentarily taken aback by this remark. The seemingly disinterested Ning Hansha would confront him over the disruption of Yizi's sleep? Was he perhaps under some enchantment? Despite his inner confusion, Prince Yong did not forget his purpose for visiting the War King's residence. He proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Yizi has tormented my precious daughter to such a state and still manages to sleep soundly? Hand her over. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our familial ties." As he spoke, Prince Yong urged the guards behind him to advance upon the War King's residence, making it clear that should Ning Hansha refuse to surrender the person in question, they would take matters into their own hands. Sisters Lychee and Xiang Li stood resolutely at the entrance of the main courtyard. Lychee boldly declared, "Princess Lixin's scheming against the princess has backfired, and she deserves her fate." Xiang Li echoed her sentiments. "It is already a mercy that our princess did not seek trouble at Prince Yong's residence. It is unexpected for you to shamelessly come knocking instead." Prince Yong, initially incensed by Ning Hansha's indifferent demeanor, felt his anger intensify upon hearing the audacious remarks from the two maidens. His chest heaved in fury as he unleashed a surge of internal energy towards them, exclaiming, "Vile wenches!" Lychee and Fragrant Pear frequently followed Yizi in the courtyard to recuperate and practice their skills. Consequently, their movements were remarkably agile, allowing them to crouch and evade the Prince Yong's strikes. Frustrated by his missed attempts, Prince Yong exclaimed in exasperation, "Have Yi Zi come out? What kind of skill is it to hide inside? If you possess the courage to fight, then have the courage to show yourself. I know you are not asleep." At that moment, Yi Zi had indeed awakened, but she was occupied in her space, tending to her face. She crushed the blue enchantress flower and applied its toxic juice to her skin. As the medicinal liquid made contact, the scars on her face began to corrode, causing the outer layer of skin to rot and peel away, creating a rather grotesque sight. The process of eradicating these blemishes would take 2 to 3 hours. So she concealed her appearance with a veil before exiting her sanctuary. Upon entering the main courtyard, she overheard the furious rants of Prince Yang, Ning Hansha. "I do not wish to quarrel with you. This matter lies solely between me and Yi Zi. If she dares to come out and engage me openly, we shall settle this. Otherwise, even if it leads to a deadly confrontation, I shall not relent." Ning Hansha had no desire to engage in idle conversation with Prince Yang. He simply gestured for Scarface to take action. Just as a bloody conflict was about to erupt, Yi Zi let out a soft laugh. "Hee, I wonder how Prince Yang intends to challenge this princess? What if you lose?" Seeing Yi Zi's appearance, Prince Yang gritted his teeth in anger. "If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall spare you and overlook the matter regarding your harm to Lu Xen." The Prince of Yang contemplated how this insolent girl had injured his most cherished daughter. How could he possibly let her off so easily? She possessed no martial prowess or inner strength. With a mere strike, he could reduce her to a state of near death. After 3 blows, she would surely have no breath left. Yi Zi nodded without hesitation. "Yes, that is acceptable. However, what if you lose? My time is precious. How will you compensate for the time wasted in this duel?" The Prince of Yang fell into a moment of silence, realizing that he had just damaged the gate of the Wang family. Ning Hansha had not gone mad with bloodlust. Instead, he had promptly inquired about compensation, evidently having learned this from the avaricious Yi Zi. Nonetheless, her greed would not sway the outcome, for he was resolute in his belief that he could not possibly lose. Even a crippled Ning Hansha would stand little chance against him, let alone a woman as feeble as she. Thus, he readily agreed. "If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, you may freely select anything from the Prince of Yang's estate." Upon hearing this, Yi Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Very well, let us wager the entirety of the Prince of Yang's possessions. Everyone present, take heed. When I go to the Prince of Yang's estate to collect my belongings, do not dare to label me a thief." The Prince of Yang wore a stern and brooding expression. This impudent girl certainly had the audacity to demand the entire estate. However, this was inconsequential. She stood no chance of victory. With a dismissive gesture, he retorted, "Enough of your prattle. Survive first, and then we shall discuss your winnings." Yi Zi did not say much and immediately approached. The internal energy of Prince Yang was remarkably profound, far surpassing her recently acquired skills. However, her agility and peculiar footwork allowed her to deftly evade his attacks. Coupled with her specialized combat techniques, she landed a punch on the prince's back. The spot she targeted was meticulously chosen, enabling her to exert a force that felt tenfold in impact. Consequently, her strike left Prince Yang unable to straighten his back. He clenched his fists, bracing himself against her blow, realizing he could no longer afford to be careless. He summoned his strongest internal energy and most agile movements to launch a second attack against Yi Zi. Yet, having withdrawn from the battlefield for years, indulging in a life of leisure, he had long lost the prowess and speed of his former self. His corpulent figure hampered his mobility. Even at his swiftest, he was still insufficient in Yi Zi's discerning eyes. With a slight narrowing of her gaze, she anticipated his movements. An attack from the left. Upon discerning his approach, Yi Zi deftly dodged in the opposite direction, simultaneously delivering a flying kick to the prince's thigh. This time, Prince Yang could not suppress his cry. His eyes ablaze with fury. It was evident that Yi Zi had not exerted much strength, yet he was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Only one move remained he could not afford to lose. He had to unleash his ultimate technique against her. Yi Zi must be vanquished. Chapter 47. The emptying of Prince Yang's residence. Prince Yang lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving as a fierce gale swirled around him. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Zi took a step forward, preparing to engage. "Is that the frog technique? You are indeed quite a pair. You are an old toad, while Princess Lixin is a young one." As Yi Zi's mockery lingered in the air, Prince Yang's body surged forward, his head hurtling towards her. The fierce winds and internal energy emitted a piercing howl, causing the guards who had been standing beside him to retreat several paces. a testament to the intensity of his strike. Ning Hansha swiftly maneuvered his wheelchair, prepared to shield Yi Zi from this onslaught. Her martial prowess was insufficient to withstand it. If she were to confront it head-on, she would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Do not move. Yi Zi sensed Ning Hansha's intentions and sharply admonished him. This maneuver was fraught with peril, but having perused numerous Jin Yong martial arts novels, she possessed a degree of understanding regarding the toad technique. She should be able to manage on her own without necessitating his perilous intervention. Moreover, having just employed the blue enchantress technique, such a vigorous assault would likely accelerate the circulation of toxins within her body, facilitating a swifter recovery. Ning Hansha furrowed his brow, hesitating at her rebuke. Yet, upon meeting her resolute gaze, he chose to place his trust in her. Nevertheless, he discreetly summoned his internal energy, poised for rescue at a moment's notice. Bang! The prince's toad technique collided with Yi Zi's abdomen. However, her approach was entirely dissimilar to the prince's full-body offensive. She employed the one-yang finger. Channeling all her internal energy into her fingertips, her power was not formidable, compounded by the fact that she only utilized 2 fingers to deliver the force. Consequently, Prince Yang dismissed it entirely, intent on continuing his toad technique assault. Yet, Yi Zi's seemingly innocuous strike penetrated directly into his chest. Her internal energy indeed did not inflict significant harm, yet the precise locations she struck combined with the previous 2 acupoints triggered a reaction. The Prince of Yong felt as though his body were being cleaved in 2, suffering a pain that radiated from his spine down to the soles of his feet. Unable to endure the agony, he collapsed to the ground in a posture reminiscent of a frog. Observing this, Yi Zi snapped her fingers. The one-yang finger countered the frog skill. Truly, martial arts novels do not deceive. It was proven that extensive reading could indeed be beneficial. For one never knows when such knowledge might prove unexpectedly useful. I have triumphed. Scarface, lychee, fragrant pear. Let us gather our belongings and head to the Prince of Yong's residence. Yi Zi exclaimed with exuberance. Ning Hansha, relieved to see her unscathed, found himself surprised by the concern he had harbored for her safety. The group, led by Scarface, filled with excitement, promptly gathered sacks, boxes, and a cart, making their way to the Prince of Yong's estate. The onlookers were left in awe, astonished by Yi Zi's prowess, engaged in animated discussions. Who would have thought that the Princess of War not only possessed remarkable medical skills, but also martial abilities? What other surprises might the Princess of War hold that we are unaware of? Tomorrow marks the Emperor's birthday banquet, and envoys from several other nations will be in attendance. Surely the Princess of War will command the occasion. The Princess of War is indeed the pride of our great Xing. Yi Zi paid no mind to the citizens' flattery, for her thoughts were solely focused on emptying the Prince of Yong's residence. Before long, the main force of the War Prince's household arrived at the Prince of Yong's estate. The guards at the gate were left paralyzed with fear upon witnessing such a spectacle. They hesitantly inquired, War King's consort, you. What are you? Yi Zi waved her hand directly at the scarred man, commanding move. Her Luocha camp had already begun to flourish, and there would be ample opportunities for financial gain in the future. Presently, she was determined to seize every opportunity to profit. Moreover, she needed to make this money multiply, to let it bear little financial offspring. The personnel from the War King's residence surged into the young prince's manor, clearing away everything from furniture to the smallest of trinkets. The scarred man acted like a bandit invading a village, swiftly carrying off all belongings. Meanwhile, Lychee and Xiang Li busily searched for treasures. The 2 were remarkably attentive, their keen eyes missing no corner or crevice. Big brother me, there's silver here. Hurry and take it away. Xiang Li exclaimed as she discovered a treasure, quickly calling for the scarred man to assist. He rushed over, though his lips twitched uncontrollably. The 2 young girls beside the consort had originally referred to him as Brother Scar, a title that sounded quite imposing. But now, Xiang Li had altered her address to Big Brother Me. The new nickname struck him as peculiar, while he silently mocked it. He nonetheless energetically continued to help with the moving, for as long as there was money, he wouldn't mind being called Little Me. The commotion of their activities inevitably caught the attention of Princess Lixin, who was recuperating in the young prince's manor. At that moment, she was swathed in black cloth, her body a ghastly sight, marred by rats and venomous insects. She was unable to stand unaided, relying on the support of 2 maidservants to move. The torment from the potent aphrodisiac had nearly brought her to the brink of death. Recalling the events of last night, Princess Lixin's eyes blazed with fury. The one who had been sullied by the aphrodisiac was undoubtedly Yi Zi. Yet, all the anguish had befallen her instead. Now, Yi dared to come and reclaim items from the residence of Prince Yang. She vowed to bring about Yi's demise, ensuring that her fate would be tenfold, 100-fold more tragic than her own. She produced a black porcelain vial and handed it to the two handmaidens beside her, instructing, "Deliver this to the beggar den in the western part of the city." Wasn't that wretched? Yi, always boasting of her medical prowess, adept at manipulating potions, let her put on a grand performance. The handmaidens trembled uncontrollably as they grasped the vial, for it contained the putrid flesh and blood of rats that could spread the plague. They implored her in terror, "Princess, this substance is highly contagious. If it reaches the beggar den, and those beggars spread it, the entire city will be in peril." Princess Lixin dismissed their concerns with a scoff. "What of it? They are but the worthless lives of beggars. The affliction of others bears no consequence to me, as long as I remain unaffected. You two disgraced me yesterday. If you fail to execute this task adequately today, you may as well meet your end." In that moment, the facade of innocence cultivated at the residence of the War King was nowhere to be found, revealing a ruthless and terrifying woman instead. The two handmaidens, silenced by fear, could only depart through the back door of the Prince Yang's residence, clutching the vial. Under the diligent efforts of the moving team from the War King's residence, the belongings of Prince Yang's house were swiftly cleared away. Everything that could be dismantled has been meticulously taken apart, leaving only the roof and the immovable beams intact. Everything else is gone without a trace. Yi watched as cartloads of items were transported to the residence of the War King, her smile wide and uncontainable. What she did not anticipate, however, was the swift arrival of compensation from both the Eastern Pavilion scholar and the Empress. The attendants from both sides, with utmost reverence, presented the banknotes. "Princess, please verify the amount." The servants trembled with anxiety, fearing that even a couple of silver coins missing would incur Yi's wrath. For now, the cost of compliance was merely a few million. However, once Yi decided to take action, it could result in a complete financial ruin. Following her encounter at the residence of Prince Yang, Yi's reputation as a cunning opportunist was firmly established. With a radiant smile, she accepted the banknotes. Counting them carefully, 5 million taels from the Eastern Pavilion scholar, 6 million taels from the Empress, in addition to 10 million taels granted by the Emperor. Her little treasury was growing ever more abundant. She could now use these funds to revive the ancestral shops of the Yi family. To maintain discretion, she had sold all properties under the Yi family name and subsequently purchased them back under the guise of the Luocha camp, thus avoiding any suspicion. Today, she received news from Uncle Fei that the restaurant under the Yi family banner was facing some issues. It was the perfect opportunity to visit and uncover who was causing trouble. With Ning Hansha handling matters at Prince Yang's side, she felt assured and changed into a new outfit, presenting herself as Yi Luoli at the Yi family restaurant. The establishment was located on the main street in the east of the city, boasting an excellent location and relatively good cuisine, ranking above average citywide. However, it could not compare to the renowned Zui Xianju, situated in the very heart of the capital. As she arrived at the entrance of the shop, a brash voice reached her ears. 10,000 taels of silver, or do not expect my assistance. 10,000. Why not go rob a bank instead? Chapter 48. Healing the face. Rising from ruins, Yi stepped into the restaurant, only to find it teeming with patrons. Chu Hanfei, who was tasked with managing the new establishment, was embroiled in a heated argument with a portly man. This chef Chen was the head cook of the restaurant, demanding a staggering sum of 10,000 taels to continue his employment. With an air of arrogance, Chef Chen regarded Yi, declaring, "My culinary skills are among the finest in the capital. Without me, your restaurant will surely falter." Upon discovering that the establishment's owner was a mere young girl, Chef Chen's audacity grew even bolder. Yi, unfazed by his bravado, simply waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave." Chef Chen, taken aback, could not believe her lack of reluctance in sending him away. "Have you thought this through? There are plenty of restaurants on this street. I could easily ruin your business by choosing any one of them." Yi nonchalantly replied, "Indeed, safe travels." No matter how exceptional Chef Chen's skills may be, his attitude alone warranted his dismissal. If he were to stay, it would only be a matter of time before he began to lord over her as the proprietor, should things not go his way. Seeing Yi resolute in her decision, Chef Chen began to panic, hastily adding, "I do not necessarily require 10,000 taels. A lower price would suffice." Although Chef Chen possesses remarkable culinary skills, the generous compensation offered by Chu Hanfei is indeed exceptional, making it a challenge to find another establishment of similar caliber. His previous attempt to negotiate was merely a ploy to secure a bit more silver. He would acquiesce should Chu Hanfei apply some pressure on the price. Unexpectedly, the woman named Luo Li arrived and unhesitatingly dismissed him. 8,000 taels would be acceptable. Chef Chen murmured weakly. Very well. Just remember, do not regret this decision in the future. With a huff, Chef Chen stormed out. Yi Zi, shooing him away as one would a pesky mosquito, was unfazed. Having savored delicacies from various cuisines, she was confident in her ability to manage a restaurant. She turned to the remaining patrons in the establishment. Those skilled in cooking stepped forward. The majority of the individuals left were merely waitstaff, and with Chef Chen's departure, sustaining the business would prove difficult. Whoever dared to take on this hot potato would shoulder the fate of the restaurant, and thus, no one was willing to accept Yi Zi's challenge. Silence enveloped the room, until a woman, apron tied around her waist, stepped forward. Miss Luo Li, I am responsible for washing dishes, but I fancy my culinary skills are quite commendable. Yi Zi regarded the woman and nodded. Very well, come with me. We will undergo training in the coming days, preparing the staff for the new restaurant's grand opening. As she prepared to take over the new establishment, it was only fitting to reinvent it and reap substantial profits. Yi Zi produced the silver note she had just received from the esteemed scholar of Dongga University and presented it to Chu Hanfei. Uncle Fei, please find someone to redecorate. Here are the blueprints. She spoke while handing over the meticulously drawn design plans to Chu Hanfei. When Chu Hanfei opened his purse to find it brimming with banknotes, the muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. This serendipitous encounter with a wealthy patron had enabled him to swiftly recruit personnel, largely due to Yi Zi's ample financial support. After all, money can indeed move mountains. Her remarkable memory allowed her to recite every dish she had tasted and every recipe she had perused. A talented chef could replicate flavors merely from a recipe. Within the kitchen of the Luosha camp, Yi Zi energetically guided the cook, Ma Xian, offering suggestions and tasting dishes for refinement. Through their exchanges, Yi Zi learned of Ma Xian's tragic past. Her husband had succumbed to illness at a young age, leaving her to live in widowhood for many years, surviving by washing dishes and performing menial tasks in a restaurant. Moved by Ma Xian's plight, Yi Zi devoted herself to teaching her. As a woman herself, she held great admiration for those who persevered through their own abilities. The once ghastly scars had faded, though they remained a stark reminder of horror. After instructing Xiangli and Li Ji to guard the door, Yi Zi entered her space to commence restorative treatment. The healing process spanned an entire night, perfectly timed for the upcoming birthday banquet the next morning. The hours of treatment seemed to pass swiftly, and soon dawn broke. The already vibrant capital city of Jingxing erupted into a frenzy, akin to popcorn bursting in a hot pan. Envoys from neighboring nations flooded into the capital, while ministers donned their finest attire at the crack of dawn to convene with the emperor regarding matters concerning the foreign dignitaries. The women of various households exerted themselves in preparation, eager to present their most beautiful selves to the world. Everyone was bustling with activity, everyone, that is, except for the Wang residence, which remained shrouded in tranquility. At this moment, Ning Hansha calmly instructed Zhang Ming to calculate the cost of reconstructing a grand entrance. Zhang Ming presented the estimate. Your Highness, the renovation of our estate's main gate would require at least 500,000 taels of silver. In truth, repairing a door would typically cost no more than 1,000 taels. However, the egregious act of the young prince forcibly entering the premises warranted a more extravagant expenditure. Thus, Zhang Ming deliberately opted for the most expensive materials and inflated the cost significantly, yet he was taken aback when Ning Hansha expressed his dissatisfaction with the figure. Nonchalantly, he remarked, at another digit, 5 million taels. Zhang Ming's lips twitched. Your Highness, might this price be somewhat excessive? Moreover, the young prince's residence has been entirely vacated by the princess. They likely cannot afford such a sum. Ning Hansha scoffed lightly. Princess Lixin is dispatched by the Empress. If she cannot bear the cost, then let the Empress compensate. Today's birthday banquet would see the Empress's attendance, making it an opportune moment for that old woman to pay up. Zhang Ming nodded begrudgingly. It seemed that the audacity to extort silver from the Empress made Ning Hansha a pioneer in such endeavors. Chapter 49. Restored countenance beneath elegantly arched brows. Her eyes sparkled like pure sapphires, their clarity unmatched. A delicate beauty mark at the corner of her eye, paired with subtly upturned fox-like features, exuded charm and tenderness. Her raven tresses cascaded freely over her shoulders, droplets of water from her recent bath glistening on her alabaster neck. Her slightly pursed red lips resembled ripe cherries, inviting admiration. Yi gazed into the mirror, momentarily entranced by her own reflection, perfection. This face, devoid of any scars, was flawless. It resembled a figure stepped out from a Raphael painting, radiating an aura of nobility. No wonder Yushinyo would go to great lengths to mar her visage. She contentedly preserved the remaining potion of the blue demon, realizing its formidable potency had significantly shortened her recovery time. If applied to Ning Hansha, it would undoubtedly purge much of the toxins from his body, allowing the scars on his face to heal as well. After all, his scars were merely the result of toxins coursing through his veins, far less severe than the external injury she bore. The thought of them both stepping out together, restored to their former beauty, filled Yi with excitement. She hurriedly called out, "Liqi, Xiangli, it's time for my makeup." Upon hearing her command, the two sisters entered the room, carrying warm water and toiletries. However, upon catching sight of Yi's face, they nearly dropped their items in astonishment. Quick as a flash, Yi steadied the basin before it could tumble to the floor. With a radiant smile, she asked, "What do you think? Am I not astonishing?" Liqi, momentarily speechless, nodded slowly, "Astonishing. Truly astonishing." Meanwhile, Xiangli, brimming with excitement, hopped about, exclaiming, "Not just astonishing. You are simply the most stunning beauty in the capital. No, wait, you outshine all of the great Qing dynasty." Yi chuckled lightly, tapping Xiangli's head playfully. "If you exaggerate any further, you might just end up being the beauty that captivates the entire continent." With a hint of pride, Xiangli placed her hands on her hips, declaring, "That may not be far from the truth. I heard that today beauties from the other four nations have come as well. With the princess's restored beauty, she will undoubtedly surpass them all and become the most beautiful in the realm." Reflecting on these words, Yi pondered silently. The great Qing was the most powerful among the five nations, and naturally, other countries would present gifts and beauties at the emperor's birthday banquet. These beauties are either to be sent to the imperial harem or designated for other royal offspring. However, it matters not who they are assigned to, as long as they do not disturb her at the Duke of War's residence. More importantly, the purpose of the four nations' visit to offer congratulations is certainly not straightforward. No nation wishes to remain subservient indefinitely. They are likely using the pretext of presenting longevity gifts to probe the strength of the great Qing. After all, the news of Ning Hansha's impending demise is well known among the five nations. His former renown may have once instilled fear in the four nations, but it cannot do so indefinitely. The restless neighboring countries will eventually rebel, waiting merely for an opportune moment. After a brief contemplation, Yi ordered Liqi, "Go summon the prince. I must attend to his treatment, regardless of the neighbor's intentions." Her primary concern was to resolve her own issues with Ning Hansha first. Liqi departed to fulfill her orders, while Xiangli prepared garments and accessories for Yi. Xiangli adorned Yi's hair with a golden hairpin bestowed by the emperor and selected several exquisite pieces of gold jewelry. Previously, the gossips of the palace had incessantly murmured about the princess's beauty, but this time she intended to dazzle them, blinding their narrow minds. A brilliant smile graced Yi's face as she exclaimed, "Indeed, you speak the truth. Today's primary objective is singular, to confront those who once humiliated me with a resounding slap in the face. None shall escape." Yi continued to wear black contact lenses, her blue eyes resembling a fairy from a distant land. With the black lenses, she lost a touch of allure but gained an air of grandeur. Her exquisite visage, unadorned by makeup, radiated nobility with merely a hint of lip color. Xiangli cautiously opened the mahogany chest resting on the table. As the lid lifted, a golden glow burst forth, revealing a crimson robe intricately embroidered with golden threads, the patterns subtly discernible. Under the sunlight, the golden thread shimmered, radiating a gentle luminescence that danced like waves. The hem of the garment was adorned with pristine rubies, rendering the entire ensemble resplendent. Yi paused at the sight of the attire within the chest. Why did this outfit evoke a sense of bridal attire? Her sudden marriage to Ning Hansha, meant to dispel ill fortune, had felt so abrupt. The wedding garment she wore that day was merely a red robe, ill-fitting and lacking in elegance. As Xiangli assisted Yi in donning the exquisite attire, she remarked, "This was delivered by Steward Zhang early this morning, though he did not explicitly state it. I believe it to be a gift chosen by the prince. Perhaps he feels he has not adequately prepared a wedding gift for the princess and seeks to make amends through this." She continued, "However, wearing such a splendid outfit is certain to overshadow the queen, and it might invoke resentment." Yi chuckled softly, pondering the notion of a supplementary bridal gown. This hardly seemed like an act befitting Ning Hansha, the blood demon. It was more likely that he wished to preserve the dignity of the Wang family. After all, lacking in beauty, one must rely on attire to compensate. As for overshadowing others, having just regained her appearance, when else would be a more opportune moment to seize the spotlight? Since the day she married Ning Hansha, she had become a thorn in the eyes of many, with countless individuals harboring resentment towards her in silence. She had injured the queen's precious son, Ning Shang, and coupled with the demand for millions of taels in compensation, she had effectively derailed Princess Lixin's plans to visit the Wangfu. Each of these incidents had already offended the queen, thus, she was indifferent to offending her once more by stealing the limelight today. Xiangli deftly assisted Yizi in donning her attire, complemented by a golden hairpin perched on her head. Today, she radiated brilliance, akin to a celestial deity surveying the mortal realm from the heights of the heavens. Before Xiangli could continue her flattery, the sound of rolling wheels echoed outside the door. The door swung wide open, allowing Ning Hansha to glimpse Yizi from a distance as he entered the courtyard. There she stood, adorned in the garments he had meticulously chosen, her every movement imbued with grace, the soft luminescence accentuating the whiteness of her neck. He could only catch a glimpse of her profile, yet the smooth contour of her jawline was captivating enough. Ning Hansha maneuvered his wheelchair into the room slowly, and upon hearing the commotion, Yizi turned to face him. In that moment when their gazes met, Ning Hansha felt as though his breath had caught and his heartbeat faltered. Her gentle smile was a perfect reflection of the rising sun, and in that instant, he perceived an enchanting aura radiating from her. He suddenly reconsidered his mother's words. It was not that the most beautiful women were the most deceitful. Rather, it was the extraordinary beauty that possessed the power to beguile hearts. She stood there, wordlessly commanding attention, capable of inspiring others to sacrifice everything for her. For the first time, Ning Hansha felt a twinge of self-consciousness. Thinking of the scar on his face, he instinctively averted his gaze from Yizi, standing behind him. The scarred man was momentarily rendered speechless, his first thought being, the princess has become more beautiful. Will she not kick the prince away? Given the prince's current aloof demeanor, it was only a matter of time before the stunning princess would flee. He must fulfill his role as a competent subordinate, utilizing every means possible to retain her presence. He pushed Ning Hansha forward to stand before Yizi. Princess, the attire crafted overnight by 300 skilled artisans indeed accentuates your brilliance. You are undoubtedly the most radiant person at today's birthday banquet. Yizi paused, realizing that 300 craftsmen had genuinely invested considerable effort into this garment. Chapter 50. The face-slapping harmony of husband and wife. She waved her hand dismissively. You all may leave. The implication was clear. Prince, this presents an excellent opportunity for intimacy, which you must seize. Our sole objective is to win the princess's favor. At this moment, the scarred man had entirely succumbed to being Yizi's devoted admirer, having long forgotten the initial wariness he felt towards her. The allure of her presence had ensnared him completely. Once everyone departed, only Yizi and Ning Hansha remained in the room. Yizi reached out to touch his cheek, but he instinctively turned away. Do not touch. His voice was laced with detachment. He was apprehensive that she might come into contact with the ghastly scar marring his face. You need not pity me. I do not care for appearances, Ning Hansha declared with a stern expression. Yet Yizi pressed closer, her cool hand gliding over the raised scar. The prince may not care for appearances, but I do. Ning Hansha furrowed his brow, a flicker of hurt passing through his eyes. So she too found his scars distasteful? However, in the next moment, Yizi fiercely tugged at his cheeks. Ah, the flesh is quite healthy. With the application of medicine for just an hour, it shall recover. What? Ning Hansha was somewhat taken aback. Yizi, with a playful smile, gently massaged his face. My face has healed, so yours must recover as well. This is what one might call harmony between husband and wife. Her tender palms incessantly caressed his face, and gradually, Ning Hansha's cheeks flushed, warmth spreading slowly to the roots of his ears. After thoroughly reddening his face, Yizi took out the venom of the blue demon flower. Rubbing the prince's face would stimulate the flow of toxic blood, and the method of using poison to counter poison would yield swifter results. Yizi offered an explanation. Aside from the treatment on their wedding night, their physical contact had been quite minimal. This instance of touch significantly narrowed the distance between them. Yizi meticulously applied the medicinal liquid onto his face, so close that Ning Hansha could discern the fine hairs on her skin. His breath involuntarily quickened, warm air cascading upon her face, gently stirring her sweat-soaked strands. Her slight leaning forward allowed him a glimpse of her delicate skin at the crisscross neckline, including the striking red six-pointed star birthmark on her chest. Yi Zi was acutely aware of his gaze. However, at this moment, her figure revealed little, and there was no need for her to conceal anything. She merely mused that she ought to consume more medicine to nourish herself for better development. Imagining how Ning Hansha might react, blushing profusely, the thought of the usually stoic Ning Hansha in such a state made Yi Zi unable to suppress her laughter. Her smile further unsettled Ning Hansha's heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his body inexplicably stiffening. The venom was solely applied to his face. Yet he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire skin, as if her delicate fingertips had caressed every part of his body. In this moment of distraction, Yi Zi had completed the application of the medicinal liquid. She rose to put away the vial and retrieved 2 black cloths. In an hour, the prince's face would be fully restored. Would the prince be interested in joining me for a remarkable performance? She inquired as she tied one black cloth around her face and handed the other to Ning Hansha. Previously, despite the grotesque scars adorning his face, Ning Hansha had never donned a veil. He had always scorned the idea of concealment. Yet this time, he accepted the cloth and wrapped it around his face to obscure the scars. Since it was her desire, he found no objection in accompanying her for once. The 2 veiled figures exchanged a glance, each adorned with a faint smile. Dressed appropriately, they departed from the war prince's residence towards the imperial palace. As their carriage arrived at the palace gates, a gathering of numerous carriages belonging to noble women had already formed ahead. Yi Zi quickly spotted Exinu amidst the crowd. The Yi family had been shattered. Zhang Minran and Yi Muyi had been taken away by the various martial artists of Yi Kingdom and had vanished without a trace. Yi Xiao had disappeared before the emergence of Yi Kingdom, leaving only Exinu, who had been rescued by the 3rd prince, Ning Yuankong, and remained in the capital. The reason Yi Zi could easily identify her was due to her empty sleeve. The injury at her severed arm had been treated, yet the lost limb could not be restored. She wore a pale yellow long dress, her hair half up, adorned with a yellow jade hairpin, presenting an air of simplicity and elegance. In contrast to Yi Zi's resplendent demeanor, there lingers a hint of a wounded, pitiable essence. Her expression reveals that she has been faring quite well in the Wang residence of the 3 kings lately. Before Yi Zi could enter the palace, a young eunuch hastily approached the carriage at the Zhan Wang residence to convey a message. Your Highness, I am a servant of Consort Qi. The consort has sent me to deliver some items to you. Yi Zi took the letter from the young eunuch's hands and opened it, eager to discern what intelligence her foremost informant, Consort Qi, had uncovered. Swiftly scanning the contents, she tore the paper into shreds. It turned out that Exinu had already established a marital relationship with Ning Yuankong. The allure of what is unattainable stirs restlessness, while that which is acquired soon loses its charm. Ning Yuankong had no intention of formally marrying Exinu, preferring instead to keep her as a concubine. A woman devoid of connections, who had squandered 8 million taels of silver, was hardly worth Ning Yuankang's continued investment. Yi Zi was not particularly surprised by this first piece of news. The second revelation was that Exinu had conspired with several former close friends to orchestrate an embarrassment for Yi Zi at the upcoming birthday banquet. The final piece of information disclosed that a princess from a neighboring kingdom had taken a fancy to Ning Hansha and was preparing to seek the emperor's approval for marriage, with the empress actively facilitating this scheme, laying a challenge in wait for Yi Zi. Yi Zi clenched the torn fragments of paper tightly in her palm, amused by the trio of misfortunes. Yet, it mattered not. The labels of virtue and propriety had never defined her. Instead, she would unleash her madness, soaring above all. The world is rife with troubles, but once one embraces the chaos, it becomes apparent that life is indeed beautiful. Yi Zi chose not to engage further with the women at the palace gates, opting instead to enter the palace through another entrance, utilizing Ning Hansha's privileges. Ning Hansha needed to discuss the arrival of envoys from the 4 nations with the emperor, so upon entering the palace, the 2 parted ways. However, before leaving, Ning Hansha remarked, "As my princess, you need not bow to anyone." This statement was a clear indication to Yi Zi that she could act as she pleased. His esteemed reputation from years of hard work would allow her to create quite a stir within the palace. Yi Zi gazed at the mask on his face and smiled. "I look forward to our meeting later." She eagerly anticipated his return to his true form, ready to confront all the fools in the palace together. Chapter 51. The striptease. This scene was witnessed by the noble women entering the palace, many of whom cast envious glances at Yi Zi. The consensus among the ladies of the capital was that the battle king was stern and cold, known for his ruthless demeanor. To see him smile, even slightly, was an extraordinarily rare occurrence, akin to a celestial blessing. The warm smile he displayed today was a momentous event, akin to a maiden's first ride in a bridal sedan chair. Some noble women had previously been sent to the Battle King's residence for various reasons, yet either never gained entrance or were expelled upon arrival. Others had disregarded warnings and met their demise under the fearsome reputation of the Battle King and his bloodthirsty wolf pack. Among the attendees today were several who had once been turned away by the Battle King. Their beauty and talents were commendable, yet they found themselves overshadowed by a frail and unattractive newcomer. Consequently, their dissatisfaction with Yi Zi was palpable. Yi Zi shook her head in resignation. Even before uttering a word, she had already made numerous enemies. Truly remarkable. Nevertheless, today she was in the mood for a confrontation. The more people who disapproved of her, the more exhilarating her retaliation would be. The banquet was arranged in the Imperial Garden, and Yi Zi paid no heed to the envious and resentful glances directed her way as she entered the garden. At this moment, several ladies had already arrived early and were waiting. They engaged in conversation with their close friends. But Yi Zi had spent most of her time lying in bed and rarely interacted with the ladies of the various households. Thus, she naturally had no so-called close friends and was disinclined to converse with these pretentious women. She made her way directly to a pavilion and took a seat. Yet scarcely had she settled when trouble approached her. The newcomer was Zhu Ying, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, who had a good rapport with Yi Xianyu. Although Yin had fallen from grace and the Taifu residents had vanished, Yi Xianyu remained backed by the third prince, and thus her former friends had not distanced themselves from her. This very Zhu Ying was now seeking to trouble Yi Zi on behalf of her good friend. True to her name, Zhu Ying was stout and rotund, her facial flesh spilling over to her chin, rendering it indistinguishable how many chins she possessed. Yi Zi recognized this as the second piece of information conveyed to her by Qi Fei. These pampered young ladies were conspiring to embarrass her. A wicked smile curled at the corners of her lips as she anticipated their antics. Zhu Ying approached Yi Zi and respectfully performed a greeting. Esteemed Princess of War, I pay my respects. Yi Zi feigned ignorance and did not grant her leave to rise. With the excess weight she bore, Zhu Ying could scarcely endure a mere half-crouch for more than a few moments. Her calves began to tremble, and biting her lip, she reminded, Your Highness. Hearing her second call, Yi Zi turned her gaze towards her. Oh my, is Miss Zhu paying her respects to this princess? Observe the gaze of this princess. It appears I have not rested well, for I mistakenly perceive you as a mere wall. Rise at once. Zhu Ying and Yi Xinyo are akin to two peas in a pod, and Yi Zi will not let pass any opportunity to strike at her. You. Zhu Ying, infuriated, felt her flesh quiver in agitation, yet could not pinpoint any fault in Yi Zi's demeanor. Regaining her composure, Zhu Ying continued, Your Highness, I have heard of your extensive literary knowledge and your proficiency in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Previously, your health may have overshadowed your talents. But today is the Emperor's birthday banquet, and we, the ladies of the court, possess no extravagant gifts to present to His Majesty. Thus, we intend to offer our skills as a tribute to celebrate his longevity. Might I inquire if your Highness would graciously consider joining us in composing a poem or painting? Yi Zi arched an eyebrow and smiled, for the original owner had languished in ill health, barely able to nourish herself, let alone pursue the arts. Zhu Ying, fully aware of her lack of talent, was clearly seeking to provoke her. However, she was a master of defiance. Was this all they had? Did they wish to ensnare her? She boldly retorted, I shall not oblige. Your face is insufficiently grand to warrant my artistic endeavors. Zhu Ying stood in stunned silence, not anticipating such a blatant dismissal, which disrupted all her subsequent plans. An accusation of disrespect towards the Emperor swiftly encircled Yi Zi. Yet, to her astonishment, instead of offering an explanation, she merely nodded. Indeed, I do not care. I am the princess consort of the War King, and my utmost concern lies with my husband. The Emperor is my father. To be overly concerned for him would contradict the principles of human relationships. Might it be that Miss Zhu harbors considerable concern for your esteemed father, Zhu Laodad? Or perhaps, the Zhu family shares a table and a dwelling. Zhu Ying stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yi Zi's words not only insulted the Zhu family's integrity, but also ridiculed her father as a pig, suggesting their home was akin to a pigsty. Yet, paradoxically, the statement appeared devoid of any overt offense. Unable to counter Yi Zi's taunts, Zhu Ying reluctantly retreated, leaving Zhu Xinyo to confront the matter herself. She no longer dared to regard Yi Zi with the same disdain as before. The current Yi Zi was no longer the pliable figure she could easily manipulate, adopting a facade of fragility and innocence. She remarked, There are still several hours until the official commencement of the birthday banquet. Miss Zhu merely seeks to pass the time while preparing some gifts for the emperor. Regrettably, Miss Zhu's standing does not compel my elder sister's participation. I wonder what it would take for her to agree. Negotiating such matters was hardly a task for Yi Zi. Her role was to deliver insults while the clever maidens, Li Qi and Xiang Li, adeptly handled the minor arrangements. Li Qi stated, Miss Yi, my lady, the princess, oversees all affairs of the royal residence, and her time is exceedingly precious. Composing poetry and painting are rather time-consuming endeavors, likely requiring no less than half an hour. Considering the recent revenues of the War King's residence and the princess's newly acquired estate, the least expected profit would be 1 million taels of silver. Xiang Li chimed in, when my lady manages business matters, she merely issues commands. Now that she must take a hands-on approach, the stakes are markedly higher. Anything less than triple the usual amount would not befit her status. The two individuals harmoniously inflated the price several times over, yet Yixinyo, upon overhearing the words of the two maidservants, did not feel anger. Instead, she chuckled softly. For she was acutely aware that Yi Zi had no proficiency in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. While her medical knowledge may have been acquired through prolonged illness, and her victory over Prince Yang was aided by the formidable Wang, the depth of her literary knowledge could not be hastily attained. The exorbitant price proposed by these maidservants was merely a tactic to intimidate her. Yet, she was resolute. Therefore, she readily acquiesced. Very well. Miss Zhu and I shall offer 300,000 taels of silver to invite the eldest sister to partake in this poetry contest. However, with rewards must come consequences. Should the eldest sister fail to match the verses, perhaps she might consider removing her attire. Yi Zi scoffed. A wager of disrobing? How thrilling. Chapter 52. Breaking the mold in such a setting, her choice of attire was rather inappropriate, and thus, the younger sister acted with her best interests in mind. Yixinyo had already identified Yi Zi amidst the crowd, for her garments were excessively opulent. The delicate makeup she had meticulously prepared rendered her appearance akin to that of a beggar in comparison. Previously, Yi Zi had donned garments inferior to those of the servants, and even the clothes she rejected were unworthy of Yi Zi. Currently, even in the third prince's residence, she did not enjoy such privileges. What right did Yi Zi have? Moreover, Yi Zi's visage was as unappealing as that of a malevolent spirit. Wearing such finery was an utter waste. Such attire was more befitting her. She would undoubtedly be the most radiant figure in the entire city. Consumed by jealousy, Yixinyo felt her sanity slipping, yet she maintained a facade of benevolence and generosity. Yi Zi's lips curved into a smile. All right, but what is the point of merely shedding garments? Uxin paused, contemplating whether to remove her inner clothing as well. Would that leave her clad only in a belly band? A flicker of hesitation crossed her face. After all, she was currently in the unacknowledged position within the third prince's residence. If she were to suffer a disgrace, it remained uncertain whether Ning Kong would still grant her a title. Observing her indecision, Yi Zi added, if you are afraid, then. Before Yi Zi could finish her sentence, Exinu promptly replied, very well. Should we lose, we shall abide by the agreement. In her heart, Exinu mused that they were unlikely to lose. Even if it came to Running Bear, what of it? The only one destined to lose was Yi Zi. Even if they truly faced defeat, shedding a couple of tears without disrobing held no consequence. Could Yi Zi forcibly strip her of her garments? Zhu Ying, with an air of arrogance, remarked, if we delay any longer, time will slip away. Your Highness, please proceed swiftly. Both were eager to witness Yi Zi's embarrassment, believing her numerous demands were merely strategies to prolong the game, a feigned ruse to deceive them. Your Highness, mere words hold no weight. A written agreement would be more secure. Just look. Yi Zi cast an appreciative glance at Li Ji, who accepted the contract and perused its contents. Li Ji's handwriting was as gentle and serene as her demeanor. The strokes were soft yet meticulously crafted. Yi Zi gazed intently at the Li sisters. Such elegant calligraphy could not have been achieved without years of practice, revealing that Li Ji and Xiang Li were not ordinary maids, but rather talented young women well-versed in literature and poetry. The identities of the two sisters are undoubtedly intricate. However, this is not the focus of the moment. After reading the document, she directly handed it to Yixinyo, saying, here, second sister, please sign the contract. Yixinyo stared at the contract in her hand, momentarily taken aback. Why did Yi Zi seem so confident about requiring a signature? Unease began to creep into her heart. Did Yi Zi possess some secret strategy? Just as Yixinyo hesitated, Zhu Ying promptly snatched the contract and decisively signed her name. Now that it's signed, Can we still converse without it counting? A sly smile flickered in Yizi's eyes. She feared not a formidable opponent, but rather a foolish ally. Indeed. There was a reason she called Zhu Ying by that name. With Zhu Ying having signed, Yushinyo found no grounds to refuse and reluctantly followed suit. Inscribing her own name. Everything was now in place, and Zhu Ying took the initiative to speak. Our competition is quite simple. You may choose any one of the 4 arts: music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and perform it. Everyone present in the Imperial Garden will serve as judges. The one who garners the most support votes shall be the victor. After stating the rules, Zhu Ying could not suppress a chuckle. Yizi, this foolish girl, had agreed without even clarifying the rules. She and Shinyo maintained good relations with the ladies of various families, while the young masters from prominent families had long admired Shinyo. Thus, how could Yizi possibly emerge victorious in this contest? Yizi nodded. Very well, let us begin. To facilitate the ladies and the young gentlemen from various families in passing the time in the Imperial Garden, the palace attendants had already prepared long tables, musical instruments, and all necessary supplies for calligraphy and painting. Zhu Ying approached the table to begin her painting, while Yushinyo cleared her throat in preparation to sing. Only Yizi remained motionless, and the onlookers were further convinced that she had no talent to showcase. Soon, the melodious voice of Yexinu filled the air, while Zhu Ying simultaneously took up her brush to paint. Yexinu sang a piece inspired by autumn scenery, harmonizing beautifully with the vibrant blossoms blooming in the Imperial Garden, transporting everyone to a realm where they felt as if they were part of the song itself. The audience could not resist closing their eyes, surrendering to the enchanting melody. As the final note lingered, Zhu Ying completed her artwork, which her maid promptly unveiled to the crowd. The painting depicted a tranquil autumn landscape, solitary birds soaring through lush forests, scattered yellowed leaves on the ground, and farmers diligently tending to their fields, faces turned towards the earth. The sketch of the autumn scene sprang to life on the paper, perfectly complementing Yexinu's song. The crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Bravo! Simply exquisite." This was more than sufficient to overshadow Yizi. The majority of the attendees in the Imperial Garden were captivated by their performance, which had commenced with a decisive flourish. They were eager to see what remarkable display Yizi would present. After listening to the song, Yizi joined in the applause, remarking, "Well done, your singing is commendable. Sister, you shall never have to worry about sustenance in the future." Yexinu clenched her fists in frustration, interpreting Yizi's words as a veiled insult, suggesting that she would become a songstress. Taking a deep breath to maintain her composure, she said, "Eldest sister, it is your turn now." Upon hearing this, Yizi stepped into the center of the crowd, empty-handed, standing there in silence. The audience gazed at her with curiosity, even speculating if she was about to dance. Her magnificent attire alone was enough to captivate all eyes upon her presence. They could scarcely fathom the splendor that would ensue should she grace the floor with a dance in such garments. Yet, to their astonishment, Yizi remained still, lowering her voice to say, "At the stroke of midnight, the sow at home cries out in agony, and the watchdog stands alert, its fur bristling and eyes wide with terror. Is this a manifestation of moral decay or a distortion of humanity?" As Yizi spoke, the audience found themselves momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend her musings, yet they were inexplicably drawn to listen further. A smile played upon Yizi's lips as she continued. The cries of women pierce the ears. After 7 years of marriage, my husband slaughters his wife in the dead of night to elevate his concubine. Yet he remains oblivious to the fact that I am immortal. He has killed me once, and yet I have returned to life. Look, he comes to kill me once more, and this time." Yizi paused mid-sentence as the gathered ladies, all familiar with the presence of concubines in their households or perhaps even having been born as daughters of lesser status themselves, found themselves emotionally entwined in her tale. And then, someone ventured to inquire. All eyes turned to Yizi, brimming with curiosity. Such an innovative narrative was unlike anything they had ever heard, abruptly cut off, leaving them in a state of tantalizing suspense. Yizi smirked and said, "To learn what follows, one must cast their vote." Chapter 53, A Surge in Combat Power. What? Is this truly Yizi's talent? This seems utterly absurd. She believes that merely recounting 2 stories will allow her to triumph over them? Surely, Yizi must still be in a stupor. Yizi paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd. Instead, she calmly descended from the stage, exuding an aura that suggested she would remain silent if not voted for. The incessant scenes of exploiting Li Bai's talents had grown tiresome, and she was determined to captivate everyone anew with her performance in entering the harem. Today, her strategy was to defy convention, rendering her adversaries utterly unprepared. Dear sister, what comes next? Has your revenge been successful? A crisp, youthful voice rang out. The crowd turned to see the seventh prince excitedly rushing toward Yi, with consort Shi and her entourage trailing behind him. Your tale is truly compelling. I too wish to know how it unfolds, she declared. The assembly respectfully greeted consort Shi and the seventh prince, as was customary for higher-ranking consorts to arrive just before the banquet commenced. Yi understood that consort Shi had arrived early in the imperial garden out of concern for her well-being, intent on offering assistance. As anticipated, consort Shi raised her hand toward the assembly. Please rise. I am here merely to listen to a story, so there is no need for excessive formality. I cast my vote for the war prince's consort to continue hearing the tale. The seventh prince playfully tugged at Yi's sleeve. I shall vote as well. He turned to the others in the imperial garden with a mock fierceness. You all must cast your votes too, if we do not hear the story today. This prince shall not be pleased. The crowd, already intrigued by Yi's narrative, eagerly followed the lead set by consort Shi and the seventh prince, joining in the voting. I too cast my vote. The war prince's consort story is truly delightful, chimed in the ladies of the imperial garden, eager to curry favor with consort Shi. To understand the dynamics within the palace, it is essential to note that consort Shi has been by the emperor's side for several years, earning his unwavering trust. Moreover, she is the mother of the frail young seventh prince. Due to his delicate health and tender age, the emperor dotes on him excessively. And the seventh prince's youth and vulnerability afford him no competition for the throne. Consequently, the other adult princes regard him with great affection, while the concubines treat him with utmost care and protection. It can be said that the seventh prince is the jewel of the palace. When he converses with consort Shi, who would dare oppose him? Thus, a majority of those present in the imperial garden chose to support Yi. With a fond smile, Yi affectionately ruffled the seventh prince's hair, saying, You little rascal helped me win the contest. I shall reward you with a new toy shortly. The seventh prince, with endearing familiarity, grasped her hand and replied, All right, little seven loves sister the most. Consort Shi playfully scolded him. You should address her as sister-in-law. Such lack of decorum is unbecoming. Meanwhile, Yi Xinyo, witnessing the intimate interaction among the trio, felt a surge of resentment, her eyes burning with fury. Had she lost again? No. How could she possibly be outperformed by Yi's mediocre display? In her desperation, she exclaimed, Consort Shi, seventh prince, I sang a song just now. Surely you did not hear it. I can perform it once more. She reasoned that they must have missed her melody, which is why they favored Yi's lackluster tale. At the same time, Zhuing anxiously urged her maid to showcase her artwork again. Consort Shi, seventh prince, this is my. Before Zhuing could finish her sentence, the seventh prince stamped his foot and declared, Who wants to hear your barking? I want to hear Sister Ye's story. How utterly frustrating. Everyone fell silent as the dog barked. They longed to laugh, yet the situation compelled them to stifle their amusement. Chi Fei, with no reservations, burst into laughter. He, my little Chi does not enjoy those pretentious tunes. There is no need for further discussion. She paused. Oh, I just heard you mention a belly dance. How intriguing. Yi clapped her hands, prompting Li Qi and Xiang Li to swiftly bring forth 2 chairs for Yi and Chi Fei to take their seats. The seventh prince leaned against Yi, the 3 of them resembling spectators eager for entertainment. Yuxian stood dumbfounded, never anticipating her defeat would be so utterly absurd. Zhuing, flushed with anger, was acutely aware of her own predicament. With her figure, dancing in nothing but a belly band, was that even acceptable? Noticing the lack of movement from the 2, Yi flexed her wrists. Why the delay? Do you need me to assist you? Yuxian clenched her fists. Elder sister, this seems inappropriate. If you are asked to undress, then do so. If you have the courage to agree, why not the courage to proceed? The prince found your incessant chatter utterly tiresome. It would be best to inform the emperor and have a nuisance like you expelled from the palace. Upon hearing this, Yuxian panicked, realizing that given the emperor's fondness for the seventh prince, she could indeed be banished from the palace. She hurriedly knelt on the ground. Seventh prince, please do not be angry. I will uphold my promise. Yi could not help but laugh, having inadvertently rescued a miniature combatant. In the future, with the presence of the seventh prince in the palace, her combat prowess will multiply several folds. Are you truly going to undress? Yi Xinyo, with a troubled expression, gently pushed Zhu Ying's hand aside. Zhu, I only agreed to remove my outer robe and to provide payment. Undressing down to a mere undergarment was your proposal. You haven't forgotten, have you? You were the one eager to sign the contract earlier, and I only affixed my signature next to the payment clause. A bet is a bet. We should proceed with the undressing. Zhu Ying was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yixinyo would suddenly make such a move. As she spoke, Yixinyo effortlessly loosened her outer robe. For her, shedding one layer was of little consequence. Whether Zhu Ying danced in just her undergarment was her own affair. Zhu Ying glared at Yixinyo in frustration, realizing that in their time of crisis, the so-called good sister had not only abandoned her, but had also cast all the misfortune upon her. Watching the two of them engage in this blame game, Yizi could hardly suppress her amusement, the smile on her lips wider than the horizon. It turned out that only Miss Zhu was to perform the dance in her undergarment. Xiang Li, go assist Miss Zhu, Yizi commanded with a beaming smile. Xiang Li promptly obeyed, stepping forward, causing Zhu Ying to retreat in terror, her flabby visage glistening with sweat. No. This won't do. Xiang Li paid her no heed and directly seized her clothing, while Zhu Ying clutched her chest tightly. In the scuffle, Zhu Ying fell to the ground. And with a resounding rip, it was not Xiang Li who tore her garment, but rather her own flesh that had burst through the fabric. Her rolls of flesh spilled forth like layers of fatty meat. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Yizi scoffed mercilessly. And the onlookers in the Imperial Garden couldn't help but chuckle, their laughter igniting a fiery rage within Zhu Ying. Upon noticing the pitifully disheveled Yi Xinyu, who was struggling with her buttons, Zhu Ying's anger boiled over, and she lunged towards her. You wretched girl. I considered you a sister. Yet you treat me like a fool to be exploited? If that's the case, then let us both suffer. Chapter 54. Strike first, and speak later fuming. Zhu Ying pounced upon the delicate Yi Xinyu, ignoring the disparity in their weights, and with Yi Xinyu's arm incapacitated, she was utterly defenseless. Zhu Ying bore down on her with the weight of a mountain, slamming her to the ground with a resounding thud as her considerable bulk crashed down. In a frenzy, Zhu Ying violently tugged at Yu Xinyu's garments, the sound of tearing fabric echoing in the air. With each brutal pull, Yu Xinyu's collar was ripped apart, revealing her fair skin, marred by suggestive red marks. The stain of premarital indiscretion. How could Yi Xinyu continue to masquerade as a paragon of virtue? The young scions who once adored her no longer held her in reverence. A woman whose honor had been compromised was no longer worthy of their regard. In a panic, Yu Xinyu clutched her chest, pleading, Zhu Ying, let me go. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining her facade within the palace, she would have unleashed a torrent of invectives upon Zhu Ying, that insufferable behemoth. Zhu Ying, now bereft of reason and consumed by humiliation, harbored but a single thought, to ensure that Yi Xinyu, the duplicitous harlot, faced the same scorn she had endured. Thus, with ever-increasing ferocity, she tore Yi Xinyu's attire until it lay in tatters. Yi Zi wore a look of amusement, unnoticed by anyone as her fingertips deftly toyed with a fleeting vial of medicine. Though Zhu Ying was known for her impatience, as the daughter of the Minister of Rights, she would not be foolish enough to engage in a brawl within the palace. However, if she were to deliberately administer a drug, the situation would be entirely different. Only by unleashing chaos upon others could her own stagnation be alleviated, allowing her underdeveloped form to flourish. With a cold gaze, she observed the farce unfold, where Yi Xinyu was soon left in nothing but her undergarment, while Zhu Ying had similarly disrobed, though to a greater extent due to her own reckless actions. Cease this folly. What manner of decorum is this, to engage in such ruckus within the palace? Just as Yi Zi was engrossed in the spectacle, a sharp voice rang out. She turned to see the Empress approaching the Imperial Garden, surrounded by attendants, clad in a resplendent red robe adorned with jewels. The Empress exuded an air of nobility, yet the wrinkles on her face and a hint of weariness betrayed her age. The vibrant hue of her attire paled in comparison to Yi Zi's eye-catching ensemble. All present bowed in respect, including concubine Qi, who inclined her head slightly. The Empress, bypassing the others, made her way directly to Yi Zi. Upon seeing me, why do you not kneel? Her words were laced with veiled hostility, and Yi Zi discerned that the Empress sought to channel her ire over the incident involving Princess Lu Xian onto her. I am united with the prince, he has stated. There is no need for me to kneel, as my father, the Emperor, has granted me permission during my previous audience. Recognizing the Empress's ill intentions, Yi Zi no longer feigned reverence, addressing her simply as Empress. Kneel? Pray, do you truly comprehend the formidable challenge that is a patellar replacement surgery? The privilege of avoiding kneeling is reserved for the esteemed war prince, who is incapacitated, while you are whole and able. In the palace, you address me as you? Is this the etiquette you have mastered? Madame Rome, strike her. The empress commanded with unwavering authority, instructing the elderly matron beside her to take action against Yi Zi. Madame Rome complied, advancing toward Yi Zi, when suddenly, Consort Qi interjected in defense. Your Majesty, the war prince's consort seldom frequents the palace. It is understandable that she is unfamiliar with the customs. Today marks the emperor's birthday celebration. It would be prudent to refrain from violence. The empress cast a frigid glance at Consort Qi, whom she loathed above all others. This wretched woman continually exploited the seventh prince to garner favor, yet somehow evaded consequences despite her repeated schemes. Given that today is the emperor's birthday, with envoys from the four nations in attendance, adherence to decorum is imperative. Otherwise, it would not only be a disgrace within the palace but also a humiliation before the foreign dignitaries. Madame Rong, deliver 20 strikes. The empress reiterated. Today, Ning Hansha is inexplicably present in the palace to discuss state affairs with the emperor. He appears to have regained considerable strength, all thanks to that wretched Yi Zi. She must be dealt with. Otherwise, should Ning Hansha's health continue to improve, confronting him later will be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, what does Yi Zi intend by donning such attire? Does she aspire to overshadow me, the rightful empress? Today, I shall impart a lesson to Yi Zi, ensuring that she understands that even as the consort of Ning Hansha, she cannot presume to elevate herself above me. As Madame Rong approached Yi Zi step by step, she raised her hand and struck fiercely towards Yi Zi's face. Observing her formidable strength, it seemed as though she could effortlessly strike the cloth from Yi Zi's face, inflicting grievous wounds. In her heart, Rong Mama mused that no matter how splendidly Yi Zi adorned herself in attire that overshadowed even that of the empress, her countenance remained grotesque. She was determined to unveil Yi Zi's true nature. Just as Rong Mama's hand was poised to touch Yi Zi's face, the latter swiftly grasped Rong Mama's wrist. In a sudden motion, she retaliated with a resounding slap. The shift in their dynamic transpired so swiftly that the onlookers were momentarily stunned. After delivering that slap, Yi Zi swung her arm vigorously, striking Rong Mama's face. Let you jab with needles, let you scheme. I shall strike you down. The sound of slaps echoed relentlessly. As Rong Mama found herself pinned to the ground, unable to move, waves of pain coursing through her face. Bewildered from the assault, she puzzled over the mention of needles. Had she done anything at all? What madness had overtaken Yi Zi? Yi Zi, her hands tingling from the exertion, finally brushed off her hands, rising with a satisfied smile. Each time she watched my fair princess, she yearned to strike Rong Mama. Now, her wish was fulfilled. After all, they both bore the name Rong Mama. She had relished this moment. With Ning Hansha's encouragement to act boldly, she could not disappoint him by remaining passive. Wiping her hands, Yi Zi, with a grin on her lips, remarked, I apologize. I tend to be a bit casual, and my temper can be quite fierce. If I can act, I shall not hold back. The empress, encountering such a rebellious individual for the first time, was rendered speechless in her fury. Taking several deep breaths, she exclaimed, This is insurrection, insurrection. Suddenly, a deafening sound of tearing air, propelled by an immense force, erupted. As the queen's anger surged, a fierce gust of wind struck Yi Zi. She furrowed her brow. The force, the intensity of this internal energy, it must be a man. Chapter 55, The Bloodthirsty War King. Yi Zi tilted her body to evade the assault, the wind lifting her robes and hair as the internal force grazed her arm and struck a nearby flower pot. Crack! The flower pot shattered into pieces, soil scattering everywhere, startling the surrounding ladies into screams. Judging by the extent of the flower pot's destruction, such a blow could only be delivered by someone with several years of martial prowess. One could only imagine the damage it would inflict if it had landed on Yi Zi. Even if she survived, severe injuries, perhaps severed limbs, were inevitable. To her surprise, just as she evaded the first attack, a second one followed closely. At the same moment, a familiar voice rang out. Disrespecting the empress mother and committing murder in the palace. Yi Zi, you deserve punishment. Yi Zi looked up to see the second prince, Ning Shang, whom she had once trampled upon and forced to lick the soles of her shoes. She stared at his mouth for a long time, pondering whether Ning Shang still had his teeth. Hadn't a scar inflicted by her caused him to lose 3? Surely, this era lacked dental implants. So how was he speaking without any air escaping? However, Ning Shang, under her scrutiny, thought otherwise. While unleashing a palm strike towards Yi Zi, he regarded her with a look of disdain. In the past, Yi Zi had admired him, but after marrying Ning Hansha, She had humiliated him. Yet now, she gazed at him with such obsession. This was somewhat understandable. Ning Hansha's visage was as terrifying as a specter, making Yi Zi's continued infatuation with him a rather normal occurrence. Moreover, Ning Hansha, a man devoid of romantic sensibility and marked by his brutal penchant for violence, instilled fear in all the women of the capital, and Yi Zi was no exception. Yet, individuals of a gentler disposition, like him, were an entirely different matter. Observing Ning Shang's expression, Yi Zi discerned the thoughts swirling within his simplistic mind. A cold smirk graced her lips. It appeared that the lesson from their last encounter had not awakened Ning Shang's senses. This time, she would ensure he received a thorough awakening. Yi Zi shifted her body to evade Ning Shang's second strike, while simultaneously unleashing the poison concealed within her sleeve. However, Ning Shang, resolute in his intention to harm her, was determined not to let her escape so easily, launching 2 consecutive attacks. Yi Zi furrowed her brow in concentration, but suddenly, another surge of internal energy surged forth, shattering Ning Shang's offensive. With a resounding crash, Ning Shang was struck in the chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sound of wheels rolling across the bluestone path of the Imperial Garden echoed as Ning Hansha was pushed by the scarred man to Yi Zi's side. His dark eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Even though a black cloth obscured his face, the malevolence was unmistakable. Approaching Yi Zi, he grasped her hand, drawing their bodies closer and shielding her by his side. His firm grip enveloped her delicate fingers, and as a jolt coursed through him, he instinctively tightened his hold. "Greetings, Lord of War," the individuals in the Imperial Garden exclaimed, kneeling in unison. None dared to meet his gaze, fearing the misfortune it might bring. As he spoke, he directed another strike towards Ning Shang. Instinctively, Ning Shang attempted to evade, but Ning Hansha's move came too swiftly and with overwhelming force. Outmatched in skill, he had no choice but to brace himself and endure the blow. After enduring 2 heavy blows, Ning Shang staggered unsteadily, nearly losing his balance as he stumbled several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Hansha unleashed another strike. Bang! This blow sent Ning Shang crashing heavily to the ground. Ning Hansha grasped Yi Zi with one hand while propelling the wheelchair towards Ning Shang with the other. The oppressive aura emanating from him rendered Ning Shang pale with fear. What do you intend to do?" Ning Shang asked, his voice trembling with trepidation. He thought back to the last encounter on the deserted streets outside the palace, where Ning Hansha had dared to harm him, relying on the absence of witnesses. At that time, he had been unaware of Ning Hansha's presence, and his words had been somewhat reckless. However, this time, Ning Hansha had a legitimate reason to reprimand Yi Zi. Surely he wouldn't dare to strike him within the palace walls. Yet, if Ning Hansha were to adhere to the expected conduct, he would not have earned the notorious title of the Blood Demon and the Seven Wolves. Ning Hansha cast a cold glance at him before drawing his long sword and lifting it to Ning Shang's collar. "Do you dare to harm her?" Weapons were prohibited within the palace gates. Even military generals were not permitted to carry their swords without special authorization. However, Ning Hansha was the sole individual bestowed with this privilege. The blade of his sword carried a fierce wind, slicing against Ning Shang's face painfully. "Fifth brother, do you intend to commit fratricide? Is she worth it?" Ning Shang questioned in horror. With a swift motion, Ning Hansha swung his sword, tearing through Ning Shang's garments. The force was immense, and the sword's tip mercilessly shredded through both fabric and flesh. Blood instantly stained his clothes a vivid red. "Brother, you are not worthy. Whether she is deserving or not is for this prince to know. It is none of your concern. If you dare to harm her, you shall pay the price." Ning Hansha's cold gaze remained fixed on Ning Shang as he spoke, simultaneously preparing to act. The long sword sliced through Ning Shang's chest with a swift motion, delivering 3 precise strikes, neither more nor less, exactly corresponding to the number of times Ning Shang had just attacked Yi Zi. Ning Hansha's other hand remained firmly clasped around Yi Zi's, for the mere act of her saving his life warranted her deserving of everything. The timid ladies trembled in fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Had it been any other day, they would have already screamed. Yet, in the presence of Ning Hansha, they dared not utter a sound. They gritted their teeth in silence, terrified of provoking this bloodthirsty demon and becoming souls claimed by his sword. Initially, they believed that the War King had refrained from killing Yi Zi, who was bearing the burden of joy because his bloodlust had subsided. However, they were mistaken. Ning Hansha remained the same blood demon, and his every strike was destined to draw blood. Ning Shang cried out in agony, hastily exclaiming, "Quick! Summon the imperial physician." The maid beside her hurriedly raced to the royal infirmary, But to her astonishment, Ning Hansha barked, "She won't die." "What need is there for a physician?" The maid's footsteps froze instantly, her eyes wide with terror as she glanced at the Empress, uncertain of how to proceed. For she dared not defy the War King's command. "You." The Empress's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Ning Hansha. This wretched spawn's survival was indeed a calamity. She should have been more meticulous from the outset, had she resolved the issue of this vile creature. These troubles would not have arisen. The late consort and I had once held the Emperor's favor, and with her demise, he frequently reminisced about her. In her absence, the Emperor could only project his nostalgia and various sentiments onto Ning Hansha. Moreover, due to Ning Hansha's considerable contributions in the grand battles for Dashing, the Emperor indulged him greatly. It can be said that as long as Ning Hansha refrains from committing patricide, the Emperor will extend boundless tolerance towards him. The Empress gritted her teeth in hatred. Once a life has departed, the transgressions dissolve into the wind. All that is beautiful will be magnified. So, how could she possibly compete with the deceased noble consort and I? Ning Hansha paid no heed to the Empress's gaze, instead turning to observe her close friends, Yuxinyo and Zhuing, whose hair was in disarray as they clawed at one another. At this moment, Zhuing had regained her composure and ceased the brawl, both women awkwardly donning their tattered garments. Upon sensing Ning Hansha's gaze, Zhuing trembled in fear. The war prince dared to confront even his royal brother. What chance did she, a mere daughter of a court official, have? She was terrified. Yuxinyo, that cunning wretch, had not informed her of the significant place Yi Zi held in the war prince's heart. Had she known, she would never have sought trouble with Yi Zi. It was all over. Would the war prince take her life? Chapter 56. In this vast world, the greatest treasure is life. Yuxinyo was utterly petrified, her spirit seemingly lost. She would not forget that it was Ning Hansha who had commanded her hand to be severed. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered in her heart. The last time Ning Hansha had acted against her was due to her meddling with the sacred lawn pine left by noble consort and I. After all, noble consort and I was the war prince's Achilles heel, an untouchable figure. But this time, she had not laid a finger on the belongings of noble consort and I, only dealing with Yi Zi. Surely, the war prince would not be overly concerned about Yi Zi. Moreover, she had not even managed to rectify the situation with Yi Zi. Instead, they were the ones suffering losses. Just as Yuxinyo was lost in her thoughts, Ning Hansha spoke with an air of indifference. "I have just heard that someone is to perform a dance." Upon hearing these words, Yi Zi immediately comprehended Ning Hansha's intention. He was intent on assisting her in dealing with others. Thus, she resolved to dance. Ning Hansha nodded in agreement. His statement relieved Zhuing, for it meant that the War King had chosen not to execute them. In the grand scheme of life, sacrificing dignity for the sake of survival was a trivial matter. Furthermore, having already lost face during her earlier scuffle with Yuxinyo, she was indifferent to losing a bit more. The world is vast, and living is paramount. Therefore, Zhuing boldly stood up and declared, "This humble servant does not know how to dance. I only hope that my performance will not offend His Highness's eyes." Ning Hansha did not bestow even a glance upon her, as he held no morbid fascination for witnessing other women dance. He merely relished in Yi Zi's eager anticipation for the unfolding spectacle, thus indulging her little amusement. These two insufferable women, in providing him with entertainment, were worthy of a chuckle. Yi Zi took on the role of his spokesperson, urging, "Hurry and dance. Once you have finished, the second prince can seek the physician's counsel. Should you delay, any misfortune befalling him will rest upon your shoulders." This remark spurred Zhuing into action, for the queen's gaze was lethal, stealing her resolve. She tore away her tattered garments and began to sway her body. Yi Zi observed Zhu Ying's movements, her lips twitching in discomfort. For this dance resembled nothing so much as a zombie from Plants vs. Zombies. Each gyration of her ample form was a test of Yi Zi's composure. With her attire discarded, layers of flesh jiggled, obscured only by a modest apron, swaying before her eyes. Yi Zi felt a sting in her vision. Zhu Ying had scarcely leapt a few times when she waved her hand, exclaiming, "You performed splendidly. Do not jump again next time." Grateful for the permission, Zhu Ying hurriedly expressed her thanks. "Thank you, princess." With that, she dashed out of the imperial garden at the speed of a sprinter, feeling utterly embarrassed to remain at the birthday banquet any longer. Meanwhile, Yuxinyo fidgeted with her attire, reluctant to continue dancing in nothing but her undergarment. Yi Zi remained unperturbed. After all, it was the Empress who should be anxious, for Ning Shang had yet to receive treatment. As anticipated, the Empress, unable to withstand Ning Hansha, turned her ire towards Yuxinyo. With a glare, she admonished, "Since you have agreed to the wager, you must fulfill it swiftly." Otherwise, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Previously, the Empress had held Yi Xinyo in high regard, even considering her as a potential daughter-in-law due to the favorable rapport she maintained with Ning Hansha. However, on the day of Yi Zi's wedding, she discovered that Yi Xinyo's connections extended beyond her son, entangling her with other men, and now residing directly within the third prince's estate. Her son's earnest affection and financial sacrifices were squandered on a woman of such fickle nature, far more detestable than Yi Zi. Furthermore, her son's continued lack of treatment due to Yi Xinyo exacerbated her discontent. Yi Xinyo clenched her fists discreetly, inwardly hoping that Ning Yuankang would arrive in time, just as he had previously, to rescue her from the humiliation of the belly dance. Yet, the miracle she longed for did not materialize. In fact, Ning Yuankang, like several other princes, was simultaneously engaged in discussions with the emperor. Having concluded matters with Ning Shang and Ning Hansha, he was no different. At this moment, concealed in the shadows of the imperial garden, he observed the unfolding scene, yet he had no intention of intervening to save Yi Xinyo. The last time he saved Yi Xinyo, it cost him 8 million. This time, he would not be so foolish as to be taken advantage of again. Moreover, had the person he offended been anyone else, he might have considered it. Yet, it just so happens that the individual in question is Ning Hansha, a man notorious for his ruthless nature. Thus, he would not be so naive as to approach him. The primary reason, however, is that he has never truly cherished Yi Xinyo. Once attained, she became rather ordinary in his eyes. A woman of such duplicity would soon lose her appeal after a few days of dalliance. The thought of marrying her and making her a consort is utterly preposterous. Without the prestige of the Taifu residence, marrying Yi Xinyo would be an act of madness. Now, having lost face before so many, he is even less inclined to grant her the title of a mere secondary consort. Ning Yuankang, the libertine, is infatuated one moment, only to have his affections dissipate swiftly. Left without aid, Yi Xinyo can only kneel in despair, yet the empress shows no inclination to grant her much time for foolishness. Observing her prolonged inaction, she commands a maid, strip her of her garments. The maid, hesitant to defy Ning Hansha's orders, finds it effortless to deal with Yi Xinyo, swiftly advancing to rend her already tattered attire. Miss Yi, do hurry. Her Majesty lacks patience, and the envoys from the 4 nations are about to arrive. If this farce does not come to a close soon, losing face before the envoys will invite the emperor's wrath. Such repercussions extend far beyond merely dancing. While the maid tears at her clothes, she urges Yi Xinyo. Suddenly, Yi Xinyo forcefully pushes the maid aside, rising slowly to begin her dance. Her eyes are filled with intense hatred, yet her expression remains cold and composed. With an air of indifference, Yi Xinyo, renowned as a talented woman of Kyoto, truly possesses remarkable skills. Her figure is graceful, and each movement is executed with impeccable precision, even with one arm missing, the severed limb wrapped in thick white gauze. Her dance remains enchanting. Apart from the slight incongruity of the pink belly band against her delicate skin marked with red traces, one cannot find a single flaw. Moreover, on this autumn day, as the crisp winds sweep through, her solitary dance in a thin belly band evokes a poignant beauty. As her performance concludes, Yi Xinyo collapses to the ground, reminiscent of a butterfly at the end of autumn, struggling to fulfill its fate in a final, exquisite gesture. The talents and spirits of Daxing are truly eye-opening. A cheerful male voice suddenly resounded. Chapter 57, Kagan Wusu. It was the newly ascended Kagan Shansong of the Wusu Kingdom. In the past, whenever Daxing held an event, the other 4 kingdoms would send envoys. Yet this time, the Kagan of Wusu had come in person. The assembled audience was not naive. They would not assume that Kagan Shansong was genuinely there to celebrate the Daxing Emperor's birthday. Clearly, he was there to assess Daxing's strength, or perhaps even to seize the opportunity to strike directly against Daxing. It is well known that the Wusu people are formidable warriors, skilled in horseback riding and archery, having previously engaged in warfare with Daxing. Were it not for Ning Hansha, Daxing might have lost half its territory to Wusu. Yet now, Ning Hansha's body can no longer contend with Wusu again, and Shansong, as the newly crowned Kagan, is in peak physical and combat condition. His presence in Daxing at this moment is indeed treacherous. The figure of Shansong stood out in his exotic attire, of average height, yet possessing a robust physique, embodying the archetypal strength of a prairie warrior. He wore a round-topped hat, and his face was adorned with a thick, dark beard, complemented by a hawkish nose that exuded an undeniable air of aggression. His eyes, cold and serpent-like, instilled a sense of unease in those who met his gaze. Approaching Yi Xinyo, he extended his hand, remarking, "Such a resplendent beauty, yet the Prince of War lacks the appreciation for charm. It falls upon me to cherish you. As I have just ascended the throne, there is no one tender to attend to me in my tent." Yushinyo, who had already relinquished her struggle, found herself momentarily frozen in place. Her adeptness at navigating the complexities of male emotions had served her well, but she had become acutely aware of Ning Yuankong's gradually indifferent demeanor. Coupled with the farcical events of the day, she realized her chances of becoming the princess were extinguished. In a state of utter despair, she executed the dance she had prepared to celebrate the emperor's longevity. However, to her astonishment, a ray of hope emerged. She had caught the eye of the great Khan of the Usher Kingdom. This turn of events meant she would no longer be tethered to the solitary tree of Ning Yuankong. Furthermore, being the consort of the great Khan was undoubtedly more prestigious than remaining a mere concubine in the third prince's residence. Most significantly, she had heard that the Usher Kingdom, being a realm of nomadic tribes, held a more liberated view of women's virtues, rendering her previous attire, a belly wrap during her dance and daxing, less scandalous. Had she been any more fragile, she might have succumbed to despair over her lost purity. Yet, in Usher, such matters were commonplace, which explained the Khan's admiration for her. Moreover, she had learned that the Usher Khan had a penchant for vying for various women, even those already wed. Thus, they were indifferent to the matters of marriage and perfection. Ultimately, following Khan Wusu, her future days would undoubtedly be bright. With a bashful demeanor, Yishinyo placed her hand into Dan Sung's palm. Dan Sung let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, splendid. I dare say the Empress will surely support my endeavors." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the Empress, who was preoccupied with thoughts of her son, completely oblivious to Yishinyo's potential union with Wusu as a concubine. Without further ado, she commanded her attendants to carry Ning Shang to the Imperial Hospital for treatment. Ning Hansha, too, was unconcerned about Yishinyo. His mind was solely focused on the purpose of his visit. He instructed Scar to execute his orders. His tone was remarkably nonchalant, as if he were dispatching a mere chicken. Scar understood that the target of Ning Hansha's wrath was none other than the elderly maid, Rong Momo, who had just been struck by Yi Zi, her cheeks swollen and her head spinning as she knelt in a pitiful state. Anyone daring to harm the princess consort deserved death. Scar's resolve was unwavering. An outsider might mistakenly believe Yi Zi was his true master. If the Empress could not protect Ning Shang, what chance did an old servant have? With Rong Momo's fate sealed, she dared not utter another word, and merely instructed the ladies of various households to proceed to the Wanhua Hall for the birthday banquet. The Wanhua Hall, nestled within the imperial garden, was an area encircled by an array of vibrant blossoms. Having dealt with the matter at hand, Yi Zi did not linger, promptly ushering Ning Hansha away. Yet, she did not forget to remind Yishinyo of her debt. "Sister, do remember to repay me the 300,000 taels owed. Otherwise, should my lord become enraged, I cannot guarantee my ability to restrain him." As Yi Zi departed, she left behind only her silhouette for Yuxinu to ponder. She secretly speculated that, perhaps due to her arrival, the so-called exchange of fate and aversion of disaster had come to an end. Otherwise, how could it be that every man prepared to rescue Yuxinu was suddenly faced with financial ruin? Yuxinu felt the grip of Dan Sung tightening around her hand, her palm dampening with sweat. She yearned to refute Yi Zi, for it was true that she and Zhu Ying had agreed upon 3 million. Yet, dividing it equally should unmistakably amount to 150,000 each. Yet, that greedy wretch Yi Zi had audaciously demanded 3 million from each of them. However, Yi Zi had already receded into the distance, leaving her no opportunity to contest, and she dared not display her frustration before Dan Kong. She feared that if Dan Song were unwilling to compensate her for the 3 million, she would lose her last glimmer of hope. Sensing her anxiety, Dan Song gently reassured her, "Do not fear. It is merely 3 million silver. I can still provide that." Upon hearing these words, Yixinu exhaled in relief. It seemed that the great Khan of Wusu indeed held her in regard, indifferent to such trivial wealth. In this respect, Dan Song was far more generous than Ning Yuan Kong, who would scowl at her over a mere sum of money. The more Yixinu contemplated, the more she was convinced that her choice was exceedingly astute. The women of various households were eager to distance themselves from Yixinu, hastily departing. To become a concubine to a foreign tribal Khan was far more dire than serving as a concubine in the capital. Should war erupt between the two nations, Yixinu would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Only women like Yixinu, devoid of options, would consider the great Khan of Wusu As the thoughts of the gathering swirled, the envoys from the four nations had already taken their seats in the Orchid Hall. The ministers of Daxing diligently arranged everything according to protocol. Yi guided Ning Hansha to the foremost position beneath the Emperor's golden dragon throne. Soon, all were gathered. The guest of honor, the birthday celebrant, made a grand entrance at the last moment. With a resounding call from Master Hua, the Emperor has arrived. The Emperor appeared in the Wanhua Hall, clad in resplendent golden dragon robes. Although he was the last to arrive, he was acutely aware of the happenings in the Imperial Garden. After the courtiers paid their respects, he straightforwardly inquired, "Has Khan Wusu taken a fancy to one of the maidens of Daxing? However, I must confess my own greed. He is not content with just one, but has eyes for two. I wonder if the Emperor of Daxing might be willing to oblige." Upon hearing this, the ears of the assembly perked up at once. Two? Aside from Yushinyo, who else could Khan Wusu have set his sights upon? Surely it could not be the plump Shuing. There were hardly any women who had interacted with Khan Wusu in the Imperial Garden. Could it be? Chapter 58. Betting on 3 cities, all eyes turned toward Yi, for only she had had close contact with Khan Wusu. Hence, it was likely that she was the one who had caught the Khan's interest. The Emperor, noticing the shift in the crowd's gaze and their burgeoning speculation, feigned ignorance and asked, "Might I inquire which unmarried maiden has captured Khan Wusu's attention?" He deliberately emphasized the words unmarried. For while the kingdom of Wusu might resort to abducting another's wife, Daxing would never stoop to such a deed. At this moment, Yushinyo stood beside Dan Song, leading everyone to recognize her as one of the individuals present. As for the other, she was none other than the newlywed princess of the War King. The audacity of Wusu Khan to vie for someone already claimed by the War King was the singular thought resonating in everyone's minds. Upon hearing this, the Emperor furrowed his brow tightly. Wusu Khan, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, has already been wed to the War King as his consort. This matter I cannot acquiesce to. Were it not for the need to uphold the dignity of the Emperor of a nation, he truly wished to rebuke Wusu Khan directly, questioning his sanity for pursuing a woman already taken. If you are incapable of safeguarding a beauty, it would be better to relinquish her willingly. Dan Sung's words dripped with blatant provocation as he cast a glance at Ning Hansha, implying that Ning Hansha, being a cripple, could not protect Yi, thus suggesting it would be more suitable for him to claim her. Before Ning Hansha could respond, Yi interjected, immediately launching a tirade against Dan Kong. "You fool. Your entire family is composed of fools." Yi rolled her eyes dramatically at Dan Song. Engaging in a war of words was not in Ning Hansha's nature, so it was better left to her. If she did not leave Dan Song drenched in humiliation, she would consider herself defeated. Moreover, Dan Song's intentions were manifestly clear. His proposal stemmed not from genuine affection, but from a desire to provoke Ning Hansha, for she was merely a pawn in his game. Yi's scathing remarks drew Dan Song's attention entirely to her. What was the meaning behind the War King's consort's words? The princess bestows her wishes upon the Khan's family, deeming them all to be utter fools, which translates to them being exceptionally fortunate individuals. Dan Song raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, so that is the meaning. Then may I also wish for the War King?" "You may not." Before Dan Song could finish his thought, Yi interjected. Dan Song looked at her in confusion. "Why not?" Yi continued her playful ruse. "Because you are the quintessential fool, only others can bestow blessings upon you." Although Dan Song did not fully grasp the implication, he nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see." The onlookers averted their gazes, hesitant to meet Dan Song's eyes. As the language and script of the Wusu kingdom differed significantly from that of Daxing, Dan Song was oblivious to the true meaning of fool, yet he understood that any term associated with fool could hardly be flattering. The most pained expressions were found on the faces of Scar, Lychee, and Fragrant Pear, who often accompanied Yi and were well aware of the term's connotation. Heaven knows. They nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the phrase quintessential fool. Unaware of the jest, Dan Song continued to provoke Ning Hansha. "The War Princess is indeed enchanting. I wonder if the War King would be willing to part with such a beauty for me. If not, then we shall see who possesses the true skill to win her heart." Yi scoffed. This was Dan Song's ultimate intention, to engage in combat with Ning Hansha and test his prowess. Should Ning Hansha prove to be in a weakened state, Dan Song could then create mischief at the border. Conversely, if Ning Hansha remained formidable, Dan Song would have to devise a more prudent strategy. Although the poison within Ning Hansha has begun to be expelled under her treatment, engaging in minor skirmishes poses no significant issue, akin to her recent encounter with Ning Shang. However, should she exert herself to the utmost in battle, her body would undoubtedly falter. Thus, Yi spoke candidly. You foolish buffoon, do not squander your efforts. Even if you triumph over the war king, I shall never become your bride. A smug grin adorned Dan Song's face. Seizing women in the Yusu kingdom was a commonplace affair. He possessed his own methods for subduing unwilling women. Yi clenched her fists, harboring a desire to eradicate him with a single shot, merely to uncover the nonsense that occupied his mind. As Yi's emotions surged, Ning Hansha gently tapped her hand as a signal for composure. The customs of the two nations diverged. Should they provoke Dan Song and take action against him, he would possess a legitimate reason to create chaos within the palace. Ning Hansha cast a scornful glance at Dan Song. That is the custom of Yusu. Having come to Dashing, one must adhere to its rules. Surely, you do not lack the understanding of this principle? Or perhaps, you intend to deliberately disrupt the situation? To covet my princess, one would meet a dismal fate. If you wish to compete with me, I shall oblige. Yet, to wager one's wife is a transaction unworthy of a beast, for even beasts understand the duty of protection. Does the Khan of Yusu intend to engage in a contest with me in a manner lesser than that of a beast? Or will he adhere to the customs of Dashing? Upon hearing Ning Hansha's words, Yi could not help but mentally applaud him with 1,000 accolades. She initially believed that someone with his temperament would never resort to vulgarity, yet she was taken aback by his scathing remarks, which were even more acerbic than hers. Despite the linguistic disparities between the two nations, Shan Tsung could still comprehend the derogatory term beast. His expression darkened, resembling the ominous visage of a grim reaper. Observing this, the emperor silently commended Ning Hansha in his heart, recognizing that as an emperor, it was unbecoming to engage in such insults. It could tarnish the dignity of the great nation and provide Shan Tsung with countless justifications to demand an explanation. However, when Ning Hansha personally intervened with his reprimand, the situation transformed entirely. With a beaming smile, he exhaled deeply, feeling exhilarated. Truly, he was the emperor's most cherished son. For this reason alone, he would protect Ning Hansha from any future troubles in the palace. As for the wager, it was modest, merely 3 cities. Before Wusu Khan could articulate his stakes, Ning Hansha preemptively interjected, aiming to convey to the Wusu kingdom that even if he could not return to the battlefield, he could still capture those 3 cities through alternative means. After all, with Wusu taking the lead to gauge the strength of Daxing, they would be more than willing to assist. One might say, if one lacks the audacity of a leopard, one ought not to roar. Her sardonic tone could incite fury, yet the ministers of Daxing were all elated. Previously, they had perceived Ning Hansha and Yi as unruly, yet now, they realized how fortunate they were to have these 2 audacious figures. Were it not for them, they could not have dealt with Wusu Khan so decisively today. They could hardly contain their applause in their hearts. Go, Prince of War. Strike Shan Tsung with all your might. Charge, Princess of War. Let the very coffin of the old Wusu Khan tremble beneath your words. Under the provocation of Yi, Dan Sung's countenance shifted multiple times, akin to a changing marquee, displaying hues of red, orange, yellow, and green. As the elder brother of a nation's Khan, how could he ever wager his city? The warlord's consort is indeed rather overbearing. If one wishes to gamble, why not let this princess engage in the contest? A feminine voice resonated from the vicinity of the envoy from the Wusu kingdom. Chapter 59. Rapt head Yi glanced upwards to behold a woman, adorned in identical attire to Dan Song, her head crowned with a cashmere hat, and her feet clad in sheepskin boots, stepping forth. Yi coldly cast a glance her way and asked, "And who might you be? Why does it seem that every Tom, Dick, and Harry wishes to compete with this princess?" You. The Wusu princess was incensed, stepping out from the position of the envoy and boldly proclaiming herself as the princess. Yi could easily discern her identity. It was clearly a deliberate act. Maintaining a stern demeanor, she continued, "I am the Grand Princess of Wusu, Dan. Upon hearing this, Yi could not suppress a laugh. Dan? She was still so brash. It turned out, this was the very princess mentioned in the intelligence provided by Chi Fei, who intended to snatch away Ning Hansha. Truly, one family does not enter another's door, while the brother intends to seize someone else's wife. The sister seeks to take another's man. Curiously, Yi inquired, "Is there an obscure custom in your Wusu kingdom?" With some confusion, Dan responded, "What custom?" She thought to herself that Wusu seemed to have no such unknown customs. Yi replied, "The custom of wrapping heads, of course. Otherwise, how could it be that you 2 siblings utter such absurdities? As a physician, I reasonably conjecture that you have been ensnared by ignorance, resulting in an impaired development. In succinct terms, one might label it as folly. Why would I wager my man? I wouldn't dare gamble over 3 cities. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to retire to your slumber. Furthermore, I suggest you adorn yourselves with antennas to properly discern the cardinal directions. Otherwise, upon entering another's territory, you may find yourselves boastful yet directionless. When it comes to verbal dueling, Yi has never been bested. Her words flew forth like a tempest, leaving Dan utterly speechless. The emperor promptly interjected, stating, "Today marks my birthday, yet the kingdom of Wusa dares to provoke on my sovereign grounds. Shall my grand dynasty be reduced to bearing the surname of your Wusu? Should you persist in your provocations, I am unafraid to declare war." Yi proclaimed, "I, as a loyal subject, shall gladly risk life and limb for the glory of the grand dynasty." The trio demonstrated a harmonious synergy, executing a flawless threefold strike. Dan immediately sought to clarify, "Your Majesty, there has been a misunderstanding. We, the people of the grasslands, tend to speak rather bluntly. Hence we did not intend to instigate a conflict. My purpose here was merely to gauge the prowess of Ning Hansha, without having discerned any results. I certainly would not provoke hostilities. Otherwise, Wusu would undoubtedly suffer." After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "Let the wager be the 3 cities. However, I request to compete alongside Dan against the royal couple of the battlefield. Should it result in a draw, we shall consider it a mere exchange of skills. What does your Majesty think?" Dan mused that even if Ning Hansha's strength remained formidable, he could still potentially emerge victorious. However, it is evident that Yi could never triumph over the valiant Dan. Dan is the foremost female warrior of the Usher kingdom, and a delicate princess is hardly her match. Therefore, the outcome will either be a resounding victory for Usher or a stalemate. In any scenario, they stand to gain without incurring losses, and they can also gauge Ning Hansha's strength, an endeavor that is nothing short of advantageous. Although the stakes have shifted, the primary objective of testing remains paramount, for he does not harbor genuine affection for Yi. After exchanging a glance with Yi, Ning Hansha consented to compete with the Sansong siblings. The couple of the War King agreed, leaving the emperor no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, it would appear as if he feared the War King's couple might falter. Consequently, the stage in the Wanhua Hall, initially designated for song and dance performances, transformed into the arena for their contest. To ensure the space was adequate for their prowess, Ning Hansha even dispatched individuals to clear away some flower pots to widen the area. Naturally, the first to compete were Ning Hansha and San Kong seated in a wheelchair. Ning Hansha appeared considerably shorter than Sansong. Yet his commanding presence was not overshadowed by his opponent. The emperor observed this scene with a composed visage, though turmoil churned within his thoughts. The prowess of his son was undoubtedly formidable. Ning Hansha's past victories were indisputable and commendable. Engaging in combat with the robust Sansong left the emperor feeling uncertain. Should they suffer defeat, Great Qing would be compelled to cede 3 cities, resulting in a substantial loss. Furthermore, this concession would only embolden Usher's ambitions, potentially inciting warfare against Great Qing. Yet, having ventured this far in discourse, for Great Qing to suddenly retract would imply a fear of Usher. This is not merely a matter of losing face. Once a nation fails to assert itself, it will inevitably fall victim to the onslaught of several others. Observing the unfolding situation, the queen promptly began to whisper insidiously, "Your Majesty, alas, the War King should not have uttered such a wager. It is detrimental for both parties, and moreover, with Yi's frail constitution, is it not evident that defeat is inevitable?" The queen mused that the War King's couple had just humiliated her and her son, even going so far as to slay her beloved maid, Rome. Now, she sought to plant seeds of discord in the emperor's mind, anticipating that once the couple lost the contest, they would be met with severe punishment. However, she was quite eager to witness the clash between Ning Hansha and Shan Kong. Should Ning Hansha falter, it would signify that his health had irreparably declined, and with the loss of territory, he would surely incur the emperor's wrath, thereby forfeiting any chance to vie for the throne. Conversely, if Ning Hansha emerged victorious, it would indicate a gradual recovery of his health, necessitating that she take swift action against him, lest he become her son's most formidable rival for the throne. Yet, the queen miscalculated. Even with Ning Hansha proposing a wager of 3 cities, the emperor remained rather pleased with his son. Unbeknownst to the queen, the treasonous words spoken by Ning Shang that day before the carriage had been reported verbatim to the emperor by eunuch Hua. Thus, the emperor had already gained insight into Ning Shang's ambitions. To him, the queen's words were glaringly evident as attempts at sowing discord. The emperor frowned in displeasure. Before Honor has even begun to fight, you are already wishing for his defeat? Has Yi not triumphed over Prince Yong? As the queen, is this how you bolster the ambitions of others while undermining your own authority? The queen pouted in silence. It was evident that the emperor was increasingly protective of the couple, the war prince and his wife. In chapter 60, the couple engaged in a duel, albeit with differing approaches. On the contest stage, a figure named Yi was also present. Yi firmly grasped the handles of the wheelchair and reassured, "Rest assured, my lord, I am well versed in maneuvering this chair. I shall ensure your victory in this contest. For now, allow me to serve as your legs and assist you in battle." Hearing these words, Ning Hansha felt a warmth spread through his heart, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. "Very well." The great Khan of USU extended his hand, declaring, "Please, war prince, allow you two to engage in combat against me alone. Surely, it cannot be deemed unfair to the war prince, who requires assistance in mobility." On the surface, Dong Tsung dismissed the notion of unfairness, yet his heart brimmed with contempt. He recalled the time when Ning Hansha was spirited and formidable, effortlessly besting the USU nation without resistance. Now, how the tides had turned. The mere fact that Ning Hansha required a woman's aid to partake in a duel was, indeed, laughable. Moreover, Yi was only permitted to assist by pushing the wheelchair. She could not engage in combat herself, lest she violate the rules. However, even if she were to lend her support in battle, he would not be concerned. After all, how formidable could a mere woman truly be? In light of Yi's recent triumph over the Prince of Yong, coupled with the latter's fear of disgrace leading him to suppress news, the USU nation remained oblivious to this development. Yet, even if they had received the news, they would hardly believe that Yi had triumphed over the prince through genuine skill. One could only suspect that she employed some unsavory method. Or perhaps she was aided by Ning Hansha to achieve victory. Yi let out a cold laugh. "So it seems. You are aware of our lord's mobility issues? To dare propose a contest, your audacity is truly remarkable. However, having a large face is of no consequence. Should you lose, you may not even have a face left." Dan Song was rendered speechless with indignation. This woman's tongue was insufferable. No matter how many times he attempted to engage, he remained outmatched. He decided to launch a direct assault on Ning Hansha, while Yi promptly maneuvered his wheelchair to evade his strikes. Meanwhile, Ning Hansha unleashed his internal power from his seated position, and the two exhibited a remarkable synergy. Their movements fluid and harmonious, as if his legs remained unscathed. As Yi pushed the wheelchair, she discreetly retrieved an item from the 857 space. 857. "Quickly provide me with a vial of excruciating pain-inducing medicine. This Ashuri Khan is thoroughly detestable. It is not her style to remain passive once she takes the stage." "Ah. Yes, one that will take effect after a day." She added, "I certainly will not be foolish enough to allow Dan Song to encounter trouble within the palace. Such an incident would inevitably draw all suspicion towards us. Tomorrow morning, the envoys of the four nations will depart from the capital. Should they encounter misfortune on the road after their departure, no blame could be placed on the esteemed Deshing. The medication has been prepared, a vial that will induce immense suffering without any discernible symptoms. A vial of poison that will cause extreme agony, manifesting after one day. Courtesy of the considerate 857 space." Yi glanced at the concoction provided by the 857 space and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was quite thoughtful. Both vials of medicine were administered upon the body of Dan Song, who would experience excruciating pain today, yet the symptoms eluded diagnosis. After departing from the capital of Daxing tomorrow, he would begin to suffer from the torment of poisoning. Indeed, Dan Song's martial prowess was formidable. Ning Hansha, having exerted half of his internal energy, found himself at a disadvantage after exchanging several blows with him. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to unleash all his internal strength in combat against Dan Song, a decision that risked the turmoil of the poison within him, potentially leading to his demise. However, he exchanged a glance with Yi, who nodded resolutely, conveying the message to proceed without hesitation against this fool. With Yi's promise, Ning Hansha unleashed his full potential in battle against Dan Kong. His internal energy surged forth, sending Dan Song hurtling backward, his feet scraping against the ground with a harsh sound. Observing this, Yi swiftly propelled her wheelchair forward, exclaiming, "Charge, Your Highness. Run him down." The wheelchair spun like a whirlwind, and as it rolled beside Dan Song, Yi harnessed the gusts generated by its momentum to hurl the two vials of medicine she had previously retrieved towards him. Both vials were colorless and tasteless, causing Dan Song to remain oblivious to any anomaly, mistaking it merely for dust stirred up by the wheelchair. Coughing violently, he inhaled the medicine that Yi Zi had released, filling his mouth with it. Witnessing this, Yi Zi's face broke into a satisfied smile, and she swiftly redirected her wheelchair once more, charging at Dan Kong. "Your Highness, defeat him," she urged, instructing Ning Hansha to strike. Dan Song nimbly rolled to his feet, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Clearly, Ning Hansha's strength exceeded his expectations. According to the news, Ning Hansha should evidently be a man with a short lifespan. However, at present, Ning Hansha's internal strength surpasses his own. Yet, it did not take long for Dan Song to discern an anomaly. As the battle progressed, Ning Hansha's lips began to turn pale. This indicated that he was merely holding on, his body having reached its limits. Therefore, if he could delay just a little longer, he could exhaust Ning Hansha to death. Should Ning Hansha perish here, he could initiate warfare and lay siege. Without Ning Hansha, he harbored no fear of the Great Qing. He could confidently proclaim that no martial general of the Great Qing could rival him. Although Dan Song was quick on his feet, he was still inadvertently struck in the calf by Yi Zi, who was pushing a wheelchair. He quickly leapt aside, yet waves of pain coursed through his leg. Having discovered Ning Hansha's weakness, he dismissed this minor injury with indifference, immediately unleashing his full internal strength against Ning Hansha. Should Ning Hansha dare to expend all his efforts to counter this strike, his body would soon crumble as well. Ning Hansha's eyes darkened with determination. He resolved to give his all. He would not concede defeat in this battle. Boom. The collision of their internal forces resonated in the air, producing a tremendous roar. Yi Zi pressed firmly against Ning Hansha's back, while simultaneously, silver needles swiftly penetrated his body. In a mere 3 seconds, all needles were embedded. With her presence, Dan Song harbored delusions of provoking Ning Hansha to succumb to poison? A daydream. Contrary to Dan Song's expectations, Ning Hansha did not collapse. Panic surged through Dan Song in an instant. His confusion remained unresolved as Ning Hansha's assault sent him crashing heavily to the ground. Spurt. He fell to the ground, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. Yi Zi's gaze sharpened. Now is the moment to crush the imbecile. Chapter 61. In the Jianghu. One must expect to be wounded. After a sharp rebuke from Yi Zi, she propelled her wheelchair with all her strength towards Dan Kong. Although Dan Song had sustained severe internal injuries, he thought to himself that the wheelchair was cumbersome and its speed was not particularly swift. If he could not evade this attack, he would truly be humiliated before the other nations. However, as he struggled to rise, every part of his body, aside from his injured areas, began to ache as well, making even the slightest movement of his legs a laborious task. As Yi Zi's wheelchair drew closer with relentless momentum, he found himself unable to stand successfully. Yi Zi's eyes sparkled with delight. She had vowed to annihilate all fools, and she intended to keep her word. There was no escape for Dan Song, the foremost fool among them. With her frenzied advance, the wheelchair collided with Dan Song, sending him hurtling 2 meters away. Ouch! He lay on the ground, wailing, feeling as if his entire body was being sliced by blades. Confusion filled his mind. Ning Hansha had merely engaged him with internal energy, without any weapons drawn. Yet, why did every inch of his flesh throb with agony? Before he could comprehend the source of his pain, a fresh wave of torment surged through his waist. Crash! The wheels of the wheelchair thudded against the ground, producing a grating sound as it crushed something beneath. Ack! Dan Song cried out once more, the cacophony of sounds blending into a surreal tableau. As Yi Zi pushed the wheelchair, she rolled over Dan Song, playfully stepping on his waist before reversing. She even chanted, "Reversing. Please take note." Ning Hansha, seated in the wheelchair, was jostled by her antics yet wore a smile, permitting her mischievous behavior. All the court officials of Dexing lowered their heads, stifling laughter. Had the circumstances been more fitting, they would have applauded Yi Zi's audacity. There are myriad ways to insult a person, but Yi Zi had chosen the most soul-crushing method. Truly exhilarating. The officials from other nations exchanged furtive chuckles, quietly discussing the spectacle. Although their words were inaudible, their expressions revealed their relief at not being the ones to provoke the War King. A legendary warrior, even in a state of disability, remains a deity. How could an ordinary person dare to tarnish such a figure? At that moment, Dan, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in agitation, "Yi Zi, stop this at once." In her desperation, she even refrained from addressing Yi Zi as the War King's consort, opting instead for her name. Huh? The Khan of Yisu has not yet conceded. This contest is far from over. Why should I cease? Yi Zi's face was alight with mischief, intent on making the people of Yisu endure their torment. After all, Dashing had flaunted its might, leaving their dignity in tatters. Dan was momentarily at a loss for words, as contests typically conclude with the defeated party gracefully withdrawing. With so many envoys present, the victorious side would not be overly aggressive. Yet now, Yi Zi was determined to force them to admit defeat. A tremendous humiliation for the valiant people of Yisu. My elder brother has ceased to engage, signifying the conclusion of this contest. The princess of the war king continues to relentlessly humiliate my brother. Is this truly the hospitality of Dashing? Yi Zi scoffed, realizing that the double standards of the people of Wusa Kingdom have become glaringly evident. Had it been Ning Hansha lying wounded on the ground today, they would have undoubtedly sought to torment him further, employing unspeakable methods of humiliation. When the Wusu Kingdom held the advantage, their mouths overflowed with their ludicrous customs, disregarding Dashing entirely. Yet now, having fallen to a position of weakness, they dare to criticize Dashing for lacking in hospitality under the guise of being guests. Such hypocrisy is indeed laid bare for all to see. However, she intends to make them understand that in the treacherous world, one cannot escape the blade. If one speaks carelessly, one must endure the rebuke. If one behaves wretchedly, one must accept the blows. Yi Zi gazed at Dan Song on the ground. Khan of Wusu, if you concede, we shall cease hostilities. After all, you are a guest. As she spoke, she cast a substance that could render one speechless. Dan Song, at this moment, was beyond caring for his dignity. He yearned to end this battle swiftly and tend to his pain. Yet to his astonishment, when he opened his mouth, no words emerged. Yi Zi chuckled. Did the Wusa princess witness? Your brother is unwilling to concede. Since he is a guest, we must, of course, accommodate his desires. Upon finishing her statement, she exchanged a glance with Ning Hansha, who refrained from striking but activated a mechanism on his wheelchair. Several darts and poisoned arrows were simultaneously launched, and Dan Song's eyes widened in shock, yet his throat felt as though it were being clamped shut, rendering him incapable of even calling for help. Beside him, Dan prepared to rush forward to assist, but Yi Zi, swift of hand and keen of eye, intercepted her. Your words brim with hospitality. Yet guests ought to exhibit a modicum of self-awareness. Otherwise, I, as the host, may well wield a broom to usher you out. You have overstepped your bounds. In a fit of anger, Dan launched an offensive against Yi Zi. My elder brother has already succumbed. I shall now engage you in a second contest. Without waiting for the eunuch to declare the match, Dan initiated the second round on her own accord. Yi Zi, without uttering a word, met her strikes head-on. Dan possessed immense strength, delivering a punch imbued with potent inner energy aimed at Yi Zi. As Yi Zi deftly evaded, the force of the blow struck a nearby kumquat tree, which perished under the weight of such might before it could bear fruit. The Ashurian envoy, witnessing this spectacle, clenched his fist in excitement. Princess Dan was indeed the most formidable woman of the Ashurian kingdom. This round was bound to end in victory. Once Princess Dan triumphed, she would surely exact retribution upon the war consort of Dashing for the earlier affronts against the Khan. Meanwhile, the ministers of Dashing wore expressions of anxiety, their eyes locked on the fierce battle between Yi Zi and Dan. The war consort was gravely injured, yet retained some vestiges of his former prowess, instilling a glimmer of hope among the ministers. However, Yi Zi, she was once so fragile that a mere breeze could topple her. Though she had acquired some knowledge of medicine, martial prowess is not something one masters overnight. They had heard whispers of Yi Zi's confrontation with Prince Yong, leaving the ministers in a state of ambivalence regarding her capabilities, a predicament that proved most tormenting. Fortunately, the pressure on Dashing had diminished considerably, as Ning Hansha had secured a victory in a previous match. Even if Yi Zi were to lose, it would still be considered a draw, resulting in little detriment to Dashing. After all, it was merely the loss of 3 cities. Naturally, a victory would be the most desirable outcome, hence they silently prayed in their hearts. Chapter 62. Anticipating all moves while the court officials entertained various thoughts. Yi Zi had already exchanged several moves with Dan. Dan's attacks were fierce, yet not a single strike found its mark on Yi Zi, instead shattering numerous potted plants in the imperial garden. As Yi Zi deftly evaded, she chuckled. The flowers in the palace were specifically selected to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. Now that Princess Wusu has destroyed them, will His Majesty still have a birthday to celebrate? At that moment, Dan Dan was solely fixated on defeating Yi Zi, envisioning the satisfaction of pinning her to the ground and pummeling her. As for the flowers and plants, she could not care less. With a scoff, she retorted, They are merely flowers and trees. If they are broken, Wusu Kingdom will compensate." Upon hearing this, Yi Zi burst into laughter. "Ha, splendid. I adore the notion of compensation. It means more funds for expanding the Rakshasa camp." The mention of compensation caused the expressions of many in Dashing to shift, as several among them were individuals who had already compensated Yi Zi in the past. The Eastern Pavilion scholar who had scraped together 500,000 taels, the Empress who had been coerced into compensating 600,000, and the unfortunate Ning Yuankong, who had spent 800,000. Even Zhu Jia, the Minister of Rights, had recently faced a claim for 300,000. The mere mention of compensation made them wince at the thought of their dwindling fortunes. Yet, they secretly rejoiced that it was the people of Wusu Kingdom who were now facing the demands. The duel between Yi Zi and Shan Dan Dan persisted for a quarter of an hour, yet Yi Zi remained in a state of evasion, refraining from initiating any attacks. Shan Dan Dan, increasingly frustrated by her inability to land a blow, executed a flurry of dazzling maneuvers. "Yi Zi, what kind of skill is it to merely hide away? If you possess any true ability, confront this princess openly in battle. Even if you conceal yourself until dusk, you shall never prevail against me. Do not think to exhaust my stamina as a means to victory." Previously, when Yi Zi had pushed Ning Hansha to engage with Shan Tsung, she had meticulously observed his techniques. Now, as she faced Shan Dan Dan directly, she discerned similarities in the combat styles of the Yusu people. Thus, her decision to evade was not born of fear or reluctance to confront Shan Dan Dan head-on. Rather, it was a strategic observation of her opponent's combat patterns. Once she comprehended Shan Dan Dan's techniques, she would be poised to exploit any weaknesses. After scrutinizing 20 moves, a smile curled at the corners of Yi Zi's lips. She had grasped the rhythm of the exchange. It was now her turn to retaliate. Despite a prolonged hiatus from practice, her progress had been swift. Her prowess had now reached a level equivalent to that of others who had diligently trained for 1 or 2 years. Shan Dan Dan, witnessing the surge of Yi Zi's internal energy and agility, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. So this is the reason you dared not face me. I began my martial training at the age of 6, and now, after 19 years, you think your rudimentary skills can defeat me?" As she boasted with raucous laughter, she launched an assault on Yi Zi. Meanwhile, the scarred onlooker could only grimace, silently acknowledging the princess was indeed correct. The people of Wusu are utterly foolish. If they were to realize that the princess consort's prowess has ascended from nothing to its current state in merely 4 or 5 days, they would surely be left astounded. This time, Yi Zi did not evade. Instead, she confronted Shan Dan Dan's assault head-on. After a moment of careful observation, she had discerned the pattern of Shan Dan Dan's attacks. Bang! Shan Dan Dan retaliated with a second strike immediately after being kicked, yet Yi Zi once again parried the blow and landed a punch squarely on her chest, causing her to gasp in pain. In a series of exchanges, Shan Dan Dan found herself unable to inflict any harm upon Yi Zi and was instead met with counterattacks that she had failed to anticipate. Anxiety began to creep in. She could not afford to lose, for a defeat would mean that Wusu would forfeit 3 cities. The weight of this pressure bore heavily upon her, and the more tense she became, the more prone she was to error. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed her internal energy against Yi Zi, who fluidly seized her hand. Crack! Yi Zi twisted Shan Dan Dan's wrist with a sudden motion, but she did not relent. Instead, she continued to ascend along Shan Dan Dan's forearm. Crack! Crack! In the span of mere moments, Shan Dan Dan's wrist, elbow, and shoulder were all shattered. "Ah, you wretched woman. I will kill you." Shan Dan Dan screamed in impotent fury. She glared at Yi Zi with a fiery intensity, bewildered as to why this insufferable woman always seemed to anticipate her next move. The moment she initiated her attack, Yi Zi had her firmly in control. No, she had to change her approach. With her hands incapacitated, Shan Dan Dan resorted to using her legs to strike at Yi Zi. Yi Zi smiled slyly. Left leg, right leg, lower left, upper right. The sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed continuously, yet Yi Zi remained unscathed, standing resolutely. Injured was solely Shan Dan Dan, and every maneuver assessed by Yi Zi was executed with precision. Whenever she indicated a direction, Shan Dan Dan would inevitably launch her assault towards the same point. Were it not for the enmity between Shan Dan Dan and Yi Zi, coupled with the immense stakes of this contest, onlookers would genuinely suspect that Shan Dan Dan was intentionally holding back, obediently complying with Yi Zi's every command. The pain coursing through Shan Danden's body intensified her tremors, leaving her bewildered. She had clearly altered her attack strategy. How could Yi Zi still possess knowledge of her actions? What unforeseen circumstances had transpired that she remained unaware of? Yet, Yi Zi would not grant her the luxury of contemplation. Seizing the moment of Shan Danden's distraction, Yi Zi unleashed her most formidable strike, drawing upon every ounce of internal energy she possessed. With each encounter, her strength had deepened. Under normal circumstances, this level of energy would suffice to subdue Shan Danden. However, given Shan Danden's pre-existing injuries and her current state of bewilderment, she fully absorbed Yi Zi's most powerful attack. Bang! Shan Danden's body was propelled 2 to 3 meters away as Yi Zi swiftly pursued her. She placed a foot upon Shan Danden's chest, simultaneously dispersing the medicinal powder in her hand. If these siblings dared to lay hands upon her and her partner, they must be prepared for the consequences. Princess Wusu, have you made up your mind to concede? Otherwise, do not claim that I am bullying you, as your brother did. Speak if you choose to surrender. Shan Danden opened her mouth, intending to yield, for her arm had been broken, and without immediate medical attention, she would surely endure lasting pain. However, she opened her mouth only to find herself rendered speechless. Terror widened her eyes, and in that moment, she comprehended why her elder brother had refrained from conceding defeat. It was not out of pride, but rather because he was utterly incapable of uttering a word. Despair filled her gaze. Surrender was not an option. And how could Yi Zi possibly let her off the hook? It was the end for her. Chapter 63. The one to be trampled upon. Seeing that Shan Danden remained silent, Yi Zi intensified the pressure beneath her feet, crushing her mercilessly. Indeed, the people of the USU Kingdom were stubbornly resilient. Since the princess was unwilling to concede, this princess would have to compel her to admit defeat. After all, this was a matter of utmost significance concerning 3 cities. Yi Zi danced upon Shan Danden's chest with a rhythm akin to tap dancing, bringing one foot down after another. The envoy from the USU Kingdom, witnessing this scene, initially intended to intervene on Shan Danden's behalf. Yet, upon hearing Yi Zi's words, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation. A concession here would mean the loss of 3 cities. The USU Kingdom possessed only 10 cities. Having already succumbed to the War King's assault on 3, losing another 3 would leave them with a mere 4, including the capital. Thus, they chose to remain silent, fervently hoping that Shan Danden could turn the tide and defeat Yi Zi. Alas, their hopes were ultimately dashed. Shan Danden, bloodied and battered beneath Yi Zi's relentless assault, could not rise again. It was only when she was on the brink of unconsciousness that Yi Zi ceased her onslaught. Enough, I am merciful. I shall consider your silence as an admission of defeat. Otherwise, if the battle continues, you shall perish in Daxing, and the Ashurians will lay the blame upon us. Upon finishing her words, she disdainfully wiped her shoe soles with the hem of her gown. The Ashurian princess's sheepskin robe was far too worn, serving only as a makeshift shoe cleaner. Some things are destined to be trampled underfoot, and thus shall remain forever beneath our feet. To forcibly don such garments would only lead to a fate of being plunged into the mire. Do you not agree, Ashurian envoys? The faces of all Ashurian envoys shifted from crimson to pale. Yi Zi's words were undeniably directed at them. Ashuria should rightfully submit to Daxing, to be trampled underfoot, and any attempt to rise up would inevitably result in punishment. Trash is merely trash. It belongs in the dirt. Should it dare to rise, we shall crush it. Princess of the War King. Princess of the War King. The court officials, invigorated as if infused with fervor, rallied behind Yi Zi with wild cheers. The humiliation inflicted by the court officials left the Ashurian envoys utterly embarrassed. Alas, they could neither retaliate nor prevail in strength. Their power paled in comparison to that of Daxing, compelling them to withdraw in dismay. After presenting the gifts they had prepared for the Emperor of Daxing, they spoke. Emperor of Daxing, the Khan and the princess have sustained grave injuries. We must take our leave and summon a physician to attend to them. The Emperor of Daxing smiled broadly, revealing several gleaming teeth. What a delightful turn of events. Yi Zi and Ning Han had indeed dealt a resounding blow to Ashuria. Most importantly, they had seized 3 cities. His birthday was truly a joyous occasion. Very well, he declared. I shall dispatch several imperial physicians to provide treatment, ensuring that neither the Khan nor the princess meets their demise. However, once the Khan awakens, ensure he is prepared with 3 cities, evacuating the officials and guards therein. I shall arrange for others to take command, and I vow to treat the citizens of Wusu with the same regard as those of Daxing. The countenance of the Wusu envoy was darker than the bottom of a pot, yet this was a condition personally promised by their Khan, and they had no choice but to comply. Yi did not forget to add, "Do remember to compensate for the damages caused by the Wusu princess. I have no desire to personally demand payment." The Wusu envoy nodded grimly, unable to suppress a deep sigh within. If the old Khan could not overturn Daxing, the new Khan's hasty ascension was indeed reckless. If this continued, they feared for the very territory of Wusu. After the Wusu envoys departed, the Hall of 10,000 Flowers regained its tranquility and serenity. Yi Xinyo found herself in the most awkward position. For the Wusu Khan had expressed his intention to take her away, yet the recent events had been quite disgraceful, compounded by the Khan's current unconsciousness. The Wusu envoy showed no intent to escort her, leaving her to endure the disdainful gazes of those around her. At that moment, she felt as though she were seated on needles, her discomfort palpable. The emperor scarcely acknowledged her, instead waving his hand for the attendants to arrange music, dance, and delicacies. Soon, the assembly was filled with laughter and merriment as they enjoyed the performances and feasted on sumptuous dishes. While Yi Xinyo could only exit the Hall of 10,000 Flowers with an expression of embarrassment. Following the upheaval with Wusu, no one dared to stir trouble again, and everything proceeded normally. Before long, the time arrived to present birthday tributes to the emperor. The court officials and the numerous consorts from the imperial palace presented their meticulously prepared birthday gifts, which included exquisite paintings and finely crafted jade artifacts. However, the attention of the assembly was predominantly focused on several princes. This occasion served as an opportune moment for them to curry favor with the emperor in their pursuit of the coveted position of heir apparent. Except for Ning Shang, who had just been reprimanded by Ning Hansha and was unable to present his gift personally, the remaining 5 princes, including the youngest, the 7th prince who had yet to be conferred a title, all offered their tributes to the emperor. Naturally, their gifts were the rarest of treasures, featuring pearls the size of a fist and intricately carved wolf-tooth sculptures that appeared almost lifelike. Yi surveyed the remaining princes, noting that she had yet to engage with the eldest prince, the 4th prince, and the 6th prince. The eldest prince, being the emperor's firstborn before his ascension, was now in his 30s and exuded an air of composure. The 4th and 6th princes, both of similar age to Ning Hansha, were rather handsome but had spoken little, thus rendering their allegiances ambiguous for the time being. Yi adhered to a principle of non-aggression. If one did not provoke her, she would not retaliate, yet should anyone cross her, she would pursue them relentlessly to the ends of the earth. Soon, all the princes had completed their presentations, save for Ning Hansha, who remained motionless in his wheelchair. Observing this, the empress fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "What gift has the war prince prepared for the emperor? Do not keep us in suspense. Reveal it so we may behold it. After all, the emperor holds you in the highest regard and has bestowed upon you many rewards." The queen subtly ensnared Ning Hansha with her words. Having received numerous rewards from the emperor, Ning Hansha would inevitably be branded as stingy and unfilial should the longevity gift he presented prove to be either trivial or subpar. Observing that Ning Hansha remained unresponsive for an extended period, Yi began to search for suitable offerings within the confines of the 857 space. She contemplated what kind of gift would not only captivate the emperor's attention, but also conceal the existence of her space. Given that she had not witnessed Ning Hansha preparing any gifts, it was highly plausible that he, due to a foul mood, had neglected this duty. At that moment, the emperor was particularly indulgent towards Ning Hansha and did not place much importance on the gifts. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Just now, Honor and Yi have already helped me secure the 3 cities of Wusu. That is the finest gift of the day." No sooner had the emperor's words echoed through the hall than the sounds of palace attendants heralding the arrival of a gift rang out. "The longevity gift from the War King has been urgently delivered from 800 miles away." Upon hearing this announcement, everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance of the Wanhua Hall, murmuring amongst themselves that the War King had indeed prepared a gift. However, what could it possibly be that was delivered with such haste? The rhythmic sound of marching footsteps resonated from outside. With glimmering silver armor, a battalion of soldiers, numbering around 50, strode into the Wanhua Hall. Each soldier stood tall and robust, their piercing gazes exuding an undeniable aura of ferocity, though they bore no weapons. Upon entering the hall, they clasped their fists and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "The Sha Yu army pays its respects to your majesty." Our forces have breached the border defenses of Wusa to congratulate your majesty on your birthday. May our emperor's longevity be as boundless as the heavens. What? The border fortress has been breached. The emperor stood up, filled with excitement. The Xiaoyu army, trained personally by Ning Hansha, comprises over 10,000 troops. Although Ning Hansha has withdrawn from the battlefield due to injury, the command of this formidable force remains firmly in his hands. Thus, when Ding Yang met his demise, the empress whispered in the emperor's ear, instilling the belief that Ning Hansha sought to usurp a significant portion of the military power of Daxing and seize the throne. Ning Hansha proclaimed, "Father, the border fortress has fallen. In addition to the 3 cities wagered, and the 3 cities captured in previous years, we now possess 7 cities. With only 3 cities remaining in Asu, they will be compelled to fight with desperation. Therefore, Daxing should take the initiative to launch an offensive and completely eradicate Asu. Their intentions are malevolent, and Daxing need not show any mercy." Upon hearing Ning Hansha's words, the remaining envoys from the 3 nations trembled in fear. Asu, in its arrogance, sought to test the strength of the warlord, only to find that he had already perceived their ambitions. He preemptively dispatched troops to attack the border fortress. Now, the Khan and Princess of Asu find themselves in the capital of Daxing, and chaos is likely to ensue within the borders of Asu. The outcome of this battle for Asu is likely to be devastating. Moreover, the warlord's declaration of his battle plans in front of the envoys from the 3 nations couldn't be clearer in its threat. They must either remain neutral and not involve themselves in this conflict, or face the united assault of Daxing. Naturally, the envoys shrank back in trepidation. The warlord's audacity indicated his formidable strength. To provoke him further would be akin to a long-lived elder committing suicide out of impatience with life itself. The most anxious among them were the envoys of Hu country, who had secretly dispatched numerous spies into the capital of Daxing, in collaboration with Yi En and Ding Yang. With the demise of both Yi En and Ding Yang, it was evident that Daxing had become aware of their machinations. Yet, the capital remained unresponsive, leaving the envoys perplexed. They dared not admit their predicament, for such a confession would inevitably lead to demands for territorial concessions and reparations. Upon hearing Ning Hansha's words, the emperor could not contain his excitement and rose, exclaiming, "Excellent! My son Honor truly is my pride." With the repeated provocations from Wusu, he declared that the Xiaoyu army should annihilate them entirely. Meanwhile, the empress lowered her gaze, filled with schemes and resentment. Indeed, Ning Hansha's health had remarkably improved. He could not be allowed to remain, having already achieved significant military accomplishments. If he were to regain full use of his legs and secure victory against Wusu, what claim could anyone else have to the throne? Did he not notice the emperor's satisfaction nearly overflowing? Had the emperor not been relatively youthful, she would have genuinely feared he might directly appoint Ning Hansha as his successor. After a brief contemplation, the empress concealed her envy and animosity, donning a facade of false smiles as she remarked, "The title of War King is truly well-deserved. With the War King leading the charge against Wusu, victory is assured." The emperor consented to the campaign against Wusu, but had yet to appoint a general, still harboring concerns for Ning Hansha's health. However, the empress's words effectively elevated Ning Hansha to the position of commander. Should the emperor refuse, the envoys from the other 3 nations would undoubtedly question Ning Hansha's recovery. The emperor cast a displeased glance at the empress, pondering why a woman should meddle in matters of such gravity within the court. Yizi secretly scoffed, realizing that the empress could no longer maintain her facade as she witnessed Ning Hansha's body gradually recovering under her treatment. Now was the time to confront external enemies. Yet the empress foolishly chose to engage in internal strife. It was no wonder that Ning Shang uttered such idiotic remarks. It appeared to be a hereditary trait. If the empress was so dim-witted, how intelligent could her offspring possibly be? However, the emperor did not strike her as a fool. Why would he choose such a woman as his empress? Yizi observed the emperor and Ning Hansha for an extended period, having heard numerous rumors about the favored consort and I. Yet, the circumstances surrounding consort Ni's demise remained somewhat ambiguous. The emperor's affection for Ning Hansha seemed genuine. Despite his icy demeanor, the gifts he presented to the emperor for his birthday suggested a deep respect for him. Indeed, there appeared to be a story between this father and son. Yizi sensed the subtle dynamics among the individuals present, realizing that it was time to have a conversation with Ning Hansha. Just as the emperor hesitated, Ning Hansha proactively accepted the mission. "My health is under Yizi's care. There is no issue with my expedition to Wusu." Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately turned to Yizi. "Yizi, Excellent. Then let Yi Zi accompany Hansha on the expedition. The emperor readily agreed. After the couple exchanged a glance, they knew they had their own arrangements. The unique gift from the war prince had elevated the birthday banquet to a climax, prompting the emperor to invite his ministers to share several cups of wine. Today marked not only his birthday, but also the day Hansha would set forth on his campaign. Let this toast serve as a farewell. Ning Yuankong raised his head and downed the strong liquor, clenching his fists. Ning Hansha's body astonishingly endured the assault against Wusu. Originally, Ning Hansha was a dying man. The formidable adversary, on the brink of annihilation, had inexplicably revived. This miraculous turn of events was all due to Yi Zi. Had it not been for Yi Zi's intervention, Ning Hansha would have long since met his demise. Moreover, the person intended to bring joy should have been Yuxinyo. Had she not refused to marry into the war prince's residence, none of these subsequent events would have transpired. The recollection of Yuxinyo preparing to depart with the Khan of Wusu ignited a fresh wave of fury within him. That wretched woman. Not only had she squandered his finances, but she had also tarnished his reputation and thwarted his plans. Therefore, let her fulfill her final purpose before meeting her end. Even if he could not prevent Ning Hansha from regaining power, he would ensure that the couple would disgrace themselves before embarking on their campaign. Chapter 65. Additional payment required. This maneuver did not escape Yi Zi's notice. She shook her head in dismay. Ning Yuankong was truly repugnant. When he adored you, you were a treasure, and he would willingly shower you with wealth. Yet, once his affection waned, you would be worth less than the dirt beneath his feet. Thus, she resolved to rely on herself, for it was the most prudent course. She would not easily entrust everything to anyone else. Yuxinyo, having failed to accompany the envoy from Wusu and lost the protection of Ning Yuankong, could only walk out of the palace on foot. Unexpectedly, halfway through her exit, she encountered Ning Yuankong's guards. Seeing them, she inquired with surprise, "Did the third prince send you?" If Ning Yuankong did not disdain her, she would still be willing to remain. The guard cast a disdainful glance at Yuxinyo, recalling the sycophantic demeanor she had exhibited when she was favored by the Khan of Wusu. Once dismissive of the prince, she had now been cast aside by the kingdom of Wusu, only to seek refuge in the prince's embrace. This woman truly exemplified fickleness, her loyalty shifting more swiftly than the pages of a book, utterly revolting. Suppressing his disgust, the guard stated, "The third prince wishes to see you. Please follow me." Yuxinyo promptly nodded and followed the guard, secretly sighing in relief. It seemed that the third prince still held her in his thoughts. However, the memory of Ning Yuankong's seemingly harmless, roguish smile sent a chill down her spine, and an ominous premonition lingered within her. Before long, Yuxinyo found herself in the presence of Ning Yuankong, yet her recent actions had already incited the emperor's wrath. Hence, Ning Yuankong had summoned her to a dimly lit corner of the imperial garden. Upon seeing him, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Third prince, I am finally able to meet you. If not for this, I fear I may never see you again." Had Ning Yuankong not witnessed the scene where Yuxinyo shyly placed her hand into the Khan of Wusu's, he might have genuinely been deceived by her pitiful appearance. Internally, he scoffed, "What a wretched woman." Nevertheless, his face remained adorned with a fond smile. "I am glad you are well. I dispatched someone to find you as soon as I received word." Yuxinyo bashfully nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness, but Yi Zi has been coercing me, forcing me to lose face before everyone. I am aware that I am no longer worthy of you. I only hope that you will not cast me away from the third prince's residence. I would willingly serve as a humble servant, toiling like a beast for the prince." Ning Yuankong narrowed his eyes. This woman, who once held herself aloof and refused to share a bed with him, now seemed willing to remain in the third prince's residence as a servant. Truly, her ability to bend and yield is terrifying, for she is indifferent to all: virtue, reputation. Man, everything can be discarded. Once an opportunity arises, she will grasp at anything that can elevate her status, much like her agreement with the Usher Khan. Fortunately, he had grown weary of her and would not keep her in his residence any longer. Otherwise, he would have to endure her schemes. Ning Yuankong concealed all his calculations within. "Although I am indifferent to your dealings with the Usher Khan, the emperor cannot afford such indifference. If you wish to remain in the third princess residence, you must win the emperor's favor. After all, the emperor has resolved to wage war against Usher." "What? War against the Usher kingdom?" Yuxinyo trembled in panic. She had just acquiesced to the Usher Khan, and now Dashing was preparing for war. Her actions would be tantamount to treason. The emperor would be merciful not to execute her. Desperate, Yuxinyo implored, "Your Highness, I never intended to comply with the Usher Khan's demands. He coerced me into it. The Usher Khan even wished to forcibly take Ez. Yet I lacked the power of a warlord. As a helpless orphan, how could I resist? What must I do to earn the Emperor's forgiveness? Whatever you command. I shall comply without hesitation. Yushinyo, trembling with anxiety, felt the blood seeping from her severed arm. A flicker of disdain crossed Ning Yuankang's eyes. Yet he swiftly concealed that emotion. Simply don the veil and perform a dance for the Emperor. Dancing is your forte. Yushinyo glanced apprehensively at her mutilated limb. But my hand is too conspicuous. The Emperor will recognize me. What if the Emperor does recognize you? You are merely offering a dance as an apology. Even if you were to impose punishment, I would ensure your safety. He insisted, urging her to drink the medicine for her wound. How can you dance with your arm bleeding? Ning Yuankang presented her with a vial of medicine, yet Yushinyo hesitated. Nevertheless, she understood that she had no choice. She must comply with Ning Yuankang's orders. Without his protection, she would be doomed. Thus, she nodded and consumed the potion he provided. Understood, my lord. Seeing the vial emptied, Ning Yuankang patted her shoulder with satisfaction. Perform well, and I shall seek a title of secondary consort for you. Yushinyo offered a faint smile, fully aware that Ning Yuankang's words were mere flattery. Yet, one misstep leads to another. Even if she recognized the deceit, she could only respond with a smile. According to the intelligence provided by Consort Chi, Yushinyo's former friends intended to conspire against Ez, compelling her to take the stage. However, with Yushinyo now branded as a notorious criminal, those friends dared not approach. Moreover, it was evident to all that the Emperor was currently pleased with Ez. Who would be foolish enough to risk his displeasure? However, where there are wise individuals, foolish ones inevitably exist. Otherwise, this demon would have no one to contend with. Both Prince Yong and Princess Lixin have been dealt with by Ez, thus they were unable to attend the Emperor's birthday banquet today. Upon this revelation, all eyes turned towards Ez, their curiosity piqued by the unfinished tale she had just hinted at. What had caused the sow to scream in agony? Had the resurrected woman achieved her vengeance? With an appearance of goodwill towards Ez, she deftly redirected everyone's attention to her face. This time, Ez did not decline the opportunity to perform. Instead, she boldly declared, "Today marks my father's birthday celebration. What merit lies in a mere performance? As for the reward, let the proposer of the contest be the one to furnish it. What does my father think?" Ez beamed with delight, her beauty restored. As today was the day to outshine everyone in the palace. If not now, when would she reveal her true self to Chuang Fei and the others? Chapter 66, a performance descending from the heavens. The Emperor was already quite pleased with Ez for curing Ning Hansha and assisting in the conquest of 3 cities. Thus, upon hearing Ez's request, he readily acquiesced. After all, it was not his own silver that would be at stake, making it all the more auspicious. Very well, my dear Yi, your suggestion is indeed splendid. It is granted. With a nod of affirmation, Ez turned to the princess of Prince Yong, inquiring, "What do you intend to offer as a prize?" "Why you?" The princess of Prince Yong had originally aimed to humiliate Ez, seeking to alleviate her family's grievances. However, she never anticipated that Ez would throw such a substantial burden upon her. Ez raised an eyebrow. "Have you not yet considered it, princess? So many await your decision." The princess of the Prince of Yong fell into a profound silence. Was Ez not merely feigning ignorance? The mansion of the Prince of Yong had been nearly stripped bare by Ez, with even the jewels from her dressing table not spared. Observing the princess's reticence, Ez took the initiative to propose. Since there is hardly anything left in the prince's residence, why not use it as a token for good fortune? The homophonic connection of the mansion to prosperity seemed a splendid omen for the impending confrontation with the kingdom of Wusu. After all, the Prince of Yong possessed other estates. A mere change of nameplate would suffice. Ez expressed her thoughts with an air of nonchalance, a mischievous smile gracing her features. Since the family of the Prince of Yong had proven themselves untrustworthy, they could be cast out, their residence utterly emptied. This was simply unacceptable. The Princess of Yong was thoroughly exasperated. She turned to the Empress for assistance, aware that the Empress harbored a disdain for Ez and would likely lend her aid. However, having already been extorted by Ez and despised by the Emperor, the Empress dared not intervene, choosing instead to observe passively, feigning ignorance of the princess's desperate gaze. Ez continued to challenge. What is wrong with that? Does the Princess of Yong not wish for Dashing to triumph in this battle? And no. The Princess of Yong found herself at a loss for words, pondering whether the Emperor could possibly acquiesce to such an outrageous demand. Surely, if Yi Zi could conjure such a rationale linking the mansion to prosperity, why not simply bring a dog along to the battlefield? That would only amplify the auspiciousness. Unbeknownst to the princess, Yi Zi was indeed prepared to do just that. One was the emperor's own son and daughter-in-law, while the other was a royal brother who had once vied for the throne. He, of course, was fiercely protective, seizing this opportunity to cast the Prince of Yong into an abyss from which he could never rise to power again. Thus, the emperor readily acquiesced, stating, "Very well. Let us proceed as Year suggests." The ladies from various households showcased their talents in a spirited competition, with the victor obtaining the estate of the Prince of Yong. Furthermore, I shall bestow additional rewards of silver to redecorate the royal residence. Yi Zi graciously expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, father." She felt a comforting sense of security under the protection of a formidable leader. Should the emperor also turn against Ning Hansha, their lives would indeed be more bitter than unsweetened coffee. The empress, observing Yi Zi's cheerful acceptance, internally grumbled, "You are far too jubilant too soon. Every lady in court possesses great skill. Your mediocre tale may win once, but it shall not triumph a second time. The judgment of victory will be in the hands of various court officials, who will not all lean in your favor. And your unattractive visage is hardly appetizing enough to inspire anyone to witness your performance." The face of the Princess of Yong darkened. The emperor had truly consented. She couldn't shake the feeling that the emperor was increasingly absurd, as if his descent into folly had begun with Yi Zi's marriage to Ning Hansha, intended as a remedy for misfortune. However, with the situation now irrevocable, she could not oppose the emperor. Thus she resolved to exert her final strength against Yi Zi. In a low voice, she declared, "Since the prize was determined by this princess, may I not make a request? If the Princess of War wishes to perform, she must remove her veil and reveal her true self." Upon hearing this, Yi Zi could not contain her laughter, as she had just been contemplating how to unveil her beauty in a manner that would be even more stunning and captivating. To everyone's surprise, the Princess of Yong readily presented an opportunity. Without hesitation, Yi Zi agreed, stating, "Certainly, with such a grand incentive from the Princess of Yong, I must comply." The princess, taken aback by Yi Zi's swift acceptance, found her prepared words rendered unnecessary. She could only purse her lips in silence. Observing Yi Zi's consent, the emperor waved his hand, declaring, "Very well, let us draw lots to determine the order of performance." Upon receiving the command, the ladies in attendance approached the palace attendants responsible for preparing the lots to draw their numbers. Yi Zi joined the queue and, upon glancing at the slip in her hand, couldn't help but smile. Number 1. Whether it was sheer luck on her part or a twist of fate, she had drawn the first performance. However, the specific number held little significance for her. Finishing her performance first would allow her to sit back and enjoy the subsequent acts. Moreover, the exquisite attire prepared for her by Ning Hansha was too stunning to go to waste. As Yi Zi's figure vanished and the audience awaited her return with bated breath, whispers began to circulate among the ladies, speculating whether Yi Zi might be feeling nervous about being the first to perform. Just as the murmurs swelled, a low, resonant sound of the guqin filled the air, soon accompanied by the mournful notes of the shao, creating a somber and oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a figure clad in red descended with grace as the brisk autumn wind swept through. She held a feather duster, and as she floated down, white feathers danced in the air, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. With a delicate touch, her toes touched the ground, and she began to wave the duster, tracing intricate patterns upon the earth. The originally elegant feather duster was suddenly stained with water, leaving chaotic marks on the ground. After gazing for a while, the onlookers struggled to discern what it was. However, upon recognizing her appearance, they realized that this celestial figure was none other than Yi Zi. Her dance, albeit lively, was rather simplistic, merely involving the twisting of the feather duster upon the ground. Consequently, the crowd's enthusiasm waned, and both the Empress and the Princess of Yong found it hard to suppress their laughter. Did she truly believe that a mere scribble on the ground would suffice for victory? Were they all blind to the absurdity? The only accolade she could hope for was a token of friendship. Moreover, Yi Zi was still veiled. Once her veil fell, she might not even secure that modest recognition. After a prolonged moment of etching on the ground, she finally lifted herself, drawing the crowd's attention once again. Was it over? What had she created? The moist, serpentine lines traced upon the surface vaguely resembled an animal. It could be interpreted as either a dragon or a phoenix. Yet, regardless of its form, The fact that it required speculation to identify rendered it a failure. It was evident that Yizi yearned for victory, but alas, her skills were insufficient. The audience collectively sighed. Her performance had been in vain. Chapter 67. Rebirth through fire. The phoenix ascends to the skies just as murmurs filled the air. Yizi's sleeve fluttered, and the feather duster she wielded ignited in flames. Bright yellow flames danced upon the duster in her grasp. With a graceful motion of her shoulders, the fiery feather duster began to whirl in the air. This action startled the onlookers. Yizi was truly playing with fire. They instinctively recoiled several steps backward, fearful of the embers that might leap towards them. Yet, before their astonishment could subside, Yizi swept her feather duster across the line she had just drawn on the ground. The damp traces were ignited in an instant, releasing a potent aroma of alcohol into the air. With a deafening roar, flames erupted, transforming all traces into waves of fire. The crimson flames danced along the line she had etched, their hues varying in depth due to the differing fuel and quantities used. Suddenly, a lifelike fire phoenix ignited. The fiery red head of the phoenix soared proudly in the forefront, its orange-red body swaying in the breeze, while its tail radiated a dazzling bright yellow. It resembled a shimmering golden tail, and Yizi, clad in red and wielding the ignited feather duster, resembled a phoenix god reborn from the flames. She ascended gracefully, striking the flames with her duster. With each motion, the flames obeyed her lead, swirling around her like obedient spirits. She floated lightly amidst the fire, as if she had merged with the flames themselves. The black scarf adorning her face was consumed by the heat, reduced to ashes in an instant. As the waves of fire swept across her visage, a flash of light revealed her true appearance. Instead of a terrifying countenance, the firelight unveiled smooth skin and an enchanting face. The phrase reborn from the flames perfectly embodied Yizi's beauty. Their eyes widened in awe, striving to etch this captivating and stunning spectacle into their memories forever. As her dance concluded and the fuel was spent, Yizi's beauty gradually became a cherished image, forever enshrined in the minds of the captivated audience. Only a wisp of blue smoke remains. Reborn from the ashes, the phoenix ascends to the heavens splendidly. The emperor was the first to voice his approval. With the emperor's endorsement, the court officials eagerly began to shower praises. A promising omen. This battle for the great Qing is destined for victory. I have heard of a certain type of person whose fate is that of the destined Phoenix Maiden. As long as she is present, all calamities can be transformed into safety. Could it be that the Battle King's consort possesses such a fateful destiny? Otherwise, how could the Battle King's health have improved so significantly upon their marriage? The Battle King's consort indeed possesses exceptional medical skills, having healed the scars on her face. It appears that the Battle King's health is truly restored. How enchanting is the true visage of the Battle King's consort, indeed. The finest treasures are often revealed last. Those who once mocked the Battle King's consort must be utterly astonished now, right? Yizi listened to the praises, a smile gracing her lips. While she may not excel in dance, as an agent who has performed aerial displays with fighter jets, she is well aware of how to capture attention. Previously, she created colorful smoke effects in the sky. Now, she conjures flames on the ground, merely a change of scene, not of substance. Yet, she couldn't help but glance at her own face, already aware of its restoration, unable to resist stealing a few more looks. Simultaneously, he silently anticipated that upon seeing his own restored appearance, she too would be quite satisfied, wouldn't she? Contemplating that scene, he felt a ripple of emotions within. The two sisters, lychee and fragrant pear, clasped each other's hands in excitement, exclaiming, "The princess is stunning beyond measure. Oh, how I wish I were a man, so I could marry the princess." Yet, they mused, wait, why can't the princess be a man? That way, both of us could wed her as concubines. Yizi couldn't help but chuckle at their banter. These two girls certainly knew how to flatter. Scarface, filled with anticipation, gazed at Ning Hansha, sensing that the prince's expression had returned to normal. However, the prince remained enigmatic, leaving him in the dark about whether he truly matched the princess. After all, the princess's stature was extraordinarily elevated. If the prince's visage were restored, yet still fell short of the princess, he would have to seek out a wife protection manual in the martial world for the prince to study diligently, ensuring he could retain such a precious princess. Yizi's confidants rejoiced and cheered for her, yet the countenance of the empress and the princess of Yong was far from pleasant. The empress clenched her fists, the armor digging deeply into her palms, oblivious to the pain. Phoenix of the Nine Heavens? That title rightfully belongs to me as the empress. How dare that wretched Yi claim it? Could it be she has designs for Ning Hansha to ascend the throne and become the empress herself? Preposterous. I shall never allow such a thing to transpire. The throne is solely for my son. I am the rightful empress dowager. No one shall surpass my standing. Meanwhile, the princess of Yong sighed despondently, aware that being the first to perform placed immense pressure on those who followed, leading to the possibility that some might even forego their performances altogether. The estate is likely to fall into Yi's hands, and she lacks the courage to contest with her. When it comes to cunning schemes, Yi's orchestration of today's performance showcases a level of intellect that she cannot rival. Although the princess consort of Yong is not particularly astute, she possesses a certain awareness of her own limitations. At this moment, she harbors immense regret for having spoken so thoughtlessly, but alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. The princess consort's intuition was not amiss shortly after. The second lady in line, following Yi, feigned sudden illness as an excuse to withdraw from the competition. Moreover, she was not alone in this decision. Several other ladies also opted out, each citing various reasons. For Yi's initial display was simply too breathtaking, rendering their participation merely a source of humiliation. It was far more prudent to abstain than to suffer disgrace. After 10 consecutive withdrawals, the stage welcomed the second performer, Yi Xinu, tasked with a mission by Ning Kong. Cloaked in a veil and adorned in flowing water-sleeved attire, she gracefully approached the performance platform. Initially, the audience failed to recognize her, but as she began her dance, the conspicuous absence of her arm became unmistakable, revealing her identity. Was the belly dance not enough to bring her shame? Did she still aspire to marry the loathsome Yusu people as a concubine? Such a woman ought not to remain in Xingba. Just her. Once, she prided herself as a paragon of virtue. Was she not enamored with the Yusu Khan? She should be sent to them, to experience whether life among the Yusu is preferable to that in Dashing. Traitor. The audience, devoid of any inclination to appreciate Yi Xinu's dance, was wholly consumed by their scorn for her. Yi Xinyo absorbed all the insults hurled at her, yet she continued to perform with an expressionless demeanor. Having maintained her esteemed reputation in the capital for many years, she was certainly capable of enduring such vitriol. Yi Xinyo was capable of both soaring to prominence and biding her time in patience. She would remember today as humiliation and repay it to Yi in due course. What Yi possessed now was of no concern to her, save for that visage. Yi's face had astonishingly returned to its former glory. The countenance she detested most had been restored to perfection. Jealousy surged within her, igniting a heat upon her face. However, she understood. Her immediate objective was to win the favor of the emperor, to ensure her survival and avoid execution or being sent to the Wusik Khan. The days of vengeance lay ahead. She needed to wait. Yet, as she danced, a throbbing pain assailed her head, and her movements began to grow erratic. She shook her head, bewildered as her actions slipped beyond her control. Lifting her gaze to Yi, an impulsive urge surged within her, compelling her to rush forward and mar that flawless face, to stab her heart with ferocity. And then there was Ning Hansha. In times past, she would have never dared to meet his gaze. Yet now, she boldly fixed her eyes upon him, yearning to tear away the mask from his face and drag him from his wheelchair, to see the proud and bloodthirsty man kneel at her feet. The desires within her swelled immensely, and Yi Xinyo swallowed hard, the fire in her throat scorching and ferocious. Meanwhile, Ning Kong, observing with keen interest, wore a smile. The poison from the Poison King's Valley had indeed proven effective. In any case, Yi Xinyo had become a liability, allowing her to descend into madness while she attempted to humiliate Yi and Ning Hansha would at least make her worth the 800,000 taels of silver spent on her. In Ning Kong's eyes, his act of saving Yi Xinyo was never born of friendship, but rather akin to the transaction of a mere commodity. With bloodshot eyes and a mind consumed by fury, Yi Xinyo charged towards Yi and Ning Hansha. You vile wretches, I shall slay you. In her derangement, she wielded no weapon but her bare hands, attempting to strangle Yi by the neck. Her long nails clawed at Yi's face. Yet Yi's martial prowess far surpassed her own. Calmly, Yi lifted her foot and retorted, "Go to hell with your sour, pickled tofu." With a single hand still unruly, she delivered a powerful kick, sending Yi Xinyo flying several meters away. Yet, like an indomitable cockroach, Yi Xinyo sprang back to her feet. This time, her sights were set on Ning Hansha. Blood oozed from her mouth, yet she bore a twisted smile as she lunged toward him. Ha ha, you're doomed. Before Ning Hansha could react, the scarred man beside him unleashed a surge of internal energy, knocking her to the ground. Blood sprayed from her mouth, transforming into wisps of poisonous smoke in the air. This time, Yishinyo could not continue her frenzied assault, for the Imperial Guards had arrived and subdued her. In a fit of hysteria, she screamed, let me go. I will kill them." The guards swiftly muffled her cries with rags to spare the onlookers from her profanities. The Imperial Guard inquired, "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with this madwoman?" The Emperor turned to Ning Yuankong and said, "She is under your jurisdiction. What do you propose?" Ning Yuankong understood that the Emperor was not genuinely seeking his counsel, but rather testing him to ascertain whether this was indeed his scheme. Naturally, he responded with composure. Kneeling on the ground, "Father, Yishinyo was indeed once a member of my household, yet she has just pledged herself to be a concubine to the Wusa Khan. Moreover, with the former Grand Tutor Yian colluding with foreign enemies, I suspect she has long been in league with the Wusa people. She has been deceiving me all along, seizing this opportunity to strike at my fifth brother and sister-in-law. I believe such a woman should be executed and her body cast before the Wusa Khan. This would serve as a greater deterrent to the Wusa nation." The Emperor promptly acquiesced. "Very well. Execute her and dispose of her at the Wusa Khan's relay station. Should the Wusu Khan have fled, then let her body be cast to the burial grounds for the dogs to feast upon." The Imperial Guard immediately took command to drag Yishinyo away. Meanwhile, Ning Hansha clutched his chest, veins bulging on his forehead. Ning Yuankong observed this scene with a smug smile, relishing the role that wretched woman, Yishinyo, played in causing Ning Hansha to collapse from poison, shattering his earlier arrogance and bravado. Even if Yi could save him, his dignity had already been tarnished. Unexpectedly, Ning Hansha summoned his internal energy, causing the black cloth covering his face to fall away, and in that moment, Yishinyo, being taken away by the Imperial Guard, received a blow from him. What a loathsome creature. Once vibrant, Yishinyo now lay lifeless, her head tilted at an unnatural angle following Ning Hansha's devastating strike, leaving behind a pool of blood. An aura of malevolence enveloped Ning Hansha, whose strikingly pale visage, reminiscent of jade, yet radiating a formidable intensity, evoked the term jade-faced murderer. While dark-faced assassins are commonplace, the likes of Ning Hansha, with his sharp features and striking countenance, are rare and captivating. His appearance, though not as grand and imposing as Yi Zi's, bore a certain sanguinary essence. As Yishinyo's blood dripped steadily, Ning Hansha's cold, fierce expression became indelibly etched in the minds of those present. Ning Yuankong's eyes widened in shock. Ning Hansha's visage had returned to its former glory. Could it be that Yi Zi had healed him? This woman, initially intent on eliminating Yi Zi to thwart Ning Hansha's recovery, Ning Yuankong suddenly shifted his focus. He coveted this woman. She might indeed be the fated Phoenix Maiden. Possessing her would bestow upon him immeasurable benefits, power, the throne, all would fall into his grasp. Chapter 69. The death of Yishinyo. Ning Yuankong fixed his determined gaze upon Yi Zi, already concocting his schemes in silence. The other noblewomen in the Orchid Hall were left astounded, some dropping their handkerchiefs without even noticing. The visage of the War King. How strikingly handsome. Vague memories surfaced. The War King had once been a youthful, jade-faced lad, but after sustaining injuries on the battlefield, he had taken on a fearsome appearance. Now, his fair countenance rekindled the recollections of all present. Originally, he too possessed such exquisite charm. Many young women gazed at him with admiration. Yet Ning Hansha offered them not even a glance. He felt indifferent towards other women, harboring a particular disdain for those who cast furtive glances at him solely due to his appearance. His visage had been restored by Yi Zi, and regardless of how he appeared, she had never expressed any disdain for him. Thus, his heart could only accommodate Yi Zi, leaving no room for anyone else. Ning Hansha seemed to have forgotten the scene of their first encounter, where they mutually harbored disdain for one another. With an air of familiarity, he took Yi Zi's hand, guiding her wheelchair outwards. As they departed, he threatened the princess consort of Yong, and no one dared to voice dissent. For Yi Zi's performance was undeniably worthy of first place. Moreover, even if Yi Zi had finished last, who would dare to contradict the Blood Prince? A merciless figure known for his lethal prowess. Should he declare her the victor? Any such dissent might lead to a fate akin to that of Yishinyo's. As the Blood Prince and Yi Zi made their exit, night had fallen, and the Emperor gestured for everyone to disperse, bringing the birthday banquet to a gradual close. At this moment, the couple found themselves in a deserted palace corridor, where Yi Zi immediately grasped Ning Hansha's hand to take his pulse. After a thorough examination, she sighed in relief, acknowledging the timely application of the silver needles that prevented the toxins within him from erupting. Yushinyo's distance from him meant her poison had little impact. With 2 consecutive treatments, the majority of the toxins could be eradicated. Do you have any further plans regarding your task to attack the Ashurian kingdom? If there is no urgency, it would be prudent to wait an additional day for another treatment. In this manner, when you launch an assault on the kingdom of USU, your body will be fully capable of harnessing your internal energy at will, unlike earlier when your breath surged perilously close to collapse. Yi Zi was acutely aware that Ning Hansha had no ulterior motive of merely seeking to impress the emperor by proposing an attack on USU. After all, his current status no longer necessitated the embellishment of achievements. There must be other plans in place, yet none could surpass the significance of his health. She remained intent on facilitating his recovery. Ning Hansha slightly parted his lips. The neighboring state of USU is Hu. Yi Zi paused momentarily upon hearing this. Hu. According to the information she had gleaned from Ding Yang, that scoundrel Yi and had colluded with the people of Hu, allowing numerous spies to infiltrate Daxing. Furthermore, the kingdom of Yi, which had rescued Zhang Minran and Yi Mai, was engaged in commerce with Hu. In that instant, Yi Zi found it difficult to discern whether Ning Hansha intended to seize the opportunity of attacking USU to subtly deal with the spies from Hu, or perhaps to eliminate the root of the problem for her. However, she would not indulge in the vanity of believing that Ning Hansha's intentions were solely for her benefit. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. There is no need for haste, as it takes time to muster troops. We shall deal with USU first, then turn our attention to Hu. Tonight and tomorrow, I will assist you in detoxification, and we shall depart by tomorrow evening at the latest. Without any hesitation, Ning Hansha replied affirmatively. Very well. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and Yi Zi began to guide him towards the palace's exit. Upon reaching the spacious palace avenue, the scarred man arrived with a horse-drawn carriage to escort them away. Lychee and Fragrant Pear inquired, Princess, has Yushinyo perished? That woman is truly repugnant. I fear she may concoct some mischief again. The one responding to them was Ning Hansha, who coldly declared, this king has struck at her heart's pulse. Her demise is inevitable. Yi Zi, following suit, remarked, I have just checked. Her breathing and heartbeat have ceased, and her pupils have dilated. She cannot possibly survive. Only upon hearing this did Li Ji and Xiang Li feel a sense of relief. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the palace, 2 imperial guards raised their clubs high and began to strike the lifeless form of Yi Xianyu. Bang, bang, bang. After several blows, they approached to test her breath. With such force from the war prince, was there any chance of survival? A few casual strikes, and they would dispose of her at the mass grave. Wusu Khan had already received word and departed the post overnight. Indeed, better to toss her out as food for dogs. This woman brings nothing but misfortune. The 2 imperial guards murmured among themselves before instructing that Yi Xianyu's body be transported to the mass grave. As night deepened, the graveyard brimmed with countless nameless corpses. Although autumn had arrived, the stench of decay lingered heavily. With a forceful shove, the palace attendant discarded Yi Xianyu's body from the cart and hurried away. Just as the attendant departed, 2 figures gracefully descended. Hiske, your sister met a truly tragic end, said a woman in red, a smile gracing her face. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, standing beside a young girl. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance between her features and those of the deceased Yu Xianyu. Master, it was Yi Zi who killed her, the young girl said. Her fists clenched tightly. Xiao, she cannot be saved. We can only make use of her corpse. It is uncertain whether I can aid in enhancing your venomous skills. Thank you, Master. I, Xiao, shall heed your every word. I am certain we can eliminate Yi Zi to avenge ourselves. The 2 departed with Yushinyo's lifeless body, and as the scent of blood wafted through the air, it was as if nothing had transpired. In the War King's residence, after Yi Zi had ushered Ning Hansha into the manor, she produced 2 vials of powder. Handing them to the steward, Zhang Ming, sprinkle this powder throughout the estate. As for the other vial, instruct the servants to dilute it with water and consume it. Lychee, Xiangli, prepare some medicinal herbs for the household, as a precaution. She presented a prescription to the 2, then commanded Scarface, ensure the defenses are in place. No one is to be permitted entry for the entirety of the day and night while I attend to the prince. The individuals promptly complied with her directives. Although Yi Zi's treatment would occur in a secure space, rendering it utterly safe, this venture into the palace had irrevocably offended the family of Princess Lixin, who may seek to retaliate. Remaining at the War King's residence necessitated vigilance to prevent any mishap, hence it was prudent to prepare in advance. Once everything was arranged, Yi retrieved the medicine intended for treating Ning Hansha. Upon consumption, the healing commenced immediately. Obediently, Ning Hansha tilted his head back to drink the potion. Yet within mere moments, his gaze grew hazy. He blinked a few times, struggling to open his eyes, but despite his utmost effort, he was unable to do so. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness upon his wheelchair. Yi then reached out, pinching his chest to confirm his unresponsiveness before transferring him into the secure space for treatment. On this night, the War King's mansion remained tranquil, while chaos reigned in the capital, drenched in blood and storm. Chapter 70. The outbreak of the plague severely wounded by Ning Hansha and Yi, Khan Usu and Princess Usu fled the capital under the escort of emissaries. However, pursuers relentlessly trailed behind, causing significant casualties within their ranks. At this moment, Dan Song had regained consciousness. He clenched his fists as he gazed at the approaching adversaries. Ning Hansha, how dare he conspire against me, truly believing that by trapping me here, the USU lacked formidable warriors. Urgently summon my second brother to prepare for battle. While Ning Hansha pursues me here, I too can conceal myself in Daxing, lying in wait to ambush him along his path. His body had ached throughout the day. He summoned the accompanying physician for an examination, yet the doctor could find no discernible ailment. Trembling, the physician reported, "Great Khan, your health appears to be fine. The pain may stem from severe external injuries. After all, Yi did crush your body with a wheelchair. I can only prescribe some pain relief." Impatiently, Dan Song waved his hand. "Enough, go prepare the medicine. That woman, Yi, I shall possess her. The more she resists my will, the more I desire her." Beside him, Dan Dandan echoed, "Elder brother, and what of Ning Hansha? The higher the man stands, the more I yearn to drag him to the ground. How dare he reject me?" The solitary figure nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, once we ambush them, I shall naturally entrust the matter of Ning Hansha to you. Each of us shall deal with one." As the group fled, they simultaneously mapped out splendid plans for their future. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Prince of Yong in the capital, Princess Lixin and her family were hastily packing their belongings through the night. While gathering her things, Princess Lixin cursed, "That wretched Yi. She has humiliated both my father and me, and now she dares to seize our estate. I vow she shall meet a most untimely demise." She turned to the two maids beside her and inquired, "What is the situation? Has it already begun?" The maids nodded fervently. "Yes, it has commenced." "Ha! Excellent. I shall indeed witness whether Yi survives this ordeal." Although the Prince of Yong seethed with anger over the loss of their estate, he understood that this was a deliberate act by the emperor. Once the sovereign sets his sights on someone, the demise of one Yi merely paves the way for another. Thus, he resigned himself to the task of moving their belongings, though there was little to transport, as the majority had been looted by Yi. What remained were merely garments and shoes that Yi deemed unworthy. Upon overhearing the conversation between Princess Lixin and her maids, an ominous premonition gripped his heart. "What have you done, Exiner?" A sinister smile crept across Princess Lixin's face, marred as it was by the ravages of time. "Father, do not concern yourself. I shall handle Yi. This time, she is certain to meet her doom, along with Ning Hansha. After all, why should I have courted Ning Hansha for so long only to receive naught but disdain? Now, however, she finds herself fixated on that repugnant creature, Yi. I must make Ning Hansha regret his choice and have him kneel before me, begging for my hand in marriage." The Princess of Yong pressed her lips together, contemplating whether to inform Princess Lixin that both Ning Hansha and Yi had already regained their appearances. Yet, considering her daughter's impulsive nature, she ultimately chose to conceal this truth. Such a deception, however, could only be temporary. The shocking news of Yi and Ning Hansha's simultaneous restoration of beauty would soon ripple through the capital, whispered by the ladies of various households. Having suffered a defeat against Yi due to underestimating her, the Prince of Yong was no fool. He had survived the previous power struggle for the throne. He sternly reprimanded Princess Lixin. "What have you done? Speak up at once. The Emperor is currently using Ning Hansha to dismantle our family. If you continue to act recklessly, we shall find no resting place in death." Princess Lixin stamped her foot in indignation. "Father, I was merely dealing with Yi. Why are you so anxious? Uncle has already seized your military authority. Can he truly kill you? You fool." The Prince of Yong seethed with rage. The power of life and death lay firmly in the Emperor's hands. Should he wish to take a life, he would not hesitate. Lixin, being his only daughter, had been raised with a certain indulgence, rendering her oblivious to the complexities of their predicament. Seeing that he could extract no information from Lachine, the prince turned his gaze to her two handmaidens. You too, speak. What has the princess done? If you remain silent, do not blame me for sending you to the brothel. The two handmaidens were acutely aware of the hierarchy in the prince's household, understanding that it was the prince who held dominion. In recent days, beggars have been seen wandering throughout the city. Thus, the epidemic has already spread. And upon investigation, it has come to light that individuals within the city have fallen ill. Your Highness, please spare us. These are the orders given to us by the princess. The two maidens were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, and after speaking, they hastily bowed their heads in supplication. Given the temperament of Princess Lachine, they knew that failing to comply with her commands would surely result in immediate punishment. Thus, they had no choice. What? Prince Yong was taken aback, his complexion draining of color. The plague? Are you out of your mind? Enraged, Prince Yong raised his hand and struck Princess Lachine across the face. The sound of the slap was resounding, causing her hairpin to scatter. She covered her face, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at Prince Yong. Father, you dare strike me? You would strike me for that lowly creature Yi. You. Prince Yong was rendered speechless by Lachine's foolishness, struggling to catch his breath. Do you believe this is merely a matter concerning Yi? The citizens of the capital have contracted the plague. How can the other noble families escape unscathed? The young prince's residence is no exception. And this is all happening at such a critical moment as Ning Hansha prepares for battle. If the capital falls, we may be counterattacked by Wusu. This is a national crisis, not to be trifled with. It is my fault for indulging you too much. How could you fail to grasp such a fundamental truth? With fury boiling within him, Prince Yong struck Princess Lachine once more. Wowu, father, she wept, clutching her swollen face. Beside them, the Princess of Yong urged urgently. My lord, cease this violence. Even if you were to kill Lachine, the deed has already transpired, and we must swiftly devise a means to resolve this. There will undoubtedly be traces left behind, leading back to the prince's residence, and we would be left with no choice but to meet our demise. Should we fail to remedy this, it will not be long before we face death at dawn. Do you two fools comprehend the gravity of this crime? It is a calamity that could annihilate a nation, treason against the state, and a violation of the populace. Each of these charges is sufficient to condemn you 100-fold. Chapter 71. A bloodstorm. The previously audacious Princess Lachine was instantly struck with panic upon hearing these words. She anxiously grasped the sleeve of the prince, imploring, Father, I do not wish to die. What are we to do now? I shall send someone to eliminate the remnants of the medicine. Eliminate? The afflictions among the populace have already manifested. How can we possibly clean up? This plague of rats is inevitable. All we can do now is distance ourselves from the filth and cast it away. Princess Lachine immediately suggested, let us cast the blame upon Yi. She has previously summoned snakes, insects, rats, and ants to torment me, so it is entirely plausible that she is the source of this plague. Even if it ultimately points back to me, I can readily claim that it was her vile creatures that caused it. The prince, rubbing his temples in frustration, replied, At this juncture, that appears to be our only recourse. Let us hastily depart to a secluded residence, where we might evade this impending plague. Should we ourselves become afflicted, we would find ourselves in grave peril. Do you have an inkling of where the medicine was administered? We must endeavor to steer clear of such locations. The family was packing to depart, yet they were blissfully unaware that the arrival of envoys from 4 nations had drawn the townsfolk to the streets in droves. Thus, the potion administered by Princess Lachine had already circulated throughout the city. As dawn broke, a piercing cry shattered the stillness, abruptly awakening the tranquil capital. A dead man. Notify the authorities. On the most bustling street of the capital, a man lay unconscious on the ground, his lips frothing with blood, and his exposed skin marred by bruises. The rigidity of his corpse indicated that he had perished the previous night. Soon, someone reported to the officials, yet the crowd remained captivated by the spectacle. They speculated fervently, how did this man meet his demise? To die in the street? Could it be the work of a ruthless murderer? This man, clad in humble attire, hardly seemed affluent, making robbery for wealth or lust implausible. Amidst the murmurs, an elderly man anxiously shouted, Stop gawking. It's the plague. The crowd turned to the old man, a physician from the local apothecary, and his words were met with immediate credence. Upon recognizing his identity, the crowd's realization dawned upon them. The plague. By heavens. Weve stirred up trouble. Run. This affliction is fatal. The onlookers swiftly dispersed, and by the time the constables from the authorities arrived, only a lifeless body, now blackened, remained. With their wealth of experience in investigations, they quickly identified the cause as the plague, hastily covering their mouths and noses with their sleeves. Quickly, inform the magistrate and initiate the epidemic alert. The alarm response, urban lockdowns, and the isolation of the afflicted individuals. These measures might be deemed adequate. The capital was enveloped in an atmosphere of tense panic from the early hours of the morning. Furthermore, the first man to succumb to the plague was assuredly not the last. Within just 1 hour, 3 additional lives were claimed by the pestilence. The governor of Yingtianfu, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastened to the palace to report the matter to the emperor. The emperor's countenance was grave. The plague. What is the situation at the Prince of War's residence? His primary concern was whether Ning Hansha could continue to lead his troops. Should he become infected with the plague, the impending battle against Wusu would be jeopardized. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the physicians within the city alone would prove inadequate to tackle this crisis. Your Majesty, I humbly request that you dispatch imperial physicians to accompany me in treating the afflicted citizens. This matter required no prompting from the governor. The emperor would have arranged it himself, and he promptly acquiesced. He instructed that 2 imperial physicians remain in the palace, while the rest would accompany the governor to provide care. He cautioned those within the palace to refrain from leaving during these days, to avoid bringing the contagion into the royal residence, as such an occurrence would lead to dire complications. You may convey your updates to me via letter. Should the palace fall victim to the plague, the vitality of the capital would be severely diminished. It would be a stroke of fortune if we could avoid both the plague and the loss of our state while preparing for war against Wusu. A gathering of imperial physicians convened with the local doctors to deliberate on how to best treat the afflicted populace. Such a scene was beyond the imagination of ordinary physicians, who never anticipated that one day they would collaborate with the esteemed imperial doctors within the palace. Yet, the manner in which this collaboration arose, amidst the outbreak of a devastating plague, was undeniably unfortunate. A group of individuals engaged in fervent discussions, prescriptions being issued one after another. However, the rising death toll from the plague weighed heavily on the physician's shoulders. Suddenly, a doctor who had treated poison patients at the Drunken Immortal and spoke up. We have overlooked someone. The crowd turned to him in unison, inquiring, who? We all wish to seek the guidance of the Battle Princess, renowned for her exceptional medical skills, but alas, we have never laid eyes on her. Given the current dire circumstances, surely she could devise a solution. Moreover, the residence of the Battle King boasts a miraculous healer. The combined expertise of these 2 would undoubtedly prove effective against the plague. However, the Battle King is currently engaged in a crucial military campaign. Should the princess emerge to treat the afflicted, our efforts against Wusu would surely end in disaster. Although a capable healer is available, the significance of this individual necessitates caution in their deployment, creating yet another dilemma for the group. Nevertheless, as the influx of plague-infected individuals into the Yongtian prefecture continued to rise, a decision was reached. Their methods proved too sluggish to address the urgent crisis in the city. They could only report to the Battle Princess, yet upon arriving at the Battle King's residence, they were met with the news that Yi Zi was attending to the Battle King's health and would not see anyone. This news left them in a state of desperation. Just then, a male voice resonated. Allow me to attempt it. The physicians turned to see Jiang Huai, clad in white robes. They exclaimed in delight. It is divine physician Jiang. Quickly, unable to summon Yi Zi, they hurriedly took Jiang Huai to the Yongtian prefecture to attend to the ailing. With the addition of Jiang Huai, the mortality rate has indeed decreased somewhat. However, the overwhelming number of infections within the city renders this improvement rather insignificant. At noon, Yi Zi concluded her treatment for Ning Hansha, exhaling deeply as she transferred him from the spatial realm. Half of the intricate toxins within Ning Hansha's body had been expelled. Once the remaining toxins were eradicated, she could commence the treatment of his injured leg. They hurriedly knocked on the door. Princess, there is trouble outside. The 2 mused that their princess was indeed a seer, having made preparations the previous night, only for a significant incident to occur in the capital today. Yi Zi promptly opened the door. What mischief has Princess Lixin concocted now? Many in the city have contracted the plague, and the physicians have just come to summon you. Jiang, the divine healer, has already gone to treat them. Yi Zi's expression darkened. The plague. How many have perished? The plague is notoriously difficult to control even in modern times, let alone in this era. Did that foolish Princess Lachine intend to bring ruin upon the nation by unleashing the plague in the capital? She had grossly overestimated Lachine's intellect. It seemed the departure for the expedition would inevitably be delayed. The kingdom of USU would surely catch a breath, complicating the challenges of this war further. Chapter 72. Swift treatment. However, our household possesses the provisions you have prepared, and not a single person has succumbed. Your medical kit has been meticulously organized, my lady. Though she said nothing, Li Ji understood that Yi Zi would inevitably need to venture forth. The plague could not remain unresolved if the princess and the prince were to embark on their journey to the frontier. Xiangli added, I have also prepared simple changes of clothing. Yi Zi nodded. Very well, we shall proceed to Ingtian Mansion at once. Zhang Ming, the steward, responded, understood. Princess Zhang Ming, who had always held Yi Zi in high regard, became even more resolute in following her orders upon witnessing that while other households in the capital were afflicted by the plague, the residence of the warlord remained untouched. Yi Zi distributed masks and protective gloves to Xiang Li, Li Ji, and Scar before hastening towards Ingtian Mansion. Although Ning Hansha had yet to regain consciousness, Scar was certain that should the prince awaken, he would undoubtedly command him to safeguard the princess. Thus, he dutifully followed their lead. The plague was a perilous threat, one that could claim lives at any moment. As a doctor, the danger was magnified manifold. Naturally, he felt compelled to protect the precious princess of the warlord. At that moment, the bustling streets of Kyoto were eerily deserted, with every household's door tightly shut. The autumn wind swept through, causing doors and windows to creak with a mournful wail. However, some individuals succumbed to their illness far too swiftly, not even able to reach Ingtian Mansion, perishing right along the way. The guards, witnessing this grim reality, had no choice but to drag the bodies to the city's incineration site for immediate cremation. The stench of blood and charred flesh lingered in the air, while the black smoke rising from the pyres obscured the sky, casting a haze over the city. The oppressive sense of foreboding intensified as dark clouds loomed threateningly above. With a sudden gasp, a woman carried on a stretcher by the guards of Ingtian Mansion violently coughed up blood, rolling off the stretcher in agony. Yi Zi, her face darkened with fury, rushed forward, for this time, Princess Le Xin had truly escalated matters. The loss of so many lives was a direct consequence of her folly. As Yi Zi attended to her patients, she turned and instructed the scarred man beside her, Go fetch Princess Lachine and her family. They have harmed so many innocent lives, yet they wish to hide like turtles. The scarred man swiftly departed to apprehend them, while Yi Zi knelt beside a patient to administer a needle. The situation was dire. She promptly drew out a syringe to inject medication intravenously. Following this, she employed silver needles to seal the acupoints, as per the medical manual given to her by Jiang Fengyang. After her meticulous efforts, the woman remained unconscious, yet her life was preserved. The constable nodded with fervor. Within just half a day, many lives had already been lost at their hands. Even the most stoic among them could not maintain a tranquil heart. Vibrant lives faded before their eyes. The situation continued to deteriorate, and they were left wondering if the next victim would be one of them. Their inner fortitude was on the brink of collapse, but Yi Zi's arrival undoubtedly provided them with a vital boost of morale. The once listless constables suddenly found renewed spirit, an inexplicable confidence swelling within them. This battle, they were certain they could triumph. The constables hastily transported the patient to the Ingtian prefecture, simultaneously relaying the encouraging news of Yi Zi's mobilization to everyone within the precinct. The princess consort has arrived. She is the one who is treating this patient. Upon hearing this, the doctors and imperial physicians, who were overwhelmed with work, turned their gazes toward the door. Is it true? Where is she? Quickly, let the princess consort examine this patient. He is on the brink of death. Jiang Huai, upon receiving the news of Yi Zi's arrival, let out a long sigh of relief. He realized that at some point, Yi Zi had become their anchor of hope. Even surpassing the esteemed healer of the Medicine King Valley, her prowess was indeed evident to all. As the excitement of the crowd subsided, Yi Zi made her entrance into the Ingtian prefecture. She cast her gaze over the scene within, observing numerous individuals lying in both the courtyard and the rooms, with an array of medicinal supplies spread across the central table. A host of imperial physicians and doctors busily attended to the situation, which had unfolded abruptly, resulting in a somewhat chaotic arrangement. Unfazed, Yi Zi calmly instructed, separate the patients into those with mild and severe conditions. Transfer the severely ill indoors while the mildly ill remain in the courtyard. With the plague just having erupted, the majority were indeed mild cases. And the severely affected were primarily those who had had the earliest contact with the beggars. Mixing patients with differing symptoms could easily lead to cross-contamination and recurrent infections. Furthermore, the treatment protocols for the two conditions varied significantly. The mild cases could be managed more easily, requiring only the appropriate potions, which other doctors could administer. Conversely, the severe cases would undoubtedly necessitate the specialized medicines from her storage and potentially various resuscitation tools. Thus, she would personally attend to these patients, ensuring a clear division of labor to expedite the treatment process. This approach would prevent the current disarray, where mild cases could deteriorate into severe ones, and those in critical condition might linger for an extended period before succumbing. Upon hearing her directives, the imperial physicians and doctors swiftly sprang into action. Within a mere 15 minutes, the patients were successfully categorized. Yizi's assessment proved accurate. The mild cases constituted the majority, numbering around 50 or 60 individuals, while the severe cases amounted to only a handful, approximately 10. Consequently, the severely ill were promptly relocated indoors for specialized treatment. Yizi retrieved numerous vials and containers from the medicine cabinet, seemingly unremarkable on the surface, yet all were extracted from her personal space. She entrusted these bottles to the physicians, instructing them to distribute the medications throughout the city for examination. Those who exhibited a reaction to the drugs would be identified as having contracted the plague, albeit without displaying any symptoms. At this juncture, Yizi's responsibilities extended beyond merely treating the inhabitants of Ingtian Prefecture. She was also tasked with controlling the source of infection to prevent further spread of the plague. As long as the contagion within the city was thoroughly eradicated, treating the few dozen afflicted individuals would pose little challenge. Fortunately, her reputation and medical expertise had garnered the respect of the populace, allowing her to issue orders without the need for extensive dialogue. No one would dare question her. All would adhere to her directives, thereby significantly expediting the process. Once arrangements were finalized, Yizi promptly entered the intensive care unit to attend to the patients. Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback as he observed her enter the room alone and close the door. He had anticipated that she would enlist his assistance in treating the critically ill, yet she did not. Had her medical skills ascended to such heights? If so, why had her master not yet come to take her as a disciple? Should such a prodigious pupil be snatched away by another, her master would surely regret it profoundly. Yizi did not solicit assistance, and Jiang Huai refrained from further comment, choosing instead to accompany the other physicians in tending to those with milder ailments. Inside the ward, Yizi immediately unveiled an array of antibiotics and syringes. These items were of a clandestine nature, hence she bore the burden alone. In this instance, Yizi employed a treatment plan that amalgamated both traditional and modern medical practices: iodine disinfection, the injection of medications, the application of alcohol to cleanse the skin, acupuncture, and the administration of Western antibiotics complemented by silver needles to seal acupoints. Yizi meticulously conducted her treatment. Amidst the flurry of activity, she maintained a sense of order, even as her wrist ached from the numerous needle insertions. Yet, she persevered, for these patients could not afford to wait. A brief respite could mean the difference between life and death for them. Her hands moved with remarkable speed, deftly inserting needles, while simultaneously referencing the notes gifted to her by Jiang Fengyang, harmonizing ancient wisdom with her prescriptions. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Huai was equally overwhelmed, attending to patients with mild symptoms. Although these patients were not in immediate peril, the recent investigations in Yingtianfu revealed an alarming increase in mild or suspected cases. The sheer volume of patients rendered the physicians outside utterly swamped. This round of consultations stretched from noon until dusk, and it was only when the first lamp flickered to life that Yizi finally opened the door. She rubbed her aching wrist, relieved that the critical patients had evaded danger. Now, only continuous treatment and recovery remained. Without pausing for rest, she proceeded to check the pulse of those with milder symptoms. After completing the pulse examinations, she reviewed the prescription Jiang Huai had prepared. It resembled the one in Jiang Fengyang's notes, but since the latter was a personal record, the version she received must have been the most recent, complete with additional ingredients. Yizi took up her pen and added a few more herbs to the prescription before handing it to Jiang Huai, suggesting that these additions would enhance the efficacy of the treatment. Upon examining the prescription, Jiang Huai paused in surprise. Was this not his master's version? It appears to be somewhat safer than the formula devised by my master. Initially, my master was still experimenting with the safety of this remedy, which is why he refrained from adding any new ingredients during his trials. However, now, Yi has surprisingly produced a remarkably similar formula. Despite the fact that my master has yet to visit Kyoto and meet her, is this mere coincidence? He could not help but inquire, is this formula? Jiang Huai, after listening, took the recipe to gather the necessary herbs. It seemed he had overthought the matter. It was simply that Yi possessed exceptional skills. She was able to discover new formulations during the treatment process, coincidentally overlapping with several of the ingredients developed by my master. After Yi began treating patients with mild symptoms, the pressure on the doctors significantly diminished. Her speed was astonishing. While other physicians were carefully administering acupuncture, she had already completed all her procedures. As Yi swiftly tended to the injured, Scarface entered the capital with two severely afflicted individuals. They were brought forth by the princess, the Prince Yong, and his consort. However, they had already contracted the plague, albeit in its early stages. Yi cast a cold glance at them, her hands never ceasing their movements. And where was Princess Lixin? This treatment session continued until the dawn of the following day. Yi had not closed her eyes throughout the night, her eyes bloodshot. Only after the last patient had taken their medicine did she finally lean back in a chair to rest. Xiang Li and Li Ji also collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Throughout the night, they had been assisting Yi, boiling water, concocting medicine, and sterilizing equipment. The other physicians and imperial doctors lay sprawled on the floor in disarray. The first half of this fierce battle has finally come to an end. As for the second half, it hinges on whether there are any more individuals succumbing to the plague in the city. If no one else contracts the disease, then their victory will be complete. With a sputter, the prince and princess of Yong, having been left unattended for an entire night, coughed up blood, clearly indicating a deterioration in their condition. Yi slumped in his chair and inquired, "Where is Princess Lixin?" Both shook their heads. "We do not know." In a sudden burst of fury, Yi sprang from his seat and delivered a kick to the chest of the Prince of Yong. "You two have already fallen ill. That foolish Lixin cannot escape her fate either. Reveal her whereabouts, and I shall grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I assure you, you shall not succumb to the plague easily. I will ensure your demise is 100 times more tragic than that of a plague victim." Princess Lixin is now a walking source of contagion. Wherever she goes, she spreads the infection. Should the disease spread further, all their efforts from the previous night would be rendered futile. The couple gritted their teeth. We do not know. They were acutely aware of their own affliction, realizing that Yi could offer them no salvation, and thus chose to protect their only daughter. Yi's eyes blazed with fury. Very well. The prince and princess of Yong are truly selfish. To safeguard Princess Lixin, they are willing to gamble with the lives of the entire city. Scars. Conduct a thorough search. The city gates of the capital are already locked tight, and I wish to see just how far Lixin can run. Once she is captured, I shall force this medicine upon her, ensuring that she is left in a state of despair, unable to live or die. As Yi spoke, she handed a vial of medicine to Scarface, while personally administering the medication to the mouths of the young prince and his consort. After administering the medicine, she coldly interrogated, "From where did the source of the plague originate? Clarify it." Once the source was identified, she could develop a specific remedy to combat the plague. By providing this remedy in advance to those who had not yet contracted the disease, she could diminish the number of afflicted individuals. Even if there were those who were symptomatic but undiagnosed, the contagion would not spread further. However, rather than divulging the source, the young prince and his consort retaliated, exclaiming, "We do not comprehend your words. What connection does the plague have with the young prince's residence?" The young princess further rebuked, "You must hasten to treat me for the plague. Should anything happen to us, the emperor will not spare you. Are you truly a physician or merely a charlatan? This plague is evidently your doing. Otherwise, why has the entire city been afflicted while the residence of the war prince remains unscathed? Moreover, you previously employed snakes, insects, and vermin against our family. It is entirely plausible that the plague was disseminated during that time." The young prince chimed in, "You allege that the poison originated from the young prince's residence. Do you possess any evidence?" The young couple had astutely calculated that Yi, preoccupied with saving lives, would have no time to seek evidence. Furthermore, they had dispatched individuals to eliminate any traces. Even if one could trace the evidence back to them, it would only lead to suspicion, unable to directly condemn them for their heinous crimes. Need evidence? Is this sufficient? The voice of Ning Hansha suddenly resonated. Chapter 74. The stratagem to lure the serpent from its lair. The crowd turned their gaze, beholding Ning Hansha seated in a wheelchair, a long sword precariously balancing a woman upon its blade. His expression conveyed a palpable disdain for the unfortunate figure ensnared by the weapon. Gripping the hilt from a distance, the blade pierced through the woman's scapula, securing her firmly. With one hand propelling the wheelchair and the other dragging the sword forward, blood dripped steadily from the blade, leaving a crimson trail upon the ground. A visceral reaction of horror swept through the onlookers at this gruesome sight. The prince and princess of Yong could not suppress their screams upon witnessing the woman being dragged along the ground. It was Hua Hua, the maidservant attending to Princess Lixin. At that moment, Hua Hua was drenched in blood. Had it not been for her unscathed visage, they might have failed to recognize this bloodied figure. Although the royal couple was initially taken aback by the horrifying scene, relief washed over them upon realizing that Ning Hansha had only captured Hua Hua, leaving Princess Lixin and the other maid, Ye, unharmed. This indicated that Lixin remained safe. They had only one daughter. They could only hope she would evade this calamity. For the young prince's residents had already lost everything. Regardless of how they were treated by Ez, their existence was of little consequence. For they had not committed a capital offense. Their future would merely be burdened with hardship. Yet, the young prince and his wife were gravely mistaken, terribly so. With the bloodthirsty Ning Hansha at large, their lives could never return to tranquility. Ning Hansha twisted the sword in his grasp, eliciting a cry of pain from Hua Hua. He regarded her coldly and commanded, "Speak." Hua Hua had just been dealt with by Ning Hansha and dared not hesitate any longer. She swiftly revealed the truth. It was Princess Lixin who instructed me to release rats infected with the plague in the western part of the city, along with their decaying corpses and putrid blood. Those beggars bitten by the rats would contract the plague upon coming into contact with the rats' rotting flesh and blood. The princess claimed that Ez possessed remarkable medical skills, and the emperor would surely summon her to treat the plague. When she arrived to provide aid, we planned to ensure she contracted the disease, leading to her demise. Furthermore, should Ez fail to cure the plague, the emperor would also condemn her, so, regardless of the circumstances, Ez was fated to be ensnared. After finishing her confession, Hua Hua turned to Ning Hansha, saying, "My lord, I have divulged everything. Please grant me a swift end." She did not even dare to plead for mercy, fully aware that it was impossible to escape unscathed from Ning Hansha's grasp. All she desired was a quick death, allowing her to reincarnate and never encounter the foolish Princess Lixin again. Ning Hansha continued to inquire, "Are there still remnants of the rat's decaying flesh and blood?" Hua Hua nodded eagerly. "Yes, within the residence of Prince Yong, beneath the corner of the princess's chamber. At the time, the princess ordered us to dispose of it, but we feared its contamination and hastily buried it in the corner." Ning Hansha gestured for his men to seek evidence at the Prince Yong's residence. Meanwhile, Ez pressed the prince and princess Yong further, asking, "Is there anything else you wish to deny?" The couple was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Hua Hua had left behind incriminating evidence. However, the reaction of Prince Yong was remarkably swift. He immediately declared, "I am entirely unaware of this matter. Lixin has always been benevolent. How could she possibly commit such an act? It is most likely that the wretched Hua Hua fabricated this lie to evade responsibility. I must admit, I have been lax in my supervision and have been deceived." The princess of Prince Yong echoed his sentiments, asserting, "It is all the doing of that vile Hua Hua who incited Lixin." Ez hastened to treat the princess. She commanded, "Even if we are to face execution, that is a decision for His Majesty." The two were certain that Ez would not dare harm them, and since Ez had not apprehended Lixin, they felt utterly unrestrained. Gritting her teeth, she emphasized the term plague. She selected several bottles of medicine from her kit and approached the royal couple. Their plague had advanced to a critical stage. Although they still had the strength to wail at Ez, rising and moving was extraordinarily difficult. Thus, Ez positioned herself beside them, stepping firmly on their wrists, rendering them immobile. The astute Li Ji promptly stepped forward to pinch Prince Yong's mouth shut, saying, "Your Highness, allow me to handle this unpleasant task." Ez nodded, seizing the opportunity while Li Ji pried open Prince Yong's mouth to pour the poison inside. Mere moments after ingesting the medicine, Prince Yong writhed in agony on the ground. "What have you given me?" he cried out, witnessing her husband's torment. The princess shook her head vehemently. "No, I refuse to drink." Yet, Xiangli directly forced her mouth open with both hands, allowing Yizi to pour the entire liquid into her mouth. In our household, the princess insists that you drink, and you must comply, regardless of your preferences. Every drop must be consumed without exception. Yizi observed this scene with a satisfied smile, as the two maids beside her increasingly endeared themselves to her. After ingesting the poison, the couple writhed in agony, their bodies curling in pain, occasionally rolling on the ground. Yizi calmly remarked, "The plague is inherently a disease with an exceedingly high mortality rate. Thus, it is entirely normal for you both to perish during the treatment process. To execute the prince and princess of Yong directly might draw public condemnation, yet there are myriad methods to effectuate death, not solely through the blade." The concoction she administered to the couple bore no poison. Instead, it consisted entirely of medicines that contradicted the treatment for the plague. Having already contracted the disease, their consumption of such antithetical remedies would lead to excruciating suffering. Furthermore, the city gates remained locked, and Princess Lixin was undoubtedly concealed within the city, possibly observing their distress from some hidden vantage. Thus, she wished to witness whether Princess Lixin would reveal herself upon seeing her parents endure such torment. Yizi's intuition proved correct. At that moment, Princess Lixin indeed watched from the shadows. Witnessing her parents in agony ignited a fierce urge to rush forward. Yet a man restrained her. "Yizi is deliberately provoking you to act. This is a strategy to lure you out of hiding. Remain composed." With her eyes reddened and fists clenched tightly, Princess Lixin exclaimed, "Yizi is tormenting my father and mother. How can I remain calm? Wagu, if you can save me, surely you can rescue my parents as well? I implore you, please save them." The man known as Guoga shook his head, declaring, "There is no salvation. Not only is Ning Hansha still present, but the plague afflicting your parents is exceedingly difficult for us to resolve. Your illness has yet to manifest fully, which allows me to procure medication for your treatment. However, your parents are already in the advanced stages, and our physicians are powerless. Moreover, Yizi has just administered them an unknown concoction. Seize this fleeting chance to leave the city at once." Chapter 75. Waiting for the rabbit. Upon concluding his words, the man grasped Princess Lixin's hand and led her toward the city gates. The previously sealed gates creaked open slightly, allowing the pair to pass through unhindered. Although 5 or 6 guards stood watch, none made an effort to impede their escape. They feigned ignorance, turning a blind eye to the duo's departure. Meanwhile, Yizi, growing impatient for Princess Lixin's appearance, decided to administer a more potent poison to the prince and princess of Yong. If the antidote were not delivered within a quarter of an hour, they would perish, bleeding from every orifice. Ning Hansha handed over the source of infection to Yizi, inquiring, "Is this the culprit?" Without opening the vial, Yizi inspected the rim and confirmed, "Indeed, it is." With that, she took the vial and entered the chamber, stating, "I shall formulate a remedy. The prince and princess of Yong will succumb within 15 minutes. At that point, we shall report to the emperor that the treatment has failed." Ning Hansha acknowledged her with a nod, and after her departure, he unsheathed his sword and swiftly ended the life of the maid, Hua. He then maneuvered his wheelchair to the side of the barely breathing prince and princess of Yong. As the duo mounted their final defense, they pleaded, You mustn't slay us." Scarcely had the words left their lips when Ning Hansha brandished his sword, leaving a crimson streak across their necks. The Prince Yong and his consort were not even granted their final hour, as Ning Hansha prematurely extinguished their existence. Having concluded the grim task, Ning Hansha inquired of Scarface, "Have they been located?" Scarface, head bowed, responded, "Your Highness, no. Not yet." Scarface had scoured every corner of the city, leaving no place, not even the latrines, unexamined. Yet, the Princess Yuexin remained elusive. Ning Hansha, furrowing his brow in contemplation, queried, "Who is overseeing the city gates?" But this humble servant specifically instructed them to permit no one to depart, lest they defy the emperor's decree, punishable by decapitation. Surely, in such dire circumstances, they would not. The prefect of Yingtian's voice dwindled into a murmur, for Ning Hansha's countenance had grown increasingly somber. Ning Hansha then directed Scarface to the city gates. He surmised that their quarry had likely absconded, yet he had not anticipated that so many nefarious figures had infiltrated the capital of Great Qing. The sole consolation lay in the fact that the plague had erupted after the departure of the envoys from the 4 nations. Had they, too, been afflicted, Great Qing would have been branded with the accusation of deliberately disseminating pestilence. The combined might of the four nations would have undoubtedly been unleashed upon Great Qing, a prospect that presented considerable challenges. As Ning Hansha pondered these matters, Scarface had already escorted him to the city gates, where Ning Hansha immediately recognized Zhang Qian, the captain to whom the prefect of Ingtian had alluded. As others stood solemnly at their posts, he swayed awkwardly. At that moment, Zhang Qian silently mused that, given his connection to the queen, he had expected to attain a high-ranking position. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself merely the captain of a gatekeeping squad. Initially, he had been an ordinary soldier. It was only after he had sent his family to plead with the queen that he was bestowed with the title of captain. But what of it? Even a captain was obliged to stand watch. It was indeed a most unpleasant duty, and he resolved to seek an opportunity to maneuver into a more lucrative and less strenuous role. While he indulged in dreams of promotion, the other guards knelt in reverence, acknowledging the presence of the war prince. However, Ning Hansha interjected, instructing them not to kneel. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian's face brightened with joy, believing that the war prince had exempted him from the bow due to his ties with the queen. It seemed that the days of his ascent to wealth and status were drawing near. Yet, in the next instant, a heavy kick landed on his back, causing him to cry out in pain before collapsing to the ground. After Scar had sent him sprawling, he inquired, "Did you release anyone today?" Zhang Qian immediately denied it, exclaiming, "No, absolutely not." A flicker of panic crossed the faces of the other guards, but they chose to lie nonetheless. "We received orders that, to prevent the spread of the plague, no one is to be let out. Thus, not a single person, or even a fly, has been allowed to leave." Ning Hansha said nothing further, merely gesturing with two fingers, signaling Scar to execute his command. The Scar's movements were swift and decisive. A gentle breeze swept through, and a guard fell lifeless to the ground. His corpse lay ominously beside Zhang Qian, blood splattering onto him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably as if shaken in a sieve. With a quivering voice, he stammered, "Your Highness, truly, truly not. I am but one summoned by Her Majesty the Empress. How could I possibly act against the interests of the capital?" This statement served as a subtle reminder to Ning Hansha that he was indeed an emissary of the Empress and should not be easily disposed of. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Ning Hansha's relationship with the Empress was already fraught with animosity, even if they were merely distant relatives. Ning Hansha would show no hesitation in taking action. Ning Hansha once again gestured with his finger, commanding the Scar to continue his deadly task. To him, the act of killing was as simple as a mere flick of a finger. Witnessing this, Zhang Qian bowed his head repeatedly, pleading for mercy. "Your Highness, spare me." Ning Hansha regarded his desperate cries with an expressionless demeanor. To the world, he had become the embodiment of a cold-blooded demon. Even as blood splattered upon him, he remained unflinching, a ruthless figure whose tenderness within the palace seemed merely an illusion. As the blade inched ever closer to Zhang Qian, he could no longer maintain his fade. He cried out in anguish, "Your Highness, I was wrong. I did indeed let 2 individuals escape, but I assure you, they are free of the plague." Upon hearing this, Ning Hansha activated a mechanism on his wheelchair, launching several darts that struck Zhang Qian in the neck. With a face filled with terror, Zhang Qian collapsed lifelessly to the ground, while at that moment, Yizi had already developed a remedy to combat the source of the contagion. After a series of experiments, she entrusted the medicine to Jiang Huai, saying, "Distribute this remedy to prevent another outbreak of the plague." Princess Lixin had managed to escape, and it was evident that someone had aided her. Thus, I must prepare in advance. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of Ning Hansha's wheelchair echoed through the air. It had been discovered that the Yi Kingdom had taken her. Zhang Minran and her cohorts harbored malicious intentions towards you. Princess Lixin was merely a pawn in their scheme. The name Yi Kingdom lingered on Yizi's lips. She was not surprised by their animosity, considering she had personally slain Yin and indirectly caused the demise of Yixinyo. For the Yi family, this was a profound enmity. Hence, the Yi Kingdom would undoubtedly seek vengeance against her. Ning Hansha resolutely made a decision to march directly to the borders of Wusu and engage in battle. As Hu Kingdom was nearby, and they would surely come. Prepare the personnel and wait for the opportunity. Chapter 76. The Magic Within Yizi. Upon hearing this, Yizi nodded in agreement. "All right, I will finalize the remaining treatments, and then we can set off." Although the patients afflicted with the plague had not fully recovered, the spread of the disease had been contained. The next steps would involve restoration and treatment to mitigate any unforeseen incidents. Yi Zi left a portion of her specially formulated medicine in her spatial realm for Jiang Huai. Should severe cases arise again, this extraordinary medicine would suffice for treatment. While Jiang Huai's medical skills were more than adequate for those with mild symptoms. As the dawn broke, preparations were finally in place. The plague had delayed Yi Zi and Ning Hansha for 2 days, and it would take at least another fortnight for the capital to fully regain its vitality. They had a more pressing task at hand, while Jiang Huai took on the heavy responsibilities of the city. He, accompanied by the physicians of the city, bid farewell to Ning Hansha and Yi Zi at the city gates. A sense of melancholy enveloped Yi Zi. Her time with the princess had been all too brief. The physicians, mostly elderly men who could easily be her grandfathers, looked at her with eyes that sent shivers down her spine. Some were of a similar age to her father, with only Jiang Huai appearing slightly younger. After assessing the situation on the battlefield, Yi Zi estimated that the conflict might last anywhere from 1 to 6 months. The physicians, upon hearing this, pursed their lips in dismay, lamenting the untimeliness of the war that disrupted their significant endeavors. Observing their woeful expressions, Yi Zi shook her head in resignation, urging them to voice their concerns directly, as their silence was rather unsettling. Seemingly waiting for her cue, the physicians simultaneously knelt on one knee, clasping their fists. "We beseech the princess to take us as your disciples." If Yi Zi's previous treatment at Zui Xianju had merely sparked the physicians' desire to become her apprentices, this time they were utterly captivated, determined to explore the art of medicine alongside her. With at least 50 physicians kneeling before her, it was indeed a magnificent spectacle. Yi Zi's gaze swept over each physician present. The rapid containment of the plague in the capital was largely due to their unwavering unity. Had she acted alone, no matter how potent her medicines, preserving so many lives would have been an insurmountable challenge. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She envisioned the establishment of a systematic medical treatment framework here. Medicine is of paramount importance for the development of a nation. Although it may not reach the technological sophistication of modern times, it could significantly elevate the standard of healthcare and reduce patient mortality rates. This endeavor was not solely to forge her own influence, but also to fulfill her duty as a healer. In her previous life, she had been both a covert operative and a renowned physician, roles that were not mutually exclusive. The missions she undertook targeted the most heinous individuals and were aimed at bringing glory to her nation. She saved the heroes of the state and the common people. Now, she wished to create her own realm here. Thus, Yi Zi unequivocally declared, "Very well. In the future, I will impart medical knowledge to you, but you must adhere to my directives. Above all, you must never engage in actions that jeopardize lives for profit or violate the ethics of medicine. Otherwise, I shall personally eradicate such transgressions." The physicians, having witnessed Yi Zi's medical prowess, were eager to learn from her superior skills. Her requirements were merely the fundamental tenets of a healer, so they naturally did not hesitate. They all dutifully knelt in accordance with the customary apprenticeship rites, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Yi Zi raised her hand. "Rise, all of you. From this day forth, you shall be the inaugural elders of the great Xing Medical Institute. The apothecaries can still sustain their profits independently. However, should they procure medicinal materials and techniques from this princess, a certain tribute must be paid." Upon hearing this, the physicians could hardly contain their delight. Had they been under the authority of a more domineering ruler, their entire revenue would likely have been seized. Yet, Yi Zi allows them to retain their earnings, and compensating for the medicinal materials and medical expertise is simply a matter of course. Some zealous practitioners were even willing to relinquish the management of their pharmacies, reasoning that with the princess's extensive resources, they would only need to receive a modest sum in return. For these devoted healers, the pursuit of medical knowledge far outweighs the desire for profit. Moreover, with Yi Zi's character, she would never extort their meager earnings. Under her stewardship, the pharmacies would instead flourish and generate greater revenues. With the first individual willing to cede control, it naturally led to a cascade of others eager to follow suit. As a result, the majority of pharmacies in the capital became Yi Zi's domain. She accepted them all with a smile, knowing this was merely the initial wave. As she journeyed towards the kingdom of Wusu, she aimed to expand her medical enterprise further, collaborating with the esteemed Medicine King Valley. The entire field of medicine in the Daxing region was destined to reach unprecedented heights. After acquiring the pharmacies, Yi Zi turned to Jiang Huai, divine physician Jiang. Before she could finish, Jiang Huai interjected, I will assist you with the management for now. You need not worry. Yi nodded brightly. Excellent. I am grateful for your help, divine physician Jiang. Jiang Huai sighed inwardly, realizing that he was truly going all out to retain such a valuable talent. Every task has been acquiesced to, with the hope that when the master comes to accept disciples, Yi might acknowledge the efforts he has put forth. Yet, what is the master truly doing? Why has he not yet arrived in Kyoto? Jiang Huai is unaware that at this very moment, Zhang Fengyang is indulging in lavish feasts within the Rakshasa camp. With a chicken leg in his left hand and fine wine in his right, he savors the moment with evident satisfaction. Ah, my little disciple knows how to arrange things splendidly, serving up exquisite Orleans chicken legs and cocktails that are simply delightful. Unlike that foolish elder disciple, who spends his days trailing behind the aloof war king. In Zhang Fengyang's mind, only the obedient Yi Luoli occupies his thoughts, while the admonitions of his elder disciple have long since been cast aside. A fleeting glimmer of darkness crossed Yi's eyes as she silently bowed her head to Jiang Huai in her heart. Elder brother, I am assuming another identity before our master. For now, I cannot reveal myself. Jiang Huai shares a closer bond with Ning Hansha, and if her identity were to be exposed in front of Jiang Huai, it would be tantamount to revealing it before Ning Hansha as well. Although their relationship has significantly deepened, she still only trusts herself. Once her power is firmly established, she need not fear the animosity of others. Or perhaps she will disclose the truth once she has achieved complete trust with Ning Hansha. Having arranged all matters within the city, Yi mounted her horse and set forth with Ning Hansha's Sha Yu army, departing the city. The emperor, having received word, stood atop the imperial city to personally see them off. He was well aware of the deaths of Prince Yong and his wife, as well as that of the queen's so-called relative. Yet, none of this compared to the remarkable contributions of Yi and Ning Hansha. He waved at the two. Honor, Year, your father awaits your good news. The citizens of the city, having evaded the plague thanks to Yi's preventive medicine, gathered at the city gate to bid farewell. We send off the prince and princess. The people of Daxing eagerly anticipate your triumphant return. In the past, when Ning Hansha set out for battle, the populace was reluctant to part with him, but this time, their affections had shifted towards Yi. Observing this scene, Ning Hansha's lips twitched. Indeed, this woman possessed an enchanting allure. His loyal bodyguard, Scar, had been captivated by her, nearly becoming her subordinate. His closest companion, Jiang Huai, had also fallen under her spell, eagerly volunteering for her every task. Now, even the once respectful citizens had turned their allegiance towards her. He began to ponder whether, one day in the future, his father might bestow the throne upon Yi. For even the obstinate old court physicians, steadfast as the husband's stone, stood at the city gate, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, their hearts heavy with unspoken sorrow. Bound to the palace, they could not openly pay homage to Yi as their master like the other doctors outside. They yearned to become her disciples, to acquire her remarkable skills. The more Ning Hansha observed, the more he felt his suspicions might indeed manifest into reality. Amidst the reluctant farewells, Ning Hansha and his companion embarked on their journey. This time, Yi brought along Shuebing, for the nation of Wusu lay in the north, where a blood wolf like Shuebing reigned as a natural sovereign. Taking it along would not only hone its abilities, but also allow it to engage in the fray against their adversaries. The grand and formidable expedition gradually departed from the capital, while those covertly observing their movements began to set their plans into motion. Chapter 77. The ambush of the Ushuri Kingdom due to the delay caused by the plague. The great Khan of the Ushuri Kingdom had already escaped the capital, Dashing, under the protection of numerous envoys. At this moment, they were hiding in the northern city adjacent to the capital. The pain afflicting Shan Song had intensified to such a degree that he could no longer walk normally. It was only now that the accompanying physician diagnosed him with poisoning. With a look of alarm, the doctor reported, "Great Khan, you have been poisoned. The situation is exceedingly complex, and I fear that I lack sufficient medicinal supplies to remedy this." Upon hearing this, Shan Song's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. "It must be that wretched woman, Yi. Otherwise, your condition." The muscles on Shan Song's face trembled violently with rage. "No, I cannot leave like this. I cannot swallow this humiliation. First, we shall use medicine to suppress the toxin. I can endure that, but we cannot delay in dealing with Ning Hansha and Yi. Your second brother should be safe in Ushuri. With Ning Hansha absent from the border, your second brother can hold his ground. Moreover, this time, Ning Hansha has brought only a small contingent of the Xiaoyu army, without a large force accompanying him. Therefore, it is advantageous for us to delay Ning Hansha's advance here while simultaneously seeking vengeance against him. Based on their pace, they will reach the outskirts of the northern city by tomorrow night. We shall set traps outside the city. Ning Hansha and Yi Zi must pay the price. Dan was also impulsive. Upon hearing Dan Song's words, she immediately agreed. Very well, let us lay an ambush right here. A few envoys nearby hesitated to voice their thoughts, though they wished to express that despite the fact that the Xiaoyu army beside Ning Hansha consisted of only a few dozen men, they were all elite warriors capable of taking on 10 opponents each. With only about 20 of them, including their guards, it would be wise to flee for their lives. Moreover, Yi Zi was cunning and not easy to deal with. It was likely that their ambush could backfire against them. However, the envoys understood that the two siblings of the Dan family were impetuous and held grudges. Their advice would only earn them a scolding. If the Dan siblings were truly wise, they would not have risked coming in person to celebrate the emperor of Dexing's birthday. It was no wonder that the people of Dexing described the Yusu kingdom as a foolish giant with mere strength. Indeed, there was a hint of folly. The Dan siblings quietly prepared their ambush in the North City, awaiting the arrival of Yi Zi and Ning Hansha. Their calculations were not amiss. Yi Zi and Ning Hansha indeed entered the outskirts of North City the following evening. However, upon reaching the city outskirts, they exchanged a glance. Yi Zi calmly took out several vials of poison from her space and toyed with them in her hands. Your Highness, it seems we may not be able to enter the city smoothly. We need to stretch our legs and play a little. Dexing was located in the center of the continent, surrounded by the other 4 nations. Yet, with the war god Ning Hansha at the helm, he relentlessly expanded outward, transforming Dexing into the most formidable of nations. At the northernmost edge of the nation's borders lies the majestic Chengdu, from which the distance to the northern frontiers of the Yusu kingdom is not particularly great. One can reach it on horseback in merely 5 days. Thus, the window of opportunity for the bandits of Yusu to launch their assault is quite limited. The dense forests and mountainous terrain surrounding the northern city of Jing provide an ideal setting for ambushes. Given Yi Zi's intimate understanding of the 2 siblings from the Shan family, it is prudent to assume they have laid traps here. Though Ning Hansha's legs are incapacitated, he can still ride. Perched upon his steed, he surveys the surroundings. The thick woods are conducive to the use of poisoned arrows and stealthy attacks. Fortunately, thanks to Yi Zi's medical treatment, he is able to wield his internal energy without hindrance, rendering him capable of easily facing any impending attack. As he ponders these thoughts, a piercing arrow suddenly emerges from the thicket, not aimed at him, but rather at Yi Zi. In a swift motion, he leaps from his horse, drawing his sword and deflecting the arrow with a resounding clang. However, with this action, a flurry of arrows is unleashed upon him. In the shadows, Shan Song cannot suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha, fool. I knew Ning Hansha would rush to save that woman, and that single arrow was merely a feint. With so many arrows flying towards him, I am curious to see how the legless Ning Hansha will cope. Yet, Yi Zi's beauty is truly captivating. I must have her. Shan Song and Shan Dandan, having sustained injuries at the birthday banquet, were unable to witness the transformation of Yi Zi and Ning Hansha as they regained their former appearances. However, they had already received the news on the road, and upon witnessing it firsthand, they were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a profound sense of possessiveness. Dan gazed at Ning Hansha with a mix of anger and determination. She yearned to marry him, never minding his appearance. For the women of the kingdom of Usu, strength was an irresistible allure. Although Ning Hansha had seized several cities from Usu, she found herself enamored by such a powerful figure. She longed to be cherished by a man of his caliber, even if he were to be rendered disabled, for he remained an extraordinary force. Moreover, no woman had ever entered his heart, and she wished to be the exception, to be his singular beloved. Now that his visage had been restored, her desire to marry him intensified. Yet it baffled her that such a formidable man could fall into a trap over a mere Yi Zi. This was not the conduct one would expect from a man of his stature. Yi Zi was unworthy. The sight of Yi Zi's face only deepened Dan's contempt. Her teeth grinding in fury. A seductress. All she knew was how to ensnare Ning Hansha with her looks. The scar-faced man, Li Qi, and Xiang Li also brandished their swords to fend off the threat. Yi Zi raised an eyebrow in surprise at the actions of Li Qi and her sister. Her 2 maidservants were indeed accomplished in both the arts and martial skills. This only reinforced her belief that their identities were not ordinary. Yet this was for the best. Amidst the myriad of demons and monsters along their journey, having no weak links among the five was the ultimate advantage. It was akin to the pilgrimage to the west, where a frail Tang Sung would only hinder progress and incite frustration. Meanwhile, the members of the Sha Yu army remained still, encircling Yi Zi. For this was the task entrusted to them by the prince, and the people of USU would undoubtedly seek to capture Yi Zi to threaten the prince. Thus, safeguarding her is of paramount importance, and naturally, they are also eager to witness what remarkable tactics Yi Zi might employ. They hold her medical skills in high esteem, yet her martial prowess and other abilities remain somewhat enigmatic to them. To command the Sha Yu army, merely possessing the title of a princess is insufficient. Only absolute power can truly subjugate them. Scarface was not the least bit surprised by the Sha Yu army's response. He had harbored similar thoughts in the past. He firmly believes that the members of the Sha Yu army will soon become as devoted to the princess as he is. At this moment, Yi Zi holds a powerful slingshot in her hand, skillfully kneading the poison into dark, ominous pills. A glimmer of mischief dances in her eyes. Watch how formidable my leg-stretching, eye-popping pills can be. Chapter 78. A barbecue family portrait. Yi Zi's fair fingers pull back the slingshot spring, launching the dark pill with great force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pill soars into the dense forest, exploding with a resounding bang upon striking a branch. The series of explosive sounds continues to echo as Yi Zi fires the pills, enveloping the woods in a sudden haze of smoke. The snapping of branches and the rustling of leaves intertwine in a chaotic symphony. Ziz, ziz, ziz. A sound that commands attention emerges distinctly amidst the tumult, as the white smoke gradually transforms into a dark gray. Crack. The branches that had fallen to the ground ignite with a sudden burst of flames. Observing this spectacle, Yi Zi retracts her slingshot. Do they intend to pierce us with 1,000 arrows? Then I shall prepare a barbecue family portrait. The pills she just launched, a concoction of gunpowder and poison, release flames and toxic smoke with each shot. Those who lay in ambush in the shadows faced either a fiery demise in the forest or revealed themselves, inhaling her venom and succumbing to her brutal assaults. Regardless of the choices made by the warriors of the Ashurian kingdom, they would undoubtedly suffer tremendous losses in this encounter. As Yi Zi unleashed her leg and narrowed her eyes, chaos erupted within the woods. The concealed assailants, initially hidden among the trees, could no longer maintain their positions. Remaining any longer would turn them into mere skewers over an open flame, for Yi Zi's maneuver rendered them incapable of launching covert attacks. With their lives at stake and the smoke enveloping them, visibility was severely compromised, making it impossible to strike from the shadows. This alleviated much of Ning Hansha's pressure. Coughing and spluttering, the Ashurian warriors found themselves blinded by the smoke, tears and mucus mingling uncontrollably. They hastily retreated towards areas devoid of smoke and flames. However, Yi Zi and Ning Hansha, stationed outside, would not allow them to escape easily. With a firm squeeze of her legs against her steed's flank, Yi Zi urged her horse forward. With a swift motion, she drew her sword from her waist, claiming the lives of those who had just emerged in their flight. The Ashurian warriors, disoriented by the smoke and gasping for breath, had scarcely wiped their noses before meeting their end beneath Yi Zi's blade. Ning Hansha mirrored her actions, albeit with a more brutal approach. He forcefully tugged on the reins, compelling his mount to rear, and with a thunderous impact, the horse's hooves struck an enemy's chest. He then leaped from his steed, his sword piercing through the bodies of two adversaries from behind. Together, he and Yi Zi maneuvered through the ranks of their foes. Under normal circumstances, the enemy would have had the means to resist, utilizing their agility and inner strength to evade. However, Yi Zi's poison rendered them powerless. Merely escaping from the forest was a desperate struggle for survival. How could they possibly muster the strength to confront the fiends Yi Zi and Ning Hansha? After inhaling the toxic smoke, their bodies became rigid, and upon being slain by Yi Zi and Ning Hansha, they fell lifeless to the ground. At this moment, it dawned on everyone why Yi Zi referred to this poison as the leg-stretched, eye-bulging pill. The description was strikingly apt. Those corpses indeed lay with legs outstretched and eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. It was the old envoy who first regained his composure and urged, "Khan, princess, Yi Zi possesses an array of bizarre tricks. We must flee for our lives." Shan Tsung shot Yi Zi a fiery glare, questioning, "From where does this wretched woman conjure such horrors?" The leg-stretched, eye-bulging pill is already toxic, but why does it also ignite and explode? If such devices are unleashed on the battlefield, the nation of Wusu would be doomed. For the first time, Shan Song, who had always held unwavering confidence in the warriors of Wusu, felt a surge of panic. While in the palace, Yi Zi might have relied on cunning, even in defeat. He refused to concede. But now, the peculiar and lethally potent items in Yi Zi's possession filled him with dread. More alarmingly, Ning Hansha's earlier display of soaring through the air with inner strength was far from that of someone in poor health. The combination of these two formidable individuals. His younger brother had a keen mind. Surely he would devise a strategy to counter Yi Zi. Shan Dandan's jealousy burned fiercely. Why did all the remarkable treasures reside with Yi Zi? If only she possessed the leg-stretched, eye-bulging pill, she too could wield such power. Yi Zi was nothing. It is evident that victory can only be attained through external assistance. Yet, time is of the essence. She dared not utter another word, and hastily followed Shan Song in their flight. The old envoy accompanying them excitedly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, realizing that these impulsive ancestors had finally awakened. One can only hope that Shan Mingwang can contend with the couple known as the War King and Queen. Otherwise, Wusu is truly doomed. As the two fled in disarray, deep within the dense forest, Ning Hansha and Yi Zimo worked in perfect harmony to swiftly eliminate the forces of the Wusu kingdom. The Shia army initially wished to intervene, but was halted by Yi Zimo, who even prevented Shuebing from entering the fray. Yi Zimo declared, with only a handful of adversaries, Ning Hansha and I find them insufficient for practice. You all stand aside. When we reach the battlefield at the border, there will be a time for you to engage in combat. The Shia army was left bewildered. This was their first encounter with a situation where there were too few enemies to divide among them. Furthermore, what did Yi Zimo mean? Had she just claimed that her lethal inner strength was newly acquired? They exchanged incredulous glances with the scarred man, hoping he could elucidate the truth. With his chin held high and a proud demeanor, the scarred man replied, "The princess has only been training in martial arts for less than half a month." He raised an eyebrow, adding, "It was I who recognized her potential early on. From now on, you should all learn from Brother Scar." The Shia army collectively wore expressions of disdain. After all, Scar was also one of the prince's men, yet he spoke as if he were solely aligned with the princess. Amidst the laughter and banter of the group, they continued their journey northward. The chill of the air began to redden their noses, and the wind and sand proved to be far more severe than in Daxing. Should the veil not be donned, a day's journey would leave one's nostrils laden with dust. Following a formidable grilling escapade in the woods, the ensuing journey unfolded with remarkable ease, devoid of any adversarial interruptions. They journeyed northward, arriving at the border town of Songshan, on the periphery of Daxing. Upon entering Songshan, the landscape presented a stark contrast to the grandeur of the Daxing capital. The architecture within the town bore no resemblance to the red walls and green tiles of Daxing, but rather featured circular, tent-like abodes. The local populace donned attire reminiscent of the people from the Usu kingdom, clad in furs from the steppes or garments rich in ethnic character. Their speech was imbued with a distinctive accent from Daxing, revealing their origins as denizens of the Usu kingdom through their linguistic expressions and customs. Scarface, seizing the opportunity, elucidated, "Your Highness, this Songshan, along with the two towns we traversed a few days prior, were all conquered by our esteemed prince. These towns were originally part of the Usu kingdom. Hence the majority of the inhabitants are indeed from there. Naturally, their customs and traditions bear a striking resemblance to those of the Usu kingdom." Yi Zi cast an appreciative glance at Ning Hansha, acknowledging the prince's prowess in not only conquering the towns, but also in ensuring that the Usu citizens remained in the town without any grievances. Scarface, akin to a worm in Yi Zi's belly, continued as he perceived her admiration. "Your Highness, you may not be aware, but Songshan was once merely a series of tents. In winter, warmth and habitation proved quite the challenge. It was our prince who commissioned the construction of these houses, akin to their tents." With a demeanor reminiscent of a proud salesman, Scarface seemed to convey, "Your Highness, our prince is indeed remarkable." Upon recognizing his virtues, one cannot simply retreat. Yi Zi smiled radiantly, for this city had yet to feel the ravages of war. This was due to Ning Hansha having already dispatched forces to conquer the border city of Wusu, thus shifting the conflict to the next city. However, she firmly believed that the adversary would not permit them to reach the next city with such ease. With so many individuals from Wusu residing within Songshan City, It was implausible that every one of them remained loyal to Ning Hansha. After all, they were, at their core, still citizens of Wusu. Therefore, unrest was certainly to be anticipated today. Chapter 79. The onset of the bloodthirsty malady. Yet, when soldiers arrive, one must resist. When water comes, one must dam it. Having successfully arrived at Songshan City, the only matter that lay ahead was combat. Yizi's guiding principle in dealing with matters could be succinctly expressed in 4 characters. If you defy, then engage. As they entered the city, the mayor of Songshan, who had received advance notice, came forth to greet them. The mayor, a man from Daxing, bore a resemblance in both appearance and attire to Yizi and her companions. He was of considerable age, with strands of white beginning to appear in his hair, giving him the appearance of someone in his 50s or 60s. The political and geographical challenges of governing Songshan City were evident in the weariness etched upon the mayor's face. He addressed them respectfully, saying, "This official, Zhao Jia, pays his respects to the prince and princess." Upon hearing this voice, Yizi paused momentarily, for Zhao Jia's tone was surprisingly youthful, contrasting sharply with the age he seemed to portray. Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly inquired of Scarface, "How old is Zhao Jia?" She pondered that, given his age, retirement should have been on the horizon. The retirement system in Daxing appeared to be rather oppressive, allowing someone of his advanced years to endure such strenuous duties. Yet, his voice suggested he could continue working in Songshan City for several more years. The scarred man's lips twitched, transitioning from the scar to a playful smirk, and now to a rather ludicrous grin. His name had become increasingly absurd. Yizi gazed at the scarred man in astonishment. "How much? What did you say?" The scarred man reiterated, 30. Zhao Jia, seemingly sensing Yizi's confusion, chuckled and remarked, "Your Highness, there is no need for alarm. My visage may appear aged, leading many to misjudge my true years." The Lord's residence had prepared a banquet, and he urged the prince and princess to proceed. Yizi offered an awkward smile. Let us go." Internally, she mused that indeed, labor aged one. So she must hasten to amass enough wealth to eliminate all her adversaries and find peace. Otherwise, facing such vexing matters daily would surely deepen the lines upon her face. Upon entering the estate, Ning Hansha transitioned from horseback to a wheelchair, with Yizi personally pushing him forward. At this moment, the servants within the manor stood anxiously awaiting, for they had long heard of the bloodthirsty reputation of the War King. Should he be displeased, he would unleash the 7 wolves to rend them apart. Thus, when Yizi entered the main hall with Shuebing, the servants could not suppress a shiver. Indeed, there were wolves. Consequently, Ning Hansha's infamous propensity for unleashing wolves upon the unwary was solidified. The main hall of the Lord's residence was adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes. As Zhao Jia escorted the 2 to their seats, he reported on the battlefield situation. "Your Highness, the commander of the Xiaoyu army has already dispatched troops to reclaim the 3 cities surrendered to you by the Yusu kingdom. However, the brother of the Yusu Khan, Shan Ming, refuses to relinquish those 3 cities, prompting the commander to opt for a direct assault. However, the last stronghold, on the side of the Usa kingdom, remains stubbornly defended, unwilling to yield even amid significant casualties. Furthermore, the recent sandstorms have rendered combat conditions exceedingly unfavorable, resulting in a temporary halt to the battle for this final city." Ning Hansha, after absorbing this information, nodded thoughtfully and motioned for Yizi, who was assisting with the wheelchair, to sit down. They had not enjoyed a proper meal throughout their journey, and it was imperative to dine first. Yizi swiftly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, for, barring unforeseen circumstances, trouble would soon befall Songshan City. If she did not eat promptly, all the exquisite dishes would go to waste. As Yizi anticipated, halfway through her meal, a guard hurriedly burst into the hall to report, "My lord, there has been an incident in the city that requires your attention." Zhao Jia immediately inquired, "What has happened?" The guard replied, "With the prince present, I shall report directly to him. This morning, several young maidens were abducted from the city, and just now their lifeless bodies were brazenly discarded on the street by the assailants." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jia sprang to his feet, aghast. In broad daylight, how audacious these scoundrels must be. This reaction elucidates the weariness etched upon Zhao Jia's countenance. Although the populace here acknowledges the rule of Daxing, a faction of rebellious bandits persists, frequently sowing chaos within the city. Their aim is to disturb Songshan City and incite unrest among its citizens. Yizi, with her brow furrowed, set down her chopsticks. The moment she and Ning Hansha entered the city, the bandits had callously discarded the corpses onto the streets. This was undeniably a provocation. Moreover, it seemed to be a sinister trap set for Ning Hansha. As rumors swirled within the city that he suffered from a bloodthirsty affliction and had a particular penchant for slaying women. Thus, Yi Zi's suspicions were once again confirmed. The guard who had just reported to him hesitated, stammering, "Your Highness, there is another matter." Ning Hansha raised his eyes to regard the guard. "Speak." The mere command weighed heavily on the guard, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. With a trembling voice, he reported, "Your Highness, there are rumors in the city that those young ladies were all murdered by you. It is said that your bloodthirsty affliction has flared up, prompting you to deliberately target the maidens who rightfully belong to the kingdom of Wusu. Now, many citizens have been incited to cause a disturbance outside the Lord's residence." Ning Hansha remained expressionless upon hearing such rumors. A ploy to disrupt the morale of the military? It appears the rather dim-witted people of Wusu have learned to be cunning. "Year, it seems my bloodthirsty affliction truly deserves to manifest in full force." As he spoke, he curled his lips into a smirk while glancing at Yi Zi. Since the rumors claimed he was in the throes of his affliction, he would indeed unleash it completely, eliminating all those malevolent souls within the city. Chapter 80. Interrogating the murderer. Year. Yi Zi raised an eyebrow at this appellation. In the past, Ning Hansha had used it to feign affection before the emperor, yet now, it seemed to roll off his tongue with increasing ease. With a gentle smile, Yi Zi urged him towards the Lord's residence. "Very well, let those who spread rumors outside witness the true manifestation of the prince's bloodthirsty condition." The two soon arrived at the second crime scene, where the bodies of the tragically slain young maidens lay. At this moment, the guards of the Lord's residence had erected a barricade to keep the agitated citizens at bay. Within the cordoned area lay the lifeless forms of 3 women. They were disheveled, their exposed skin marred with scars, bruises from ropes and wounds inflicted by blades. The sight of the corpses was unbearable, a true reflection of bestiality. Most onlookers merely gawked, occasionally murmuring among themselves. Only a group, restrained by the guards, exhibited excessive agitation. The leader, a man, cried out in distress. "How could this happen? My daughter is merely 16. How could the warlord act with such cruelty? Even as we stand on the brink of war with the Usur kingdom, such brutality towards its people is inexcusable. Though we are subjects of the Usur kingdom, we have long since pledged allegiance to the great Qing. Is that not sufficient? Must all the people of Usur be slaughtered?" Those around him echoed his outrage. The warlord is nothing short of a beast. Once again, he instigates conflict. At this rate, he will not rest until he has conquered the entire Usur kingdom. Once he claims its territory, what will become of our lives? We demand the warlord to appear and provide us with an explanation. If he does not, we shall not hold back any longer. Ning Hansha's bloodthirsty and ruthless reputation resonated throughout the 5 kingdoms, yet only the citizens of Great Qing understood the sacrifices he made for them. Regardless of his actions, the people of Great Qing revered him as a guest of honor. However, the inhabitants of Songzhan City, having been relinquished from a foreign land, could hardly extend unconditional trust towards him. Once opposition arose, they either turned a blind eye or joined in the condemnation. The number of individuals willing to speak on his behalf is exceedingly scarce, even when a few attempt to argue in his favor. Their voices are swiftly drowned out by the clamor of dissent. "Release Ning Hansha. Blood for blood. A life for a life." The populace surged forward, fervently attempting to breach the guards' defensive line and storm the Lord's residence. The cacophony reached Ning Hansha's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. Sensing his agitation, Zhao Jia hurriedly stepped forward to restore order. "Please, quiet down. I assure you, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. His Royal Highness has come here regarding the war with the Usur kingdom. He would never harm innocent citizens." Zhao Jia's reassurances fell on deaf ears. The crowd's fervor only intensified. The man who had initially rallied them shouted, "You are also from Daxing, merely a lackey of Ning Hansha," naturally speaking in his defense. If Ning Hansha is not to blame, then why was a corpse cast into the city shortly after his arrival? And with guards present, how could the perpetrator remain unapprehended? The only explanation is that the guards are aware of the identity of this flower thief and are willfully concealing the truth, hence their failure to capture him. After the man's proclamation, those around him echoed in agreement. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence. As soon as Ning Hansha arrived, the maidens began to vanish. And shortly after he entered the Lord's residence, the bodies of the maidens appeared in the city. Furthermore, if he is innocent, why does he remain silent? Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Ning Hansha unleashed a powerful strike, sending the man crashing to the ground. Ah! The man cried out in agony as he fell. Before the man could utter another word, the scarred man swiftly seized him and hurled him to the feet of Ning Hansha. With a glimmer of silver, Ning Hansha unsheathed his sword, positioning it against the man's throat. Yet, before the man could continue speaking, Ning Hansha's sword glided effortlessly, and blood gushed from the man's neck. Clutching his throat, he soon drew his last breath. Ning Hansha cast a cold glance at the lifeless body. This is the explanation I offer you. He surveyed the bewildered crowd of citizens. The previously chaotic throng fell into an immediate silence, with the most vocal instigator trembling in fear. He had not anticipated that Ning Hansha would resort to murder upon his arrival. As the leader of the unrest, he knew he was doomed. Cursing his recklessness inwardly, he regretted accepting that meager sum of silver to incite trouble. As he quaked in terror, Easy approached his side. Her voice carried a hint of amusement. "Uncle, why are you shaking? Do not fear. Our Lord's bloodlust typically culminates in a swift strike. It won't be very painful. Our Lord is fastidious and would not allow his hands to be drenched in blood." With this remark, Yeezy conveyed to all present that even if Ning Hansha intended to kill, he would not need to conceal his actions. My daughter died such a tragic death. Lord Jean is the prime suspect, which is why The man stammered in his explanation. Yeezy chuckled lightly. "Uncle, they have all been so brutally disfigured. How could you possibly recognize which one is your daughter?" The man leading the commotion continued. "How could I not know what my daughter is wearing? The one in the yellow dress is my daughter." As he spoke, he pointed to the lifeless body clad in yellow on the ground. Yeezy approached the corpse, surveying it closely. "Oh, your daughter is 40 years old. I see you are merely in your 30s. Could it be you gave birth to her when you were but 1 year old?" Although the body was severely mutilated, Yeezy utilized the instruments from the 857 space to ascertain that this corpse was at least 40 years old. The man suddenly appeared dazed. Naturally, he could not have allowed his daughter to perish. The person lying there was not his daughter at all. He had merely been paid to create a disturbance, unaware that the corpse was of a similar age to his own. Noticing his hesitation, the smile vanished from Yeezy's face as she delivered a swift kick to his rear. "You dare slander our esteemed lord without even recognizing the truth? Who prompted you to act thus?" The man toppled to the ground, clutching his backside. My girl went missing this morning. I mistakenly identified the corpse due to the similar attire. Even if I erred, it does not prove that the person was not killed by the War King." Yeezy strode closer to him. Her demeanor transformed from the sweet girl who had previously called him uncle to that of a fierce lion, her eyes brimming with ferocity. "Shuebing, attack." I cannot ascertain whether it was indeed my lord who, in a fit of sanguinary madness, committed murder. However, I can attest that I, too, suffer from this affliction. Those who speak nonsense are invariably silenced. Chapter 81. The Distorted Mind of a Deviant. As Yeezy's cries resonated, Shuebing leapt forth from the Lord's manor with great ferocity. Yeezy planted her foot upon the man's shoulder, commanding, "Shuebing, commence your feast with an arm." With a howl, Shuebing lunged, baring its fangs towards the man's limb. The sound of flesh being torn asunder echoed as sharp teeth sank into sinew. The sickening crack of bone reverberating through the air, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Thud! A severed arm tumbled to the ground, the metallic scent of blood wafting into the nostrils. The man, pale as death and drenched in cold sweat, writhed in agony. Yeezy's hem was splattered with crimson. Yet she remained unfazed. If she were to embody the persona of one afflicted by sanguinary madness, the more blood, the better. She pressed her foot further onto the man's thigh, instructing, "Shuebing, this time, take his leg." With another howl, Shuebing was poised to strike. But before it could advance, the man, in a state of utter panic, cried out, "Stop! Do not bite." Yeezy did not command Shuebing to halt. She merely regarded the man with a frigid gaze. As Shuebing prepared to pounce, he, in a torrent of tears and snot, exclaimed, "I will tell the truth. Please, do not bite me." Upon hearing this, Yeezy waved her hand at Shuebing, who obediently remained still. "Speak quickly, lest my sanguinary madness take hold and I unleash further chaos," Yeezy teased, urging him onward. Such a coward could easily be compelled to reveal the truth, saving her the trouble of employing her expensive interrogation powder. After all, her medicine was costly, not something to be wasted on just anyone. The man hastily confessed, My daughter is not dead. A woman approached me and offered 5,000 taels of silver to stir up trouble in the city. She instructed me to tarnish the reputation of the War King. Spare me, War King's consort. I shall not dare again. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd, revealing the blatant intent to frame. Upon hearing his confession, Yizi cast a glance at Xue Bing, who immediately lunged at the man's thigh, viciously tearing into it. The sounds of flesh ripping and bones crunching filled the air. This time, the man did not scream but fainted from the pain. Yizi calmly stepped back a few paces to avoid the splatter of blood. Since you have spoken the truth, I shall grant you mercy. With this declaration, the citizens who had followed the man in his tumult breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the War King's consort was far more lenient than the War King himself. Thus, they believed they might escape punishment. However, to their astonishment, in the next moment, Xue Bing leapt onto the man, sinking his teeth into the man's throat, ending his life. Yizi smiled with satisfaction. I, the consort, am merciful, granting him a swift end, sparing him from further dismemberment. A profound silence enveloped the city. Mercy? A reprieve? Did Yizi misunderstand these terms? The actions of Yizi and Ning Hansha struck fear into the hearts of all present. No one dared to point at Ning Hansha and label him as the murderer any longer. At last, tranquility enveloped the scene as Yizi donned her gloves and mask, approaching the lifeless body. Nearby, Zhao Jia, witnessing this moment, hastily gestured for the coroner to come forth, urging him to take notes. A mere glance at the corpse allowed Yizi to ascertain that the deceased was approximately 40 years old, an ability that even seasoned coroners with decades of experience in the city could scarcely achieve. The nearly 50-year-old coroner followed Yizi like an eager pupil, his head nodding in compliance. With gentle precision, Yizi lifted the body, meticulously examining each wound. As she worked, she articulated her findings. Based on the external injuries present on the corpse, it is evident that the assailant was a woman. There are marks of scratching from nails, and the bruises around the neck indicate a grip characteristic of female strength. Moreover, they were poisoned. Certain traces on the body suggest that substances were administered post-mortem. Coupled with the ramblings of the earlier commotion, it is likely that the perpetrator is the very woman who bribed him. This individual exhibits severe psychological disturbances, embodying an extreme perversion that inclines her towards the torture of both the living and the dead. Her intentions extend beyond the mere framing of the prince. If she is not apprehended, countless innocent women in the city may fall victim to her malice. The old coroner, listening intently, took notes as he interjected, "Your Highness, there are no signs of toxic reactions on the corpse. How can you be certain they have been poisoned?" Yizi pointed to the neck and chin of the deceased, stating, "There are clear indications of violent compression here. The forced opening of their mouths was likely to administer the poison, and the presence of burns on their teeth and oral mucosa signifies that a potent toxin was used. Thus, we can ascertain with certainty that a vicious poison was administered." The old coroner, embodying the demeanor of a diligent student, hurriedly recorded her insights. After the autopsy concluded, Yizi addressed Zhao Jia, instructing him to transport the corpse to the Lord's manor and apprehend the individuals who had caused the disturbance. Following Yizi's earlier intense interrogation, Zhao Jia was thoroughly obedient to her commands. He promptly set about executing her orders, as the guards busied themselves with the arrests. Ning Hansha suddenly sprang from his wheelchair, his sword emanating a fierce aura as it lunged toward a woman amidst the throng. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced her body without hesitation. He forcefully flung the woman before Zhao Jia, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. They wondered if the War King had truly lost his sanity, rashly attacking a random individual from the crowd. Yet, this act served to absolve him of suspicion. If he wished to kill, he had no need for the city guard's cover. Such ruthless slaughter was indeed his style. However, in the next instant, the woman gritted her teeth and declared, "There is no need for further words. I will not betray my master." As she prepared to bite down on the poison hidden within her teeth, intending to take her own life, Yizi and Ning Hansha demonstrated their remarkable synergy. With swift precision, she dislocated the woman's jaw, rendering her incapable of committing suicide. The crowd, witnessing the woman's actions, began to realize her connection to the notorious flower thief incident plaguing the city. The citizens scrutinized her for a considerable time, pondering how she, clad in garments resembling those of an ordinary person and possessing an unremarkable appearance, had caught the War King's discerning eye amidst the masses. Ning Hansha offered no explanation to the crowd. Instead, He approached Yi Zi and handed her a soiled handkerchief. As Yi Zi was about to take his handkerchief, he suddenly moved, gently grasping her fingers to wipe them. He then naturally bent down to assist her in cleaning the bloodstains from her skirt. However, the blood had already stained the fabric beyond removal. After a couple of attempts, he discarded the handkerchief and commanded, "Zhao Jia, fetch 2 changes of clothing." Zhao Jia hastily complied, murmuring to himself that it was rumored in the capital that the war prince's affection for the war princess was merely a fleeting whim, coupled with a debt of life-saving gratitude that had prevented her execution. Yet, from his perspective now, it was evident that the war prince had indeed developed feelings. His actions were so instinctive that they could only arise from a heart that constantly harbored her in thought. The woman, who had just been disfigured, was also brought in. Yi Zi retrieved her essential interrogation tool, the truth serum. This substance would compel the hypocritical old fox, Yian, to reveal his true nature. And this woman would be no exception. She was determined to uncover the identity of the twisted master lurking behind her. Chapter 82. The Truth Serum Interrogation. Upon being brought into the room, the woman glared at Yi Zi with wide eyes, her expression seemingly saying, "Give up. No matter what torture you inflict upon me, I will not betray my master." Yi Zi stepped closer, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She appeared to be no older than 30, the kind of face that would blend into a crowd and be hard to distinguish. Yet her eyes radiated a remarkable tenacity, indicative of someone who had undergone special training. It seemed that the forces orchestrating against her were part of a significant organization, perhaps individuals from the Yi Kingdom, or others who were covertly watching her. Alternatively, it might be related to her long-concealed identity. As she pondered, she audibly popped the woman's south jaw back into place. Simultaneously, with the other hand, the previously utilized truth powder was poured into the woman's mouth. To deal with Ian and her family, merely scattering the powder around them sufficed. But now, directly administering it into the woman's mouth would undoubtedly yield a more potent effect. No sooner had the medicine entered her mouth than a dazed expression clouded the woman's eyes. Yi Zi directly inquired, "Who sent you?" The woman furrowed her brow, pausing momentarily as a flicker of struggle crossed her gaze. Yet, ultimately, she succumbed to the influence of Yi Zi's truth powder. She parted her lips and confessed. "It was Li Siyu." "Li Siyu?" Yi Zi murmured the name, certain that she had no prior connection with its bearer. However, the name seemed somewhat familiar. Li. Suddenly, Yi Zi recalled that the young master of the Poison King Valley, whom she had encountered in the poison garden of the Waterwood Gang, also bore the surname Li. She promptly continued her inquiry. "Is Li Siyu affiliated with the Poison King Valley?" After listening, Yi Zi contemplated for a moment. Was the Poison King Valley targeting her? She had assumed the identity of Yi Luoli while apprenticing under Jiang Fengyang, even employing a human skin mask. Not even Zhang Huai was aware of her true identity. Logically, the Poison King Valley should also remain oblivious. If they were indeed plotting against her due to Jiang Fengyang and the Medicine King Valley, they should have sought her out as Yi Luoli. Thus, it seemed the animosity stemmed from the Yi family, the individual harboring a grudge against her. Must be Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Zi swiftly identified a suspect. Yi Xinyo was already deceased, and Zhang Minran had been taken away by Yi Gua and others, leaving only Yi Xiaoxiao unaccounted for. Could it be that she had entangled herself with the people of the Poison King Valley? Realizing this, Yi Zi immediately asked, "Is there any relation between Li Siyu and Yi Xiaoxiao?" Recently, the master has taken on a disciple named Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi was not surprised by the schemes and plots aimed at her. Previously, Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinyo conspired against her, and now, having been dealt with ruthlessly, they must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards her. Naturally, seeking the support of the Poison King Valley, they would aim to use their influence against her. Having discerned the identities of those behind the scenes, her next course of action was to apprehend them. Thus, Yi Zi continued to interrogate the whereabouts of Li Siyu and Yi Xiaoxiao. Where are they? Why would Li Siyu harm those women? The woman shook her head. "I do not know. The master's whereabouts are unpredictable, and I am unaware of her location. As for those individuals, I do not understand why the master resorts to torture. I am merely fulfilling my task." Seeing the woman's demeanor, Yi Zi realized that further questioning would yield no fruitful results. She turned to Ning Hansha. "Your Highness, I suspect that Li Siyu from the Poison King Valley is still within Songshan City." She sent this woman to gather intelligence, fearing exposure of her position. This twisted psychological torment is genuine, and her targeting of both myself and Ning Hansha appears to be merely incidental. A fleeting clue seemed to pass her by unnoticed. Suddenly, a horrific image of a mangled corpse flashed through her mind. She abruptly realized it was the appearance. The deceased women, ranging in age from 16 to 40, all shared a common trait: slender willow-shaped eyebrows and cherry-like lips. Although their outer skin had been ravaged, their features were still somewhat distinguishable. Moreover, Li Xiyu deliberately marred their faces, indicating that their appearance was likely the catalyst for her violent actions. She promptly addressed Ning Hansha, proposing, "Let us devise a trap to lure out the perpetrator. We shall enlist a few women with willow-shaped eyebrows and cherry-like lips as bait." "Very well. Let Scarface protect the bait," Ning Hansha acquiesced without hesitation. Afterward, he fixed his gaze upon her hands for an extended moment. "You have encountered corpses, thus you must exercise extra caution." Yizi glanced at the bloodstains on her sleeves, realizing that Ning Hansha was concerned she might fall victim to Li Xiyu's treachery. Setting aside her earlier experience with the Blue Demonist's toxic retaliation, ordinary poisons posed no threat to her, even if there existed a particularly potent toxin that could affect her. The 857 space would alert her immediately. "Come in," Yizi commanded. Li Qi entered the room, balancing a wooden tray that held two exquisite sets of garments. "Your servant is here to assist the princess with her change of attire." Li Qi approached Yizi but hesitated before making a move, quietly observing Ning Hansha. She pondered to herself, why does the prince not leave? Could he truly wish to witness the princess change her clothes? Moreover, the princess does not urge anyone to depart, which leaves me, as her servant, quite flustered. Yizi reasoned that she was merely changing her outer robe, with an undergarment and a close-fitting garment beneath. This was of little concern to her, thus she did not dismiss Ning Hansha. Instead, she instructed Li Qi, "Quickly change my attire. We have pressing matters to attend to." With a rustle, Li Qi swiftly removed Yizi's outer robe, the fitted undergarment accentuating her form with remarkable clarity. Gazing at her slightly protruding bosom, Yizi smiled with satisfaction. After employing a counteractive method to expel the toxins from her body, her chest indeed began to develop towards its natural state. Outside the door, the scarred man could not see the situation within, yet his face was adorned with a broad smile. "Excellent, excellent. The prince has finally come to his senses." Shamelessly watching the princess change her attire. Though it may seem somewhat lewd, a man who does not act thus towards his own bride is hardly a man at all. However, the scarred man's delight dissipated almost instantly. This was due to the voice of Ning Hansha emanating from within. "I observe that. Li Qi indeed aligns perfectly with your earlier deduction. Let us use Li Qi as bait. The cooperation between you two will ensure greater safety. What do you all think?" The scarred man nearly stumbled, realizing that the prince was inside, utterly oblivious to the princess, preoccupied instead with capturing the culprit. He shook his head in disbelief. Without his intervention, this princess was bound to escape eventually. The entire happiness of the Wang family rested upon his shoulders. Inside, Li Qi swiftly assisted Yizi in donning her garments. "It is my honor to be of service to the princess. I am willing to help you apprehend the shadowy perpetrator." Yizi scrutinized Li Qi closely. Her appearance was gentle, with delicate brows infused with warmth. Her soft and melodious voice sent shivers down one's spine, embodying the tender essence of the Jiangnan waters. Yizi inwardly mused, who would not adore such a beauty? Indeed, there is reason behind Emperor's affection for Jiangnan. "Very well. I shall make all necessary preparations to ensure your safety. I will also arrange matters on my end." Beside her, Ning Hansha spoke softly and began to push the wheelchair outward. He appeared calm and composed, yet the subtle movements of his throat and the slight tremor in his fingers betrayed his emotions. After all, he was a normal man. How could Yizi change her clothes in front of him? He was merely physically impaired. He was not lacking in that regard. Chapter 83. The targeting of Poison King Valley. At this moment, Yizi was preoccupied with her plans and was completely oblivious to Ning Hansha's unease. She hurriedly produced a collection of self-defense poisons for Li Qi. "The people from Poison King Valley are deranged. You must exercise caution. Your safety is paramount. If you find yourself in danger, throw these poisons without hesitation. If the poisons prove ineffective, resort to this explosive device." As she spoke, Yizi handed Li Qi a bomb, instructing her on its use. Seeing Yizi's earnest demeanor, Li Qi couldn't help but laugh. "Your Highness, you need not be so anxious. With you by my side, I shall be safe. I have faith in your strength. Even if true danger arises, I am willing to perish for you." Li Qi was deeply moved. In the vast realm of Daxing, The nobility wielded absolute power, and the lives of servants rested solely on the whims of their masters. Yi not only sheltered them but treated them like family, unlike other masters who regarded their servants as mere dogs. In a similar situation, other masters would likely command their servants to face death without a second thought, offering nothing to ensure their survival or devising intricate plans for their protection. After listening to her, Yi gently tapped Liqi's forehead, exclaiming, "Willing? Nonsense. You are destined to accompany me throughout my life. Without you, I would be unable to don those chaotic garments." In Yi's heart, both Liqi and Xiangli are her companions and friends, never to be discarded lightly. Upon hearing Yi's words, Liqi's joy intensified. Certainly. I shall accompany you for a lifetime. This endeavor serves as a trial for me, after all. Xiangli and I seek vengeance. Our adversaries are formidable. Without ample training, how can we confront our enemies? This marked the first instance where Liqi voluntarily mentioned her and Xiangli's origins. Yi chose not to interrupt, instead listening intently as she continued. Xiangli and I were originally of the royal lineage of the Hu Kingdom, displaced due to royal strife. After much wandering, we encountered the princess consort. Given her identity and position, we sisters should not remain by your side. Such a presence would invite trouble upon you. Yet, you are the finest mistress we have encountered amidst our multiple displacements. We cannot bear to part from you. Our earlier reluctance to disclose our identities stemmed from a desire to avoid bringing further complications your way. Now that we have arrived in Songshan City and are engaged in conflict with the Wusu Kingdom, compounded by the fact that your enemies are also affiliated with the Hu Kingdom, I dare to speak out. Upon hearing this, Yi's interest was piqued. The turmoil in the Hu Kingdom? Does it relate to the Yi family's Yi Kingdom? Liqi shook her head. The one who has plunged the Hu Kingdom into chaos is not the Yi Kingdom, but our uncle, Shiryu. My aunt is the eldest princess of the Hu Kingdom, a general renowned for her martial prowess, yet she remains utterly devoted to Shiryu. It remains a mystery what potion Shiryu has administered to her. As my aunt conspires to seize power against the emperor, resulting in ceaseless turmoil within the Hu Kingdom. With only us two daughters, should the emperor eliminate us, my aunt and Shiryu would be justified in claiming the throne. The emperor, employing every means at his disposal, concealed us within a convoy transporting fruit, allowing us to escape with our lives. Thus, we chose such a name for ourselves, as the Hu Kingdom still appears to be under the emperor's reign. However, Shiryu and my aunt have long since placed the emperor under house arrest, awaiting the moment they can seize all power and ultimately eliminate him. Following the princess, I have come to realize that my aunt and Shiryu's ambitions extend beyond the Hu Kingdom. They are also scheming against the Dexing, secretly colluding with Master Yi and Ding Yang. Upon hearing this, Yi pondered deeply. The intrigues of the royal family are not uncommon in this era. The Yi Kingdom has consistently engaged in commerce with the Hu Kingdom while simultaneously coordinating with Yi and to send spies into Dexing. Could it be that the Yi Kingdom is merely a pawn of the prince, Shiryu? Yet, could a pawn wield such influence? They managed to bring individuals to Dexing to rescue Zhang Minran and directly abducted Princess Lu Xian from the capital. Yi harbored doubts about this. But the immediate priority was to deal with the Poison King Valley's agents. The relationship between the Yi Kingdom and the Hu Kingdom would soon be unveiled. As the Hu emissaries have arrived, do you think they recognized you? Yi inquired anxiously. Liqi shook her head, assuring her they likely did not. We were merely children when we were sent from the palace. Now, many years have passed, and our appearances have changed significantly. Furthermore, we are now merely lowly servants. Why would they pay us any heed? Yi nodded after listening. All right, but just to be on the safe side, you all should remain vigilant. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit courtyard of Songshan City, a woman in her early 30s was ruthlessly gripping the neck of the woman beneath her. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. How could you let that woman, Yi, gain the upper hand? Her sharp nails tore into the flesh of the woman below, leaving it a bloody mess. Yet the woman lay there motionless, devoid of any response. Master, please, stop. She is already dead. Yi Xiaoxiao cried out in a state of panic. Trembling and drenched in cold sweat, she regretted her previous decisions. On the day Yi was preoccupied with dealing with Yi Xinyo, she had seized the opportunity to flee from the Yi family and, after a series of twists and turns, encountered Li Xiyu from the Poison King Valley. She had initially thought she had found a formidable ally, only to discover Li Xiyu's terrifying nature. In the past 2 days, she had witnessed Li Xiyu eliminate several women right before her eyes. Now this was the 5th. Yi Xiaoxiao's desperate cries prompted Li Xiyu to pause. Calmly, She wiped the blood from her fingers with a handkerchief. Xiao Xiao, you are far too timid. You need to practice more. Her voice was airy, even tinged with amusement, as if she had just disposed of a piece of trash rather than taking a life. She discarded the blood-stained handkerchief onto the ground. Xiao Xiao, dispose of the body. Yi Zi is not one to suffer in silence. Let us prepare for her arrival. Yi Xiao Xiao trembled slightly, hesitating as she spoke. Master. I. Li Siyu raised her chin, sharp and resolute like a finely chiseled blade. Xiao Xiao, are you afraid of such trivial matters? How will you confront Yi Zi then? My master has no affection for the timid. Her elongated eyes glimmered with a menacing undertone, as if to imply that should Yi Xiao Xiao fail to heed her words, her life would be forfeit. Yes, master. Yi Xiao Xiao dared not utter another word, trembling as she began to gather the remains. At that moment, a servant entered to report, My lord, we have discovered another target in the city. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Li Siyu's face. Quick, capture the individual. Her smile resembled that of a hunter who has just ensnared fresh prey. The messenger hesitated. But that person is the maid beside Yi Zi. Yi Zi's people? Ha ha ha, even better. Li Siyu's laughter grew increasingly manic. Chapter 84. Luring the snake from its hole. Yi Zi will undoubtedly protect her well. If we wish to seize her, we must prepare a greater number of hands. Otherwise, we risk being ensnared like turtles in a jar. Having finished with the remains, Yi Xiao Xiao approached Li Siyu, attempting to dissuade her. Master, Yi Zi is cunning and resourceful. This target may very well be a ruse to draw us out. How could it be mere coincidence that as soon as Sister Qiao goes missing, a new target appears? I fear Yi Zi has captured Sister Qiao to extract clues and has laid a trap for you. Li Siyu, upon hearing this, lazily lifted her gaze. Sister Qiao has been with me for many years. She would never betray me. Even if she were truly captured by Yi Zi, there was no way he could extract any information from her lips. To entertain a hypothetical scenario, even if everything were a trap set by Yi Zi, what of it? To scheme against me? Yi Zi is still rather inexperienced. This time, I shall ensure she suffers a significant loss. Enough said. Yi Xiao Xiao recognized that Li Siyu was growing impatient. Should the conversation persist, she would surely lose her composure. Although their time together had been brief, Yi Xiao Xiao understood that Li Siyu was an exceedingly arrogant individual, one who would not shed tears until faced with the grave. Any further persuasion would only lead to her own demise. At that moment, Yi Xiao Xiao felt fortunate for her unremarkable appearance. Unlike those beautiful women tormented by Li Siyu. Otherwise, she would already be a mere specter under Li Siyu's command. On the other hand, Yi Zi had meticulously prepared everything to ensnare her prey. Simultaneously, Li Siyu had assembled a substantial number of individuals to deal with Yi Zi. The clandestine struggle between the two factions erupted into the open the moment Li Ji departed from the city lord's manor. Clad in all the self-defense concoctions provided by Yi Zi and accompanied by 2 guards, Li Ji knew that venturing out alone would be far too conspicuous. Her purpose for leaving was to procure supplies needed for the frontier. Meanwhile, Scarface trailed her at a distance, ensuring her safety, while Yi Zi had donned inconspicuous attire to blend into the crowd. Ostensibly, the bustling streets were filled with ordinary citizens, yet in reality, the majority were individuals arranged by Yi Zi. After meandering through the city and purchasing numerous items, Li Ji noticed that the people from Poison King Valley had yet to make a move. Li Ji could only continue her shopping, pondering whether their disguise had been uncovered. Otherwise, how could the people from the Poison King Valley remain elusive? However, she soon realized that it was not the Poison King Valley who had detected anything amiss. Rather, they had merely changed their location for action. Entering a fragrant powder shop, Li Ji was greeted by a plethora of exquisite perfumes, lip balms, and whitening creams. The proprietor, a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, with a plump figure and a friendly demeanor, welcomed her with a warm smile. What may I assist you with today, young lady? Li Ji unabashedly revealed her identity. Please bring forth your finest perfumes. Everything I purchase is for our esteemed war princess. The shopkeeper responded. The best items we have just arrived this morning from another city. However, they are still on the cart in the back courtyard. Would you care to accompany me to the back, or shall I fetch them for you here? The shopkeeper's smile crinkled her face, exuding an eagerness to please Li Ji. Although Li Ji understood that waiting outside would be safer, she also knew that if she did not enter the premises, the people from the Poison King Valley would not reveal themselves. On the surface, the shopkeeper appeared to pose no threat. Yet, after the commotion caused by the princess and the prince throughout the city, Almost everyone recognized the princess. Li Qi and Xiangli had been closely following her. And even if the townsfolk did not remember them specifically, their faces had certainly become familiar. Moreover, behind her trailed the guards of the city lord's mansion. Except for the recently arrived princess of war and her companions, no one else enjoyed such privilege. Thus, her identity was evident to anyone with keen eyes. Yet, the proprietor appeared oblivious to the guards at her back, addressing her simply as young lady. In his attempt to feign casualness, he inadvertently revealed her status. Therefore, Li Qi was certain that this perfume shop was a scheme orchestrated by the Poison King Valley. It was no wonder that women in the city were inexplicably abducted, as even the patrolling guards of the city lord's mansion remained unaware. It turned out that they were taken from this very perfume shop. Women frequently visited to purchase fragrances, and this establishment did not abduct all women. The number of the missing was relatively few, which is why the populace had not noticed anything amiss. The proprietor did not lie. Indeed, there was a cart laden with goods in the back courtyard, and several workers were unloading the merchandise. As the proprietor led the way, he remarked, "It is precisely the items on that cart. I assure you, young lady, they will meet the satisfaction of the princess." Li Qi nodded and followed his steps to the side of the cart. The perfumes exuded an intoxicating fragrance. After only a couple of whiffs, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Alarmed, she realized it was a narcotic. Fortunately, she had the antidote given by the princess. She discreetly pinched the antidote in her fingers, the contrasting scent restoring her clarity. Nonetheless, she feigned the effects, pressing her temples as she lamented, "My head feels so dizzy." Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed limply onto the cart. The boss feigned concern as he patted Li Qi's shoulder, asking, "My dear, what troubles you? Shall I fetch a doctor?" After testing her condition with a few more inquiries, he finally noticed that Li Qi had indeed lost consciousness, prompting him to retract his insincere "Fade." He coldly commanded the workers unloading goods, "Bind her and deliver her to our master." At that moment, several workers shed their earlier compliant demeanor, rolling up their sleeves and producing hemp ropes to restrain Li Qi. Observing this, her two bodyguards rushed forward to her aid. "Halt! How dare you abduct a woman in broad daylight? You are brazen indeed." It became clear that the moment they entered the perfumery, a sedative had been discreetly administered to them. These two fools were from the Lord's residence, and dealing with the situation hastily would risk exposing their identities. "Bind her up. We will deal with everything after our master is finished," the boss continued to instruct. The workers complied without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, Scar and Yi were quietly observing their actions from the wall of the backyard. Yi surveyed the surroundings of the perfumery before exchanging a knowing glance with Scar. In broad daylight, it would be improbable for them to carry several living individuals through the city. Therefore, it was likely that the perfumery concealed a secret passage leading to a secluded alley. Alternatively, the temporary base of the Poison King Valley might be located nearby the perfumery. Chapter 85. Annihilating the shadowy rodents. Yi's experience as a covert operative, skilled in the art of stealing confidential documents, informed her that the narrow alley connecting the backyard of the perfumery to the outside was indeed the secret passage of the Poison King Valley. Li Siyu's stronghold was not beneath her feet, but rather in the underground of the mansion adjacent to the narrow alley. Upon comprehending her intent, Scar deftly scaled the wall of the alley, cautiously surveying the situation of the other estate. The neighboring mansion lay eerily silent, devoid of any visible figures. Yet fleeting shadows occasionally flitted past the windows. After a thorough observation, Scar signaled to Yi, indicating that the target had been located. A smile graced Yi's lips as she promptly followed Scar, intent on striking at the heart of the matter. She had no cause for concern regarding Li Qi, who was equipped with the provisions she had prepared, and her current unconsciousness was merely feigned. Of course, the perfumery needed to be sealed off as well, ensuring that none could escape. Consequently, she dispatched a signal to Ning Hansha. With all preparations meticulously arranged, Yi and Scar infiltrated the adjacent estate. Her objectives were abundantly clear. She made her way directly to the west side of the mansion, for that direction was connected to the perfumery, undoubtedly leading to Li Siyu's whereabouts. Indeed, as their figures darted stealthily, eluding the watchful eyes within the estate, they arrived at the western courtyard. Where the sound of footsteps echoed, there appeared to be around 30 to 50 individuals. At that moment, within the underground chamber of the western courtyard, Li Siyu reclined languidly on a soft couch, stretching her hand in a leisurely manner. Yu Xiaoxiao busily attended to her, delicately wiping each finger with a handkerchief. With a sycophantic expression, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked, "Master, I have heard that they have already captured someone over there. You shall soon indulge in pleasure once more." Li Siyu chuckled softly. Yi Zi has yet to arrive. TSK. That is somewhat unexpected. I had prepared quite the entourage. Li Siyu spoke while glancing at the dozens of individuals in the underground chamber. Yi Xiaoxiao continued her ingratiating remarks, suggesting, perhaps, Yi Zi is simply afraid. Or perhaps her intellect is not as sharp as we presumed. We have overestimated her. Yi Xiaoxiao carefully chose words that would please Li Siyu, for she understood that Li Siyu's motivations in dealing with Yi Zi were not solely to assist her. The esteemed reputation of Yi Zi's medical skills in the grand capital of Daxing stirred a quiet resentment within Li Siyu. This was the perfect opportunity for her to engage Yi Zi in a contest of wits. Meanwhile, Yi Zi crouched atop the wall, observing the courtyard below. A mischievous grin tugged at the corners of her mouth. The dark and cunning rats prefer to hide underground. Let them remain there forever. She weighed the bomb in her hand, aimed with precision, and hurled it into the building of the western courtyard. A thunderous explosion ensued. The bomb, crafted for demolishing mountains and clearing paths, was indeed an extravagant use of force for such a courtyard. The deafening tremors and blast reverberated, causing the structure to shake violently. Wall tiles cascaded from the roof with a clatter, and chaotic cries filled the air. "Run! The courtyard is collapsing! My lord, we must leave. This place cannot withstand it, or we shall be buried alive." Amidst the frantic footsteps, a sea of heads surged from the building. Seizing the moment, Yi Zi commanded, "Big Me, go." To prevent drawing too much attention due to their numbers, this operation involved only Yi Zi and Scarface. Yi Zi did not even inform the members of the Rakshasa camp. However, the bomb she had deployed was laced with poison, designed to weaken the enemy's strength. Thus, even with just the two of them, they felt confident in their endeavor. Indeed, the individuals who escaped from the building were engulfed by the acrid smoke, succumbing to violent coughing fits, their bodies growing weak. They frantically shouted, "The smoke is toxic. Hold your breath." After having just fled for their lives, how could they immediately stifle their breaths? By the time they managed to take a few gasps before trying to hold their breath, it was too late. However, they were members of the Poison King Valley. Equipped with various antidotes at their disposal, they swiftly ingested their available antidotes to counteract the effects of the poisonous smoke. After this tumult, only about a dozen members remained from Poison King Valley. Scarface, possessing exceptional martial and light-footed skills, swiftly dispatched their opponents before they could even react, severing their heads with ease. The disciples of Poison King Valley, renowned for their mastery of poisons, lacked formidable martial prowess. They found themselves unable to withstand Scarface's ferocious assaults, falling victim to his strikes in mere moments. Those who regained their wits hurriedly hurled poisons at Scarface, who, undaunted, absorbed the toxins with his body, for he had already consumed the antidote provided by Yi Zi. Even if he were to be poisoned, he held no fears, confident in Yi Zi's ability to counteract it. At that moment, Yi Zi also descended into the fray with remarkable agility, retaliating with even more potent toxins against the members of Poison King Valley. The two poisons mingled, yet Yi Zi showed no signs of distress, while the members of Poison King Valley succumbed to the effects, collapsing to the ground. This demonstrated that Yi Zi's mastery of poison surpassed that of Poison King Valley. Wretched girl, Li Siyu, who had escaped with a contingent of guards, silently cursed upon witnessing Yi Zi's actions. She had yet to torment Yi Zi's maid, and now Yi Zi had obliterated all her plans. Moreover, she was astonished at how advanced Yi Zi's skills in poison had become. This cannot be. The poison techniques of Poison King Valley are the most formidable in the world. No one can surpass the Poison King Valley. If anyone could, they would be eliminated. Li Siyu secretly prepared her poison, aiming to strike Yi Zi's back. However, before the poison could reach Yi Zi, she turned to face Li Siyu's hiding place. "Turtle hiding its head, so you are here. Today, I shall avenge the innocent maidens of this city." As Yi Zi spoke, she brandished her long sword and lunged at Li Siyu. As the distance between them closed, Yi Zi discerned Li Siyu's appearance, a woman in her 30s, her face heavily adorned with thick makeup, her lips painted in a garish hue, reminiscent of a child's play. Li Siyu unsheathed her sword in response, declaring, "I never expected your face to regain such exquisite beauty. Alas, I am a person of considerable jealousy. I cannot bear to see such a lovely visage, thus, allow me to assist in its destruction." The silver glint of the sword flashed in Yi Zi's dark eyes as Li Siyu targeted her face. Yi Zi raised her own sword, aiming for Li Siyu's countenance. How fortuitous. I find your face equally displeasing. You need not purchase flour for dumplings during the new year. Simply scrape off the 2 pounds of powder from your face, and you could make several pounds of dumplings. Li Siyu was incensed by this retort. Ding! Their swords clashed, creating a spark. Yet, neither of them remained idle. Both simultaneously unleashed their poison upon each other. In such close quarters, the outcome would depend on whose mastery of toxins prevailed. With a tilt of her head and a graceful sidestep, Yi Zi released her dual poisons with remarkable fluidity. Boom! As she unleashed her poison, it was not merely venom that poured forth, but also explosive gunpowder. Cough, cough, cough. Li Siyu was violently seized by a fit of coughing from the blast of gunpowder, her once fair complexion now shrouded in a dark hue. The powder had infiltrated her eyes, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks, merging the soot and makeup into a chaotic blend. Her face resembled a dyer's vat, a riot of colors that rendered her akin to a jester. Ha ha! Yi Zi laughed unabashedly, unaffected even by the toxins released in such close proximity. Clearly, in their first round of confrontation, Yi Zi emerged victorious. You were advised to study, yet you insisted on riding a pig. Now you realize your folly, don't you? Are you aware that an excess of powder can lead to a dust explosion? Li Siyu busied herself with clearing the debris from her eyes and face. Unable to engage in a retort with Yi Zi, nevertheless, she did not cease her efforts entirely. She covertly kicked some poison in Yi Zi's direction, thinking that amidst the swirling smoke, Yi Zi would be unable to see and evade, thus demonstrating the potency of the poisons from their valley of venoms. However, to her astonishment, despite the obscured vision from the earlier explosion, Yi Zi deftly evaded her ambush. It was as if she had anticipated Li Siyu's move with uncanny precision. Li Siyu gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how her stealthy attack, which had never before failed, had repeatedly succumbed against Yi Zi. Why was this so? Did Yi Zi possess a second set of eyes, capable of perceiving her strike from another angle? Li Siyu, undeterred, continued to launch surprise attacks. Though this time she refrained from direct confrontation. Instead, she signaled for her comrades from the Poison King Valley to engage. A signal known only to her and her loyal followers. Could Yi Zi possibly be aware of this? Alas, the members of the Poison King Valley, wounded by their own toxins, let out anguished cries. Upon hearing their wails, Yi Zi leisurely tapped her ears, saying, "If you must scream, do so louder, otherwise. Those who hear your whimpers might mistakenly think I am subjecting you to some unspeakable indignity." As she spoke, she unleashed several more bombs towards the members of the Poison King Valley who were writhing in agony from the toxins. The cacophony of their screams intensified, starkly contrasting with their previous whimpering. Observing this, Yi Zi smiled with satisfaction. Ah, now this is the sound I seek. Please refrain from smiling. 857 reminds you. There's a surprise attack from the left, echoed the voice from the 857 space. Upon hearing this alert, Yi Zi swiftly retreated several steps in the opposite direction. Indeed, her ability to evade all of Li Siyu's surprise attacks was not solely due to her own agility. She benefited significantly from the advantages provided by the 857 space. Enveloped in smoke, she could not discern the surrounding ambushes, yet the 857 space could. After dodging the surprise assault, the smoke from the explosions gradually dissipated, revealing several corpses lying beside Scarface. Exchanging a glance with Scarface, the two seized the opportunity to simultaneously strike at Li Siyu. In her frantic attempt to unleash more toxins, Li Siyu found her efforts futile against Yi Zi, who had already consumed the blue demon. Although the antidote consumed by Scar could not dispel all the toxins released by Li Siyu, he bore the pain with unwavering resolve. The tenacious Scar endured every bit of poison, and even when the toxins surged within him, he persisted in battling alongside Yi Zi against Li Siyu. Li Siyu's only formidable asset was her mastery of poison. Her martial prowess paled in comparison to theirs. Now that her poisons had lost their potency, she and Yi Zi could barely exchange a few blows before succumbing to defeat. With a resounding crash, she was sent flying 2 to 3 meters, her back colliding with the debris of a structure recently devastated by an explosion. The splintered wood pierced her flesh. Ah, how is this possible? Why are you not affected by the poison? You are not human. Li Siyu shrieked in a frantic outburst. Yi Zi charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to her chest, forcing her back further into the broken pillar. The wooden beam completely penetrated Li Siyu's back, blood streaming down the column and pooling on the ground. Yi Zi pressed down fiercely on her chest, rendering her incapable of escape. You have slaughtered so many innocent women. It is you who are inhuman. With a cry of anguish, Li Siyu glared at her with eyes filled with venom. They deserve to die. They brought this upon themselves. They are nothing but seductresses, adept at ensnaring men. I shall eradicate them in the name of justice. Her laughter echoed maniacally as she spoke. Yi Zi swung her sword, slicing towards Li Siyu's face, leaving behind a long, crimson gash. Your own ugliness should not condemn others to disfigurement. What nonsense is this talk of justice? Yi Zi regarded her with a chilling gaze. Li Siyu, indeed, revealed herself to be psychologically deranged. No wonder it has marred those girls' faces. Yi Zi was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Who was Li Siyu referring to? Have you ever witnessed a mother inflicting harm upon her own daughter? She has left countless scars upon my body with a blade. All because my mere existence caused my father's demise, forcing her to endure a life of hardship. My elder brother abandoned us, leaving home, and she claimed it was my unappealing appearance that drove him away. She possesses an innocent and pitiful visage, and the family insists I am at fault for inciting her anger, yet in her eyes, everything I do is erroneous. After listening to Li Siyu's murmurs, Yi Zi comprehended the motive behind her desire to slay those women. It was not solely due to their beauty, but also because her mother had inflicted profound psychological trauma and childhood shadows upon her. Li Siyu's psyche had long been distorted, and the deceased women bore a resemblance to her mother. She tortured and killed those women as a means of avenging herself against her mother, seeking to alleviate her internal anguish. Yi Zi lowered her gaze. Despite the tragic nature of your childhood, it does not justify your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. She raised her sword, poised to end Li Siyu's life. However, at that moment, the assailant who had just ambushed her from the left held the unconscious Lichi before her, shouting, Yi Zi, stop. If you make another move, we shall slay your maid. Yi Zi scoffed. Oh, so you expect me to cease? Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? As she spoke, she swung her sword, advancing toward Li Siyu, displaying an indifference to Lichi's fate. Yi Zi, do you dare? Several others raised their swords, aiming for Lichi's throat. Chapter 87. Yi Xiaoxiao's peculiarity. The sound of the sword piercing flesh echoed through the air. You. Li Siyu stared wide-eyed, unable to articulate a complete sentence before succumbing. Yi Zi did not relent in her actions despite the threat posed by her adversary. A deviant like Li Siyu must not be allowed to live. For every day she existed, more innocent women would meet a tragic fate. As for Lizzie, bang, bang, bang. The once unconscious figure of Lizzie deftly dispatched several individuals beside her, sending them crashing to the ground. The very ones who had threatened Yi Zi with such ferocity now lay helplessly on the floor. Lizzie clapped her hands, a smile gracing her face as she looked at Yi Zi. Your Highness, the poison you provided is indeed effective. They fell within moments. You've saved on your explosives. After wiping the blood from her sword, Yi Zi approached Lizzie to ensure she was unharmed. I'm glad you're uninjured. We still do not know the situation at the perfume shop. We must hurry to check. Although Yi Zi had summoned Ning Hansha, she remained concerned for his well-being, as the people from Poison King Valley were notoriously cunning. Despite the underground passage being collapsed by her explosives, it was still possible to navigate to the back courtyard of the perfume shop by traversing the rubble. Before they could even enter the courtyard, the familiar voice of the shopkeeper reached their ears. However, this time, he was not enthusiastically promoting his wares, but rather lamenting in anguish. Please spare me, my lord. I am truly wronged. I know nothing of Poison King Valley, though she had yet to see him. Yi Zi was acutely aware that Ning Hansha was interrogating the owner of the fragrance shop. The proprietor naively believed that if Ning Hansha had not secured evidence against her, her steadfast denial would allow her to evade punishment. Yi Zi shook her head. The owner was far too innocent. If she willingly confessed to Ning Hansha, she might be granted a swift end. Deceit would only lead to further suffering. Indeed, her assumptions proved correct. No sooner had the owner's lies escaped her lips than a more piercing scream echoed through the air. As Yi Zi listened to the agonizing cries, she stepped forward, only to be startled by the demanding voice that greeted her as she entered the shop. Where is the hidden chamber in your store? I am aware that today you have kidnapped more than just the lychee girl. Hand over all the silver you received from serving the Poison King Valley. Will you choose money or your life? The choice is yours. Ning Hansha had arrived upon receiving the signal, and Yi Zi was not surprised. It was entirely reasonable for him to press the owner for the whereabouts of the other abducted women. Moreover, he was known for his swift and merciless execution of enemies. It was unusual for him to ask so many questions. Ning Hansha appeared to be different from before, a change that seemed to have begun after her marriage to the War King in a bid for fortune. She beheld Ning Hansha, flanked by the Shayu army, as they surrounded the fragrance shop entirely. The shop owner lay bloodied on the ground, with 2 gaping wounds on her body, clear evidence of Ning Hansha's recent actions. Yizi spoke up. Allow me to handle the interrogation. We must not sully the prince's hands. No matter how tight-lipped someone may be, they cannot evade her truth serum. Moreover, her intentions extend beyond merely interrogating about the whereabouts of the kidnapped woman and the hidden treasures. She is also in pursuit of Yi Xiaoxiao's whereabouts. According to previous interrogations, the Poison King Valley's agents are targeting her precisely because of Yi Xiaoxiao. Li Siyu's apprentice is Yi Xiaoxiao. Yet there has been no sign of her in the adjacent courtyard. It is inconceivable for Li Siyu to allow Yi Xiaoxiao to be buried underground. There is no trace of her in the perfumery either, and even in her final moments, Li Siyu did not call out for Yi Xiaoxiao to come to her aid. This is highly suspicious. Thus, the only recourse is to seek out any clues from the owner of the perfumery. Ning Hansha nodded in agreement upon hearing her words, surveying her from head to toe, relieved to find she was unharmed. He secretly gripped the armrest of his wheelchair. Although he had assisted her in confronting the individuals at the perfumery, he remained unable to fight alongside her. As he spent more time with her, his desire to stand grew increasingly fervent. If only he could rise, they would no longer need to operate separately, and he could present her with the riches she sought. Furthermore, he could avenge his deep-seated grievances, and after resolving everything, they could lead a tranquil life with Yizi. A sudden realization struck Ning Hansha. The thought of sharing a peaceful existence with her ignited a longing to keep her by his side for eternity. Meanwhile, as Ning Hansha pondered, Yizi had already sprinkled the truth serum powder upon the owner of the perfumery. Once the serum took effect, the owner was unable to resist, and he blurted out the information that Ning Hansha and Yizi were eager to obtain. The individuals responsible for the abduction were all located in the underground warehouse, and the money was hidden beneath the counter. Yi Xiaoxiao. Another team escorted her away. Ning Hansha, upon hearing her words, propelled his wheelchair to the checkout counter, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface. With a couple of clicks, a hole the size of a cellar appeared beneath the counter. Although the underground was devoid of light, the faint glimmer of silver could be discerned. Ning Hansha remarked, "Year, the silver is here." Yizi approached, and her face immediately brightened with a smile. So much money. This mission is not a loss at all. The cellar contained no less than 1,000,000 taels of silver, which not only dealt with the enemies of the Poison King's Valley but also yielded such a fortune. For Yizi, it was a substantial gain. The only drawback was that they had been unable to capture Yi Xiaoxiao. Excited, Yizi began filling a sack with silver coins, while the Shea army proceeded to the underground warehouse for rescue. Just as Yizi was collecting the wealth, the Shea army returned with several pale-faced women by her side. "Princess, we have found everyone, and we also discovered a second exit from the underground warehouse that leads outside the city. It seems Yi Xiaoxiao must have escaped through there." Upon hearing this, Yizi furrowed her brows and turned to the women. "Did you see anything in the warehouse below?" "Yes." A group of men in black carried a young girl out through the tunnel. Yizi realized that the person being escorted away was undoubtedly Yi Xiaoxiao. However, it was rather peculiar that the people from the Poison King's Valley chose to escort a newly received Yi Xiaoxiao instead of Li Siyu. If Li Siyu were indeed arrogant enough to believe she could overpower her and chose to stay behind to confront her, that would make sense. However, what is it that Yi Xiaoxiao holds in her hand that prompts the women in the underground warehouse to flee without hesitation? As Yizi contemplates this, the middle-aged woman continues. They are also carrying a square box, which the young woman clings to tightly. It must be something of great significance. Yizi murmurs the word square box once more. Her master has warned her that the Poison King Valley is cunning and malevolent. It is likely that it contains some nefarious concoction they have devised. She must immediately inform her master to exercise caution and instruct the people of the Rakshasa camp to investigate Yi Xiaoxiao. As Yizi silently devises her countermeasures, Zhao Jia rushes in with urgency, reporting, "Your Highness, the princess, the kingdom of Wusu has launched an assault on the city ahead of schedule." Chapter 88. Urgent battle situation. Upon hearing Zhao Jia's report, Yizi and Ning Hansha exchange glances. This outcome is not unexpected. They have been hindered in Songzan City. The kingdom of Wusu would be foolish not to act now. However, they wonder whether the kingdom has made contact with the Poison King Valley. Perhaps the actions of the Poison King Valley have inadvertently aided Wusu this time. Regardless of the reason, they must swiftly resolve the situation in Songshan City and proceed to the frontier city. Yizi instructs Zhao Jia, display the bodies of Li Siyu and the proprietor of the perfumery at the city gate, and conduct a thorough search throughout the city for any remnants of the Poison King Valley. Any individuals exhibiting suspicious behavior should be detained, ensuring the stability of Songshan City. The battlefield ahead is already in disarray, and it is imperative that the rear fortifications remain stable. A simultaneous assault from both sides would be exceedingly detrimental to the campaign of Dexing. Zhao Jia is acutely aware of this principle and hastily organizes personnel to address the situation. Meanwhile, Ning Hansha commands his subordinate Sha Yu army to leave 10 men to maintain order within the city while the remainder immediately accompanies the prince to the battlefield. Those of lesser strength within the Sha Yu army are left behind in the city, watching forlornly as Yi Zi and Ning Hansha depart. Although staying in Songshan City is undoubtedly safer than the battlefield, the warriors of the Sha Yu army are fiercely combative. They would prefer to die in battle than live in disgrace. Most significantly, Yi Zi has already broadened their horizons on this journey, and they are eager to engage in combat alongside such an extraordinary individual, anticipating the thrill of unforeseen encounters. The explosives Yi Zi previously employed to demolish the manor were unlike anything they had encountered before, and that was merely against the adversaries of the Poison King Valley. Upon reaching the battlefield, it is conceivable that Yi Zi will unveil even more formidable contraptions, thus those fortunate enough to accompany her to the front are filled with exuberance. As the dawn breaks on the second day, a palpable tension envelopes the city. Yi Zi and her companions arrive, just as Dexing's battle flag flutters high above the city walls. A hazy wind carries sand across the entire city, and the sky appears shrouded in a veil of yellow mist. Occasionally, the sound of iron hooves can be heard echoing from within the city. Urgent reinforcements are needed at the front lines. The Yusu enemy has unleashed toxic smoke, and it is imperative that they do not breach Ulan City. Suddenly, the clarion call for mobilization resonates through the city. As Yi Zi and Ning Hansha enter, they fortuitously encounter a general preparing to lead his troops forward. Upon encountering the figure of Ning Hansha, Li Mao is immediately stirred and offered a respectful salute. "I am Li Mao, your humble servant." Currently, the forward stronghold of Wulan City is under surprise attack, besieged by poisonous smoke, and my comrades are struggling to hold their ground. I intend to lead the forces from Wuxia City to provide support. If Wulan City is recaptured, Wuxia City will surely be in peril, and it may even threaten Songshan City, which you seized a few years ago. Ning Hansha raised a hand to halt him. "Hold on. Who is leading the forces of the USU Kingdom?" After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Dan Ming is unlike Dan Song. He is a strategist. However, Dan Ming would not opt for a direct confrontation with Daxing. His deployment of poisonous smoke to repel the defenders of Wulan City is a calculated move to entice you to assist. Consequently, both cities may fall simultaneously." Seized by Dan Ming, Li Mao, taken aback by this revelation, felt a shiver of alarm. Such malevolent intentions from the USU Kingdom. Yet, if we do not provide support, how can the brothers in Wulan City withstand the assault? Should we truly abandon them? His face pale and fists clenched. He grappled with the notion of forsaking his comrades, an idea he found intolerable. Yet, sending reinforcements could lead to even greater losses. It was indeed a dilemma. Unless someone could neutralize the poisonous assault on Wulan City. But the poison spread too swiftly, and developing a new antidote would require time. To break the impasse, a person of exceptional medical skill must hasten to Wulan City for rescue. As for myself, he declared, I am already afflicted by various toxins. The USU Kingdom's poisons cannot affect me. Li Miao widened his eyes in disbelief. But, Your Highness, although I am crippled, I have no difficulty riding. My equestrian skills are the fastest in the army. Ning Hansha continued, unperturbed. Li Miao fell silent. Acknowledging the truth in Ning Hansha's words, his prowess in horseback archery was indeed unparalleled, perhaps the finest in all of Daxing. With a hint of redness in his eyes, Li Miao understood that Ning Hansha's decision stemmed from a desire to avoid sacrificing any of his comrades. Just as their debate intensified, Yi Ziyu spoke in a calm tone. There is no need for you both to argue. Who says we must go to Wulan City to collect samples in order to devise an antidote? Li Miao turned in surprise to Yi Ziyu. Your Highness, do you mean for the army to head directly to Wulan City to seek the antidote? But, if we are unable to find a cure in a short period, wouldn't our brothers be at risk as well? While he had heard of Yi Ziyu's medical expertise, Every decision on the battlefield held the weight of thousands of lives, leaving him with lingering apprehension. Yiziu shook her head. No, we shall do it here. Given that the wind is blowing in this direction, it is certain that there are traces of the toxin remaining in the flora of Wuxia City. By collecting samples here to formulate the antidote, we can then proceed with it to provide support, ensuring a more secure approach. Upon hearing her words, Li Miao's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. He had never encountered such a method of sampling. Moreover, despite the proximity of Wulan and Wuxia, the distance between the two cities spanned several miles. Could such a minuscule amount of toxin truly yield an antidote? Yiziu then turned to Scarface, saying, Mimi, I shall accompany you to gather the samples. It will expedite the process. Thus, Ning Hansha, accompanied by Li Mao and a contingent of soldiers, followed Yizi and the scarred man to a densely vegetated area on the outskirts of the city for sampling. Along the way, Li Mao walked beside the scarred man and quietly inquired, Scarred man, is the princess's medical skill truly remarkable? With her accompanying us to Wuxia City, you must be secretly delighted. This battle is bound to be victorious, and you should await your rewards. Li Mao, well acquainted with the scarred man's temperament, understood that such praise could only be bestowed upon an extraordinary individual. However, he jestingly asked, Scarred man, when did you change your name to Mimi? Are you the fierce and taciturn brother Scar? The scarred man waved his hand dismissively. Oh, spare me the nonsense. He then patted his rear, Shui Bing. Go ahead and search in the woods. Having said that, he discreetly instructed the 857 space to prepare for the task at hand, gathering all the necessary items. Chapter 89. An incompetent opponent. Upon hearing this, Yizi immediately led the large contingent towards the northwest. After a short distance, she detected a faint odor. It was distinct from the dry, woody scent of the dense forest. Instead, it bore an ominous, damp, decaying smell. She meticulously examined the soil around the tree roots and climbed up to pluck a few leaves. After inhaling both scents, she frowned. The kingdom of USU has deployed more than one type of poison. One is a toxic smoke, while the other is disseminated through the water flow. Moreover, the quantity released is considerable. These trees have been washed by the stream, thus bearing the poison as well. The kingdom of Wusu is not particularly adept at utilizing poison. However, the sudden emergence of two distinct toxins suggests a possible alliance with the Poison King Valley. Furthermore, the kingdom boasts over a dozen direct disciples and hundreds of external students, indicating that they may have conspired with other disciples from the Poison King Valley. Yizi scoffed. No matter, let them come. One will be slain for each that appears, and a pair will meet their demise together. As she spoke, she gathered some soil and foliage. Suddenly, the cry of Shui Bing echoed from a distance, and upon hearing it, Yizi realized that Shui Bing had discovered what she sought. Excitedly, she raced towards the direction of the call, quickly entering a slightly damp woodland. The ground beneath her feet was uneven, alternating between deep and shallow patches of moist earth, while the surrounding vegetation glistened with dew. As the group traversed through, their garments became soaked with moisture. As she drew closer, Yizi heard the melodious sound of flowing water. Stretching her neck to observe, she spotted a meandering stream coursing through the forest. However, what captured her attention were the long, black creatures swimming within the water, measuring only the length of a palm and as thick as a finger. An unsuspecting individual might mistake them for loaches. Yet, Yizi recognized them as water worms nourished with poison. These creatures were inherently toxic, and having been fed poison and released into the stream, their venom had intensified. Wherever they swam, they left a trail of toxins, and should they burrow into the soil, they would similarly release their venom. Yizi furrowed her brow, contemplating the utter disregard Wusu displayed towards the citizens of the city. Such a strategy could indeed severely undermine the military strength of Daxing, yet it was highly likely that the common folk would not survive either. As she spoke, she advanced to collect the venomous water insects. After gathering all the samples, she handed a vial of powdered medicine to Ning Hansha. The combination of the water insects and toxic smoke could achieve the purpose of poisoning, albeit at a sluggish pace, compensating for the losses incurred in both water and air. It was estimated that it would take more than half a month to manifest any significant effect. Therefore, it was evident that there were insiders from the Ashuri kingdom within the city. Take your men and apprehend them. I shall concoct the antidote within a quarter of an hour, she instructed. Ning Hansha accepted the vial and nodded, as though Yizi were the true commander of this conflict, while he merely played the role of a subordinate following her orders. Scarface cast a disdainful glance at him. A quarter of an hour? If your ears are faulty, seek a doctor. Li Mao fell into a deep silence. The fact that such a formidable poison could be countered by the princess in a mere 15 minutes was utterly astonishing to him. The devices and medicinal ingredients in their space had long been prepared, enabling her remarkable speed. After a quarter of an hour, just as she completed the antidote, she sensed a disturbance in her surroundings. Raising an eyebrow, she thought, "Has someone arrived so soon?" Promptly, she changed her attire and exited through the window, finding herself in a secluded alley within the city. Suddenly, a figure descended before her. "I pay my respects to my lord. I am the messenger sent by the Rakshasa camp." As the man spoke, he produced a token inscribed with the words Rakshasa camp from his waist. Yi Zi nodded, recognizing that this token was indeed designed by Chu Hanfei. "How did you arrive so swiftly?" Yi Zi inquired, somewhat astonished. It was only upon discovering the peculiarities surrounding Yi Xiaoxiao at Songshan Castle that she notified the Luocha camp. Logically, it would require at least 5 to 6 days for information to be relayed from the capital of Daxing to this location. Yet, astonishingly, news arrived within a single day. "As soon as we received your message, my subordinates and I sprang into action. Herein lies the intelligence we have gathered regarding the Poison King Valley." The man respectfully extended a dossier, which Yi Zi accepted, her heart trembling with unease. Xiao Hanfei and the members of the Shuimu gang had acted with remarkable swiftness, their influence now extending to the borders of Wusu country within such a brief span. Her decision to bring Xiao Hanfei from the task camp had indeed proven judicious. As she murmured to herself, she opened the report, which detailed Yi Xiaoxiao had fled to Hu country with the latest poison developed by the Poison King Valley. The individual who rescued him was none other than the young valley master, Li Shiqing. While the source of poison for the ongoing conflict in Wusu was traced back to Li Siyu's elder brother, Wei Daong. Wei Daong, lacking knowledge of poisons, procured all toxins from Li Siyu, using them to ingratiate himself with the unsuspecting individuals of Wusu. A smile graced her lips as she realized that the people of Wusu were merely pretending to understand the intricacies of poison. This revelation simplified matters significantly. In the realm of toxic warfare, Wei Daong's limited knowledge was no match for her expertise. The man who delivered the news, having received his orders, prepared to depart. However, before leaving, he reported once more. The old valley master of the Medicine King Valley had become restless upon hearing about the circumstances in the Wusu battlefield and was already en route. Additionally, the renowned healer, Jiang Huai, was accompanying him. After listening, Yi Zi's lips twitched. Both of them have arrived. She thought to herself that her true identity before Jiang Huai could no longer be concealed, and it would be equally difficult for Ning Hansha. However, their relationship was merely one of collaboration, and she possessed the freedom to forge a new faction. Thus, she dismissed her worries and promptly set off with the newly developed antidote to the battlefield plagued by poison. Meanwhile, Ning Hansha had already apprehended the traitors within the city and was leading his reinforcements towards Wulan City. Attack. Take advantage of their affliction to claim their lives. Seize the city. Capture Ning Hansha alive. At this moment, Wulan City was engulfed in the sounds of slaughter, with blood pouring down like rain across the streets. Chapter 90. Yi Zi's retreat. Li Mao and the others were not mistaken. A thick cloud of poisonous smoke now hung over Wulan City. This toxin was contagious, and should the soldiers of Dexing succumb to its effects, they would inevitably perish on the battlefield. Nonetheless, even if they chose to sacrifice themselves to protect their comrades, it would prove to be of little consequence. The poisonous smoke spread too rapidly, affecting nearly the entire city, leaving Dexing's soldiers with nowhere to escape. After all, no one could refrain from breathing for long. Even the reserve troops, who had not yet engaged in battle, were forced to inhale the toxic fumes. In contrast, the soldiers of Wusu had taken the antidote in advance, allowing them to fight without hesitation. Their faces were alight with excitement as they wielded their curved blades, their hands stained crimson with blood. The hazy rising sun could do nothing to dispel the carnage and gloom that enveloped Wulan City. All were ensnared in the bloody winds and sands, including the innocent citizens trapped within the city. Even the soldiers of Daxing can bravely charge into battle with unwavering conviction. Yet the innocent civilians can only cower in terror within their homes, awaiting death. Tears and cries have engulfed Wulan City, but gradually, the sounds of slaughter from the soldiers of USU overshadow everything. At this moment, within the tent of the USU army, a slender man occupies the principal seat. His skin is pallid, almost unnaturally so, resembling that of one who has bled excessively. His features are soft, a stark contrast to the rugged visages typical of USU warriors. Every gesture he makes exudes the gentle demeanor of a refined gentleman. He delicately lifts a cup of barley milk tea from the table and inquires, "How goes the battle?" "Rest assured, my lord, the poison is fierce, leaving Daxing with no power to retaliate," replies the man below, who is none other than Wei Daong, the elder brother of Li Siyu, having left home early. Rather than reveling in triumph, Shan Ming, the second brother of Shan Song, remains vigilant and cautions Wei Daong. The latter nods repeatedly, affirming, "Yes, my lord, I understand." Shan Ming continues, "How are the injuries of my elder brother and Dandan?" "Princess Dandan is merely wounded. She will recover after a few days of rest." However, their emotions are somewhat agitated. Just as Wei Daong finishes speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps approaches. Dandan bursts into the tent, seething with anger. "Second brother, the EZ has repeatedly humiliated me. I shall personally take to the battlefield to slay her." Shan Ming casts a glance at her. "Let us first see if we can achieve victory in the battle for Wulan City." Dandan, dissatisfied, stamps her foot. "Most of the people in Wulan City have been poisoned. If we launch a direct assault, we are sure to win." "Brother, what are you hesitating about?" Dan Ming shot her a cold glare. "Have you forgotten how you and our elder brother escaped from her grasp? She possesses some peculiar and inexplicable items that we have yet to encounter. We must tread carefully." Dan pouted in defiance. Just then, a soldier rushed in from outside the tent, exclaiming, "Your Highness, we bring good news. Yi Zi and Ning Hansha have arrived at Wulan City and are evacuating the remaining personnel. We have taken Wulan City." Upon hearing this, Dan Ming's face broke into a smile. "As long as everything proceeds smoothly, we shall continue our assault once the second city falls." Dan, eager at the news, interjected, "Brother, may I accompany you to Wulan City? The fact that Yi Zi is forced to retreat indicates that she cannot counter our poison. Moreover, her strange items must be difficult to produce. They are not as common as cabbages. Therefore, it is unlikely that she can deploy them immediately." Dan Ming nodded at her reasoning. "You may go to Wulan City, but exercise utmost caution. I will only send half of our forces to occupy Wulan City." Upon receiving her brother's consent, Dan dashed outside, completely disregarding the latter part of his warning. Meanwhile, Yi Zi had established her camp outside Wulan City. Li Mao, puzzled, inquired, "Your Highness, your antidote has been developed, so why the retreat?" With a sly smile, Yi Zi replied, "They may poison our encampment, but we can do the same. Moreover, they have inflicted such great harm upon the citizens of the city. Do you suppose that after our retreat, they will descend into chaos?" Upon hearing this, Li Miao immediately grasped the brilliance of the plan. How clever! Yi Zi deliberately feigned a hasty withdrawal, enticing the forces of Wusu to garrison within the city. As the citizens succumb to internal strife, it would deplete their strength, allowing Dashing to launch a counteroffensive with poison. Given the previous poisoning incident, should another toxin emerge, the citizens would naturally suspect Wusu first. At that juncture, Wusu would confront severe internal turmoil and a loss of manpower due to poisoning. Meanwhile, they could recuperate outside the city, preparing to strike back at Wusu with their utmost might. Realizing the intricacies of the scheme, Li Miao swiftly transformed into Yi Zi's devoted admirer. With a beaming expression of servility, he gazed at Yi Zi and inquired, "My lady, what method shall we employ to deliver the poison? Shall we utilize the same toxic smoke?" Yi Zi smiled slyly. "Using toxic smoke is too slow, and it would harm innocent citizens. We must administer the poison with precision." Li Miao, brimming with enthusiasm, rubbed his hands together. Precise delivery, how exhilarating. Yet, that individual, Dan Ming, is indeed quite vigilant. Despite his resounding victory in Wulan City, he has only stationed half of his forces here. Yi Zi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he is a formidable opponent, but he possesses a cunning strategy while I have my own means to overcome obstacles. The battle of wits and courage will keep our minds sharp. Just wait and see." Yi Zi swiftly distributed the antidote to the poisoned soldiers, and in addition, she provided them with ample restorative medicines. Thus, on the surface, it appeared that Dashing had suffered grievously, yet in reality, they were covertly recuperating. In order to maintain a facade, the Great Qing military camp daily disposes of corpses by incineration, resulting in a thick pall of black smoke that blankets the sky. Witnessing this scene from within Wulan City, Dan folded her arms in pride, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Yi Zi still cannot surpass us. Does she aspire to claim our 3 cities of Wusu? Ha! Let her now regurgitate all that she once consumed." As for the team tasked with gathering intelligence, the princess insisted on accompanying them. Despite the dire circumstances portrayed by Yi Zi, Dan Ming remained vigilant and dispatched a contingent to investigate. If the situation in Great Qing was indeed as grave as reported, preparations for the next siege could commence. Aware of this plan, Dan Dandan volunteered to join the expedition. The captain of the reconnaissance team fervently dissuaded her, stating, "Your Highness, although Great Qing has been repelled, it is prudent to avoid unforeseen circumstances." Internally, he berated Dan Dandan repeatedly, viewing her as a spoiled princess, oblivious to the perils that reconnaissance missions entail. Did she truly believe it was merely a game? Dan Dandan, exuding an air of unjustified confidence, retorted, "Regardless, you all will protect me, so what is there to fear?" The silence of Yi Zi and Ning Han upon entering the battlefield suggested they too had likely succumbed to poison. Can you not evade even a handful of poisoned individuals? Furthermore, should anything occur, will you not be the first to ensure my safe retreat? The captain fell silent. Ultimately, he could not defy Dan Dandan's will. But he did convey this information to Dan Ming. Upon learning the news, Shan Ming's eyes curled into a sinister smile. Let her go. If she seeks death, so be it. I am not like that fool Shan Song, who would unconditionally indulge her. She harbors grievances with Yi Zi. And if she wishes to test the veracity of the situation concerning him, it would be best for her to undertake the journey. The captain immediately comprehended Shan Ming's intent. Shan Dandan had become a pawn to probe Yi Zi. He sighed inwardly, for the Yusu kingdom had always upheld the principle of the eldest son inheriting the throne. Yet, the great Khan evidently lacked the aptitude for governance. Shan Ming, though not vying for power, had been patiently biding his time. It could be said that Shan Song's mission to Dexing and Shan Dandan's provocation were all part of Shan Ming's intricate scheme. Only with Shan Song's demise in Dexing could he rightfully ascend to the throne without bearing any blame. Rather, Shan Song would be vilified as a traitor to the nation. The depth of Shan Ming's machinations was indeed profound. The captain was enveloped in myriad thoughts, yet he dared not voice them, silently leading Shan Dandan to gather intelligence. As time swiftly passed, 2 days had elapsed, and the soldiers of Dexing had fully recovered from the poison, their bodies revitalized. The night was cool as water, the sky a pitch-black canvas, devoid of stars as the autumn wind swept across the horizon. The captain stealthily approached the camp of Dexing, stationed outside of Ulan City, accompanied by Shan Dandan. Chapter 91. The first encounter. At this moment, the camp of Dexing lay in silence, occasionally pierced by the sounds of painful groans. "Oh, it hurts so much. Yusu kingdom is truly merciless. What sort of poison is this? Ah, mother, please save me." Upon hearing this anguished cry, the smile on Shan Dandan's face grew wider. She muttered softly, "Do you see? Yi Zi simply cannot unravel our poison." The air in the military camp was thick with the pungent scent of traditional Chinese medicine, and occasionally, one could witness soldiers collapsing, spewing blood onto the ground. The captain, witnessing this scene, was finally convinced that the situation at Dexing was indeed dire. He cautiously surveyed the camp with his men, while in the tents they had vacated. The wails of despair faded as the tormented faces were replaced with playful banter among comrades. "Brother, did I perform convincingly just now? Did I leave any clues? Was the blood I spewed authentic enough? It was a special fake blood bag created by the princess. You know, it has a sweet and sour taste." Perched in a tree, Yi Zi snapped his fingers. "Mimi, it's time to work." At his command, Scar sprang from the tree, darting towards those wandering within the tent. "There are spies. Quick, someone come." Scar's shout prompted the fierce feather army inside the tent to spring into action. Captain Wusu, who was gathering intelligence, immediately signaled for Shan Dandan to retreat. "Your Highness, hurry, they have discovered us. We have gathered sufficient intelligence, that is enough." The revelation of their presence was anticipated by the captain. If they had roamed the Dexing military camp without being detected, that would indeed raise suspicions. For even in a state of poisoning, Dexing's strength would not be so feeble. The captain swiftly retreated, while Shan Dandan retrieved a vial of poison from her bosom. "I have seen Ning Han die. I intend to make him aware of the consequences of rejecting this princess. This is the poison provided by Master Wei. It is bound to be effective." Ning Hansha, accompanied by his men, intercepted them at the other end, and upon catching sight of his figure, Shan Dandan was instantly stirred. Channeling her inner strength, she hurled the vial of medicine towards Ning Hansha. In that fleeting moment, the Xiaoyu army obstructed their path. It was the eldest princess of the Wusu kingdom. The entire Xiaoyu army received orders to capture her alive. The captain of the Xiaoyu army commanded all troops in a booming voice. In an instant, a throng of Xiaoyu soldiers emerged from the encampment, surrounding them completely. Observing the unfavorable situation, the Wusu captain chose to abandon Shan Dandan and flee. His primary mission was to relay information. Shan Dandan had been sent merely to meet her demise. Thus, under the cover of his men, the captain escaped, while Shan Dandan was taken captive. The other team members, of course, met their end beneath Ning Hansha's longsword. Ning Hansha, with narrowed eyes, watched the fleeing captain and sheathed his sword. "Ye-er, the individual has been released. You may proceed." Ning Hansha aimed to reveal the true strength of the Xiaoyu army to the Wusu kingdom. Yi gracefully descended from the tree. Approaching Shan Dandan's side, "TSK, you are even more foolish than I had anticipated. I initially thought you a formidable adversary, yet you turn out to be a brawny fool." Shan Dandan, infuriated, bit her lip. "My second brother will defeat you all mercilessly. Do not be so arrogant." Yi shook her head. "Then let us await to see how your dear second brother will come to your rescue. Advance to the city. Bring Shan Dandan to the forefront." "Yes, Your Highness." The entire Xiaoyu army received their orders after 2 days of confinement and frustration. At last, they had the opportunity to counterattack. He reported truthfully, "My lord, the soldiers poisoned in Wulan City have yet to be cured." But Ning Hansha and Yi have not been afflicted. Their Xiaoyu army remains intact, comprising approximately 10,000 troops. It seems that Yi utilized medicinal methods to prevent the spread of the toxin. "They have discovered our whereabouts, and the Princess Chang has been captured." Dan Ming sneered coldly. "Huh? The Xiaoyu army facing 10-1? Prepare the poison for a confrontation with Ning Hansha. With the loss of Wulan City's forces, we hold a significant advantage in this battle. 10,000 Xiaoyu troops are manageable. It is fortunate that the foolish Dan Dan revealed the true extent of the Xiaoyu army's strength." The captain acknowledged the command. Yes. The clash between the two sides erupted in the tranquil night, with Ning Hansha gallantly leading the charge atop his steed, while Dan Dan was captured and draped over a horse. As a commanding shout to halt rang out, the two leaders, Dan Ming and Ning Hansha, met on the battlefield. At first glance, Dan Ming spotted Dan Dan, held captive on the horse. However, his gaze remained cool and composed, devoid of any signs of anxiety or concern. "Long time no see, Prince of War." Dan Ming greeted Ning Hansha with a gentle smile, as if they were not adversaries, but rather old friends reunited after a long separation. Ning Hansha's eyes narrowed slightly. Back when he battled against the old Khan of the Usher Kingdom, Dan Ming was merely a minor general on the battlefield. Now, he had matured into a capable commander in his own right. Regrettably, it seems that Dan Ming's fortune has taken a turn for the worse. He is no longer fighting alone. This time, the commander of the battle is accompanied by his beloved princess. Encountering Yi, Dan Ming's inaugural battlefield experience has been somewhat fulfilled. After all, not everyone is worthy to be Yi's opponent. Ning Hansha gestured for his men to lift Dan Dan from her steed. "The eldest princess of the Wusu kingdom is in my possession." Chapter 92. Attacked from both sides, it appears that the title of God of War may need to be reconsidered. With a wave of his hand, Dan Ming commanded the Wusu soldiers to charge into the fray. Dan Dan, held aloft, widened her eyes in terror. Second brother. She could hardly believe that he could disregard her safety so callously, commanding his troops to engage with such decisiveness. Dan Ming offered her not a single glance. His gaze intensely focused on the unfolding battlefield. Everything seemed to align with the reports he had received, yet Yi had yet to make an appearance. He sensed something amiss. Although he had never laid eyes on her, her reputation suggested she was not the type to cower within the confines of the military camp. Nevertheless, with the arrow knocked, it must be loosed. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, he could only lead his troops forward with resolve. As the soldiers clashed, Li Mao led the Xiaoyu army in a desperate struggle, their blades striking with precision, their movements fluid and agile, each individual capable of facing 3 adversaries at once. However, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy were insurmountable, and Dan Ming had evidently orchestrated their tactics with care. The soldiers of the Wusu kingdom no longer charged heedlessly into battle as they once did. Rather, it was a strategic assault from various angles, which significantly limited the combat capabilities of the Xiaoyu army. Ning Hansha was closely observing the battlefield, adeptly prompting Li Miao to adjust both defensive and offensive formations as circumstances dictated. Thus, even though the Xiaoyu army was outnumbered by the forces of the Wusu kingdom, the cunning tactics of Shan Ming still played a pivotal role. Nevertheless, the Xiaoyu army managed to withstand the battle. While they sustained injuries, fatalities were remarkably few. Upon witnessing this, Shan Ming's gaze darkened, and he signaled for another squad of soldiers to be deployed. Indeed, Ning Hansha's tactics were exceptionally refined. His ability to adapt and achieve victory with fewer troops was his forte. However, this time, the Yusu kingdom was well prepared. This second squad of soldiers was not the vanguard, but rather a specialized team tasked with deploying poison on the battlefield. What he did not anticipate was that his poison squad had not yet entered the fray. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The ground beneath his camp began to tremble, producing a rustling sound. Creaking and cracking ensued as buildings within the city began to collapse, and tents were set ablaze, bursting into flames. Thick, dark smoke billowed skyward. Most critically, only the Yusu kingdom's military encampment suffered damage, while the civilian populace remained unscathed. Clearly, this was a deliberate targeting. Shan Ming's eyes widened. Is this the scheme prepared by Yi Zi? His gaze reflected both astonishment and a hint of curiosity. He found himself increasingly intrigued by this war consort. How had she accomplished such a feat? This weapon resembled artillery. Yet ordinary cannons did not possess such formidable power, nor could they project their force over such distances, much less with such precision solely affecting the rear encampment. However, Yi Zi possessed cunning strategies and countermeasures of his own. He swiftly commanded the gas squad to release toxic smoke. The destruction of the rear camp did little to hinder his combat at the front lines. Unexpectedly, a subordinate rushed to report, "Your Highness, we have dire news. We can no longer hold on to the recently captured Ulan city." What? How could this be possible? This time, Dan Ming was genuinely alarmed. The soldier continued, "Your Highness, the camp is filled with poison. If our brothers do not evacuate, they will surely perish. Furthermore, the citizens you had treated a few days ago are now in a state of agitation and have clashed with our men in the city." Dan Ming clenched his fists. The same predicament had been thrust upon him by Yi Zi. The earlier siege of Ulan City had indeed affected the populace. Yet, he had dispatched physicians to provide treatment and antidotes, as well as compensation in silver. Given time, the citizens would surely come to comprehend his intentions. However, within a mere 2 days, Ulan City was once again engulfed in poison and explosions, provoking the citizens into a frenzy. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded in a low voice, "Dispatch all brothers to support the front line immediately. If we cannot secure the rear camp, then we must all advance to the front. As long as we can defeat Ning Hansha, all will be well. After all, Ning Hansha's forces are not as numerous as mine. With the reinforcements from the rear, he is certainly no match for us." The reinforcement of troops from the rear continued, and the forces of the Wusa kingdom grew increasingly formidable, leading to a one-sided trend on the battlefield. No matter how formidable the Xiaoyu army was, they could not contend against dozens of adversaries alone. Their steps began to falter as they retreated. Moreover, Dan Ming ordered the gas squad to continue their toxic assault on the camps of Wuxia City and Daxing. He intended to repel Daxing using the same tactics, launching a direct assault on Songshan City. Ning Hansha could only lead his men in retreat, while Shan Ming, sensing a favorable turn in the battle, let out a sigh of relief. The recent explosion orchestrated by Yi Zifang had indeed posed a formidable challenge, yet fortunately, he had managed to withstand it. Shan Ming's brow furrowed in sudden alarm. This was not good. A deception, based on his understanding of Ning Hansha. Even if he could not secure victory, it was inconceivable for him to disgrace himself by fleeing in the heat of battle. Ning Hansha was not one to concede defeat until the final moment. Should there be forces loyal to Ning Hansha in Wulan City and support from Wuxia City, they would find themselves besieged on both fronts, leaving them utterly vanquished. No, that cannot be. Wulan City was left with only a handful of civilians. And while Wuxia City had some personnel, they were all afflicted by poison. Master Wei's poison was undoubtedly effective if they waited a little longer. The toxic gas squad would work its magic, and this battle would culminate in victory. Shan Ming attempted to comfort himself with this self-deception. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. A throng of people surged out of Wulan City, brandishing shovels and wooden sticks, shouting, "Drive Shan Ming out! Restore tranquility to Wulan City!" To his astonishment, it was none other than the citizens of Wulan City who charged forth against him on the battlefield. Despite Daxing's occupation of Wulan City, they had constructed homes and provided financial support, ensuring the populace did not suffer. Yet, with Shan Ming's arrival and the subsequent poisonings, the citizens chose to resist. Only by seizing this opportunity to aid Daxing could they hope to secure their own peace. The despair of Dan Ming transcended mere words. The shock of Alant City had yet to dissipate when the rhythmic sound of galloping hoofs filled the air. He looked up to behold a woman clad in crimson, elegantly perched upon her steed. Her hair, secured with a scarlet ribbon, danced wildly in the fierce wind, framing her striking visage, which shone luminously against the backdrop of the night. In her grasp was a long sword, glinting ominously with each movement she made. Trailing behind her were the soldiers who should have been incapacitated by poison, yet here they were, unyielding. Dan Ming had indeed laid eyes upon Yi Zi, but not in the manner he had anticipated. A grim realization washed over him. He was destined to lose. Chapter 93. Breaching 3 cities, Yi Zi charged into the fray, her blade striking down the very squad of poisoners that Dan Ming had recently unleashed. With one hand, she wielded her sword, while the other dispersed the lethal concoction. Around her, red powder intermittently erupted, intertwining with crimson dust and blood, rendering her a carnivorous bloom flourishing amidst the sanguine chaos. Externally alluring, yet dangerously lethal upon proximity. Poisoning? Where is the half-hearted effort? Yi Zi scoffed softly. She effortlessly neutralized the toxins unleashed by the Usa Kingdom. Discerning from their composition that Wei Daong was utterly ignorant of poisons, it seemed he had merely procured some from Li Siyu and proceeded to feign expertise. After neutralizing the venom, she retrieved a vial from her bosom and tossed it into the air. With a swift pirouette, she cleaved the vial with her sword, and the powdered antidote cascaded down like petals from a celestial maiden, settling upon every Usu soldier. Although the soldiers of Daxing were also caught in the downpour, they had previously ingested Yi Zi's antidote, rendering them resilient. Thus, only the world where the enemies of the Ushuri Kingdom were injured had come to fruition. Yi Zi's poison was far more immediate in its effects than the toxin provided by Wei Daong, which required a certain incubation period. Her poison acted instantaneously. Within the span of 3 breaths after the powder touched the bodies of the Ushuri enemy soldiers, they writhed in agony, howling in distress. "Ah, Your Highness, save me." The soldiers screamed as they collapsed, their bodies devoid of any external wounds, yet they were tormented by excruciating internal pain. As Yi Zi's poison dispersed, the previously retreating Ning Hansha drew back his longbow from a distance. Narrowing one eye, his slender fingers gripped the arrow's nock firmly. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, aimed directly at Dan Ming, its speed and power unmatched. Dan Ming could not evade. He could only use a nearby soldier as a shield. Simultaneously, as Ning Hansha released his arrow, a torrent of arrows surged forth from all directions. It became evident that his retreat was not merely a tactic to lure the Ashuri enemy into a central ambush, but also to provide the archers ample space to unleash a barrage of arrows. Under the multi-directional assault, Dan Ming could only shout, "Retreat. Everyone, prioritize your lives." However, the citizens pouring out from Ulan City obstructed their path, and Ning Hansha galloped after them from behind. In an instant, the Ushuri Kingdom transitioned from an offensive state to one of disarray and defeat. Blood fell like rain. In this battle, the Ushuri Kingdom was nearly annihilated. Ning Hansha continued to release another arrow, which once again Dan Ming deflected using another soldier as a shield. Yet, to his astonishment, the arrow penetrated the body of his subordinate before unleashing a second arrow. His eyes slightly widened, akin to a pair of mechanized dual arrows. With a swift whoosh, he could not evade this arrow, which pierced deeply into his chest. Fortunately, he had tilted his body just enough, preventing the shaft from striking directly at his heart. Clutching his chest, he fled in a state of disarray, yet not before casting a glance at the wretched Shan Dandan, who had been ensnared at the front lines. That vile creature. It was solely due to her that he had fallen victim to Yi Zi's scheme. Moreover, she had been captured and taken to the Great Qing military camp for so long without a whisper of news reaching him. Truly, she was worthless. The fate of Shan Dandan held no threat to him, but the foolish Shan Song was an entirely different matter. Having lost this battle, he would undoubtedly lose Shan Song's trust, and the court officials would begin to harbor doubts. At that juncture, Ning Hansha could very well employ Shan Dandan as leverage, compelling Shan Song and the officials to make foolish decisions. Thus, he would be better off seizing this opportunity to eliminate Shan Dandan, ensuring no future troubles would arise. Furthermore, only with Shan Dandan's demise could Shan Song's animosity be maximized. Hence, he knocked a long arrow and aimed it in the direction of Ning Hansha. However, he released 3 arrows simultaneously. Should any of them stray, Shan Dandan would surely perish. His calculations proved accurate. As the 3 arrows flew forth, One struck towards Ning Hansha, while the remaining two veered off course. The soldier grasping Shan Dandan was not a fool. He could not evade this arrow, and naturally, he would seek a shield. Moreover, the prince and princess had decreed that Shan Dandan must die today, for they had never contemplated using an arrogant princess to threaten the kingdom of Wusu. Shan Dandan was merely bait. Neither party cared for the life or death of Dandan, thus she was unexpectedly struck by an arrow. It was not until the long shaft pierced her heart that disbelief washed over her. How could her seemingly gentle and intelligent second brother be so ruthless as to take her life? She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her face adorned with a sardonic smile. Second brother, may you meet a wretched end. Though she had harbored jealousy towards Yi Zi and had often acted impulsively, after all that had transpired, she could not deny the formidable strength of Yi Zi. The synergy between her and Ning Hansha was unmatched. Their coordination was unparalleled. Such a couple on the battlefield would surely render her brother no match. Ha ha ha. With that chilling laughter, Dan breathed her last. The Yusu nation was left in disarray, while Yi Zi and Ning Hansha led their 2 battalions in pursuit. With the depletion of Sanming's forces, the number of soldiers defending the next city was vastly inferior to that of Dexing. Continuing to resist would only result in further losses, prompting Sanming to decisively withdraw. Thus, Ning Hansha and Yi Zi captured yet another city. Within 2 days, they achieved consecutive victories in 2 cities. Consequently, all 3 cities lost by the Yusu nation at the banquet were entirely reclaimed. The territory of Dexing expanded once more. After seizing these 2 cities, they chose not to launch further attacks, but instead opted to encamp at their current location, as the next city was a military stronghold of Yusu, with forces and strength unlike the previous ones. Naturally, Dexing rejoiced, with court officials so overwhelmed with excitement that they abandoned decorum within the Golden Hall. Truly, the War King is an extraordinary figure, achieving such remarkable feats even while ailing. In recent years, 3 cities of USU have been seized, and now another 3 have fallen, leaving USU with merely 4 cities remaining. It is believed that within a few years, the entirety of USU will be captured, transforming the landscape from a quintet of nations to a mere quartet. Let us not forget, this battle also involves the Battle King's consort. Upon hearing the name of the Battle King's wife, the crowd erupted with excitement. It seems that the couple intends to launch an immediate assault on USU. No longer willing to delay, the atmosphere was filled with joy, and the Emperor's delight was palpable, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Rewards. The entire army was to be generously compensated, with additional military funds and bonuses dispatched to the battlefield. The Emperor, brimming with happiness, ordered an increase in supplies to the front lines, while the Empress was less than pleased. The victory of Ning Hansha indicated that his health was intact. Moreover, should Yi Zi successfully heal his leg, the throne would surely be his for the taking. After all, having already captured 3 cities, the repercussions of Ning Hansha's potential misfortune seemed inconsequential. The Empress's mind whirled with clandestine schemes. Chapter 94. A tangle of love and hatred. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the kingdom of USU, with ministers floundering like ants on a hot skillet. What to do? The Battle King has launched an attack. This is disastrous. The prince has suffered defeat in this battle. Many seasoned officials, having endured 2 prior conflicts, trembled in fear. In the past, when Ning Hansha advanced, their only recourse was to cede cities and pay reparations, allowing USU to recuperate for many years before regaining its strength. But unexpectedly, this second confrontation has resulted in another catastrophic defeat. 3 cities have already been lost. Should Ning Hansha remain relentless, the nation may face annihilation. Many venerable ministers found themselves with tear-filled eyes, nearly succumbing to tears. With Shan Ming gravely injured and unable to consult the court officials on strategies, Shan Song, recently recovered from his poisoning, had to step in. Upon hearing the reports from the battlefield, Shan Song, incensed, slammed his palm on the table. I knew Yi Zi would bring calamity. Had we captured him back then, it would be the great Xing suffering defeat now. Given Ning Hansha's nature, he would undoubtedly continue his siege. The kingdom of Wusu could only prepare for a desperate battle, otherwise the preservation of their territory would be in jeopardy. All military personnel must be ready for a fight to the death. The ministers below hastily urged, Great Khan, this course of action is unwise. Should we commit all our forces to combat Ning Hansha, a defeat would spell our doom. Alternatively, we could seek peace with the Great Xing, conceding some cities to ensure the survival of Wusu. The Great Xing has already endured losses in battle, weakening their strength. And with Hugua as a neighboring concern, they too must consider the risk of Hugua taking advantage of our plight. They are likely to agree to peace. Even if it means relinquishing all but one city, at least Wusu would endure. Shan Song, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully. If Wusu is reduced to but a single city, how could Ning Hansha ever relent? He would undoubtedly return with renewed vigor, and the outcome would remain the same: national demise. Death is inevitable. Whether sooner or later, we shall perish. It is better to confront him now. Moreover, Dan fell victim to Ning Hansha's hand. I must avenge this grievance. The court ministers shook their heads, deeming the Khan excessively belligerent, devoid of strategy, with all thoughts revolving around fighting first and contemplating later. Ultimately, the ministers had no choice but to report to Dan Ming. Dan Ming, a man of intellect, promptly concurred with the minister's proposal. While seeking peace, he instructed to establish contact with the Hu kingdom. Bearing the pain coursing through him, Dan Ming commanded resolutely. The fall of the Wusu kingdom means the Hu kingdom can only enjoy fleeting tranquility. Our two nations are neighbors. Only by preserving the Wusu kingdom can the Hu kingdom endure. If we can secure support from the Hu kingdom, Ning Hansha will certainly withdraw his troops. Dan Ming aligned with the minister's sentiments. A counterattack was no longer feasible, and the only option was to use the Hu kingdom to restrain Ning Hansha, allowing them to recuperate and await an opportunity. In the past, Ning Hansha would have likely agreed to a settlement involving reparations and territorial concessions, considering the circumstances of the battlefield. However, this time, his and Yizi's decisions caught the Wusu kingdom off guard once again. At this moment, Ning Hansha sat in his tent, receiving treatment from Yizi. After administering the medicinal concoction, Yizi remarked, "The toxins within you are relatively stable. After another treatment, you should be fit for the impending battles. However, this is contingent upon not encountering any other dire situations." Rumors circulated that Ning Hansha had been wounded and poisoned on the battlefield. Even formidable generals wielding great power were not exempt from the emperor's trepidation. Even a biological son could not evade such a fate, as history is rife with tales of patricide for the sake of power. Yet, the relationship between Ning Hansha and the emperor appeared rather amicable, and the emperor had even granted him the authority to establish the Xiaoyu army. Thus, it appears that the poison within him is likely unrelated to the emperor, though there may be a slight connection to the empress. However, Ning Hansha's demeanor towards the emperor is exceedingly indifferent, lacking the warmth typically found between a father and son. Furthermore, the previously unmentioned concubine Ni adds another layer of complexity. As the topic of the poison is broached, a shadow crosses Ning Hansha's gaze. You must be wondering why the emperor chose to elevate such a foolish woman to the position of empress. The reason lies in the fact that a concubine holds the most stable position. Upon hearing this, Yizi immediately comprehended the truth. The emperor is deeply enamored with concubine Ni, yet fears for her safety amidst the machinations of the women in the harem. Consequently, he bestowed upon her the title of concubine, leaving the empress to endure the greater schemes. Ning Hansha continued, yet it was the emperor, who loved her the most, that ultimately caused her demise. Have you ever heard of the Dragon Kingdom? Dragon Kingdom? Yizi paused momentarily. She was only aware of 5 nations inhabiting this land. The prosperous Daxing in the center, Usu to the north, Hu to the northwest, Chang to the east, and Nanhai to the south. The Dragon Kingdom, however, was entirely unfamiliar to her. The mere mention of it conjured memories of the golden dragon she discovered in Yi and Secret Chamber, a symbol of her identity. The golden dragon perfectly aligns with the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps her lineage is intertwined with this previously unheard of realm. This might also elucidate why her search through the Luosha camp for items associated with the golden dragon has yielded no results. Observing her expression, Ning Hansha continued to explain patiently. The Kingdom of Dragons is a clandestine realm beyond the southern seas, shunning interaction with foreign nations, yet its might is truly formidable. It is said that they possess an army of over 1 million idle troops, with at least 300,000 warriors ready to charge into battle. Such power is unmatched by the entirety of the Great Qing. Moreover, their medical expertise is unparalleled, surpassing even that of the renowned Valley of Herbs. Within the Kingdom of Dragons, intermarriage with outsiders is strictly forbidden. Yizi interjected, thus, Ni Guefe hails from the Kingdom of Dragons, and her union with the Emperor resulted in your birth, which led to your poisoning. Life was once serene, but the Emperor's affection for the Empress was overtly extravagant. He seemed intent on gathering all the world's treasures for her. Such commotion could scarcely evade the notice of the Kingdom of Dragons. Instead of launching a military assault on the Great Qing, they infiltrated the imperial palace with a mere contingent. They moved as if traversing an unguarded realm, forcibly taking the empress away, prompting the emperor to send men in pursuit. However, they encountered a tempest upon the South Sea, leading to the ship's demise. As for me, being a cursed offspring, I was deemed unworthy of survival. They administered a lethal poison to me, yet I defied the odds and survived. The paltry poison inflicted by that foolish empress pales in comparison to the toxins of the Kingdom of Dragons. I remained unscathed, and I have never regarded her or Ning Hansha as worthy of my concern. After a long silence following Yi Zi's words, Ning Hansha harbored resentment towards the emperor. Had the emperor exercised more discretion, the people of the Dragon Kingdom would not have been alerted. However, the emperor's intentions stemmed from a deep affection for noble consort Nai, evident in his choice to designate others as heirs to protect her. Thus, Ning Hansha's demeanor toward the emperor was characterized by a certain coldness, a complex intertwining of love and hatred. Yet, Yi Zi contemplated another possibility. Chapter 95. Wei Dayong's final sacrifice. Her gaze fixed intently on Ning Hansha. She inquired, "So, after you were poisoned, did the people of the Dragon Kingdom cease their pursuits?" Ning Hansha nodded. "Indeed, they likely deemed me a lost cause, a man beyond salvation. Were it not for your appearance, I may have already met the King of Hell." As he spoke, his gaze upon Yi Zi grew warmer. She pondered aloud. "Perhaps, your mother, the consort, is not dead? The Dragon Kingdom's people may have refrained from further actions, believing your demise was inevitable. They are disinterested in external matters, for in their hearts, only the people of the Dragon Kingdom hold significance. Moreover, the complete sinking of the ship back then was merely a fade. The truth of whether anyone survived beneath the sea, or the whereabouts of their bodies, remains shrouded in mystery. Thus, the possibility of noble consort and I being alive is quite substantial." Ning Hansha's eyes glimmered at her words. "I had considered this possibility as well. However, news following the South Sea proved challenging to obtain, and despite my inquiries, no results surfaced. Whether it be the Dragon Kingdom or the Phoenix Kingdom, I firmly believe that those with determination will ultimately succeed." Yi Zi's encouragement illuminated Ning Hansha's eyes, completely filling his dark gaze with her presence. She turned her eyes towards the camp's entrance and declared, "In this battle, I wish to strike all the way to the Hu Kingdom. What does the prince think?" Regardless of whether it was for the sake of the Yi Kingdom or the enmity between Li Ji and Xiang Li, the journey to the Hu Kingdom was imperative. Ning Hansha followed her gaze towards the same expanse of land, affirming, "With you by my side, we can indeed prevail in this battle." In that moment, they shared a common goal, exuding an undeniable aura of determination. After several days of recuperation, Ning Hansha and Yi Zi resolved to advance further, aiming to seize the Wusu Kingdom directly. Meanwhile, Shan Ming had emerged from danger and was now able to discuss military matters with the court officials despite his ailing condition. He coldly regarded Wei Dayong below him, stating, "Your poison has been unraveled by Yi Zi." In a fluster, Wei Dayong knelt, admitting, I underestimated Yi Zi." Shan Ming's icy demeanor intensified. "Have you resolved the poison affecting the soldiers in the army?" Without hesitation, he commanded his subordinates to drag Wei Dayong out for execution. If he could not discern that Wei Dayong was merely a half-baked schemer at this moment, he would be a fool. Wei Dayong wailed repeatedly, "Your Highness, grant me one more chance. I possess an even more potent poison." This poison was specifically designed to target Ning Hansha. Should Ning Hansha fall victim, Yi Zi's progress would undoubtedly be hindered, granting us a respite. Upon hearing this, Shan Ming gestured for them to halt. "Bring forth the poison," he ordered. Wei Dayong promptly produced a small green glass vial containing a verdant liquid. Under the shimmering glow of the green glass, the liquid appeared almost ominously dark. This poison was the final secret technique of my sister from Poison King Valley. Should it come into contact with someone already afflicted by toxins, it would unleash the full extent of their poison. Ning Hansha was already in a weakened state due to poisoning, and if I could somehow deliver this vial to his tent, he would surely collapse. After listening, Dan Ming accepted the green vial from Wei Dayong and scrutinized it, declaring, "I shall place my trust in you one last time. You will administer the poison." Wei Dayong was taken aback. "What? Is there a problem? You must choose now, face death or carry out the poisoning." Dan Ming stated bluntly. He mused to himself that he possessed several other poisons. Even if he ultimately failed to poison Ning Hansha, creating chaos within the Daxing army would suffice. At this moment, he regretted bringing the poisons from Li Siyu to Wusu country. Though he had indeed secured the funds, he now found himself in a precarious situation. There is no remedy for regret in this world, and Wei Daong could only proceed to the Daxing army camp, feeling as though he were on the brink of despair. Dan Ming watched him depart, a cold smirk crossing his face. Even the reconnaissance team struggled to emerge unscathed from the Daxing camp. How could a half-hearted Wei Daong fare any better? Dan Ming understood that the task ahead for Wei Daong was fraught with difficulty. Yet he believed that under the pressure of life and death, individuals often unveil extraordinary strength. He eagerly anticipated the surprises Wei Daong might unleash when pushed to his limits within the Daxing camp. Sacrificing one Wei Daong to instigate turmoil in the Daxing army would be worth its weight in gold. Wei Daong, under the protection of a contingent of Ushuri soldiers, successfully reached the vicinity of the military camp in Daxing. The captain in charge of the escort spoke, "Lord Wei, we can only take you this far. Ning Hansha's main tent is situated within the city. We cannot enter." So Wei Daong let out a desperate sigh. "I understand." He extracted the remaining poison, knowing full well that entering the main tent was impossible. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, yet he could incite chaos within the Daxing military camp, which would surely draw out Ning Hansha. Without hesitation, he scattered the poison in the corners of the camp. Unbeknownst to him, every action he took was under the vigilant gaze of Yi Zi. At that moment, Yi Zi stood atop the city wall, surveying the scene below. Despite the labyrinthine streets within the city and the tightly clustered tents outside, she was well aware of Wei Daong's location. This knowledge stemmed from her earlier encounters with the previous squad of poisoners, during which she had strategically placed counteracting substances throughout the city. The moment anyone came into contact with Wei Daong's poison, a faint blue smoke would waft through the air. To the untrained eye, this smoke would merely be mistaken for the smoke of cooking fires. Only Yi Zi understood that it signified an impending ambush by the Ushurians. In such a critical moment, the Ushurians would not send others to their doom. Save for Wei Daong, Yi Zi leapt from the wall, her toes barely grazing the rooftops and walls. After a few deft maneuvers, she arrived at the very spot where Wei Daong was stealthily administering the poison. "Hey, what are you playing at? To bring me along for the fun?" Yi Zi inquired with a playful smile, suddenly startled by a sound. Wei Daong nearly lost his grip on the vial of poison in his hand, almost letting it crash to the ground. Upon looking up to discern Yi Zi's appearance, the vial slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. "You, how?" Yi Zi calmly pressed her foot down upon the fallen vial of poison. "Is this all the poison you have? It's insufficient. Allow me to add a bit more for you." Chapter 96. The identity cannot be concealed. As she spoke, Yi Zi extracted more poison from her sleeve and sprinkled it onto Wei Daong. Wei Daong was utterly powerless against the toxic substance she unleashed upon him, writhing in agony. "I was forced into this. Please spare me, I beg you." He whimpered, tears streaming down his face as he crawled toward her feet, desperately attempting to cling to her leg. Yi Zi let out a derisive laugh and kicked him away. "You were forced? You speak as if you were someone of great capability being threatened. All your poison originates from Li Siyu, does it not? You extorted it from her under the guise of being her elder brother." Considering Li Siyu's tragic childhood, Yi Zi surmised that she had endured abuse from a young age. Wei Daong, seeking to avoid the burden of her presence, had chosen to abandon her. He extorted money and poison from Li Siyu until she could provide no more. Then he sought refuge with Dan Ming, carrying away what he had taken from her. He was undeniably a selfish and avaricious individual, yet he still had the audacity to claim he was coerced. Such a person was even more repugnant to her than Li Siyu. Thus, Yi Zi showed no mercy. After kicking Wei Daong away, she gracefully approached and administered a dose of poison. "You have always relished exchanging poison for wealth, have you not? I now bestow upon you all that you desire. Go spend your ill-gotten gains in the underworld." The wretched man screamed in fury, "You wretched creature! Were it not for you, I would have already secured the silver and title from Dan Ming. I ought to be a prince, a general, a high-ranking official, second only to none." With his facade stripped away, Wei Daong unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Yi Zi. "You are nothing," she retorted, placing her foot upon his mouth to silence him. She had no desire to endure his nonsensical tirade. He was utterly ignorant of medicine. His reckless use of various drugs had already inflicted harm upon the soldiers of Wusu, and his indiscriminate release of toxic fumes had endangered the innocent citizens of the city. Though she had crafted an antidote, Many children with insufficient resilience had already suffered internal damage. Such injuries were irreversible. While they may not lead to death, they would inevitably endure a lifetime of suffering. Therefore, Wei Dayong deserved to perish in the most excruciating manner, to atone for the sins he had committed. Evidently, the poison Yi Zi employed was designed to directly assail his internal organs. It burrowed through his bones, further corroding his flesh, causing his skin to peel away like that of a corn cob. Wretched, wretched. With her foot upon his mouth, Wei Dayong could not utter coherent words, only muffled whimpers of disjointed syllables. Yet, Yi Zi denied him even that meager chance to protest, pouring the poison directly into his mouth, rendering him utterly mute. Master, do you see? This is the genius I spoke of, Yi Zi. Huh, what nonsense about being a genius. Where does it compare to my beloved disciple Loli? My disciple is merely 16, yet she is truly a prodigy among prodigies. Master, Yi Zi is also just 16. The murmurs came from the two disciples of Yawang Valley who had hurried from Daxingjing. However, the old fool of a master had prematurely accepted another as his disciple. What nonsense is this Loli? Just by the sound of her name, she seems unimpressive. Yi Zi is the real genius. Jiang Fengyang lazily lifted his gaze towards the city, saying, "Little fool, let me see what this so-called genius of yours looks like. Yet, even if she is remarkable, I shall not accept anyone else. I have set my heart on Loli and will not take another female disciple. The affection of our Yawang Valley can only be bestowed upon one. How can two share the same bowl of water equally? Just look at that old coot from Poison King Valley. He has taken in a multitude of female disciples, creating a chaotic mess." Jiang Huai pursed his lips and said, "Master, have you forgotten that you have 3 male disciples?" Jiang Fengyang nodded seriously. "I am aware. But I favor females over males. Even if you had 30, it would make no difference. What? Is it permissible for others to prefer males over females, yet not for me to dote on my daughter?" Jiang Huai fell silent. Yet, he knew that his master merely had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If his master were truly one to indiscriminately accept male disciples, then Yawang Valley would not have only 3 inner disciples, there would likely be thousands. Moreover, there was a reason for his master's fondness for female disciples. Once upon a time, he had a lifelong companion, a Shermu, with whom he had made early arrangements for marriage. Due to various obstacles, the marriage has yet to be realized. However, the master's wife became pregnant with the fruit of love, and the master joyfully bestowed dozens of names upon the child. Alas, the child was unable to arrive into this world. At birth, the infant was covered in blood, her tiny body limp and devoid of life. She was a fully developed baby girl. Thus, the master developed his so-called preference for sons over daughters. What? Jiang Fengyang expressed his bewilderment. Jiang Huai, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Master, do you regret it? Yi Zi is far superior to that Luoli." Jiang Fengyang raised his hand and lightly tapped Jiang Huai's head. "Stop talking nonsense." Jiang Huai fell silent. Jiang Fengyang, however, remained quiet, intently observing Yi Zi's movements. The finesse and technique of this young lady grew increasingly familiar to him, and her demeanor and presence. The only distinction was her face. Yet those who traverse the martial world understand that appearances can be easily altered. Otherwise, human skin masks wouldn't fetch such high prices. Connecting the name Yi Luo Li with her elusive presence, he suddenly clapped his thigh in realization. This young lady before him was none other than his disciple Luo Li. "The person you admire is indeed remarkable. I am quite fond of her." Hearing this, Jiang Huai's face broke into a smile. "I told you Yi Luo Li pales in comparison to Yi Zi." With a swift motion, Jiang Fengyang delivered another light tap to Jiang Huai's head. "Stop spouting nonsense." Jiang Huai fell silent once more, momentarily perplexed by Jiang Fengyang's meaning, until Yi Zi took out a vial resembling the one used by Jiang Fengyang. He suddenly realized the implication. "Master, do you mean to say that we are both interested in the same junior sister?" Jiang Fengyang replied affirmatively, urging him to assist his junior sister, for the fallen individual on the ground was plotting mischief. Jiang Huai turned to see the previously tormented Wei Dayong, whose eyes suddenly gleamed. He brandished a concealed blade, but instead of directing it towards Yi Zi, he surreptitiously inflicted a cut upon his own arm. Jiang Huai sensed the urgency. Wei Dayong intended to perish alongside the junior sister. Chapter 97, The Final Battle. Jiang Huai swiftly rushed forward, simultaneously launching his folding fan to strike at Wei Dayong's wrist. Clang! The fan connected, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. The pristine surface of the fan became stained with foul blood, yet he paid it no mind. Instead, he anxiously inquired of Yi Zi, are you unscathed? He must have ingested the poison in advance. His blood, when mingled with the toxin you administered, could turn lethally potent, while you might remain unaffected. The contagion could pose a grave threat to the other soldiers. Fear not, we shall employ high-temperature sterilization. With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Huai, and they hastened away from Wei Daong. Boom. In an explosive eruption, Wei Daong's corpse ignited in flames. The toxic blood, the lifeless body, and Jiang Huai's fan were all engulfed by the inferno. The hissing sound of moisture evaporating under the intense heat echoed in their ears. It turns out that Ez had already discreetly spread a potion around Wei Daong to neutralize any toxic substances, even had he chosen not to act. Wei Daong's scheme would have ultimately failed. A smile graced his face. My little disciple is indeed formidable. Ez, well aware that her true identity could not be concealed from the duo, did not deny it, but simply curved her lips into a smile. Greetings, senior brother. Yet, to her surprise, before she could utter another word, Jiang Huai took the initiative to speak. Rest assured, my connection with you bears no ties to Ning Hansha. He continued, it is your prerogative to traverse the martial world under a different identity. I shall not intrude. Whenever you choose to reveal it to him is entirely up to you. I can only say he is a person worthy of trust. Ez was astonished by Jiang Huai's willingness to help her conceal her identity, showing no favoritism towards his longtime brother, Ning Hansha. Do not worry, my disciple. Should Jiang Huai dare to disclose your matters, I will ensure he faces the consequences. However, your previous mask was rather rudimentary. I shall procure a more effective one for you tomorrow, Jiang Fengyang remarked, approaching the two. Even in face-to-face encounters, it should remain undetectable. This profound sense of trust elicited an authentic smile from Ez. Thank you, master. Nevertheless, I believe in Ning Hansha, and even more so in your discerning judgment. Following Ning Hansha's revelation regarding the identity of Ni Guifei, Ez's trust in him ascended to new heights. For perhaps their objectives aligned within the Dragon Kingdom and their collaboration would endure. They would journey together until they once again battled in the enigmatic Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Ning Hansha had completed his preparations and was ready to lead his troops into the fray. Their conflict was not merely about the remaining cities of the Usu Kingdom, but also against the reinforcements from the Hu Kingdom. Subsequently, they would proceed to the southernmost Dragon Kingdom. For the first time, Ning Hansha uttered the word home, believing that after the passing of his mother, he would never again possess a home. However, to his surprise, with Ez's presence, the War Prince's residence blossomed with vitality, imbued with the warmth of family. Ez nodded emphatically. Very well. The Yi family she encountered here were nothing short of despicable. It could be said that Ning Hansha was her first true family member, and the War Prince's residence was the first place where she felt a sense of security. Ning Hansha spoke these words not to evoke sentimentality, but while awaiting the peace proposal from the Usu Kingdom. Shortly after he spoke, an envoy arrived from the Usu Kingdom bearing the peace proposal. The messenger was one of the elderly envoys who had previously attended the grand banquet at Daxing. He walked unsteadily, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Yet it was more pitiable than tears. He cautiously presented the peace proposal. War Prince, War Princess. The Usu Kingdom is willing to offer 2 cities and respectfully requests a ceasefire from both of you. Additionally, there is a letter from the sovereign of the Hu Kingdom. The envoy's words ostensibly sought peace, yet they concealed a veiled threat. The subtext was clear. We have already made contact with the Hu Kingdom. Should you refuse to negotiate, they will join the conflict, and victory will not come easily. Ning Hansha commanded someone to receive the peace proposal, and upon witnessing this, the Usu envoy let out a sigh of relief. Little did he anticipate that his breath would be stifled at his chest. For Ning Hansha had decisively torn the peace treaty into shreds. The entire army advances, Ning Hansha proclaimed with a raised sword. Behind him, the soldiers, invigorated by his command, waved their banners and charged forward, the vibrant red flag of Daxing fluttering in the air. The aged envoy's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it cannot be. Scarface seized the old envoy, declaring, do you truly believe that our Lord is awaiting your plea for peace? What he awaits is the opportunity to catch you off guard and seize the capital of Wusu outright. Moreover, do you not grasp the principle that a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, nor can an army tolerate 2 generals? At this moment, the old envoy was fully aware that Ning Hansha had deliberately awaited his arrival, allowing those in Wusu to believe that peace had been achieved, thus lowering their guard. He aimed to strike them unexpectedly while they remained unprepared. Furthermore, the proposal for peace originated from Wang Danming, while the Great Khan advocated for a fight to the death. After numerous defeats, how could the Great Khan continue to indulge them? This was a ploy to sow discord. With internal strife and external threats, the nation of Wusu was truly doomed. Yet, the realization came too late, for Ning Hansha, with a sword in one hand and a whip in the other, was directly assaulting the remaining 3 cities of Wusu. The envoy had already dispatched the peace treaty, which could momentarily placate Daxing. Once he caught his breath and replenished his strength, he could certainly seek vengeance by contacting Hu Kingdom. He yearned to avenge his previous humiliation upon Ning Hansha. Just as he indulged in this hopeful reverie, a sudden urgent announcement echoed from outside the camp, proclaiming an enemy attack. Enemy assault! Enemy assault! Upon hearing this, Wang Danming stood up in a panic. However, this action aggravated his wound, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Ning Hansha. He gritted his teeth and shouted those 3 words. How dare he? He contacted the Hu Kingdom for battle. Since Ning Hansha was determined to fight to the death, he would not hold back either. The Hu Kingdom, neighboring the Wusu Kingdom, understood that if Wusu fell, they too would find no peace. Consequently, after much deliberation, the Hu Kingdom resolved to assist Wusu. This time, they dispatched 50,000 reinforcements, while Wusu still had 200,000 troops remaining. Additionally, with 30,000 conscripts hastily gathered, they amassed a total of 280,000 soldiers to confront the 15,000 Xiaoyu army led by Ning Hansha and the 150,000 troops of the Great Qing. Yet, what Shan Ming did not anticipate was the sudden arrival of Shan Kong. With a fierce roar, Shan Song declared, I will take charge of this battle. You are unfit, step aside. Shan Ming clenched his fists. Elder brother, do not jest. This battle concerns the survival of the Wusu Kingdom. Chapter 98. A meeting at the pinnacle jest? Are you serious, second brother? I shall personally lead this fight. That is an order, Shan Song asserted, his tone brooking no argument. This time, he was not negotiating with Shan Ming, but commanding him in his capacity as the Great Khan. Should Shan Ming refuse to comply, he would face dire consequences. Shan Ming refrained from immediate retort, fully aware of Shan Song's temperament. Opposing him now would only incite his wrath. Thus, he chose to obey the command. Yes, elder brother, you shall handle this matter personally. He lowered his gaze, the corners of his eyes concealing a scheme. The full force strike of the Great Qing. How could this foolish Shan Song's headlong tactics withstand such an onslaught? The foolish Dan Song would inevitably be reduced to a pitiful state by Ning Hansha. Thus it was perhaps best to let this simpleton perish on the battlefield, sparing all ensuing troubles. Moreover, the people of Hugu were not fools. They would naturally obey his commands. Consequently, while Dan Song appeared to be the commander in name, the true strategist behind the operations remained him. Once Dan Song seized command, he strode forth from the tent, having managed to suppress the poison within him to a considerable extent. With grand ambitions, he set forth for battle, and as soon as he departed, Dan Ming immediately instructed his subordinates, send a team to ensure his demise. The once valiant warriors of the grasslands, known as the Yusu, were now cowering. Meanwhile, the morale of the Qing soared, with the god of war, the prince, leading the troops, and a formidable princess at his side. The soldiers were resolute in their belief that victory was assured in this confrontation. Before long, Ning Hansha and his army arrived at the gates of Yusu. This time, the Yusu people did not take refuge within the city. Dan Song boldly led his troops to meet the enemy outside the walls. Upon spotting the Qing soldiers, Dan Song raised his hand and shouted, Charge! Whoever slays the most enemies shall have titles and honors aplenty. Ning Hansha and Yi Zi surveyed the battlefield. Failing to find Dan Ming, they recognized that their scheme of division had succeeded. The forces present were not the main battleground for Yusu, and Dan Ming surely had other plans for attack. Thus, they refrained from deploying all their strength to engage in battle. Or perhaps Yi Zi had no intention of engaging in a reckless confrontation with the brash Dan Song, wishing to avoid excessive losses. She weighed the poison bombs in her hand, knowing that on the battlefield, there was no place for benevolence or morality. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. With unwavering resolve, she aimed with precision and hurled the poison bomb from her hand. A thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield as this particular toxin did not dissipate as a toxic mist, but rather, in that fleeting moment of explosion, it splattered forth a venomous liquid. This toxic substance, upon contact with the skin, would sear and burn, penetrating the flesh and infiltrating the bloodstream within mere moments. Under optimal conditions, it could incapacitate an adversary in just 5 seconds, not accounting for the devastating force of the explosion itself. The poison bomb unleashed by Yi Zi wielded a decisive influence over the course of the battle. The soldiers of Dashing needed not to engage actively. They merely awaited the conclusion of the explosion to claim the heads of their foes. The Sha Yu army, while wielding their long blades to vanquish enemies, chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "Ha ha, this battle is truly the easiest I have ever fought. Following the princess has its advantages. From now on, the prince can entertain himself, while we feast on the spoils alongside the princess." The forces of Dan Song were rapidly depleting, and he gazed at Yi Zi and Ning Hansha with a fierce intensity. You. So this is how you play? Very well, then. Let us perish together. Team 1, Team 2, commenced the stone throwing. The stone throwing tactic involved hurling massive, lethal boulders from the city gates to crush adversaries directly. This method could only manage a general area of impact, lacking precision, thus posing a significant risk of harming one's own comrades. Yet, in this moment, Dan Song, driven to desperation, was consumed by a singular determination to annihilate every last one of Dashing's warriors, regardless of the cost. However, what he did not anticipate was that upon issuing his command, the catapults within the city did not respond. Were they deaf? I commanded you to launch a stone attack. The silence was as profound as death. Not even the soldiers belonging to Yusul had gathered. Only the few thousand troops he had previously led remained by his side. A meager force against the hundreds of thousands amassed by Ning Hansha. No matter how bravely he charged forward, his chances of victory were non-existent. He was immediately reminded of the confrontation with Shan Ming, and he gritted his teeth, calling out Shan Ming's name. Shan Ming, you wretched creature. More infuriating than the assault from external enemies was the betrayal from Shan Ming. The typically impulsive Shan Song made a different choice this time. He shouted loudly, "Retreat." Shan Ming wished for him to sacrifice his scant forces on the battlefield. It was utterly absurd. Although many had questioned his capability to govern when he ascended to the Khan's throne, it did not imply he was a fool. With Shan Ming's transparent scheming, to continue charging forward would be akin to inviting disaster. Moreover, it was not only Shan Ming who was rallying his forces. He too had loyal subordinates who would heed his commands. Consequently, Shan Song's offensive lasted merely a quarter of an hour before it was abruptly halted. Yi Zi observed this scene with a smile that lit up her eyes. "My lord, it seems we are destined to achieve victory without battle this time. Shan Song and Shan Ming are bound to engage in internal strife." Although they knew that ultimately Shan Ming would prevail, their infighting could alleviate much pressure on Dashing. Ning Hansha signaled for those behind him to halt, then, with a piercing gaze, surveyed the surroundings before ordering his troops to divide into 3 paths to prepare for the siege. This time, Ning Hansha led a team independently, while Li Mao was in charge of another squad, and the final group naturally belonged to